1121 Helpless one Tang Zhen was very clear that it was impossible for him to fight against the Turobo people's warships alone. Although Tang Zhen was a law cultivator and possessed terrifying strength, it was still not enough in front of such a super war weapon. It was impossible for him to split the outer shell of the warship with the soul-devouring saber in his hand, nor could he use the fire of law to melt the warship into molten iron. When science and technology developed to a certain extent, it would possess destructive power that was not inferior to mysterious forces, and might even surpass them. The lethality of a low-level cultivator might not be comparable to a bullet, and the full-force strike of a high-level cultivator might not be comparable to a heavy artillery. Although this ability was amazing for the cultivators in Lusheng City, in this life-and-death battle, the individual ability of a cultivator could not affect the outcome much. The collision between technology and mysterious power was an unfair battle. The former required time to accumulate, but once it reached a certain stage, it would possess super combat ability. The latter also required time to accumulate, but the only powerful one was the cultivator himself. However, an overly powerful individual would have an impact on the overall improvement of strength, which could not be ignored. However, the cultivators of Lusheng City had chosen this path, which had not changed for many years. Therefore, when an ordinary person stepped onto the battlefield and could easily kill the cultivators of Lucheng with technological weapons, the outcome of the war was already decided. Moreover, the technology that the Teroboros people possessed had far exceeded that of the original world. The cultivators in the wilderness who could not even withstand the weapons of the original world were now facing an even more terrifying opponent. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen had never denied the strength of Lucheng's cultivators. He also knew that when this kind of cultivation reached its limit, it would definitely possess the strength to destroy the world. However, there were only a few cultivators in Lu City who could reach this stage. In the process, the cultivators would have to face the invasion of unknown dangers and they might die at any time. Under such circumstances, how could the cultivators in the wilderness, who were already lagging behind, be a match for a powerful enemy like the Turobo people after more than half of their elites were tricked away? A long time ago, Tang Zhen had always had a doubt in his heart. That was why it was rare to see technological items appearing in the wilderness warzone. Later on, as time passed, Tang Zhen realized that this might be a way for the cornerstone platform to protect the tower. This was because when faced with the foreign world's aboriginals who used cold weapons, the cultivators in the savage war zone had a crushing strength. They could even easily destroy one world after another. However, if they were to encounter a powerful opponent like the Terobo tribe, their advantage would be greatly reduced. If they were not careful, they might even suffer a backlash. The current invasion war also proved this point. This catastrophe not only affected all the buildings in the savage barren territory, but also completely destroyed the foundation. Even the foundation stone platform was not spared. Perhaps it was just as the mysterious old man had said. After this catastrophe, the wilderness warzone would be completely wiped out of the 3,000 warzones in the world of Lusheng. At this moment, the Turobo battleships were still chasing after Tang Zhen. As Tang Zhen dodged, he was also constantly reaping the lives of the Turobo soldiers on the ground. If they couldn't defeat the battleships, could they not defeat the soldiers? They were all enemies and the targets of Tang Zhen's revenge. Since they were unable to pose a threat to the Turobo battleships, he would start with these soldiers. After all, the main theme of war was to kill and conquer. This had never changed. He would not hold back just because these Turobo warriors were no match for him. Once he possessed sufficient strength, Tang Zhen would definitely not let off the instigator of this matter and let them know how it felt to have their entire home destroyed. Seeing Tang Zhen's figure continuously shuttling back and forth on the ground, the raging sea of fire and spirit bodies causing a huge number of casualties to the Terobo warriors, while he himself remained unscathed from the pursuit, the commanders of the Terobo warships in the sky fell silent. They were all thinking about the same question. Was it worth it to pay such a heavy price to kill a cultivator of Lucheng? No one had expected that a cultivator from Lucheng would cause so many casualties and trouble to them. He was truly unstoppable when surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. Under the heavy blockade of technological weapons, it was not easy to achieve this. There was always a price to pay, but the current situation made them feel like they were suffering a huge loss. Moreover, the situation was still developing. If they didn't change this situation, they would really suffer a huge loss this time. However, the decision makers of this warship were not them. Even this war was full of the smell of employment. The soldiers of the Empire were just hired thugs who were paid to fight with their lives. The nobles of the Tarobo Empire had led this invasion and invested a large amount of resources in order to obtain generous returns. In fact, in order to ensure that everything was under their control, they had all sent out their respective agents. The young man in front of him was the agent of an important figure and had absolute control over this warship. Therefore, no one had the right to stop the pursuit of Tang Zhen without him opening his mouth. Of course, this was just a cover-up. Anyone who was not blind could tell that the ones being chased were actually the ground forces of Tarobo. Under the gazes of all the officers, the young man's arrogant face finally showed a trace of fatigue, and he slowly sat down on the chair. Give the order to retreat. We can't waste any more time here. As for that cultivator Lu Chang, ignore him for the time being. When he said this, the young man's tone carried a hint of helplessness and even a hint of frustration. He had never thought that he would fail to kill a cultivator from a backward world with the heavy warship he controlled and countless fully armed Tarobo warriors. However, when this matter really happened before their eyes, even if their hearts were filled with unwillingness and wished to chop Tang Zhen into meat paste, they simply could not allow him to act as he pleased in front of the plans of the faction behind him. Even though his identity was special, he still had to compromise with benefits. However, Tang Zhen's figure and appearance had been firmly remembered by the young man in his heart. If he had the opportunity to meet him again, he would definitely make Tang Zhen pay the price. As the warship gave the order to retreat, the Tarobo soldiers acted as if they had been granted amnesty. When the microgravity tunnels appeared, the ground troops quickly entered. Under the protection of the energy shield, the Tarobo soldiers and the mech fighters swiftly flew into the skies, entering the interior of the battleship. By the time the light pillar that was chasing after Tang Zhen had shut down, all the Tarobo warriors had already retreated, leaving only a piece of scorched earth on the ground. Tang Zhen stood on the scorched ruins and watched as the Tarobo people's heavy battleship slowly flew toward another building. The Taroboros would never stop their assault until the final deadline arrived. Instead, they would destroy as much as they could, pillaging precious resources and captives. However, just as they were wreaking havoc in the savage wildland as if they were entering a no-man's land, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly appeared in the isolation zone between the savage wildland and the other battlefields. One after another, super towers that were as large as continents and as tall as mountains quickly passed through the barrier that was impossible to cross under normal circumstances, and descended on the wilderness warzone with an overbearing aura. On top of these towers, countless cultivators in battle armors with terrifying auras were gathered together. They looked coldly at the Tarobo people who were acting recklessly in the savage war zone, and their killing intent soared to the sky. 1122 Chapter 1119 Fleeing. The sudden appearance of these super-turreted cities immediately alerted the nearest Tarobo battleships. Then, without any hesitation, they controlled their weapons and locked onto the enemy. Looking at the terrifying size of their opponent, the Taroboros people felt a sense of powerlessness. Compared to the super tower, the originally gigantic Tarobo warship was now like a sparrow, while the super tower was a giant goshawk. In terms of size alone, it was completely crushed. However, its size alone was not enough to terrorize the Taroboros. The key was the movement of the tower. The moment it appeared, it was like a mad bull, charging at the Taroboros warship with all its might. Violent, brutal, and the terrifying speed almost made the hearts of the Tarobo people jump to their throats. Seeing the gigantic city that was flying towards them like a huge continent, Commander Tarobo trembled in fear and shouted madly, "Destroy it at all costs. Don't let it get close." At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in the heart of the warship commander, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. This was the first time he had such an expression on his face since he arrived at the savage barren territory. This proved that these super towers did give them a great sense of danger. After the Tarobo warship stopped for a moment, a beam of light shot out from the huge muzzle. It then wrapped in a dazzling brilliance in the air, like a spear, and directly landed on a super tower on the opposite side. Boom! The light landed on the walls of the super tower, creating a loud explosion and even more dazzling light spots. However, it was blocked by the protective shield of the super tower. The walls of the tower, which were full of the vicissitudes of history, looked completely undamaged. The commander of the Tarobo warship was shocked. The power of the cannon was so great that it could easily destroy a city on the ground. However, when it landed on the super tower, it was like scratching an itch. It did not cause any damage at all. An ominous premonition gradually rose in his heart. However, the warship's commander did not give up easily. Instead, he ordered to increase the intensity of the attack, to destroy it no matter what. However, at this moment, the super tower suddenly accelerated again, using a jumping method similar to teleportation to crash into it. Every time it flashed, it doubled its speed. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. The Tarobo battleship let out a deafening sound as it rolled backward. The entire ship was in a complete mess. Everyone was bruised and swollen from the impact. Some of the unlucky ones had their brains split open, and their corpses were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the Tarobo warship had a way to deal with such a situation. At the critical moment, a special force field appeared and stabilized the tumbling warship. However, before the Tarobo people could regain their consciousness, the super tower crashed into them again like a maggot in a tarsal bone. This time, the lucky boss did not care about the Tarobo warship. Its outer shell suddenly broke into two, and blazing flames burst out from the inside, rolling and falling to the ground. With a muffled sound, a large pit was formed on the ground by the fallen warship, and almost half of it was deeply buried in the soil. When the ground forces saw this, they were immediately stunned. They could not believe that the almost invincible Tarobo warship had been shot down. The cultivators who had just had their homes destroyed let out earth-shattering cheers. They looked at the super city with shock and gratitude in their eyes. Then, under everyone's gazes, countless black dots flew out of the gate of the super tall tower, covering the entire sky in an instant. When the black dots got closer, the survivors were surprised to find that they were all fully armed cultivators. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, and the weakest one was at the Lord level. Even King-level cultivators would appear from time to time. How many of them were there? After these cultivators appeared, the entire sky seemed to freeze and was filled with an oppressive aura. In the blink of an eye, the terrorizing cultivators of Lusheng had come into contact with the Tarobo warriors. Blood and screams resounded through the sky. The Tarobo people who had suppressed the cultivators of Lusheng were now like chickens and ducks, being wiped out by the cultivators of Lusheng. The technological equipment that they were so proud of had completely lost its advantage at this moment. It could not pose an effective threat to the cultivators in the building. The brutal battle lasted for about half an hour, and all the Trobones on the ground had been killed, leaving only broken corpses and remains. It was a tragic sight. As for the wreckage of the Tarobo battleship, it had already been devoured by the flames, and there were no survivors. One of the king-level cultivators looked at the survivors who were trembling on the ground. His eyes were cold and disdainful. He then shouted, "The wilderness war zone has been invaded. The cornerstone platform has been destroyed, and more than 70% of the buildings have been destroyed. It is no longer qualified to fight in the war zone. According to the ruling of the elders of the Alliance of the War Zones, the wilderness war zone will be abandoned from today onwards and will be converted into a common trial ground for the low-level buildings of the 3,000 war zones. All cultivators who have received the notice, please make preparations as soon as possible and leave this place through the teleportation array. You will be randomly teleported to other battlefields. Those who refuse to leave after the time limit is up will be responsible for the consequences." After saying this, the king-level cultivator followed the army of cultivators and flew towards the super city in the sky. Then, under the watchful eyes of the survivors, the super city was shrouded in light and disappeared without a trace. The survivors around the ruins came back to their senses and looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what the king-level cultivator meant, they were very clear about one thing: the savage wildland would no longer exist. Countless monsters would appear on this land and rule the battlefield in place of the cultivators. In Lusheng, even if they stayed here, they would no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of the building because of the destruction of the cornerstone platform. Under such circumstances, the fate of the survivors could be imagined when facing the terrifying monsters. If it was before the city was destroyed, they might have hesitated. But now that their home had disappeared, there was no point in them staying. Therefore, as long as one didn't want to die, they had to make preparations as soon as possible. Then, they would randomly head to other battlefields and start a new life. Although the future was uncertain, it was much better than staying here and waiting for death. The appearance of the super tower immediately threw the tribesmen into chaos. In just an hour, more than 20 heavy battleships had been destroyed. The weapons that the Taroboros people were so proud of were not of much use against these behemoths that had suddenly appeared. They were completely suppressed. The tribesmen, who thought they had a good understanding of the cultivators in the city, could not understand what was going on. Why would such a terrifying city appear on the battlefield? Compared to these super Lusheng, the national Lusheng was not worth mentioning at all. The gap in strength was even greater. He didn't need to guess to know that this was an existence that far exceeded the national level. According to the cultivator of the tower, it should be the legendary continent-level tower. However, it was now certain that this was not a legend, but a super war base that really existed. Although the area of these super towers could not be compared to a real continent, they were tens of thousands of meters in size and were not inferior to a small continent. It was no exaggeration to call them continent-level towers. The reason why the savage wildland was ranked so low was because there had never been a continental tower before, which was why the tribesmen had overlooked the existence of such a super war machine. However, when the two sides came into contact, the Turobo people were shocked to find that they felt a sense of despair when facing such a continental-class building. As the news of the warship being destroyed spread, the Turobo people finally panicked. They immediately stopped their destruction of the savage war zone and quickly gathered together. Under the pursuit of the continent-level turrets that had rushed over to provide reinforcements, the Turobo warship quickly entered outer space and left the dimension through the dimensional portal. Before they found a way to deal with the continent-level city, the tribesmen would not invade the city again. They might even be worried about the teleportation of the continent-level city. After the Turobo people left, the continental buildings that had completed their missions began to cross the barrier and return to their respective battlefields. Only the survivors looked at the destroyed homes and the devastated wilderness, and could not help but cry. 1123 Complicated situation. One Tang Zhen sat on the mountain peak in front of the Holy Dragon City. His eyes would occasionally look at the sky. Half an hour ago, a continental-level city had suddenly appeared in the sky. It stopped at the original location of the Holy Dragon City for a moment. Seeing that the Holy Dragon City had completely disappeared, it once again teleported to the location of other cities. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, the indescribable aura of the continent-level city tower was deeply engraved in Tang Zhen's mind. He finally knew why the continent-level Lusheng was so highly respected by cultivators of Lusheng. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. Not only could king-level cultivators teleport, but also, towers that had reached a certain level could. When the defense of the tower reached a certain level, its body would become the most powerful weapon. Under such a terrifying acceleration, almost no enemy could withstand it. Almost half of the Turobo warships that were attacked were destroyed. Although the Holy Dragon City could also float in the air, it could not be compared to a continent-grade building in terms of size and function. At best, it was just a low-end Turobo warship without weapons. If the Holy Dragon City's enemy was a continent-level city, then the Holy Dragon City would have been turned into a piece of scorched earth before Tang Zhen could return. However, what shocked Tang Zhen the most was the strength of a cultivator in a continent-level building. When it appeared, Tang Zhen found that there were more than a dozen powerful mental forces constantly sweeping around his body. Tang Zhen was very clear that this was the Law King on the tower investigating him. After confirming Tang Zhen's identity, the mental energy slowly retreated, and the continent-level tower teleported away. Tang Zhen didn't have any strange movements during this process, but the shock in his heart was indescribable. He didn't expect that the number of Law Kings in a continent-level city had already exceeded the total number of Law Kings in the savage wildland. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a force could crush the entire wilderness warzone. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the empty Holy Dragon City's original location. He gently sighed as a trace of worry appeared on his face. He was in a terrible situation now. In order to seal Lucheng, which was about to be destroyed, he had used some special ability on his phone, which eventually led to an excessive energy consumption and caused him to be unable to use it normally for a short time. The phone could only be restored to normal if it was injected with sufficient energy. The shrunken cornerstone platform could still be used with some difficulty. However, due to the damage done by the Turobo people earlier, the energy of the main control platform had been exhausted. It would not be able to help Tang Zhen much. However, the long-term mission to kill the Turobo people that it had issued had allowed Tang Zhen to earn quite a number of points. However, the price of origin stones was very high, and he could only exchange a few with these points. Compared to the consumption of the mobile phone, it was probably far from enough. Other than these things, his tower needed to be removed from the danger and the seal. There was still a group of residents in the other world who might be hunted down by the Tarobo people at any time. Putting all these messy things together, Tang Zhen felt that his head was getting bigger. Cornerstone platform, can I send all my residents back now? Tang Zhen thought for a moment and asked the mesmerizing cornerstone platform. Insufficient energy, unable to start large-scale return transmission. Please wait patiently. The cornerstone platform itself had a way to replenish energy and did not need Tang Zhen to provide energy. However, this process could be long or short. Tang Zhen really did not have the patience to keep waiting. Can you let me return to the other world first, and then teleport me back after I'm done with the matters there? After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen probed. Teleportation is possible, but the remaining energy will be completely exhausted. Do you want to proceed? Wait for a while. I'm going to collect some weapons and bring them there to improve their self-defense ability as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen had already rushed toward the battlefield. Pieces of usable Tarobo armor and weapons were collected and kept in his storage ring. After circling the battlefield once, Tang Zhen clapped his hands in satisfaction and opened the plane transmission channel. Tang Zhen slowly stepped out of the dimensional gateway and once again arrived at this parallel world that was similar to his original world. The hunting war had ended, but the smoke had not yet dispersed. Although the fleet of the Taroboros had left, they still left behind a large number of troops to pursue the fleeing cultivators. In the eyes of the nobles and aristocrats, the cultivators in Lusheng were a huge fortune, and they would not give up on them easily. As the flames of war continued to spread, this world had also suffered great damage, and ruins could be seen everywhere on the vast land. The enraged cultivators of Lusheng began to destroy the world at all costs so that they could hide in the chaotic situation. In just a few days, the world was in complete chaos. Fierce mutated monsters and bloodthirsty zombie spirits began to appear in the vision of ordinary people one after another, and they soon formed a terrible disaster. Faced with such a situation, the cyborgs could only stand up to maintain order. They did not want the world to be destroyed. Due to the chaotic situation, the tribesmen were no longer able to lock onto the cultivators of Lucheng. Although they were frustrated, there was nothing they could do. The battle to capture Lucheng's cultivators also began to become long and arduous. After conversing with Qianlong, Tang Zhen's figure soared into the sky and headed straight for the deep mountains and old forests 1,000 miles away. An hour later, he finally saw the Lucheng cultivators hiding in the cave. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Tang Zhen also heaved a long sigh of relief. The Holy Dragon City had not lost a single person despite the frantic pursuit of the tribesmen. This was a miracle. As for the other Lusheng, they were in deep trouble. Countless cultivators from the Lusheng were sent to the transport ships and sent directly to the planet where the Tarobo Empire was located. Only a small number of cultivators from the Lusheng were spared. As they were carrying a large number of storage cards, it was not a problem for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators to replenish their supplies. Now, with the weapons and equipment that Tang Zhen had sent over, they could even fight against the Tarobo people. Even if the Tarobo warships were not deployed, the Holy Dragon City could easily crush them. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment as he looked at the familiar faces around him. In the end, he still told them about what had happened in the Wild War Zone. There was still a chance for things to turn around, so he didn't plan to hide anything. It would be unfair to his residents. After a moment of silence, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators who knew about the news finally accepted this matter. They also believed that Tang Zhen could fulfill his promise and let the Holy Dragon City reappear before their eyes. After telling his people not to act rashly and that it was best for them to wait until he came to pick them up and leave, Tang Zhen bade farewell to Qianlong, Mirong Ziyu, and the others. He activated the teleportation channel and returned to the world of towers. Tang Zhen inhaled a long breath of air as he looked at the broken ground. A trace of determination flashed across his eyes. Through this battle with Tarobo, Tang Zhen had already realized his own shortcomings. He was certain that he was no match for the Tarobo people with his current strength. The enemy's heavy warship was already enough to make him feel helpless, and in the Tarobo Empire, who knew how many more of such warships there were? The purpose of his return this time was to look for opportunities in other battlefields to obtain a large number of origin stones to restore the mobile phone's operation. He still wanted to continue to become stronger and advance toward a higher level. This required him to continue comprehending and fighting so that he could master fire elemental laws as soon as possible and then activate new law stars. Once Tang Zhen grasped 2 or more types of law power, his combat strength would increase by several times. If he accumulated it to a certain extent, he would be able to step into an even higher realm. Tang Zhen no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He directly found a quiet cave and began to continuously polish the law power that he had mastered. 3 days passed by quickly, and midnight arrived. In the places where the towers had once been in the Wildlands war zone, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, and strange runes flashed in the light. The survivors, who had been waiting for a long time, carried their heavy bags and glanced at their homes that no longer existed. They entered the teleportation array with faces full of unwillingness. It wouldn't take long for monsters to run rampant here. Without the protection of the city, the cultivators wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Therefore, even if they couldn't leave their homeland, they had to go far away and face their unknown fate. Tang Zhen, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not hesitate to step into the teleportation array and once again left the boorish desolate war zone. 1124 Future plans. A squirrel squatted on a branch, holding a hazelnut that looked like a hazelnut in its hand. It was looking at a spot not far from the tree with a dull gaze. A strange fluctuation was constantly coming from that place, making the squirrel feel both fear and curiosity. Just as it was about to leave this dangerous place, a change suddenly occurred. A ray of light suddenly appeared where the rocky beach had been. At the same time, a large group of figures with different appearances appeared and quickly scattered on the rocky beach. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands, and with curiosity and caution on their faces, they kept looking around. After confirming that there was no danger, they all let out a long sigh of relief. God knows where this random teleportation would bring them. If they were to appear in the nest of a king-tier monster, it would be too late for them to cry. After confirming that there was no danger around them, the survivors from the savage war zone immediately spread out and went to different areas to rest. Although they were teleported to the same place, the survivors were still on guard against each other. After all, many of them carried a large number of valuable items found in the ruins of the city. It was normal to be careful when he was carrying a precious treasure. Tang Zhen was also among them. However, he was currently dressed in a very low-key manner and looked like an ordinary cultivator. The nomological aura on his body was also perfectly concealed. If it wasn't a cultivator of the same level, one wouldn't be able to tell his exact cultivation. Even the residents of Lusheng didn't expect that a powerful ruler would be teleported here with them, and he was so low-key. But even if they knew, so what? They were all people who had their cities destroyed and their homes destroyed. The fate of the Law Kings was no better than theirs. At this moment, they were just a group of people who had no choice but to leave their homes. Upon seeing Tang Zhen looking around in a daze, a middle-aged man from an unknown city patted Tang Zhen and said with a smile, "Little brother, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and rest for a while. After that, we still have to find a place to settle down." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man shook his head, as if he was speaking to Tang Zhen and himself. Although the city is destroyed, as long as we're still alive, it will be rebuilt one day. Although we've already left the wilderness war zone, as long as we work hard in this strange place, we might not be worse off than before. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head and sat down not far from the middle-aged man. He looked like he was resting, but in fact, he was constantly studying the tasks given by the Cornerstone main control platform. Perhaps it was unwilling to see the wilderness war zone destroyed like this. Therefore, this mini version of the Cornerstone platform, which possessed the highest authority on the Cornerstone platform, had prepared a series of missions for Tang Zhen. Other than the long-term mission of exterminating the Teroboros, there was another mission, which was to build a new war zone. This mission was made up of a series of side missions. As long as Tang Zhen completed one of the missions, he would receive a certain reward, and at the same time, his authority would be increased. When he had completed all his missions and obtained the highest authority in the main control platform of the battlefield, it would be the day when the savage wildland reappeared. The rewards for the mission to rebuild the war zone were very generous. However, each mission was not simple. For example, the first mission at the beginning had made Tang Zhen scratch his head. Open up an area in the ownerless land and build at least 10 towers. Guarantee that at least one tower will be a national-level tower. What kind of place was this foreign land? Tang Zhen had never even heard of it before, let alone opening up land there. On the contrary, it was not difficult to build 10 towers. If the seal on the Holy Dragon City was lifted, it would not be a problem to build a national-level tower. However, before he could think of a way to erase the destruction light pillar, Tang Zhen would definitely not dare to easily remove the seal. Otherwise, the only outcome that would await the Holy Dragon City would be the destruction of the city and the death of its people. Although the task of rebuilding the Savage War Zone was not easy to complete, it would bring great benefits to the Holy Dragon City once it was successful. Just obtaining the highest operating authority of the Cornerstone main control platform was enough to move Tang Zhen. Once the Savage Barren territory was rebuilt and he had the highest authority of the main control platform, Tang Zhen could issue orders through the Cornerstone platform and let all the buildings in the territory act according to his orders. At that time, if Tang Zhen intended to invade a certain world, he could wave his hand and send over 8 to 10 towers, beating the native forces to the ground. Tang Zhen felt incomparably excited just by thinking about such a spectacular scene. Tang Zhen did not have the slightest doubt as to whether this was feasible. This was because once he obtained the highest authority of the Cornerstone control platform of the war zone, he would be able to become the rule maker. Changing the rules of the invasion and transmission would only require a thought. The world of Lusheng had been using the teleportation mode for countless years, but because the Lusheng were fighting on their own, it was difficult to have a completely trustworthy partner, so there were gradually situations where the Lusheng completed the invasion mission alone. After that, this pattern of invasion was fixed and passed through all the major battlefields, which had not changed for many years. In the process of rebuilding the Wilderness War Zone, Tang Zhen would definitely only allow the forces under his control to build the towers. In this way, the entire war zone would be his own people and he would no longer have to worry about being stabbed in the back. At the end of the day, it was simply taking the entire war zone as its own territory. It was originally running a city tower, but now it was running a war zone. If he could really do this, then no matter how big the price Tang Zhen had to pay, he would definitely obtain a return that was 1,000 times more than his investment. The benefits were simply unimaginable. In fact, Tang Zhen didn't know that this was the first time in the history of the 3,000 battle zones that the Cornerstone control platform was destroyed at the same time. There had been instances of battlefields being destroyed before, but the Cornerstone control platform was still there, so the battlefield's qualifications were not revoked. However, if the battle zone cannot reach the minimum trading limit within a fixed time, then the battle zone will also be disqualified from existence. In the end, with the joint efforts of the remaining buildings in the battle zone, the qualification of this destroyed battle zone was successfully preserved and gradually restored to its former glory. It might sound ridiculous, but the standard for a battle zone to continue existing was actually based on the trading volume of the entire battle zone's platform. Of course, from another perspective, in order to complete a fixed task and transaction amount, cultivators of Lu Cheng would not stop fighting. This was equivalent to achieving the ultimate goal from another perspective. This transaction amount included all the operations on the Cornerstone platform, such as exchanging skills, trading items, paying for the funds to open the plane transmission channel, the profit sharing of the plane invasion mission, and so on. The higher the level of the Cornerstone platform in the war zone, the higher the level of the items obtained by the cultivators in Lusheng would be. However, the minimum trading standard would also be greatly increased. In this case, the more powerful towers there were in the battle zone, the easier it would be to achieve the mission goal. This was to ensure that the battle zone would not be demoted or disqualified. Therefore, the Cornerstone control platform that maintained such transactions was the key to the existence of the war zone. Without it, the foundation platform of the city building would not be able to operate normally, new buildings would not be able to be built and recognized by the world rules, and the various benefits that belong to the residents of the city building would not even be possible. It was precisely because of these important functions that the Cornerstone Master Control Platform would only run independently and would never be controlled by outsiders. Moreover, the number of Cornerstone Master Control Platforms would only decrease and would not increase out of thin air. This time, the authority of the Wilderness Warzone's main control platform had been transferred to Tang Zhen's hands. It was really an incomparably coincidental and lucky thing. It was just that Tang Zhen had yet to fully realize this. Just like what the energy life form that originally controlled the main control platform of the Savage Wildland said, Tang Zhen was definitely a person with great luck. There was a mysterious and powerful force in the dark that was silently protecting him and his Lusheng. If the continent-level city tower that came to help knew about this, they would definitely snatch it at all costs or firmly control Tang Zhen. This would be equivalent to completely controlling a new war zone in the future. 1125 Forced recruitment. 1. The rest time was over, and the survivors from the wilderness war zone got up one after another and embarked on their journey. At this time, these foreign visitors did not separate, but gathered together to act together. After all, there was strength in numbers, and they could help each other in times of danger. They had almost no understanding of where they were now, so they had to find a local to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And then formulate the next step of the plan. However, the biggest feature of the world of Lusheng was that it was vast and sparsely populated. Sometimes, one might not even see a single person after walking for a few days. Therefore, it would take a bit of luck to meet the local residents. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the purpose of his visit this time was to find a way to improve his strength and obtain a large number of origin stones. At the same time, he would try his best to complete the mission issued by the Cornerstone platform and completely resolve the crisis of Holy Dragon City. As he followed the group and slowly advanced, Tang Zhen pondered over a problem as he walked. In the end, it did not take long before he suddenly heard a noise coming from the front of the group. After Tang Zhen carefully listened to a few words, a contemplative expression appeared on his face. Soon after, he immediately walked towards the position in front. At this moment, there was a large group of people gathered at the front of the group. They seemed to be discussing something. Tang Zhen swept his gaze and saw hundreds of cultivators dressed in strange clothes. They were blocking the middle of the road and trying to stop the group from moving forward. They held a spear-like weapon in their hands and were pointing it at the group. The spearheads flickered with light, and at the same time, intense energy fluctuations appeared, as if they could activate some kind of cultivation skill at any time. This fighting style was slightly different from that of the cultivators in the wilderness, and the weapon was similar to the staff used by the Holy Masters. It also had the function of a spear, which was quite convenient in battle. Their armors were also different from those of the cultivators in the wilderness. They looked like they were made of shells full of spiral patterns. Under the sunlight, they shone with a strange brilliance, making people feel dizzy. At this time, these foreign cultivators were looking at everyone with cold eyes. The Lord Cultivator in the lead was mumbling something with a very serious expression. However, none of the people present could understand what he was saying. For a moment, they looked at each other and did not know what to do. Seeing this, the leader of the foreign cultivators became impatient. His gaze became extremely unfriendly, and his tone became stiff. The survivors were also helpless, and there was even a faint anger in their hearts. After all, these people had blocked their way. If they were in the wilderness, the two sides might have already started fighting. However, there was a saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. They had to be patient as much as possible since they were new here, so as not to provoke the local forces and bring unnecessary trouble to themselves. In the future, when he was building Lusheng, he would have to build a good relationship with these local forces. Otherwise, if he was constantly harassed by these guys, Lusheng would not be able to have peace. Tang Zhen watched this scene from the side in silence. He did not participate in the beginning. Unlike the other survivors, he couldn't fully understand what the foreign cultivator was trying to say since he couldn't use his mobile phone. Tang Zhen roughly understood the other party's meaning even though he was guessing. These foreign cultivators seemed to be gathering people to participate in a mission. The purpose of stopping the survivors was to get them to join. However, since the survivors couldn't understand their words, these foreign cultivators were a little anxious. They discussed with each other whether they should use force to threaten the survivors. However, the strength of the survivors wasn't simple. Once they attacked, the foreign cultivators wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. Therefore, they sent messages to their nearby companions, asking them to come and help them. In this case, if they were not careful, the two sides might start fighting directly, and the survivors on their own were likely to suffer a big loss. Tang Zhen didn't want to fight with the local cultivators as soon as he arrived. Even if his strength was enough to kill these foreign cultivators, he didn't want to add trouble for no reason. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen stepped out from the crowd and walked to the gloomy-looking leader of the foreign cultivators. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly opened his mouth. "If you have anything to say, you can tell me. I'll help you tell them." This sentence was said in a jumble, but the specific meaning had been expressed, and the other party had clearly understood. The leader of the foreign race cultivators carefully sized up Tang Zhen after hearing this. He then nodded his head and his expression also eased up a lot. We need a lot of manpower, so you've been temporarily recruited. We'll give you a generous reward, but if you dare to resist, don't blame us for being impolite. The leader of the non-human cultivators had an obvious threatening look on his face. The cultivators in the surrounding buildings also shook their spears, and the light on them became brighter. They obviously didn't know that the young man in front of them was actually a Law King. Otherwise, these foreign cultivators wouldn't dare to speak to Tang Zhen in such a manner even if they were given a few more guts. After all, to a ruler of laws, killing them was as easy as crushing ants. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the survivors and repeated the words of the foreign race's leader. After that, he waited for everyone's decision. In fact, the matter was already very obvious. Once they rejected the recruitment of the foreign cultivators, they would definitely attract the other party's siege. Under the situation where Tang Zhen did not make a move, even if these survivors were lucky enough to win, they would definitely attract the pursuit of their companions. The survivors looked at each other and nodded slightly. At this moment, many foreign cultivators had arrived from afar, completely sealing off the survivors' escape route. Beside these foreign cultivators, there were also many wild cultivators with different expressions and a large number of wanderers. It was obvious that they had also been forcibly recruited. After they saw Tang Zhen and the others, they all revealed gloating expressions. Their hearts had also become balanced. After confirming that they had no other choice, the survivors could only bite the bullet and agree to follow the foreign cultivators. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people in the group. They marched along the trampled roads, heading straight for the city where the foreign cultivators were. After walking for about 3 hours, they had gathered with more than a dozen groups of people, finally forming a team of nearly 10,000 people. Tang Zhen was mixed in with the crowd. He was slightly suspicious as he looked at this mighty group. He didn't know what these foreign cultivators were up to. Why did they recruit so many cultivators and wanderers to help? At this moment, a giant city tower that was built on the plain appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes. It was like a ferocious and terrifying monster that was coldly watching the crowd that was approaching. Behind the tower, there was an extremely deep passage that led to an unknown, mysterious area. 1126 The magical passageway. Tang Zhen could not help but be slightly stunned after seeing this strange scene. He also had a trace of anticipation for what would happen next. If he was not wrong, this mysterious passage seemed to be connected to another world. However, it seemed very unstable and could collapse at any time. If it was just entering the other world, Tang Zhen would definitely not be surprised. This was because for a national-level building, entering the other world for a battle was only an inevitable mission. There was nothing to make a fuss about. However, the passageway in front of them was somewhat unusual. When Lu Cheng invaded the other world, he needed the cornerstone platform to open the plane transmission channel to send Lu Cheng and the cultivator over. If this step was missing, the cultivator Lu Cheng would not be able to leave the world of Lu Cheng. It could be said that without the cornerstone platform, the invasion of the other world could not be completed at all. However, the mysterious passage in front of them did not seem to require the participation of the cornerstone platform. Instead, it was a crack that was directly torn between the two worlds. Moreover, the passage formed by these cracks seemed very short. One only needed to take a light step to cross it. However, Tang Zhen was extremely clear that the distance between the two was more than hundreds of millions of miles. What one saw might not be the truth. When one stepped into it, it was actually the beginning of a special teleportation. Before people could react, they would be teleported to an extremely far distance. Strictly speaking, almost everyone could participate in this kind of natural teleportation. This was because the moment the teleportation occurred, the body would be directly energized, and when they arrived at the destination, they would return to their original flesh and blood form. The teleportation array couldn't sense this process at all, and it was completely unaware that its body had already been reconstructed once. This explanation made sense. After all, how could a body of flesh and blood withstand such terrifying high-speed movement? It could be said that as long as one's body was strong enough, and with the appropriate protection, one could freely travel between the two worlds through this crack. Although the cornerstone platform could also do this, it would consume a large number of battle credit points. How could it be as convenient as this passage? In fact, this passage was more similar to a special world for Lu Cheng to advance, but there were some differences. At least in appearance, there was something wrong because it didn't have a portal. What Tang Zhen did not know was that even though this kind of special passage had never appeared in the wilderness war zone, it was not the first time it had appeared in this war zone. Moreover, it would attract countless cultivators to fight for it each time. The only regret was that this kind of passage could only be encountered by luck and not sought for. The city in front of him did not know what kind of luck it had to encounter such an extremely low probability thing, and it even appeared in front of his own door. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They must have already obtained a lot of benefits and were now planning something. Otherwise, they would not have forcefully recruited so many wild cultivators. Chaotic thoughts appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. However, his gaze was still fixed on the tunnel. The curiosity on his face grew increasingly dense. This mysterious passage could not be concealed at all. It was estimated that it would soon attract a large number of experts. At that time, Tang Zhen only needed to capture a king-level cultivator and he would be able to interrogate him for the information he wanted. At this time, the people who had long been stunned had already come to the front of the tower along the road and joined the dense crowd that had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they were surrounded by fully armed cultivators of Lucheng. They looked nervously at the people who had been temporarily gathered, on guard against any possible accidents. As the residents of Lusheng, they naturally knew more about the passageway. Because of the appearance of the special passage, the atmosphere in the entire city became particularly tense. All the residents were mobilized to participate in this matter. The cultivators who were in charge of the exploration had returned and brought back a piece of news that made them both happy and sad. Behind this was a huge world with many ruins and a large number of high-value items. However, the number of monsters was also terrifying. With the appearance of the passage, the monsters began to gather at the exit, as if they would rush out at any time. Once the monsters with terrifying strength rushed out of the tunnel, the nearby buildings would be the first to be hit. The city could be destroyed if they were not careful. In the face of this situation, the elders of Lucheng decided to seal off the passage and build a defensive wall inside the passage to prevent the monsters from approaching. However, when they were about to do so, they found that the manpower in the tower was not enough to complete the task. It turned out that there was only one entrance and exit in the tower world, but there were many entrances and exits inside, and they were constantly opening and closing. Fortunately, the positions of these entrances were fixed and not the kind of entrances that would open randomly. Otherwise, there was no way to know where they would appear next. However, this was not the key to the matter. As long as one entered any of the entrances in the passageway, they would be able to reach the world of Lusheng through the only exit in front of them. After entering the dungeon world through the entrance, one would randomly arrive at a different place in the tunnel. It was for this reason that the cultivators in the city could not defend all the entrances at the same time. Just a few days ago, a large number of monsters rushed into the world of the tower through the unguarded entrances. The cultivators in charge of the defense in the world of Lusheng suffered a great loss. Under the attack of the dense monsters, they paid a heavy price before they successfully blocked the monsters. However, the number of casualties in this battle was close to 1,000, which was a shocking number. How many cultivators could there be in a city? No city could afford such a loss. The elders of Lusheng City were worried about this. If the monsters continued to rush out of the passage, how many cultivators would they have to consume? Once they couldn't block the monsters anymore, even the city would be destroyed by them. After some discussion, someone suggested that they could not hide the passage, so there was no need to hide it. Instead, it was better to take it slow and steady to avoid unnecessary losses. At the same time, they could also gather a large number of people and immediately take action after entering the passage to build defensive buildings at each entrance. After that, they would completely seal the entrances and exits and send cultivators to guard them. As long as they could successfully do this and resist the monster's attack, the previous monster attack would not happen again. Once he had complete control over all the entrances and exits, Lucheng could explore this world freely and obtain endless benefits from it. After some discussion, the elders of Lucheng also felt that this was the only feasible method at present. However, the problem was that there were limited cultivators in Lucheng and it seemed impossible to complete this task in a short time. Most of the residents in the building were just ordinary people. They didn't have the power to protect themselves when they encountered monsters, so they couldn't do this job. Time was of the essence. In the end, the elders of Lu Cheng unanimously decided to start recruiting a large number of wild cultivators in the control area of Lu Cheng and let them all participate in the construction work. Since the strength of the wild cultivators was generally not high, the cultivators of Lu Sheng could completely suppress them and make them follow orders obediently. Once they encountered monsters, these wild cultivators could also act as combat personnel to prevent them from approaching the entrance. This was the reason why a large number of wild cultivators were gathered. Tang Zhen and the other survivors who were teleported from the wilderness battlefield were also directly recruited by the cultivators in Lu Sheng because of this matter. 1127 Entering the interior of the passageway following the appearance of Tang Zhen's group, the number of unaffiliated cultivators gathered in the open space in front of the tower increased. The sounds of discussion also rose and fell. Due to the cultivators of Lu Sheng who were waiting for them, these wild cultivators who were making a living nearby did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, they were weak and were no match for the cultivators of Lu Sheng. However, after seeing the mysterious passage near the tower, everyone was full of curiosity about the reason why they were gathered. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long before a cultivator from Lu Cheng stood up and flew into the air. Under the respectful and envious gazes of the wild cultivators, this peak-level Lord Cultivator, who was close to level 9, glanced around with a cold and sharp gaze. Then, he said in a clear voice, "The reason why Spirit Rock City has gathered all of you here is to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For your help to enter the tunnel and build a defensive structure to prevent the monsters from coming out and harming people. You may not know this, but there are a lot of monsters inside the tunnel. Each of them is extremely fierce. Last time, our Spirit Rock City paid a heavy price to resist these monsters. Thousands of cultivators were injured and sacrificed. It's because of our Spirit Rock City's selfless sacrifice that these monsters are unable to wreak havoc and endanger the safety of everyone and your families." The elder of Spirit Rock City glanced at the dense crowd of wild cultivators and saw that they were all cold and indifferent. He took a deep breath and continued, "In order to ensure that our home will not be destroyed by the monsters, this matter must be done as soon as possible. In order to not let you suffer losses, we will also pay the corresponding reward, which is equivalent to hiring you." When some of the wild cultivators heard this, their faces revealed looks of satisfaction. They did not want to work for Spirit Rock City for free, so it would be best if they could be paid. At the same time, there were many wild cultivators who looked worried. They thought that even the cultivators of Spirit Rock City had suffered such heavy casualties when facing the monsters. Wouldn't the wild cultivators whose cultivation levels were far lower than theirs suffer even more losses? Could it be that the purpose of Spirit Rock City hiring them was to act as cannon fodder to exhaust the monsters? After thinking of this, the wild cultivators immediately felt conflicted. They did not want to die in vain. However, because they were alone and were closely guarded by the cultivators of Spirit Rock City, they had no chance to leave this place. So, even though they were anxious, they could only silently endure and hope to find a chance to escape. Among the many wild cultivators present, there were many who had this idea, especially the survivors of the Savage War Zone, who couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. They didn't want to enter this tunnel that had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't want to risk their lives. Spirit Rock City seemed to have noticed this as well, so they did not give the cultivators too much time to think. One by one, the cultivators in the Tower City walked out and began to call out to the wild cultivators to follow them. Forced by the cultivators of the surrounding buildings, the rogue cultivators could only brace themselves and follow them, even though they were unwilling to give up. They quickly approached the location of the passage. When they passed by a location, some Lu City residents even gave them tools like pickaxes. It was obvious that they were going to use them as coolies. The wild cultivators looked at the tools in their hands with conflicted expressions. They hesitated whether to throw them away or not, then left with a flick of their sleeves. "Don't think too much about it. Let's just go in obediently. If we anger the cultivators of Spirit Rock City, they will definitely not let us off easily." An old wild cultivator advised the person beside him. Then, he carried the pickaxe on his shoulder and followed them with an indifferent expression. He didn't seem to be angry about this matter. The old cultivator who had experienced countless ups and downs in his life had learned to adapt to the situation and not fight against fate. Perhaps he had once, but after he had been beaten to a pulp, he had learned to follow his fate. Otherwise, he might not have been able to live to this day. After seeing the old cultivator's performance, the indignant wild cultivators all lowered their heads and sighed. They resigned themselves to their fate and continued to follow the crowd. Tang Zhen followed closely behind. He took a shovel from a Lu city resident and looked around while walking. He found that there were many high-level cultivators hidden among the wild cultivators, but they all used various methods to hide their cultivation. At this time, they were also moving forward with the crowd. With their skills, they could definitely escape the pursuit of the cultivators of Spirit Rock City. However, they did not do so. It was obvious that they had other plans. Spirit Rock City had also realized this, but they did not expose them. Instead, they allowed these people with ill intentions to enter the tunnel. In fact, Spirit Rock City was also very helpless. Once these hidden high-level cultivators were caught, it would inevitably cause a great chaos, and the wild cultivators they had gathered with great difficulty would escape in the chaos. Therefore, even though they knew that there were many wild cultivators here, they pretended not to see anything. After all, once these guys entered the passage, they would have to see if Spirit Rock City agreed to leave. As an 8th grade city, it controlled an area of 1,000 miles. There was a king-level cultivator in the city, and a large number of lord-level cultivators. They could completely annihilate the enemy who had ill intentions. Before they knew it, the crowd had already reached the front of the passage. The cultivator from Spirit Rock City took the lead and stepped into the passage. There was a hint of hesitation in the expressions of the wild cultivators behind him. After all, as wild cultivators, they had no access to matters related to the other world, so they subconsciously resisted. "Hurry up and leave, don't dawdle." The cultivators of Spirit Rock City who were guarding the entrance of the passage growled in a low voice. They showed an impatient expression and pushed the unaffiliated cultivators who were not moving forward into the passage. After the first wild cultivator entered the passage, it seemed that nothing unusual happened. The other wild cultivators were less apprehensive and followed him in one after another. The instant Tang Zhen passed through the tunnel, he felt as though his body had been stretched endlessly. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant. Soon after, he discovered that he had arrived in a desolate world. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds, making the world look gray. A super ruin was hidden in the thick fog. Although it was in ruins, one could still imagine the magnificent scene of the past. Although the ruins appeared to be quiet, Tang Zhen could sense that there were a large number of monsters hiding in the corners. They were using cold and cruel eyes to continuously size up the outsiders. Looking back, Tang Zhen found that there were many wild cultivators coming in one after another, but many of them were not in the group just now. They had obviously been randomly sent here. Even the cultivator from Spirit Rock City who had led the way had disappeared. Who knew where he had been teleported to? However, there were dozens of cultivators from Spirit Rock City waiting there. They looked warily at the ruins in front of them, and their faces were filled with fatigue. In front of the cultivators of Spirit Rock City, there were some hideous monsters lying on the ground. They seemed to have been dead for a long time. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the corpses of those monsters and discovered that their appearances were extremely malevolent. All of them had thick and heavy shells, just like an enlarged version of insects. They possessed extraordinary killing power. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City had paid a heavy price in order to stop the insect monsters. More than a dozen broken cultivators, corpses were placed on the ground at the side, and it was a terrible sight. To Spirit Rock City, the sudden appearance of this mysterious passage had always brought them both pain and joy. 1128 A strange substance. 1 Tang Zhen sized up the oppressive environment around him. He had yet to take a closer look when he heard a low roar by his ear. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and build your fortifications. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive when the monsters attack." Looking in the direction of the roar, they saw a cultivator from Spirit Rock City holding a spear. He was standing on a stone that flickered with silver light and glaring at the wild cultivators. From the aura of his cultivation, he was obviously a Lord-tier cultivator. However, he didn't seem to be in good condition. His armor was severely damaged due to the intense battle, and there were many wounds and bloodstains on his body. Other than the serious injuries that had been simply treated, he did not pay any attention to the small wounds. At first glance, he looked a little fierce. At this moment, he was scolding the crowd in a cold tone. The spear in his hand was slightly raised, as if he would teach the wild cultivators a lesson if they disobeyed his orders. When the cultivators of Spirit Rock City saw this, they immediately raised their spears and energy waves rippled from them. The wild cultivators were both envious and afraid of the low-level Mo weapons used by the cultivators in the city. Due to their fear of the cultivators in the city and the fact that their cultivation equipment was inferior to that of the cultivators in Spirit Rock City, the rogue cultivators could only follow their orders and start building the defensive fortifications, even though they were annoyed. Tang Zhen was surprised at the beginning. Why didn't Spirit Rock City send holy masters to transform the terrain? Wouldn't it be faster to build fortifications? However, when he personally entered the world in the passage, he was surprised to find that the land here seemed to contain a strange material that could repel and offset the skills released by cultivators. Even when low-level cultivators used their skills, they couldn't make any changes to the ground. Even if there was a reaction, it was very small. It could be said that a holy master's terrain transformation skill that belonged to the laws of Earth was completely ineffective here. Even a king of the laws of Earth would be at his wits' end here. Tang Zhen didn't know if the terrain transformation plugin would be effective here, but now was not the best time to experiment. However, he was quite interested in the strange substance contained in the soil. He wondered if it would also repel other types of natural energy. If it was the same, he could try to extract it on a large scale and then integrate it into the standard armor of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Wearing this kind of armor with anti-magic attributes, the Holy Dragon City cultivators would weaken the enemy's energy to the minimum, while their own attacks would not be affected. This way, the advantage they had on the battlefield would increase by several times. The Holy Dragon City cultivators, who were already fierce, would probably become the nightmare of all cultivators in the same level. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen also pretended to use a shovel to dig up the soil that was also flashing with silver light and piled it between the cracks of the stones. Due to time constraints and limited conditions, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City could only choose to use the local materials, such as rocks, trees, and soil, to build simple fortifications to defend against the sporadic monsters that would attack from time to time. With the joint efforts of hundreds of wild cultivators, it didn't take long for a ring-shaped foundation to be built around the entrance. Then, they just had to continue to pile the rocks and soil higher. With the protection of the wall, the pressure on the cultivators of Spirit Rock City would be greatly reduced when they fended off the monsters. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City were watching the wild cultivators with long spears. They also had to pay attention to the ruins in the distance and watch out for the monsters that could appear at any time. They looked very nervous and urged them to hurry up. Hurry up, if you don't finish your work here, no one can leave. Without our proof, you will be caught even if you go out. The leader of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City saw that the cultivators were so weak that he immediately shouted in a cold tone. He even had a smug look on his face. It was obvious that Spirit Rock City had already considered the possible situation before they had forcefully recruited these wild cultivators. The reason why the leader of the cultivators had said this was to make everyone dispel their perfunctory attitude. He said it now to let these wild cultivators know what to do and not to dawdle like this. Seeing the expressions of shock and anger on the faces of the wild cultivators, the leader of the cultivators snorted coldly and continued to shout, "You don't have to be angry. I can tell you clearly that as long as you work hard, you can finish the work in a day. When you leave this place with the certificate I've given you, you'll be able to receive a decent reward. My Spirit Rock City will definitely not be stingy with this small amount of money. However, if you continue to dawdle, the fortifications will not be completed in time. If you are killed by the monsters, you can't blame anyone else." The wild cultivators were indignant, but due to the strength of the cultivators of Spirit Rock City and the consideration of their own lives, they had no choice but to speed up their work. As Tang Zhen's mobile application was temporarily unavailable, he was unable to observe the details of this world through the map. However, he could still use his mental energy to cover the surrounding area of several kilometers and search inch by inch without the cultivators of Spirit Rock City noticing. With the mental power of these Spirit Rock City cultivators, they couldn't detect the mental power that had spread to the surroundings. They couldn't imagine that a Law King was hiding in the wild and observing the ruins around him. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to discover some interesting items. They were half hidden among the ruins and withered vegetation. Just as he was considering whether he should go over and take a look, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head and looked at a mound not far away. Seeing Tang Zhen stand up and stare into the distance, one of the Spirit Rock City cultivators in charge of supervising the construction walked over and shouted at Tang Zhen, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get to work." At the same time, the spear in his hand was fiercely whipped towards Tang Zhen's head. If a low-level cultivator was hit, his head would definitely be broken and bleeding. It was obvious that in the eyes of this cultivator from Spirit Rock City, these cultivators who had been forcibly recruited were not worthy of respect. You're looking for death. As City Lord Lu and a Law King, how could Tang Zhen allow a low-level foreign cultivator to offend him? Therefore, the moment the other party attacked, he snorted and raised his hand to slap. The invisible mind power smashed down like a heavy hammer, and the Spirit Rock City cultivator's chest caved in. He flew back a dozen meters with a look of disbelief on his face before he fell heavily to the ground. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. All the wild cultivators dodged Tang Zhen as if he was the god of plague. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City roared in anger and waved their weapons to surround him. Damn bastard, are you tired of living? The leader of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City glared at Tang Zhen. His face was full of anger, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This was because Tang Zhen's casual attack just now proved that he was not an ordinary rogue cultivator. Even he could not do it. Could it be that the cultivators from the enemy tower nearby had already sent people to infiltrate this place? Thinking of this possibility, the leader of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City became even more alert. He sized up Tang Zhen again and slowly raised the spear in his hand. Take him down. If he resists, kill him on the spot. As the leader of the cultivators gave the order, the long spears in the hands of the Spirit Rock City cultivators suddenly glowed with light and quickly rushed toward Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen did not care about them at all. Instead, he suddenly flew into the air and sneered at the shocked cultivators from Spirit Rock City. He then said in a calm tone, "You'd better survive first, then think about how to deal with me." When the cultivators on the ground saw Tang Zhen fly into the air, they immediately realized that he was a Lord-ranked cultivator. Just as they were about to attack in shock, they were stunned by his words. The leader of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City was about to capture Tang Zhen, but when he heard this, he immediately frowned and his expression changed. 1129 The terrifying giant worm not good, the monsters are attacking. Retreat. The leader of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City roared. At the same time, he glared at Tang Zhen with hatred. Then, he turned around and quickly moved towards the exit. Compared to Tang Zhen, who had an unknown origin, the threat of these monsters was undoubtedly greater. Moreover, after thinking for a moment, he did not seem to have the confidence to defeat Tang Zhen. In that case, it would be better to leave him to these monsters. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was probably no match for these monsters. He would probably end up being torn to pieces by these terrifying monsters and become their food. Although they didn't see the monster, all the cultivators of Spirit Rock City turned around without hesitation and ran toward the entrance after hearing the warning from their leader. As for the unaffiliated cultivators, they were even more chaotic. They all followed behind the cultivators from Spirit Rock City in an attempt to escape the dangerous area. However, what happened next made their hearts turn cold, and their eyes filled with despair. As it turned out, just as they were about to approach the tunnel, the already unstable tunnel suddenly trembled, then closed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. His last escape route had been completely cut off. Who knew if these monsters knew the exact time the passage would close? Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared so coincidentally and launched a surprise attack on the cultivators here. Seeing that they had no hope of escaping, the cultivators immediately looked at the distant hill in despair. The ground, which was originally filled with withered grass and trees, was now covered by the figures of countless monsters. Their huge figures moved quickly, making rustling sounds as they moved forward. It was extremely horrifying. From Tang Zhen's point of view, these monsters looked like giant beetles of various shapes and sizes. The one that was charging at the front was a large insect that looked like a rhinoceros and had a thick shell with sharp horns. A row of thick and solid insect legs continuously stomped on the ground, causing its heavy body to accelerate continuously. Looking at the charging posture of these bugs, even if there was a mountain in front of them, they would probably flip it over and crush it. The giant worm that followed closely behind had a streamlined shell and several tubes as thick as a fist on its head. A green fluorescent liquid was dripping from the top of the tubes. There was also a bright green area in the abdomen of this insect. It was constantly moving up and down as it ran, and it seemed to be filled with the green liquid. In the process of charging, these giant bugs would raise their heads from time to time, then violently move their abdomens, spraying out balls of green mucus. It was unknown what the structure of the giant worm was, but the green mucus was actually sprayed out nearly 1,000 meters away and accurately fell into the panicked crowd. As it left the insect's body, the green slime started to burn continuously. When it fell to the ground, it splashed everywhere. Anything that came into contact with it would burn violently. The cultivators who were touched by the green mucus immediately let out heart-wrenching screams. There were numbing sounds of corrosion on their armor and skin. Some people rolled on the ground in pain, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. However, this kind of flame was even more terrifying than the white phosphorus bomb. The body full of oil became the best fuel, and the limbs that were contaminated quickly appeared to be in a charred state, looking like dried branches. The cultivators who were being attacked looked at the approaching insects in horror as they dodged the green mucus. The hands holding their weapons began to tremble. In the face of such a monster's terrifying charge, their hearts were filled with fear, and they had no idea how to deal with it. However, the escape route had been sealed. Other than staying to fight the monsters, they could only hide in the surrounding unexplored ruins, but that might not necessarily be the case. Although the field cultivators were not clear about the situation, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City were very clear that the ruins were full of danger. Whether it was the terrifying insects or the strange mechanical creatures, they were all full of fatal threats to the explorers. In addition to these threats, there were also many metal boxes buried in the soil. As long as one got close, they would cause a violent explosion. Over 100 cultivators in Spirit Rock City had been either killed or severely injured because of these messy items. This made Spirit Rock City afraid of exploring the ruins. Moreover, the insect monsters that they had encountered before were far less ferocious than they were now, and their numbers were not as overwhelming as they were now. It was as if they had no other choice but to fight to the death. However, to their horror, after these two types of insects appeared, another type of extremely fierce-looking giant insect rushed out from behind the mound like a furious bull. They waved their sickle-like forelimbs and flew toward the cultivators. In just a few seconds, these insect monsters had already reached the cultivators. The cultivators at the front were directly sent flying into the sky, or their bodies were pierced by the sharp horns of the insects. However, when the cultivators' weapons fell on the shells of these bugs, they could not cause any effective damage at all. They could only leave varying depths of damage, but they could never harm the lives of the giant bugs. However, a casual attack from these giant insects could cause a lot of damage to cultivators, especially in such a dense number. The cultivators simply couldn't resist such a terrible collision. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators' formation was in complete chaos. Everyone dodged in all directions while trying to avoid the attacks of the giant insect. In particular, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City formed teams and fought while retreating, constantly fighting against the siege of the insect monsters. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City were able to deal with the heavy insects, but when the bladderfoot worms appeared, they were immediately in danger. The bladderfoot worm's strength was equivalent to that of a level 5 monster. Its huge body, coupled with its sharp blade-like legs, could easily cut through any target within a 10-meter radius. Once hit, the target would be immediately beheaded. Several cultivator teams from Spirit Rock City couldn't dodge in time and were hit by one of the bladderfoot worms. They screamed and blood splattered as they were cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground powerlessly. The rest of the bladderfoot worms were also wreaking havoc in the crowd. Broken corpses were flying everywhere, and from time to time, some of the worms would be killed. The mottled ground had already been filled with blood and broken corpses. Tang Zhen, who had been hovering in the air, was observing the situation on the battlefield. At the same time, he had also conjured a protective barrier to resist the attack of the green sticky liquid. He hadn't made a move before because he wanted to see what these insect monsters had up their sleeves. Now, he had basically figured it out. Compared to the common monsters in the world of Lusheng, these giant insects were more brutal and fearless. Their defense was more perfect, and they were more lethal. Tang Zhen could imagine that once these insects appeared in batches in the world of Lusheng, it would definitely cause an unimaginable disaster. He didn't know about other places, but this war zone would definitely not be spared. Those idiots from Spirit Rock City, they were not trying to get their hands on a treasure, but a terrifying giant insect's nest. 11:30 Inside and outside the passageway, the shock in Tang Zhen's heart became increasingly dense as he looked at those giant insects on the ground. He was extremely clear of what kind of terrifying disaster would be caused when a terrifying species formed into a sufficient number. These giant insects that appeared in groups were definitely a terrifying species. They seemed to have a clear division of labor, and when they fought, they each had their own role, possessing extremely terrifying destructive power. Especially their thick shells, which were extremely difficult to break through for cultivators who were used to using cold weapons. What caused Tang Zhen to feel even more surprised was that he discovered that there seemed to be something similar to the special material in the soil on the outer shell of these giant insects. It could reject the natural energy, causing these insects to possess an anti-magic physique. When the cultivators' skills landed on the bugs, their lethality was reduced by more than half. Some of the giant bugs with thick and deep jackets were almost immune to the energy skills of the cultivators in Lusheng. Since their energy attacks were greatly reduced and the physical attacks of cold weapons couldn't cause effective damage to the giant insect, the cultivators in Lusheng City were doomed. If they couldn't stop and prevent this terrifying monster in time when the disaster broke out, then the result waiting for people would be the same as the ruins in front of them. Desolation and extinction of living beings. The old land had completely become a paradise for monsters. However, what exactly was this place that was connected to the world through a special channel? And why was it destroyed by these giant insects? Tang Zhen's heart was filled with curiosity. He glanced at the cultivators on the ground who were still resisting before turning around and flying toward the depths of the ruins. Just as Tang Zhen was exploring the depths of the ruins, a large number of giant insects suddenly appeared in other parts of the world where there were entrances and exits. They launched a crazy attack on the cultivators in the building. They came out of nowhere in the hundreds and thousands, and like well-trained soldiers, they launched a crazy charge at the cultivators in the building. In such a situation, the first reaction of all the cultivators was to turn around and escape, and then rely on the only exit to block the attack. There was more than one exit to the outside world, but there was only one entrance from the outside world, and that was the passage outside Spirit Rock City. As long as they could guard this tunnel, no matter how many monsters there were, they would not be able to break out. Last time, a large group of monsters had tried to rush out of the tunnel. Spirit Rock City had used this method to successfully block the wave of monsters. Although the result of the battle had caused quite a number of casualties, compared to the hidden benefits behind the passage, this loss was completely acceptable. However, the cultivators from Spirit Rock City who wanted to repeat the same trick immediately saw a scene that made them despair. All the entrances and exits had closed at the same time. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had no hope of escaping, looked ashen. They looked at the giant insect that was getting closer and closer behind them and suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that the monster had deliberately opened this passage and waited for the target to fall into the trap before closing the entrance. Then, they would catch the turtle in the jar. The cultivators who entered the tower were like fish that fell into the trap. When the net was pulled in, they would not be able to escape. In an instant, screams rang out from every corner of the world. The struggling cultivators were swallowed by the worms and turned into cold corpses. There were also many cultivators who did not die but were captured by these giant insects. Then, they were transported to the depths of the ruins with their corpses. Outside the passageway, a large number of cultivators stood guard outside Spirit Rock City with nervous expressions. At the same time, their eyes were focused on the constantly changing passageway. Just an hour ago, when all the wild cultivators entered the passage, they found that there seemed to be an abnormal situation in the passage and urgently informed the people in charge of Lusheng. Almost all the cultivators in Lusheng City were mobilized. They stood guard outside the passage with nervous expressions and all kinds of heavy weapons were aimed in one direction at the same time. The governor of Spirit Rock City, a king-level cultivator in a silver robe, was also staring at the tunnel with a gloomy expression. "City Lord, why hasn't anyone returned after such a long time? Did something happen again?" An elder in a blue robe, Lu Cheng, couldn't help but ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Suddenly, he also had a worried look on his face. It's been so long, there should have been some residents who returned to take over. There shouldn't be no one coming out yet. I think something must have happened inside. Another elder from Spirit Rock City sighed and spoke in an annoyed tone. Although the monsters in the ruins are very strong, they can't kill more than 10,000 cultivators at the same time. As long as there is a slight buffer time, someone will definitely take the opportunity to rush out. So the biggest possibility is that there's something wrong with the passage again. City Lord Ling Yan pondered for a moment and said in a heavy tone. When the elders heard this, they nodded slightly. At the same time, they began to worry for the cultivators of Spirit Rock City. After the tunnel had appeared, they had all entered the ruins to explore, and were pleasantly surprised to find that there were an abundance of resources. As long as he could retrieve it and make use of it, the strength of Spirit Rock City would definitely rise to a whole new level. However, the monsters that occupied the area were too much for the elders to handle. Even though they had the strength of a peak lord, they couldn't face the siege of dozens of monsters alone. The giant insects with thick shells were the nightmares of the cultivators in Lucheng. Therefore, if they encountered monsters during their exploration, their first choice was to avoid them immediately instead of fighting them. However, the closer they got to the center of the ruins, the more monsters there were, and their strength began to increase. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City, who had suffered a lot of casualties, could only choose to build fortifications first, and then slowly explore. As long as they controlled this passage, this treasure would naturally belong to them forever. Thus, there was no need to rush to explore it. At the same time, in the process of several explorations, they also encountered situations where the passageway suddenly could not be used. However, it would not take long for the passageway to return to normal. This time, a similar situation seemed to have occurred, but the closing time seemed to be a little longer. Send someone to try to enter the passage and confirm whether the residents inside are safe. At the Lord's command, a dozen fully armed cultivators from Spirit Rock City stepped out and walked into the passage. However, they had only taken a few steps when they were blocked by a huge force, unable to advance any further. I don't believe it. Get out of the way and let me try. Under the gazes of thousands of Spirit Rock City's residents, a Lord cultivator roared and rushed toward the tunnel. However, when he touched the invisible barrier, he was still bounced back. After rolling on the ground a few times, the Lord cultivator looked at the passage with shame and anger. 1131 Chapter 1128. The arrival of powerful enemy city lord. We can't wait any longer. We have to open this passage immediately. If the residents inside are attacked by the monsters, our losses will be huge. Seeing that there was no movement in the passage for a long time, an elder of Lu City looked anxious and shouted to the Lord of Lingyan City. Elder Lu Cheng's face was full of anxiety as he spoke. Everyone knew that his two grandsons were in the passage and their fate was unknown. This naturally made him anxious. Seeing that no one was taking any action, he could not help but make a suggestion. Elder Taros, I can understand your feelings, but you must also know that you cannot act rashly at this time. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps this passage will be usable in a while. Another elder of Spirit Rock City raised an objection. However, the two of them were not on good terms, which led to Elder Taros thinking that the other party was targeting him. He immediately glared at him. The conflict between the two sides had escalated because of this matter. If it wasn't for the advice from the people beside them, the two Lu Cheng elders might have directly attacked. All right, quiet down. What are you all doing? Lord Ling Yan snorted and glared at the two elders. Then, he looked up at the huge passage that was still flickering. I'll go and see the specific situation first. It won't be too late to make a decision after that. Let's go, City Lord Ling Yan said as he flew from the top of the tower to the passage. Then, under the watchful eyes of the residents, he reached out his hand and slowly explored the passage. When his palm touched the invisible barrier, he immediately increased his strength and pulled at the passage with great force. The invisible barrier seemed to have turned into something tangible as it was torn apart by City Lord Ling Yan. Then, a crack appeared in front of him, and the world hidden behind it was vaguely revealed. However, this narrow crack did not last long. As Ling Yan City Lord's power was exhausted, it quickly disappeared. Sighing, Lord Ling Yan turned to look at the elders behind him and shook his head. I can't break the barrier outside this passage by myself, so we can only continue to wait. Let's hope it'll be like before, and the passageway will quickly return to normal. At this moment, the Lord of Ling Yan City was extremely depressed. Originally, he had gathered a large number of wild cultivators in order to build fortifications as soon as possible. Then, Spirit Rock City would rely on this to speed up the progress of the exploration, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits before the other forces arrived. This kind of ownerless passage world that was similar to the Cornerstone Platform mission world was not known for its specific reason, but it was not the first time it had appeared in the battle zone. Moreover, almost every time it appeared, it would attract countless cultivators to fight for it. Only the powerful Lu Cheng could firmly control it. Otherwise, even if it appeared in front of their own gate, they could only let other strong enemies fight for it. Seeing that Lord Ling Yan was unable to open the passage, the elders of the tower looked disappointed. Although they wanted to try to break the passage together, they knew that the difference in strength between a lord and a king was too great. Even if they were to attack, it would not be effective. However, he was really unwilling to just wait like this. Just as the elders were at their wits' end, a burst of arrogant laughter suddenly rang out in their ears. Then, they saw dozens of figures flying over at high speed. In the distance, on the road leading to Spirit Rock City, there were clouds of dust rising into the sky. Countless cultivators in Lusheng were riding on their mounts and rushing towards Spirit Rock City. When City Lord Ling Yan saw this, his heart sank. The thing he had been most worried about had finally happened. The other cultivators of Spirit Rock City were also shocked. Without any orders, they raised their weapons and took a defensive stance. Their faces were filled with shame and anger. These cultivators were so arrogant that they clearly didn't take Spirit Rock City seriously. How could they not be angry? Spirit Rock City Lord, since you can't open the passage by yourself, why don't you ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. As for help, a heavily armored king-level cultivator, who looked like he weighed a few hundred pounds, stood in front of the Lord of Ling Yan City. He laughed and looked coldly at the passage. Then, he looked at the gloomy Lord of Ling Yan City. City Lord Ling Yan, it's natural to share the benefits with everyone. It's not fair for you to keep all the benefits to yourself. Hearing this, the Lord of Spirit Rock City sneered. He said in a disdainful tone, "This is Spirit Rock City's business, so there's no need to trouble the City Lord. Please leave quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." "You're welcome. How are you going to be welcome? Are you going to fight me?" Lord Man Ji Yu laughed sinisterly. He glanced at the angry Spirit Rock City cultivators and said in a disdainful tone, "If Lord Ling Yan is interested, I can play with you for a while. It's been a long time since I've fought with anyone. My saber is almost rusty." As soon as City Lord Man Ji Yu finished speaking, the cultivators behind him drew their weapons at the same time. They looked at the cultivators of Spirit Rock City around them with malicious eyes and smiled cruelly. At this moment, the cultivators of the Barbarian Valley City riding on their mounts had also rushed to the vicinity of Spirit Rock City. There were thousands of fully armed Barbarian Valley cultivators, and they completely occupied the passage outside Spirit Rock City. All of them unsheathed their swords and looked murderous. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City immediately became more nervous. They pushed the heavy city defense weapons out of the windows and shot out sharp arrows, aiming at the cultivators on the mounts. "I'll say it again, leave immediately, or I won't be polite." The Lord of Ling Yan City took a deep breath and decided to teach these evil guests a lesson. After all, these people were really detestable. They were clearly bullying him. If he allowed himself to be bullied like this, where would his dignity as the city lord be? However, before the Lord of Ling Yan City could give the order, more figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a shocking murderous aura. After seeing this scene, not only did City Lord Ling Yan's face become even gloomier, but City Lord Man Ji Yu, who was standing beside him, also showed an annoyed expression. This bunch of shameless guys, they come faster than anyone else when they see benefits. After cursing a few times, City Lord Man Ji Yu no longer said anything. He just coldly looked at the cultivators falling from the sky and let out a light snort. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared around Lord Ling Yan. There were 5 king-level cultivators and a large number of lord-level cultivators. They were all wearing armor and holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. They were ready to fight at any time. After they landed, the cultivators of the Tower City ignored Lord Ling Yan and looked at the passage with a hint of greed and joy. Sand Spirit City, Ancient Ship City, High Mountain City, the city lords came without an invitation. Could it be that they are all here for this passageway? The Lord of Ling Yan City was silent for a while. He looked at the king-level cultivators in front of him and spoke in a cold tone. "That's right, we heard that a special passage connecting to another world has appeared here, so we naturally came to take a look. After all, this isn't a mission world opened by the Cornerstone platform. It can be said to be a land without an owner, so why should your Spirit Rock City monopolize it?" The Sand Spirit City Lord was wearing a yellow robe, and the sand was covered with strange runes. Fine sand was constantly dancing in the wind where he stood. His body seemed to be made of yellow sand. As he spoke, the yellow sand kept shaking off, making people's scalps go numb. The City Lord of Ancient Boat Tower was dressed like a boatman. He was wearing a half-body armor made of fish bones and shells. His exposed skin was covered with muscles, and his strange face looked very similar to a Chinese perch. The tentacles at the corner of his lips trembled a few times, and he said to the Lord of Ling Yan City in a muffled voice, "Even though this passageway appeared outside your Spirit Rock City, it doesn't mean it belongs to you. We are all reasonable people. As long as you agree to explore it together, we don't have to hurt our relationship. Besides, even if we were to really fight, your Spirit Rock City wouldn't be a match for us, right?" High Mountain City Lord, who was wrapped in a strange beast skin, looked like a savage. After Ji Chuan City Lord finished speaking, he also looked at Spirit Rock City Lord with a threatening look. City Lord Man Ji crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. Faced with the pressure of so many powerful enemies, Lord Ling Yan could only swallow his anger, even if he was unwilling. 1132 Forced Entry. 1. Don't talk nonsense. Let's hurry into the passage. We can talk after we enter. Let's go, Lord Man Ji said impatiently as he looked at the passage. Then, he ignored the gloomy Lord of Spirit Rock City and walked to the passage. When City Lord Ling Yan and the others saw this, they quickly followed, as if they were afraid that the other party would get the benefits first. But before anyone could react, City Lord Man Ji had already reached out and hit the invisible barrier on the passage. Immediately after, a ripple appeared at the entrance of the passage, accompanied by a black tear. However, this situation only lasted for a few seconds before it returned to normal. City Lord Man Ji didn't feel embarrassed at all that he couldn't break through the barrier. Instead, he turned to look at the other Law Kings and laughed. As expected, it's impossible to enter the interior of this passage alone. Let's all attack together. The Lord of Ling Yan City snorted and said in a calm tone, "Why don't you wait a little longer? The entrance to the passage might return to normal then. Why waste your energy? I have to remind you that if you force your way in, you may encounter unexpected danger." Hearing this, City Lord Man Ji waved his hand impatiently. "You're not trying to scare us on purpose, are you? I'm telling you, I can't wait to see what's in there. As for whether it's dangerous or not, I'm not afraid." After saying this, he turned to the 3 king-level cultivators and said loudly, "God knows how long this passage will last. We'd better hurry up so as not to delay the progress of the exploration. If you really miss out on something good, then it'll be too late to regret it." The 3 city lords nodded in unison. They had come here with such a large force specifically for this passage, so they naturally did not want to waste their time. Therefore, even if they couldn't enter the passage, they had to break it open by force so that they wouldn't waste their time. Seeing the 4 king-level cultivators gathered at the entrance of the passage, City Lord Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then moved closer. In fact, he also wanted to go in and see how the residents of his building were doing. "Everyone, let's work together to reopen this passageway. Then, the 5 of us will lead a team of 10 men each into the passageway. What do you think?" Sand Spirit City's City Lord's strange voice sounded again. No one had any objections, so they each chose 10 Lord cultivators to follow. "Open it." As the 5 king-level cultivators attacked at the same time, the invisible barrier of the passage was torn apart, revealing the world of ruins behind it. "All of you, get in and hurry up. Let's go." With Lord Mangu's order, the 10 Lord cultivators following him immediately rushed into the passage without any hesitation. Seeing this, the cultivators from the other towers also followed suit. After all the Lord-level cultivators had entered, the 5 king-level cultivators looked at each other and followed. As soon as City Lord Ling Yan and the others disappeared, the passage was sealed again. Only the cultivators in the 5 towers remained on guard, waiting for the City Lord to return from the passage. At this moment, the world that the passage was connected to was deathly silent, as if it had frozen. All sounds had disappeared. The 10,000 cultivators who had entered earlier were nowhere to be seen, not even a trace of blood was left. Perhaps it was because they had forced their way in, but the 5 city lords and their cultivators were not randomly scattered. Instead, they gathered in a huge square. Wisps of black smoke floated out from the cracks on the ground and formed a thick cloud in the air, making the surroundings appear blurry. Even with Lu Cheng's insane vision, he couldn't see what was hidden behind the black fog. Unlike the normal entrance, the entrance to the square was not outside the ruins, but in the middle of the ruins. This saved the cultivators a lot of trouble. Only Lord Ling Yan was surprised when he saw the surrounding scenery, but it quickly disappeared. City lords, are we going to move together or explore separately? Ancient Ship City Master carried a weapon that looked like an anchor. He scanned the ruins around him and asked with his eyes wide open. I wonder if you have any good suggestions, Lord Ling Yan. After all, you are the host. You must have explored this place more than once before we arrived, right? City Lord Manji Yu glanced at City Lord Ling Yan, who had a gloomy expression on his face, and asked in a mocking tone. When the other 3 city lords heard this, they looked at City Lord Ling Yan in unison, as if waiting for his answer. City Lord Ling Yan shook his head and said in a cold tone, the passage only appeared for a short time, and we have only explored the periphery, so we can't give any useful suggestions. Besides, would you believe me if I said it? City Lord Ling Yan, who did not see any traces of the city tower's residents, was in a very bad mood at the moment, and his tone was quite unfriendly. Hearing what City Lord Ling Yan had said, the other 4 city lords' expressions showed that they had expected it. Obviously, they did not expect City Lord Ling Yan to give them any useful information. After all, from the Lord of Spirit Rock City's point of view, the cultivators from the other 4 towers were evil guests who had come to attack them. He probably hated them to death, so why would he help them? City Lord Mangu's words were just to annoy City Lord Spirit Rock. The 5 towers, including the Spirit Rock City, were all level 8 towers. The areas they controlled were connected to each other, so there were inevitable conflicts on a daily basis. Now that the 4 towers had formed an alliance, it was natural for them to take advantage of the situation with words. As long as they did not go too far, even if Lord Ling Yan was unwilling, he could only choose to swallow his anger. Since the Lord of Ling Yan City doesn't have any good suggestions, let's explore separately. The first team to return will wait here, and then we will break the passage and leave together. If anyone dares to abandon everyone and leave by themselves, they will have to bear the consequences. Seeing that no one had any objections, City Lord Manji Yu immediately waved to his subordinates and took the lead to walk in one direction. Seeing this, the other cultivators no longer delayed and scattered to explore the ruins. Lord Ling Yan looked at the cultivators from the 4 cities who had disappeared into the black fog. The killing intent on his face became more and more obvious. After a few seconds of silence, he took out a hand-drawn map from his pocket. The few explorations in Spirit Rock City had not been a waste of time, and the map in his hands was his greatest gain. If one looked at the map carefully, they would find that there were many dangerous areas marked on it, and the direction that the cultivators of the 4 towers were heading towards had all been marked with dangerous areas. These damn bastards. They're delusional if they want to fight for profits with our Spirit Rock City. When we enter the core area of the ruins, you'll know how dangerous it is. After sneering, Lord Ling Yan led his 10 Lord cultivators into the black fog carefully. The thing he was most concerned about now was where the residents of his tower had gone. As for City Lord Manji Yu and the others, whether they could come back alive was a problem. 11:33 The strange insect. When City Lord Ling Yan and the others entered, Tang Zhen was standing on top of a tall collapsed building. He was calmly looking at the ruins under his feet. From the area that could be observed so far, the area of the ruins was extremely large. It looked like a super city with all kinds of buildings densely packed together. From the style of the buildings, it was somewhat similar to the medieval style. Many of them were built with bricks and stones, which looked very thick and neat. At the same time, on the remaining walls of these buildings, there were terrifying slash marks everywhere. Many bricks had been cut off by sharp weapons. It seemed that the giant insect with blade legs could cause such destruction. It was obvious that the destruction of the city had something to do with the giant insect. After carefully examining them, Tang Zhen confirmed that these buildings were extremely ordinary and were definitely not made of special materials. Originally, Tang Zhen thought that this place was the remains of a special building. However, he became uncertain after seeing the materials used for these buildings. If one looked carefully, they could actually find many swords and weapons in the ruins. Even some armors were well preserved, but there were no remains of corpses, not even a skeleton. Looking at the traces left behind in the ruins, it was obvious that a tragic war had taken place in the past. It was impossible for there to be no corpses left behind. However, the situation was just so strange. Even with Tang Zhen's powerful mental energy cultivation base, he actually did not find a single corpse. When he thought of those giant insects that were immune to continuous attacks and that even mental energy scans would have difficulty discovering them, Tang Zhen seemed to already know the direction of these corpses. Perhaps all the corpses had already been collected by the giant zergs and eventually became their food. However, the ruins seemed to have existed for a long time. With the huge size of these insects, how long could they last even if there were millions of corpses? Could it be that they had some kind of special ability that allowed them to survive for countless years without eating or drinking? Or could they enter a state similar to dormancy, which was why they could live until now? Tang Zhen's heart was filled with puzzlement as he swiftly headed toward the center of the ruins. He was anticipating to discover something. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen had already arrived at a wide street. Swish! A soft sound entered his ears. Soon after, a strong wind blew over. Tang Zhen's body twisted slightly, and he saw a black light flash past his side. His almost tangible spiritual force sealed the surrounding space, and the object that was shot at him was also confined in the air. It was a black bone spike. He turned his head to look at the location of the sneak attacker, only to see a giant insect with spikes all over its head crawling out from the back of a building. The instant Tang Zhen turned his head, a few more bone spikes shot out in succession. Naturally, the insect's attack was unable to harm Tang Zhen. He could easily avoid it. However, what made him feel strange was that he had not discovered any signs of the bone spike insect's existence before this. It was as if this insect had appeared out of thin air and then directly locked onto him to launch an attack. With a trace of curiosity in his heart, Tang Zhen casually threw out a bone spike, shooting through the sneak attack from the head to the tail. Without waiting for the insect to die, Tang Zhen quickly rushed over and continuously searched for the possible hiding place of the giant insect. However, after searching for half a day, he could only see a short trace of the insect. He was unable to determine where it had come from. Just as Tang Zhen was feeling extremely confused, a sense of danger suddenly assaulted him, causing him to teleport and dodge without the slightest hesitation. At the moment he dodged, two almost transparent giant worms appeared out of thin air. Their huge blade-like legs slammed into the ground, cutting the bricks and sending them flying. The two invisible giant worms that missed their target immediately disappeared from Tang Zhen's field of vision. They were like phantoms that could not be found. Although he couldn't determine the exact level of these two invisible insects, Tang Zhen could conclude that even if a king-class cultivator was a little careless, he would suffer a big loss under the sneak attack of these invisible insects. If a Lord-level cultivator encountered these invisible bugs, they would most likely lose their lives. The combat strength of the strange insects in this world of ruins seemed to be surprisingly strong. This caused Tang Zhen to be curious. At the same time, a thought also faintly appeared in his heart. What would happen if these giant bugs were placed on the planet where the Teroboros were? After thinking about the feasibility, Tang Zhen's eyes slightly narrowed. He casually took out a standard rifle used in the Holy Dragon City from his storage ring, aimed at a certain area, and pulled the trigger. Emerald green liquid splashed out. At the same time, the translucent outline of an invisible giant worm began to twist. Tang Zhen's rifle bullets easily tore its body apart. Compared to those giant insects with thick shells, these invisible translucent insects were agile and strange, but their physical defense was not that great. The Holy Dragon City's standard rifle could easily kill them. Of course, the premise of killing these invisible giant worms was to lock onto their hiding position. As the transparent giant worm was shot to death, the other invisible giant worm was not spared either. It was shot in the head by Tang Zhen 3 times in a row. Tang Zhen walked up to the transparent invisible giant worm's corpse and examined it for a while. He then kept the worm's corpse into his storage ring and prepared to leave it for the Holy Dragon City's scientific researchers to use as experimental material. Although the Holy Dragon City had been sealed, Tang Zhen was confident that he would be able to resolve the crisis of the city being destroyed and restore the freedom of the city's residents. However, the 3 special insects that appeared out of thin air had completely aroused Tang Zhen's interest. He recalled the random teleportation channel to this world and seemed to have thought of something. The next step would be to see if the sound of his gun could attract more insects. Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed when he thought of this. Soon after, he suddenly looked behind him and opened fire with the rifle in his hand. A series of bullets shot out and hit a human-shaped black figure that had suddenly appeared. In the end, the black figure was forced to take a few steps back. However, it suddenly leapt up and rapidly pounced toward Tang Zhen's position. Tang Zhen had already clearly seen the appearance of this black shadow the moment it attacked. It was actually a strange bugman with 6 scimitar-like arms and a head that was like a locust. The speed of this kind of bugman was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Tang Zhen. Its scimitar-like arm danced with lightning speed and attacked hundreds of times in an instant. If they were hit by the Bugman's attack, they would probably be turned into a pile of minced meat. Although this Bugman's attack and movement speed were extremely fast, its target was a Law King. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to observe it carefully, Tang Zhen would have turned it into a torch long ago. Tang Zhen easily received the Bugman's attack. Just as he was about to subdue it and study it in detail, he saw the Bugman suddenly open its mouth and emit an attack similar to ultrasonic waves, causing Tang Zhen's eyes to become slightly dazed. An attack that could affect a Law King would definitely pose a huge threat to low-level cultivators. This was obviously another killing move of the Bugman. After exchanging a few more blows with that Bugman, Tang Zhen had already basically figured out its attack methods. Only then did he casually take out the soul-devouring saber and directly cut it to the ground. Tang Zhen swept a glance at the enormous building that was faintly visible within the black fog in the distance. He then quickly rushed over. 1134 A trap. 1. Search carefully, don't miss anything, he ordered. Let's go. City Lord Man Jiyu shouted to his subordinates and led the way with his saber in hand. At the same time, he constantly scanned the surrounding buildings to prevent any monsters from launching a sneak attack. Although City Lord Man Jiyu acted like a rough man in front of City Lord Ling Yan and the others, it did not mean that he was brainless. Most of the time, his rough words were just a habitual disguise. Once they made a wrong judgment because of his words and actions, they would definitely pay a heavy price. At this time, City Lord Man Gu's face was full of vigilance. Even though he had not seen any traces of the monster, he did not relax at all. City Lord, there are a large number of weapons scattered on the ground in front of us. They don't look ordinary. Should we go over and take a look? One of the cultivators pointed to an area in front of them and reported to City Lord Man Jiyu. City Lord Man Jiyu followed the direction of the finger and saw many swords and sabers on the ground. The seven-colored light they emitted was extremely eye-catching. Let's go and take a look, but be careful. After saying this, City Lord Man Jiyu took the lead and walked over. Soon, he arrived at the place where the swords were scattered. However, when he saw the style of the swords, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. No matter what kind of common item it would all have a similar appearance. It was the same for weapons like swords. However, due to the difference in age, there would be some subtle differences. Unless one had a certain level of understanding in this area, it would be impossible to determine the approximate forging age with a single glance. However, the rough-looking City Lord Brute Valley was an expert in this area. As long as the weapon was held in front of his eyes and he scanned it, he could basically determine the material and age. It was also because of this ability that he could determine that the weapons on the ground were from different years with just a glance. The difference in time was basically more than 100 years. The earliest demonic weapons seemed to be 1,000 years old, while the shortest weapons were 100 years old. This strange scene filled City Lord Man Gu's heart with doubt. Could it be that in the past 1,000 years, a group of cultivators had come here every 100 years or so and then left their weapons here? According to this line of thought, then this group of people were the ones who had entered after 100 years. And NBSP, realizing this, City Lord Man Gu's heart suddenly trembled. Without hesitation, he dodged and retreated, trying to avoid this area that filled him with unease. Quickly leave this place, the further the better. While retreating, City Lord Man Jiyu also warned his men to leave as soon as possible. However, just as the City Lord Man Jiyu issued a warning, a giant translucent worm suddenly appeared beside the cultivators who had been following him. It waved its sharp blade-like legs and slashed down. These translucent invisible insects seemed to have suddenly appeared without any warning. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. Before the cultivators of the Lusheng Kingdom could react, their sharp blade-like legs had already landed on their bodies. PFF'd. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air could be heard. Of the 10 lords that had entered with City Lord Man Jiyu, 6 were cut in half, while the other 4 had barely avoided the fatal sneak attack. Seeing their companion's body split into 2 and struggling on the ground, the 4 lord cultivators who had just escaped from death let out angry roars and rushed forward with their swords. However, as soon as they launched their attacks, the invisible bug disappeared. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace. Everyone, be careful. The guys who ambushed us must still be nearby. Don't let them succeed again. The remaining 4 cultivators looked at each other, their faces filled with fear and wariness. At the same time, they subconsciously looked in the direction of City Lord Man Ji. Only then did they discover, to their shock, that City Lord Man Ji had already begun fighting with the enemy. The enemies blocking him were the 6-armed black bugmen. There were 4 of them in total, and they were attacking City Lord Man Ji crazily. Although these bugmen could not use any skills, their speed was extremely fast, and their long and thin blade arms were like divine weapons that could easily cut through gold and iron. Under the crazy attack of the 4 bugmen, City Lord Man Gu's situation was very critical. He could be hurt by the bugmen if he was not careful. Seeing that the City Lord was in danger, the 4 cultivators would not sit by and do nothing. They completely ignored the invisible insects around them and directly rushed toward the clumsy City Lord Man Ji. However, at that moment, the invisible bugs that seized the opportunity appeared at the same time, and their blade-like legs slashed down with a cold light. On the battlefield of life and death, the enemy would not care about the situation. As long as you revealed a slight flaw, a fatal attack would follow. With a flash of cold light, the 4 cultivators of Lusheng City who were eager to save their master suddenly stopped and fell to the ground in pieces. Damn it! The eyes of City Lord Man Ji, who was entangled by the 4 bugmen, immediately turned blood red. Seeing 10 of his loyal subordinates die in front of him, he was already furious. A terrifying aura spread out, and City Lord Man Gu's saber was covered in a layer of blood. His body suddenly doubled in size. As his body grew in size, his appearance also changed rapidly. In just a few breaths, he had become a terrifying monster. This was a cultivator's skill that could only be used after a monster's blood essence was implanted in the body. The more one looked like a monster, the more powerful the skill would be. And NBSP, looking at City Lord Man Gu's current performance, it was clear that he had already cultivated this skill to a very high level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become so close to a monster. At the same time, City Lord Man Ji laughed wildly and punched in Bugman. The Bugman's abdomen was hit by City Lord Man Gu's fist, and its body immediately went limp. Then, City Lord Man Ji grabbed it, pulled it in front of him, and bit it. Crack! A piece of the insectoid's hard shell was gnawed off by City Lord Man Ji, and dark green liquid splashed everywhere. And NBSP, die! City Lord Man Ji chewed on a piece of Bugman flesh, his face and chest covered in green liquid. At the same time, he roared and split the Bugman in 2. However, just as he was brandishing the 2 insect carcasses as weapons, the remaining 3 bugmen launched another attack. Their slender blade-like arms would slash across his body from time to time, cutting him all over. However, the monster-like City Lord Man Ji seemed to have become crazy. He rampaged all the way, making the bugmen not dare to approach easily. And NBSP, but just as Man Valley charged at another bugman, who quickly dodged, Man Valley, who seemed to have lost control, sneered and disappeared. It was obvious that he had given up on avenging his subordinates and had chosen to teleport away. In his opinion, these bugmen weren't king-level cultivators, so they couldn't lock on to him at all. As long as he could escape from their encirclement, he would be out of danger. However, what he didn't see was that after he teleported away, the bugmen and invisible bugs disappeared at the same time. Then, behind the ruins in the distance, City Lord Man Gu's frightened and desperate roar suddenly came. 11:35 The Sea of Bones, Nest 1. When he was approaching the center of the ruins, Tang Zhen was ambushed by dozens of bugmen. Not only were these bugmen extremely fast, but they also had special abilities. There was even a terrifying poison on their blade arms that would gradually paralyze the body with just a little bit of it. However, when facing Tang Zhen, these terrifying bugmen didn't have any advantage. They were often split into 2 by Tang Zhen after 2 to 3 exchanges. The difference in strength between the 2 wasn't just a little bit. As for those invisible giant insects and some insects that spat bone spikes and venom, he had killed nearly 100 of them. As he walked, he was left with the remains of insects. In the process of killing, Tang Zhen finally discovered the secret of the insects' silent appearance. It turned out that these insects were all transported by a mysterious force. Moreover, there was no energy fluctuation during the transmission. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen was unable to discover the insects. However, as long as these insects appeared, they could forget about hiding from Tang Zhen's senses. The final outcome would be being killed by him with a single slash. However, Tang Zhen was filled with curiosity towards this special energy that could transport the insects. Therefore, he continuously attracted the insects to appear and took the opportunity to study this special energy. Tang Zhen's plan had succeeded. In order to get rid of him, the insects kept appearing in waves. In the end, just as Tang Zhen was about to reach the center of the ruins, the number of bugmen he had killed was simply too many. No matter how he tried to attract the bugmen, there was no reaction. The bugs seemed to have given up on chasing him and allowed him to approach the center of the ruins. Tang Zhen tried a few more times. When he saw that those insects were indeed unwilling to appear again, he finally gave up his attempt with an unwilling expression and continued to approach the center of the ruins. This time, it didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a huge building. He raised his head and looked at it carefully. The exterior of the building was similar to an ancient palace, and its surface was full of complex and gorgeous decorations. It could be seen that a lot of effort had been put into its construction. However, the materials used in this building were extremely ordinary items. This caused Tang Zhen to feel extremely disappointed. Combined with what he had seen and heard along the way, Tang Zhen had reason to believe that this place was extremely similar to the mission world that was opened when the tower was upgraded. It was very likely that there were one or several tower ruins here. After having this thought in his heart, Tang Zhen had been searching for the possible ruins of the Lusheng. However, he did not discover anything along the way. This result could not help but cause Tang Zhen to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that his speculation was wrong and there was no ruins of Lusheng here? After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen walked into the building in front of him and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Voila! There was a violent tremor, and the bricks beside the giant building kept falling. Then, huge bugs crawled out from the ruins and gathered around, blocking the exit of the building. In addition to these giant insects, hundreds of bugmen that Tang Zhen had killed appeared at once. Some of the bugmen looked extremely special. Tang Zhen had never seen them before. After they appeared, they did not enter the building either. Instead, they stood guard outside with the giant bugs. If one observed these insects carefully, they would find that they seemed to be full of fear of this building. They definitely did not dare to take a step closer. Their originally emotionless eyes now had a trace of fanaticism. At this time, the giant building was completely surrounded. Any cultivator who wanted to enter or exit would have to pay a heavy price. Tang Zhen did not know what was happening outside. Instead, as he went deeper, he was attracted by the strange things inside the building. At first, he was very curious as to why there were no skeletons in the ruins. However, after entering the building, he realized where the skeletons had gone. In this giant building, there were piles of bones, so many that they were uncountable. The bones looked clean and there was no trace of flesh at all. There were also signs of serious corrosion, most likely the excrement after digestion. In addition to the piles of bones on the ground, there were countless things hanging down from the top of the building. They looked like dried egg-shaped objects piled together. They piled up in layers, looking like inverted stalactites, almost touching the bones on the ground. The space of the building that was dozens of meters tall was completely filled with skeletons and such things. They blocked Tang Zhen's path like the criss-crossed teeth of a dog, causing Tang Zhen to have no choice but to take a detour. At the same time, an indescribable rancid smell filled the building. He had to take out the underwater breathing insect and cover his mouth and nose to block the smell. After walking for a distance, Tang Zhen discovered that the sea of bones in front of him had started to sink. At the same time, a deep underground passage appeared in front of him. The bones had been solidified by some kind of mucus, so they did not fall down. As a result, the tunnel was surrounded by pale bones, as if something had directly entered from here. Tang Zhen glanced at the tunnel and found that a large amount of blood was dripping on the bones. It didn't exist for a long time. Perhaps the cultivators who were killed by the giant insect were dragged into this underground cave. However, why didn't they find any traces of moving along the way? Were the corpses also transported here? Tang Zhen stared at the entrance of the cave for a few moments before he quickly stepped in. However, he had just taken a step forward when he saw a large number of green dots of light suddenly appear at the entrance of the cave. They were filled with an ice-cold and cruel intent as they looked at Tang Zhen, who was walking over from a distance. Tang Zhen's footsteps slightly paused. He raised the soul-devouring saber in his hand and did not hesitate to meet the attack. A series of air-piercing sounds rang out. Soon after, a swarm of insects covered in silver armor that looked like metal swarmed out and rushed in front of Tang Zhen in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen's blade slashed out and cut the silver insect at the front. In the end, he was shocked to discover that the insides of this insect's body were no different from metal. Even with the sharpness of the soul-devouring saber and Tang Zhen's terrifying strength, he was only barely able to split open the insect's body. From this, one could see how hard it was. Moreover, what made Tang Zhen most surprised was that the black flame that was constantly present on the soul-devouring saber had suddenly disappeared when it came into contact with the insect's body. As a result, the power of the soul-devouring saber had been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for the fact that the soul-devouring saber itself was hard enough, it might have been broken by the blow just now. 1136 Bug Eggs in Food 1. The silver-white giant insect had a magic resistance attribute that was several times stronger than ordinary insects. No matter what energy was used in the attack, it would disappear when it came into contact with its body. Just this point alone was enough to make cultivator skills completely ineffective. In addition, the insect's shell was extremely tough, no less than real metal, which made most of the attacks from the cultivators in the building unable to cause any damage to it. If a group of cultivators attacked at the same time, only the Lord-tier cultivators could cause slight damage to it. The other low-level cultivators' attacks would only be in vain. Tang Zhen had no doubt that the appearance of this giant silver worm would immediately cause a disaster anywhere in the world of Lusheng. Under the situation where most of the cultivators in the Lusheng were helpless, the spread of the giant worm would be unstoppable. Tang Zhen, who thought of all this, could not help but feel some fear in his heart. It even caused the strength in his attack to increase a little in an attempt to directly kill this scourge. Although the safety of this war zone had nothing to do with him, Tang Zhen also knew that if the lips were to die, the teeth would be cold. Once this insect spread in the Lusheng world, who knew if it would affect him? Since it was a hidden danger and he had the ability to solve it, he naturally had to eliminate it. If he couldn't do it, Tang Zhen wouldn't force himself because he was very clear that once a situation that endangered the Lusheng world appeared, the cornerstone platform would naturally not stand by and watch. As for now, it was better to kill these giant silver worms first. As he swung his saber, the giant silver worms were killed one after another. Their broken bodies scattered on the ground, and silver light flickered on the cross-section of the bodies. A strange expression flashed across Tang Zhen's heart when he saw this scene during the battle. The speed of his attack suddenly increased by a little. There were only a few dozen giant silver worms. It seemed like a lot. However, under Tang Zhen's terrifying attack speed, they were all killed in just a few breaths of time. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was a Law King. If it were any other Lu Cheng cultivators fighting the giant silver worm, they would be the ones getting dismembered. Tang Zhen casually pulled up a section of the insect's leg that had been cut off. After he carefully sized it up, a faint happy expression surfaced on his face. And NBSP, it turned out that the insect's body was really made up of a large amount of metal. The main component was the strange material in the soil. It was actually a special metal. Originally, he was still worried about how to extract the special substance from the soil. In the end, the appearance of these giant silver worms had saved Tang Zhen a lot of trouble. Looking at the silver worm corpses on the ground, Tang Zhen even felt a little regretful. The number of these giant silver worms was a little too little. With a wave of his hand, he kept the metallic corpses of these giant worms into his storage ring. Tang Zhen's eyes focused as he once again walked toward the deep and serene white bone cave. The rancid smell seemed to have become stronger. There was a sticky liquid everywhere along the way, which continued to emit a dark green fluorescent light. Walking in such an environment gave people a strange feeling as if they were walking in the body of some kind of creature. This time, Tang Zhen had walked for a long time. However, he did not encounter any monster attacks. After he reached the end of the tunnel, a huge underground space appeared in front of him. Tang Zhen could not help but draw in a breath of cold air as he looked at the underground world that was covered by a dark green light. From his point of view, there were eggs of various sizes everywhere. They were stuck together by a layer of mucus, looking like small hills. Next to the hills of eggs were piles of transparent jelly-like objects, and inside them were cultivators of Lu City with different appearances. They had been frozen in layers of jelly, and had lost their life force long ago. Looking at the eggs that had already hatched and the bones that were being gnawed at, Tang Zhen knew that his previous guess was correct. The cultivators in the building were indeed the prey of the giant insects. Furthermore, they were the food for the newly born insects. It was likely that the tens of thousands of cultivators that had entered with Tang Zhen earlier had all been killed. A trace of anger burned in Tang Zhen's heart. Although he was not familiar with these cultivators, one should not forget that there were many survivors from the Wilderness War Zone among them. Even though the area of the Wilderness War Zone was equally vast and Tang Zhen had no interaction with those survivors before, they still had a trace of intimacy with each other since their floors were destroyed and they were in a foreign land. When they were attacked by the giant worm earlier, if there were survivors from the wilderness battlefield, Tang Zhen would definitely not stand by and watch. During the process of his exploration, he also had the idea of helping the survivors from the wilderness battlefield. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that it was already too late. Sighing softly, Tang Zhen walked past the hill of insect eggs and the insect rations and continued to head deeper. There was not much point in destroying the eggs. The key to solving the problem was to find the culprit. After walking for another few thousand meters, a dozen giant white flesh worms suddenly appeared among the eggs. They wriggled their fat bodies with great effort, and then, as if they were vomiting, they spat out human-shaped objects one after another from unknown places. These humanoid figures were the cultivators who had died in battle. At this time, they were all wrapped in the slime secreted by the flesh worm. When they came into contact with the air, the slime that wrapped the bodies immediately turned into transparent jelly. When the cultivator's corpse had accumulated to a certain number, these huge white flesh worms would twist their bodies and go to another pile of eggs, continuing to spit out the cultivator's body parts that had been swallowed. The body of the white flesh worm that was closest to Tang Zhen had already shrunk by several times after it vomited. After which, it could be seen to swim forward for a distance before finally drilling into an area that was covered by light. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter-long flesh worm had disappeared into thin air. This is the short-distance teleportation used by the mayfly bugs. Tang Zhen was incomparably surprised when he saw this scene. He was just about to step forward to take a look when he discovered that a white flesh worm that was as big as a round ball had suddenly appeared in the underground space at the spot where the light had enveloped. Under Tang Zhen's unblinking gaze, the white flesh worm rolled its body and carefully moved to a pile of eggs. It spat out the cultivator's remains that were wrapped in mucus once again. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen finally understood why he did not see any traces of the cultivator's remains being moved. It turned out that they were all swallowed by these white flesh worms and then transported back through this method. Tang Zhen coldly snorted as he rushed over at lightning speed. His soul-devouring blade directly slashed at the ball-shaped white giant worm. Bang! The white flesh worm was cut in half. A large amount of mucus wrapped around the broken body parts and splattered in all directions. The contents of its stomach spilled all over the ground. The white flesh worm immediately turned into shriveled skin. After wriggling on the ground a few times, it completely stopped moving. Tang Zhen did not plan to let any of the meat worms go. Therefore, after killing one, he immediately rushed to the next one. After a few breaths, all the flesh worms in his sight were killed. The ground was covered with jelly-like mucus and body pieces. It was a disgusting scene. Tang Zhen glanced at the hill of insect eggs in front of him, but there were no corpses of cultivators. He had a faint premonition that he was about to meet the creator of these insect eggs. 1137 The giant tumor Tang Zhen's movement speed involuntarily increased a little as the doubt in his heart was about to be answered. This time around, he had advanced another few thousand meters before he finally saw the target he had been searching for. In the huge underground space ahead, a huge tumor that was hundreds of meters in size was constantly wriggling forward on the ground. There were pipes dragging on the ground, and fresh eggs were laid from time to time wherever it passed. The huge underground space seemed to have been opened up by it because Tang Zhen could clearly see that some of the tubes on the sarcoma were constantly spurting out mucus, which melted and diluted the surrounding soil, turning it into a semi-fluid and then being swallowed by it. In addition to constantly ovulating towards the ground, the giant sarcoma also had a dense honeycomb-like cavity on its body, which also contained a large number of eggs. However, compared to the eggs on the ground, the eggs on these sarcomas were undoubtedly somewhat special. Tang Zhen guessed that those silver insects had hatched from these special eggs. In short, the giant blob in front of him looked extremely ugly, exuding a disgusting aura. With just a glance, one would feel a strong disgust from the bottom of their heart. There was only one thought in Tang Zhen's heart. He wanted to directly charge forward and smash this ugly tumor into pieces. However, just as Tang Zhen was about to take action, the giant sarcoma seemed to have discovered Tang Zhen's existence. Its huge body suddenly stopped moving. Then, a huge eyeball popped out and was lifted by a python-like tentacle. It kept approaching Tang Zhen. Around 50 meters away from Tang Zhen, the huge eyeball that was wrapped in green blood vessels suddenly stopped. After which, it stared at him without blinking. Tang Zhen only felt a wave of giddiness the instant he was stared at by the eyeball. His blood immediately became ice cold and everything in his surroundings suddenly disappeared, leaving him alone in the pitch-black space. Loneliness, fear, uneasiness, and other negative emotions gushed out like a fountain, making him extremely anxious and restless. Just as he was at a loss, a voice seemed to ring in his ear, telling him to move forward quickly, because this was the only way to leave this dark space. Immediately after, Tang Zhen saw a door appear in front of him. The door was flickering with white light and there seemed to be a sound coming from behind the door. It was filled with happiness and happiness that caused one to be envious. Just hearing it made one feel extremely happy. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He subconsciously wanted to walk forward. However, the instant he lifted his foot, a trace of scorching heat was suddenly transmitted from his chest. A thread of clarity suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's dazed eyes. He subconsciously bit the tip of his tongue and emitted a low roar from his mouth. Swish! The darkness in front of him receded like a tide. Tang Zhen discovered that he was still in the underground space. However, the eyeball that had emerged from the huge blob was already less than 3 meters away from him. At this moment, the eyeball was staring at him. Its eyes were filled with evil and greed, as well as the desire to destroy everything. There were even a few slender tubes flying around the eyeball. The front ends seemed to be extremely sharp. Once Tang Zhen got close, they would quickly pierce into his body. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with lingering fear. He didn't expect this giant tumor to be so strange. He was a dignified law king, yet he was almost plotted against and killed by it. After the lingering fear was a thick fury. Tang Zhen let out a cold laugh as he casually took out a single soldier machine gun and directly pulled the trigger at the giant eyeball. The bullets with terrifying momentum landed on the giant eyeball one after another, causing it to shake violently. At the same time, holes of various sizes appeared on the surface of the giant eyeball, and a dark green, stinky liquid continued to scatter before quickly retreating into the tumor. Tang Zhen thought in his heart that this was indeed the case after seeing this scene. This giant tumor that was also immune to energy attacks was not even as strong as a king-level cultivator. This was because the physical attack of a bullet could easily cause great damage to it. After discovering this weakness, bombs continuously appeared in Tang Zhen's hands and he threw them ruthlessly at the giant tumor. These bombs were not simple. Although they were only the size of a grenade, their destructive power was not inferior to that of a large-caliber howitzer. When the bombs came into contact with the giant blob, a deafening explosion immediately erupted. Then, a terrifying wound was torn open on the surface of the giant blob, and dark green liquid and flesh flew everywhere. The giant blob seemed to be unable to make a sound, but from its wriggling body, one could tell that it was in extreme pain. It seemed that Tang Zhen's actions had completely infuriated the giant blob. As it continued to throw bombs, bugmen were continuously teleported over and attacked Tang Zhen crazily. Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the densely packed bugmen in the surroundings. The soul-devouring saber in his hand was swung out with all his might, killing the bugmen one after another. At the same time, a liquid-like substance quickly separated from his body and condensed into a human-shaped object, which continued to throw bombs at the giant blob of flesh. This faceless human-shaped object was the liquid robot that was attached to the surface of Tang Zhen's body. In the series of explosions, Tang Zhen was responsible for killing and intercepting the bugmen, while the liquid robots were responsible for bombing the giant tumor. For a time, blood and flesh were flying everywhere, causing the entire underground space to be in complete chaos. The liquid robots were not afraid of the bugmen's swords, and their speed was also extremely fast, so even if they were surrounded and blocked, the bombardment did not stop. Since these bugmen were not afraid of energy attacks, Tang Zhen did not use any of his cultivation skills. He merely relied on his terrifying strength to fight these bugmen head-on. Unknowingly, the number of bugman corpses on the ground increased, and the green flesh and blood piled up on the ground. Tang Zhen's battle armor was covered in wounds. Many terrifying wounds had also appeared on his body. Fortunately, his body had already started to turn into energy. Therefore, the amount of blood that flowed out was extremely little. Moreover, It was rapidly healing while continuously expelling the poison. There were only a few bugmen left, and he had killed some of the giant bugs that were teleported over. He estimated that Tang Zhen would be able to clean up all the bugmen in about 10 seconds. He turned to look at the giant tumor that was being bombarded by the bombs, only to find that it was in a mess. Even the teleportation of insects could not help. Finally, after the liquid robot detonated a few more bombs, the giant blob of flesh that had turned into a pile of rotten flesh finally stopped writhing and was blown to death. Just as the giant sarcoma died completely, the remaining bugmen all trembled violently. Before Tang Zhen could recover, they madly ran out one after another. Tang Zhen did not care about the fleeing bugmen. Instead, he slowly walked to the corpse of the giant tumor. With a trace of curiosity on his face, he used the soul-devouring blade to pick up a piece of the corpse that was emitting a rancid smell. When he was fighting, he had accidentally discovered that there seemed to be a huge object inside the giant blob. Now that the giant blob had been killed, he naturally wanted to see what was hidden inside. It was just that the size of the giant blob was really too big. In addition, it emitted an unpleasant smell. Tang Zhen would have to spend a lot of time to clean it up. However, when he saw the hidden item, he couldn't help but be stunned, and the strange look in his eyes became even stronger. A house-like object suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. From the looks of it, it was quite large. The material used to make this object was surprisingly a silver-white metal that had an anti-magic attribute. Tang Zhen's curiosity became more and more intense. He immediately summoned the liquid robot to help and once again sped up the cleaning speed, trying to see the full appearance of this item. However, Tang Zhen, who was in the underground space, did not know that the moment the giant tumor died, all the passageways outside had been opened. At the same time, a large number of insects began to swarm out. Behind these insects, many missing cultivators appeared one after another. They walked with strange steps and wore strange smiles as they left the place one after another. 11:38 The giant worm is out of the cage. Countless insects rushed out, causing the cultivators in charge of defense to turn pale with fright and start to fight back. Although the cultivators from the other towers were also shocked by the giant insect's ferocity, their city lords were all in the tunnel, so they did not hesitate to rush over and attack together with the cultivators from Spirit Rock City. Although the insects' attacks were fierce, the exit was narrow. As long as the tens of thousands of cultivators blocked the exit, there was no need to worry about the insects escaping. Compared to the last time when the cultivators of Spirit Rock City fought alone, there were many cultivators from other towers this time. With them assisting by the side, the pressure on the cultivators of Spirit Rock City was greatly reduced. Fortunately, this dangerous situation didn't last long. The giant worm disappeared very quickly. Just as the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief, they saw a group of cultivators from Lucheng appear from the passage. They all looked very embarrassed. Seeing that their companions had escaped, the cultivators blocking the worm naturally wouldn't attack. They quickly let them enter their own camps and asked a few questions with concern. Most of the people who came out were cultivators from Spirit Rock City. There were a few who followed the 5 king-level cultivators into the city. They were all silent in the face of their companions' questions, as if they had something they couldn't say. Although the cultivators were inevitably suspicious, the current situation was critical and they couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For details. They continued to stare at the entrance of the passage and guard against the giant worm's attack. Boom! The earth seemed to shake for a moment. Then, everyone was shocked to find that a giant worm the size of a hill had broken through the passage and was crushing toward the cultivators. Behind the abdomen of this giant insect, countless insects followed closely, as if they were using it as a protective shield to block the attacks of the cultivators in the building. The attacks of the Lucheng cultivators landed on the giant insect's body, but they were all bounced off by its thick shell and couldn't cause much damage at all. As for energy attacks, they had no effect at all. When the cultivators saw this, they were shocked. However, they still continued to attack. Countless weapons were thrown out, and a dark cloud seemed to appear in the sky. Every second, a large number of spears and sharp arrows fell on the insects' bodies. However, at this critical moment, the cultivators who had escaped from the corridor earlier all revealed strange smiles and chopped their companions to the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 cultivators of Lucheng City were ambushed, most of whom were important personnel in charge of commanding the battle. After cutting down their companions, the cultivators of Lusheng City with strange smiles on their faces began to slash around wildly with a crazed look on their faces. However, someone quickly regained their senses and began to counterattack, cutting him down with a flurry of blades. At present, there were tens of thousands of cultivators blocking the entrance of the corridor. These hundreds of people couldn't cause much trouble at all. However, after the chaos caused by them, the defensive line was directly affected and the rhythm of the attack was completely disrupted. The supergiant worm, which was originally struggling to move forward under the concentrated attacks, took this opportunity to increase its speed by a large margin and charged over like a hill. When the cultivators on the defensive saw this, their faces were filled with despair and fear. However, none of them retreated and continued to attack. However, the supergiant worm still managed to withstand the attacks of the cultivators. It crashed into the dense crowd and began to trample continuously. Under its terrifying power, a large number of cultivators were trampled into meat patties almost every second. The bugs that were hiding under the giant bug's abdomen also swarmed in all directions. Their sharp blade-like legs danced wildly, and blood and remains were constantly sent flying into the air. The formation of the cultivators blocking the passage was in chaos, and more insects took the opportunity to run out. They quickly covered the ground under their feet like a black tide, gradually swallowing the panicked crowd. Very quickly, there was not a single cultivator left in the open space in front of Spirit Rock City. Instead, it was replaced by a ferocious-looking giant worm. After a few minutes of silence, more people walked out of the unguarded entrance of the passage. These people were also cultivators of Lu City. They were covered in blood-soaked armor and looked quite miserable. However, strangely, there was no dejection on their faces at all. Instead, they all had a strange smile on their faces. Among the cultivators with strange smiles, there were a few figures that stood out. They were the 5 king-level cultivators, including Lord Ling Yan. However, at this moment, they were just like the other cultivators in Lu Cheng. A strange smile appeared at the corners of their mouths, and when their eyes met, they seemed to be communicating silently. The open and secret fights that would have happened as long as they met no longer existed at this moment. "Let's go our separate ways." City Lord Ling Yan stammered out a sentence, then paused for a few seconds. When he opened his mouth again, he was much smoother. "Wait for the order. Don't act rashly before the time is right." Man Ji Yu, the Sand Spirit, Ji Yu Chuan, and the 4 city lords of the towering mountain city all nodded in unison. Then, they led the cultivators who had been killed by the giant insect and strode in different directions. A terrifying disaster was about to spread across this land. In the underground space, Tang Zhen had already completely broken open the giant sarcoma, revealing the items hidden inside. The thing hidden inside the giant blob monster's body was indeed something that looked very similar to a house. It was covered in strange runes, and the key nodes were inlaid with some kind of crystal, but it had stopped working. Tang Zhen's brows could not help but furrow as he glanced at the tentacles attached to the nodes and the electric cable-like objects that extended out of the house. With his attainments in runes, he could easily determine the function of these runes. They clearly had the function of control and sealing. Tang Zhen even thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the terrifying blob monster was being controlled by the metal house. To be more precise, he was being controlled by something hidden in the metal house. A glint flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. The metal house hidden within the body of the blob monster did not seem to be simple. If he wanted to know the answer to this question, it was actually very simple. He just had to open the metal house and go in to take a look. However, when Tang Zhen found the entrance to the house, he discovered that the metal door was actually tightly sealed. The gap between the door was filled with the same metal material. If one wanted to enter, one must use force to break it open. This small matter was not difficult for Tang Zhen. With his strength, it was an easy task to break this metal house. Tang Zhen took out the soul-devouring knife and stabbed it into the gap of the door. He exerted a little force and easily cut the door down as if he was cutting butter. Boom! The door fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, followed by an indescribable stench. Tang Zhen held his breath. He frowned as he swept his gaze over the interior of the metal house. After being slightly surprised for a few seconds, a pleasantly surprised expression immediately surfaced on his face. It turned out that there was a large number of origin stones piled up inside the metal house, and they were all cut into blocks, each the size of a brick. Without a doubt, this was a fortune that moved even him. 1139. A rare spatial tower. Tang Zhen's mood immediately became much more relaxed when he saw these origin stones. Tang Zhen's origin stone reserves had long been exhausted. This also caused the phone to enter a dormant state after sealing the Holy Dragon City due to the lack of energy. Without the help of his phone, Zhen Tang's combat power was greatly reduced. He couldn't do many important things, so he was very helpless. Therefore, it was extremely important for Tang Zhen to restore the mobile phone's functions. The most crucial point to restore the mobile phone's functions was to absorb and replenish a large number of origin stones. Originally, the Holy Dragon City still had a lot of origin stones in reserve. However, after the tower was sealed, he could not take them out at all. In desperation, he could only teleport out of the savage wildland and try to collect them through other means. However, things like origin stones were only circulated among king-level cultivators. There would only be a large amount of reserves in the towers of the country. If Tang Zhen wanted to collect them, he could only find a way from these towers. Forced by the situation, Tang Zhen had no choice but to take a shortcut. In the end, before Tang Zhen could take action, he unexpectedly obtained an origin stone that filled almost half of the metal house. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. After absorbing these origin stones, the dormant mobile phone would definitely be able to function again, and there might even be a large amount of surplus. As for the use of these origin stones, Tang Zhen was extremely clear in his heart. They should be the main energy source used to maintain the operation of the runic magic circle. Based on the number of origin stones piled up, it was estimated that it would not be a problem for it to run for a few thousand years. Who knew which guy was so extravagant as to store so many origin stones in order to maintain the runic magic circle's operation? He gave a command in his heart, and the phone on his chest vibrated violently a few times. Then, the origin stones in the metal room decreased rapidly, and it didn't take long for only a thin layer of the ground to be left. Tang Zhen's heart slightly relaxed as he looked at the mobile phone's interface that had reappeared in front of his eyes. A smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. As he walked into the metal house, the things inside were immediately reflected in Tang Zhen's eyes. It turned out that other than the large number of origin stones, there was also a person here. It was not entirely correct to call this guy a human, because other than his head and torso, he did not have any hands or feet. Instead, there were metal wires extending from his body, connecting to the control nodes of the runic magic circle. It looked extremely secure. It was obvious that Tang Zhen's earlier deduction was extremely accurate. This fellow whose original appearance could no longer be seen was the core of this runic magic circle. It was also in control of the giant tumor. However, this guy was already dead, because at the back of his head, there was a tentacle that had pierced through the metal house. It had broken, and a large amount of mucus was dripping to the ground. The real cause of its death was a huge hole in its head. A dead strange insect was lying on it, which should have been in its brain. Judging from the traces on the body, this guy should have died not long ago. However, what truly shocked Tang Zhen was that there was actually a foundation stone platform in this room. There was also a tower foundation stone that was suspended in the air. This world of ruins that was filled with terrifying giant worms was actually a special tower. Tang Zhen was stunned by this unexpected situation. However, his eyes quickly lit up as he recalled the information he had read in the Dream City Lord's notes. It seemed to have recorded this kind of special building. Once the spatial tower was built, it would form a special and independent small world. As the tower continued to upgrade, this independent small world would also continue to expand. This kind of spatial tower could only be encountered by luck and not sought. In the history of the world of spatial towers, only a few dozen had appeared publicly. As for whether there were other hidden spatial towers, no one knew. The tower city owned by Dream City Master was actually a special type of spatial tower. The main function of this kind of spatial tower was to provide an independent small world, but after the completion, there would be no buildings inside. If the residents of the tower wanted to live in the house, they had to build it themselves. Therefore, the ruins of the buildings outside were completely made of ordinary materials by the residents of the city tower. That was why Tang Zhen did not find any aura related to the buildings in the city. As for why these buildings were destroyed, it must have something to do with the giant insects. He walked to the cornerstone platform and took a look. Tang Zhen found that it was still operating normally and had also been recognized by the main control platform of the war zone's cornerstone. In other words, As long as Tang Zhen had the resident identity card of this tower, he could directly use this cornerstone platform to carry out transactions. However, in order to obtain the highest authority in the entire tower and use the special functions of the space tower, he would need the authority of the city lord. However, it was not easy to obtain the authority of the city lord. It required a series of complicated steps, and in the end, one had to obtain the recognition of the cornerstone platform. This was also the reason why there were very few usurps of power in the tower. Since Tang Zhen was lucky enough to come across this rare spatial tower, he would naturally not miss it. Even if the residents of this tower still existed, he would not hesitate to snatch it. Fortunately, the residents of the city had been dead for many years and had become a land without a master. This saved Tang Zhen a lot of trouble. Since he had decided to take this abandoned tower for himself, he must not touch the foundation stone of the tower. He even had to protect it at all costs, because once others knew about the existence of this foundation stone, they would probably rush to snatch it at all costs. This was because the residents of this city tower had all died, and before a new master appeared, anyone could take it away. Tang Zhen involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. This was because the entrance to the outside world was definitely a huge hidden danger. If he wanted to monopolize this tower, he must firmly guard the entrance of the entrance. Tang Zhen, who thought of this, immediately waved his hand. Over a dozen drones appeared in front of him and flew toward the entrance of the passage according to the instructions. He waved his hand once again to release the remaining 5 armed robots and let them participate in the protection work of the passage entrance. Only then did Tang Zhen sigh in relief. With the protection of the drones and armed robots, he believed that no one would be able to enter this place in a short time. What Tang Zhen needed to do was to speed up and usurp the authority of the city lord. If they did not have the main control platform of the savage barren territory, or if the owner of the tower still existed, it would be very difficult to do so. Most cultivators of the tower would choose to take away the foundation stone and let the tower be destroyed. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be much easier to simply destroy. Can you hack into the foundation stone platform here and help me obtain the authority of City Lord Lu? Tang Zhen ordered the phone and then quietly waited for its reply. Analyzing that Yu can forcefully crack the command. Do you want to execute the command? Today's cell phone had become more and more perfect, which made it much easier for Tang Zhen to operate it. Many things could be done with just one command: crack it and get it immediately. The faster, the better. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy as he immediately confirmed the command. The cell phone immediately started working after receiving the command. Because there was a copy system of the cell phone in the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone, a lot of data could be accessed, which also greatly reduced the difficulty of cracking the code. Just as the phone began to hack into the building's foundation platform, Tang Zhen's gaze turned to a table at the side and landed on a stack of books. Perhaps he could learn some of the secrets he wanted to know from these dusty books. 1140 Chapter 1137 The history of the Hidden Tower City. The world of Lusheng was a very strange place. There were many races here, and they were brave and good at fighting. They had never been afraid of fighting, and because of the special nature of this world, they were very keen on invading other worlds. One civilization after another was destroyed in their hands, but the cultivators in Lusheng didn't care about their own civilization inheritance. The scholar class was unheard of in many buildings. As a result, there were no words in many of the powerful towers. Even so, it did not affect the normal operation of the towers. In fact, to put it bluntly, Lusheng was a cornerstone platform that raised war machines. Everything was based on strength. Lusheng's development needed to rely on strength. Lusheng's strength also needed strength. Even if the next generation could live better, it also relied on strength. As long as they were strong enough, the cornerstone platform would be able to provide them with everything they wanted. As for the words on the cornerstone platform, they were directly projected into the mind through a special method. When they saw them, they would understand the specific meaning and didn't need to learn at all. Therefore, the illiterate residents of Lusheng could also operate the cornerstone platform skillfully. The ordinary residents who never left the city had no need to learn how to read. Therefore, the cultivators in Lusheng City were most concerned about improving their strength. As for things like words and cultural inheritance, what was the use of them after mastering them? Of course, many Lusheng attached great importance to inheritances and even had corresponding characters. Most of the residents in the Lusheng had mastered this language and used it in all aspects of their lives. However, such buildings were extremely rare. As a result, the books in the world of the tower became the strangest kind of item. Some towers attached great importance to them and specially opened up rooms in the tower for storage. However, most of the Lu Chengs didn't care about the books at all. Even if they occasionally got them, they would throw them away like old shoes. Many precious written materials from the wild buildings were ignored by them or used to wipe their butts. Tang Zhen was already used to this situation. However, as long as he had the opportunity to obtain a book from the tower world, he would not miss the opportunity to read it. In fact, he had even benefited a lot from it. The books on the table could possibly answer many of the questions in his heart. Tang Zhen slowly walked in front of the table and carefully used his mental energy to protect the page. He did not want it to immediately shatter upon contact with it because it had been too long. After brushing off the dust on the surface of the book, the exquisite cover appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. There was a kind of complicated structure of text on it. The writing style looked like the marks left behind by a sword when it cut through the wall. Because the phone had returned to normal, Tang Zhen didn't have to worry about not being able to interpret this foreign language. After activating the mysterious language cracker, the foreign language on the cover was automatically translated. Hidden Tower's History. As the name suggested, this was a book that recorded the history and major events of the tower. The content recorded in it was what Tang Zhen urgently needed. It could allow him to have a deeper understanding of the space tower. The book slowly opened, and lines of words appeared on the paper. Perhaps it was because of the special paper and ink, and the fact that it was always in a closed environment, that the book remained undamaged even after a long time. But that faint sense of vicissitudes could not be concealed no matter what. Tang Zhen finally had a general understanding of this building as he looked at the lines of words that seemed to be dancing. The founder of this space tower was only an ordinary cultivator. Although his level was not very high, he was a resident of a national level tower. During an operation to clear the monsters in the controlled area, he accidentally found the remains of a cultivator of the city and obtained a foundation stone of the city from his backpack. At the same time, there were many personal items. The value of a building foundation varied. However, unless it was a top-grade foundation stone, it wouldn't be able to sell for much. For example, in the treasure vault of the building where the founder was, there were a lot of abandoned cornerstones with unknown attributes or whose specific attributes had been confirmed. Therefore, the founder of the foundation stone of the tower didn't take it to heart. However, he didn't hand it over either. Instead, he kept it secretly. A few years later, this national-level building encountered a strong enemy when it invaded the other world, and its strength was greatly reduced when it was sent back to the building world. As a result, another hostile national city took the opportunity to launch an attack. They gathered a large number of cultivators and launched a surprise attack, completely destroying the city where the founder was located overnight. After the fleeing residents of the city avoided the enemy's pursuit, they began to wander in the endless wilderness. They never forgot to rebuild the city and lived a life without drifting. At this time, the founder was already a lord-level cultivator and had some savings. At the same time, he had many low-level cultivators as his followers. After wandering for several years, they finally decided to build a city that belonged to them. At this time, they were far away from the area controlled by the enemy, so they didn't have to worry about being hunted down by the enemy. Because he had long wanted to build a city, the founder had several carefully selected building cornerstones in his hands. He was prepared to use all his savings to make a big bet, hoping to get an ideal city. In the end, the few building foundations that he had placed high hopes on were all extremely ordinary buildings with very low development potential. Running such buildings would likely drag him to death. Not every city lord was like Tang Zhen, who could use a huge amount of resources to support an ordinary city and promote it to grade 9 in a very short time. It could be called a miracle in the savage barren war zone. The disappointed founder was disheartened. Just as he was about to give up on the idea of building a city, he suddenly remembered the cornerstone of the city he had picked up. In fact, every time the founder recalled this matter, he would be suspicious of the remains of the cultivator, because almost every item that the cultivator had carried back then was of great value. It was also because of the brain beads he obtained from selling items that he was able to obtain enough resources to advance to the overlord level. So, why would the remains of a cultivator with such a great origin, which were all used with precious items, bring an ordinary building cornerstone. After realizing this, the founder was immediately ecstatic. He took out the last remaining brain bead as a sacrifice and used the cornerstone that had been preserved for many years to build the city. As a result, this spatial tower city, which was called the Hidden City, became the new home of the founder and his followers. Although the creator only realized that the spatial tower had its advantages and disadvantages after entering it, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Due to the unique nature of the dimensional tower, as long as the entrance and exit passage were not opened, there was no need to worry about being discovered by the enemy. It also prevented monsters from harassing them, so the development of the tower was extremely fast. In just over 100 years, this spatial tower city had already taken shape, and its area had expanded several times. With the death of the Space Tower's founder, the second master of the Space Tower took over. Since there were not many internal and external problems, the level of the Space Tower continued to be upgraded at a steady pace. Just like that, without anyone realizing it, the tower was upgraded to a national level and began the battle to invade the other world. It was also from this moment on that disaster had inadvertently befallen the secluded tower. However, by the time it was discovered, it was already too late. 1141 Terrifying content. 1 Tang Zhen slowly put down the Hidden World Tower's city history in his hand and glanced at the corpse beside him. If there were no accidents, this corpse should be the last city lord of this space tower. As for why he ended up in such a state, Tang Zhen would have to continue to find the answer. After flipping through the remaining books, Tang Zhen picked out a diary-like thing and carefully opened it. With just a glance, Tang Zhen knew that this was the thing he was looking for. The owner of the diary had a strange and long name. Tang Zhen was not interested in remembering it. Hence, he called him the master of the Hidden City. This diary recorded the life of the Hidden City Lord. At the beginning, it was nothing special, nothing more than the trivial life of a reserve city lord. In order to protect his safety, the future city lord never left the space tower before taking over. After all, with the cornerstone platform providing redeemable resources, they could live a self-sufficient life. Of course, he was not the only one. In fact, many residents of the secluded tower never had the chance to see the outside world in their entire lives. Under the deliberate concealment of the nobles in the tower, they even thought that what they saw was the whole world. Although they had been deliberately deceived, this was actually not a sad thing. After all, being in the chaotic world of the tower, being able to live a peaceful and happy life was definitely something that countless people could only wish for. As for the cultivators of the tower who had to go out for their missions, this secret had to be kept strictly. This was to prevent the residents of the tower from being restless and wanting to go to the outside world, which would bring unnecessary danger to the secluded tower. Being hidden from the world, they were naturally unwilling to have any contact with the outside world. Even though the strength of the secluded tower city was already quite strong at that time, it still kept a low profile. Therefore, until the secluded city was upgraded to a national level, many residents still didn't understand the truth of the matter. However, it was no big deal even if they knew now. With the strength of a national-level city, the secluded city could definitely suppress all the low-level cities within a radius of 10,000 miles. The peaceful days would not last forever. During a mission to invade the other world, the secluded tower had encountered a huge crisis. After they were teleported to the other world by the cornerstone platform, they were surprised to find that this was a very desolate place. Many buildings had been destroyed for a long time, and there seemed to be no traces of living activity at all. The cultivators in the secluded tower, who thought that they had come to a dead land, began to explore this world. However, they soon made a surprising discovery. It turned out that there were many deep caves on the surface of this world. After careful exploration, cultivator Lu Cheng unexpectedly found an origin stone mine at the bottom of one of the caves. This was a real mineral reserve. The huge origin stones condensed into one, looking incomparably huge and shining with a dazzling 7-colored brilliance. The overjoyed cultivators of the city tower immediately began to cut the origin stones neatly and then sent them back to the city. The harvest this time was simply too great. There was no need to calculate in detail to know that these origin stones were enough to exchange for a massive amount of points, allowing the hidden tower to spend freely for many years. However, when they were searching for the world's origin source required for the mission, they found no clues at all. It was as if the world's origin power had dissipated. After careful research by the scholars in Lu Cheng, they confirmed that this world was indeed constantly dying, which was why there were no living creatures and it looked extremely desolate. However, such dead worlds would either be completely destroyed or be reborn. No matter what the outcome was, it would take millions of years. It was very likely that the origin energy had been snatched away by someone else or dissipated for some other reason, which led to this situation. After knowing the result, the cultivators in the secluded tower were extremely disappointed. They thought that the harvest this time would be beyond their imagination, but now it seemed that it might not be the case. If they couldn't complete the origin plundering mission given by the cornerstone platform, they would be punished, and these origin stones couldn't make up for it at all. Therefore, he was afraid that he would lose money on this mission. However, the problem was that the cornerstone platform would definitely not go to such great lengths to do something so useless. In that case, there must still be a world origin in this world. It was just that it was hidden so deeply that they had not discovered it. After realizing this, the secluded tower began to dig 3 feet underground again. As a result, when the cultivators of the tower entered the ruins of this world, they inadvertently woke up the enemies hidden underground. Countless giant insects of all shapes and sizes swarmed out of the ruins and attacked the cultivators in the building with all their might. In the face of a powerful enemy that was dozens of times their number, the cultivators in the secluded tower were forced to retreat. They could only retreat and retreat back into the tower in a sorry state. Because of the unique concealment of the spatial tower, the giant insects were unable to cause any damage to it, which made the cultivators of the hidden tower, who had suffered heavy losses, heave a sigh of relief. The residents of the building, who thought that they could rely on the space tower to avoid the bug horde, did not know that the disaster had quietly befallen them. This time, the disaster didn't come from the outside world, but from the inside of the tower. The space tower, which could provide them with protection, couldn't help them this time. Instead, it became an accomplice to the enemy. At this time, the diary's owner had already become City Lord Lu. He recorded the process of the disaster in detail in the diary, allowing Tang Zhen to see the scene at that time. The war mission has been going on for a year, and there are giant insects everywhere outside the passage. They seem to be able to sense the existence of the tower, so they have been lingering at the exit and are unwilling to leave. It's almost impossible to break through the blockade of these giant worms and continue to collect the world's origin. Today, someone told me that there seems to be a problem with the tower's treasury where the origin stones are stored. A portion of the origin stones suddenly disappeared, but no one has entered the place since the beginning, and the treasury's door hasn't even moved. I went to check it out myself and didn't find anything unusual. However, I don't know why, but I have an uneasy feeling in my heart. Everything seems normal recently, but I keep feeling that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Someone came to tell me today that some of the residents in Lusheng are acting very strangely. They often lock themselves in their houses, and I don't know what they're doing. The uneasiness in my heart grew stronger and stronger, so I sent someone to check it out, only to find that they had long disappeared. More and more residents of Lu City have gone missing. It's like they've melted into the air and can't be found no matter how hard we look for them. In the last 2 days, some cultivators have even started to go missing. I know that this is definitely not a good thing, so I immediately gathered my subordinates. We must get to the bottom of this matter. During today's discussion, there were a few people who looked at me in a very strange way. They just stared at me, and their smiles were very strange. It even gave me a very strange feeling, as if they had been replaced. I vaguely guessed a possibility and immediately ran to the treasure room in Lusheng. As a result, I saw many residents showing that strange smile on their faces along the way. The situation has become extremely bad. It seems that I have to make early preparations. Damn it, there's a terrifying bug in the heads of those dead residents. They were controlled by this bug, which is why they desperately tried to open the passage and let the bugs in. God knows how many people are controlled by the insects. For the stability of the city, I have to kill them all, no matter how many people die. When the diary reached this point, it suddenly became scribbled. It was like a child who had just learned how to write scribbling on paper, but in the end, he still wrote down a sentence. Food, reproduction Pixiu. It was followed by another sentence, and the handwriting returned to its original state, but the content was shocking. I've been infected by a parasite. 1142 The Secret Tower's City Lord's Scheme 1. Although it was only a simple line of words, Tang Zhen seemed to be able to understand the shock in the heart of the Hidden World Tower's City Lord at that time, as well as the pain and unwillingness. His hands must have been shaking when he wrote this, or the words wouldn't have been so distorted. If the owner of the Hidden World Tower was infected by the worm, he would gradually lose his freedom and eventually become the worm's puppet. A bug that could control a host's words and actions would never let go of such an important person. However, as long as they controlled the owner of the Hidden World Tower, it was equivalent to completely controlling the entire country. At that time, he only needed to control the secluded city master to open the passage and let the insects from the outside in. After the owner of the secluded tower confirmed that he had been parasitized, he immediately realized that the secluded tower had reached a critical moment of life and death. Perhaps after he was completely controlled, the secluded tower that had been passed down for many years would face its end. As a king-level cultivator and the master of a city, the secluded city master would never admit defeat so easily. So, he began to think of ways to solve the crisis he was facing. The next paragraph of text recorded the entire process. I know I can't admit defeat like this, because the future of the Hidden World Tower depends on me. I have to find a way to solve this fatal crisis. Although the bugs in my mind kept trying to control me and create all kinds of illusions, I was able to resist them all. However, my mood became more and more urgent, because I felt that my resistance was getting weaker and weaker. My most trusted maid suddenly told me that she was the one who put the eggs in my food, causing me to become a parasite without me knowing. Looking at the strange smile on her face and her mocking words, I originally thought that I would kill her in anger, but in the end, I chose to remain silent. What has happened has already happened. I'm too lazy to do such a cowardly act to vent my anger and let those damn bugs see me as a joke. Not to mention that I was also responsible for what happened today. If I hadn't been blinded by the huge wealth, I would have carefully examined the origin stones and discovered the abnormality of these origin stones. However, I still couldn't control my hands and feet. In the end, I opened up the maid's head and began to study the insects that were living inside, trying to find a solution to the problem. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he saw this. The hidden city master had finally realized that there might be a problem with the origin stones. This was because as long as he analyzed the entire process of the incident, he would be able to guess that the insect was definitely hiding within the origin stones. The cultivators of the secluded tower might have moved an entire hive into the tower. However, things had developed to this point and it was almost impossible to reverse it. The fate of the secluded tower seemed to have been decided. However, the secluded city master was obviously unwilling to admit defeat like this. Instead, before he was controlled by the insects, he began a series of actions. Killing his maid to study the insects was just an insignificant thing, because what he did next was even more brutal. Today, I gathered all the infected people in the city, more than 3,000 people. Then, I silently watched them being surrounded and killed, and then burned. Even though this is extremely painful for me, I have no choice but to do this in order to protect the tower. After I washed myself, I thought I was the only one infected in Lucheng. I didn't expect that night, my wife would be sitting on the bed and looking at me with a strange smile. She told me in a proud tone that the bugs that controlled the people in the building were only the lowest level of the bugs. There was a higher level bug king above them, and all the bugs were under its control. And that bug king is now in my mind. Even if I kill all the residents, as long as the king is still in my mind, the parasite will not stop until all the residents are killed. I was filled with despair and wanted to give up, but I was unwilling to give up. So, I thought hard for the whole night and finally came up with a solution. I've ordered people to use the special metal in the space tower to create a completely sealed metal house. A large number of runes and magic circles were carved on the outside to isolate the insects, communication channel similar to spiritual power. After that, I will seal myself in the room and completely isolate myself from the outside world. This way, the Bug King will not be able to control the bugs outside. I will also use some special means to prevent myself from opening the corridor again under the situation of not being under control. Because of the existence of the origin stone, I won't suffocate to death for a long time. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization when he saw this. No wonder the corpse of the Hidden World Tower's city lord was firmly fixed to the ground. His limbs had also been completely severed. It seemed like this was most likely the special technique of the Hidden World City Lord. The secluded city master, who knew that he would not be able to escape death, did such a self-destructive action in order to prevent the city from being destroyed by the insects. He was decisive and ruthless. Tang Zhen was suddenly very interested. He wanted to see what would happen next. I walked into the metal house and ordered people to seal the door and bury it underground. Then, I began a long wait. As long as I don't leave this metal house, the Bug King won't be able to control the bugs outside. The origin stone, the main culprit, has also been moved in and used as the runic magic circle's energy source to imprison the Bug King in my body. I don't know if this will be effective, but I have to do it. Tang Zhen shook his head when he saw this and continued reading. The Bug King in my mind became extremely restless, and I also fell into great pain. I felt my consciousness slowly disappearing. Soon, the illegible handwriting appeared on the diary again, with only a few words. I'm about to succeed. Tang Zhen knew that this wasn't the Hidden World Tower's City Lord's handwriting. Although it was indeed written by his body, the one controlling the body at that time was the Bug King. The following words were sometimes messy and sometimes neat. It was as if two people were writing sentence after sentence, and this continued until the last page. This is the last time I'm writing down notes. I can't control my body anymore, so I'm preparing to use my final special means. I will cut off my hands and feet, firmly fix myself to the ground, and use my body as a cage to imprison the Bug King. However, it was only at this moment that I discovered that the metal house actually had a hidden hole that was connected to the outside. This was clearly the doing of the residents controlled by the Bug King. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to investigate and hold them accountable. I only hope that the secluded tower can safely pass through this tribulation. The diary ended here. The owner of the hidden city must have cut off his hands and feet, and then fixed himself firmly on the nodes of the runic magic circle with a preset hook. This way, even if he died, he could still imprison the Bug King in his body. However, the hole in the metal house had caused the secluded city master's efforts to go to waste. The thick tube that grew out of the back of his head was probably the Bug King's main way of contacting the outside world and controlling the blob monster. It was even possible that the huge tumor was actually a part of the Bug King's body. There was something in the soil of the spatial tower that caused it to undergo a terrifying mutation. After retaining its ability to control it with its spiritual power, the Bug King's body continued to devour the soil and grew in size. At the same time, it began to produce a large number of bug eggs. In the following days, the residents of the Hidden World Tower were all killed by the outbreak of mutated insects. Then, the Hidden World Tower was teleported back to the Tower World. The Bug King that was living inside the secluded tower's city lord was lucky enough to escape. It did not turn into a monster, or it had already turned into a monster. After that, it used some unknown method to open the passage for a period of time every 100 years, attracting cultivators from the outside to enter and then turning them into food for the insects. As for why the bugs didn't leave this place, it was probably because they were under the control of the Bug King. Under the situation where the Bug King couldn't leave, they couldn't leave either. The moment Tang Zhen killed the Bug King, all the bugs were no longer restricted and naturally swarmed out. 1143 Inheriting a debt. After figuring out the cause and effect of the secluded tower's destruction, many of the questions in Tang Zhen's mind were also solved. The function of the metal house, the source of the large number of origin stones, and some special functions of the tower were all answered at this moment. At the same time, he was very satisfied with the special soil in this building. If possible, he was very interested in cultivating a similar Bug King. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to control the Bug King completely. The purpose of breeding it was not to self-destruct, but to try to place it on the planet where the Teroboros were located and see if it could cause them some trouble. Tang Zhen's teeth itched with hatred from the bottom of his heart for this powerful enemy who had almost destroyed the Holy Dragon City and caused the entire Savage War Zone to be disqualified. Because of their scheme, millions of cultivators in Lusheng City were captured. What kind of tragic fate was waiting for them? Now that Tang Zhen had inherited the main control platform of the Wilderness War Zone, he would naturally think of ways to rescue them. At the same time, he would launch the craziest revenge against the Terobo people. After provoking the cultivators of Lu City, the people of Terobo were destined to have a hard time eating and sleeping in the future. He did this to vent his anger and take revenge. He also wanted to obtain the reward from the main control platform to increase his authority and finally control the main control platform. He would then be able to take control of the entire newly built battle zone. Of course, before that, the first thing Tang Zhen had to do was to take control of this space tower and think of a way to resolve the Holy Dragon City's crisis. At the same time, he had to bring back all the cultivators in the tower that had been left in the other world. There were too many things to do. Tang Zhen was unable to split himself and was in urgent need of a large number of helpers. Bringing back the cultivators who had been left in the other world had become his inevitable choice. Fortunately, the remaining origin stones should be enough to support him in bringing all the residents back. Looking at the progress of the cell phone's cracking, Tang Zhen estimated the time and began to wait with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Due to the appearance of a large number of giant worms, the outside world had begun to become turbulent. Tang Zhen, who was cultivating, also opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. A trace of joy appeared on Tang Zhen's face as he sensed the progress of his cultivation. Perhaps, he would be able to completely grasp the fire law in a short time. Once he completely mastered the law of fire, Tang Zhen's combat strength would soar several times and completely crush those lower-level law kings. At the same time, he could also activate a new law star and master another kind of law power to increase his combat strength again. When the time was right, he would think of ways to find the opportunity to enter the next level. There were definitely cultivators of a higher level than law kings. Tang Zhen had already confirmed this. However, as Tang Zhen's level continued to increase, the original method of relying on killing monsters to increase his level was no longer effective. This was because there were no monsters that had reached the law level in the tower world. The cornerstone platform allowed the monsters to run amok in the world of Lusheng only to provide a tool for the cultivators in the Lusheng to train themselves, not to destroy all the Lusheng. There had to be a limit to tempering Lu Cheng's cultivators, or else it would be looking for trouble for oneself. The cornerstone platform would definitely not do this. Tang Zhen dared to bet that if a law-level monster really appeared in the world of Lusheng, it was estimated that the cornerstone platforms of the major battlefields would issue an order to clear it up as soon as possible and kill it completely at all costs. Since he couldn't increase his level by killing monsters, Tang Zhen could only rely on his own efforts to climb to a higher level with the help of his phone. Even so, Tang Zhen still had countless advantages over the other cultivators in Lucheng. As long as he continued to cultivate step by step, his future path would be smooth without any accidents. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen turned his eyes to the phone and found that the cracking work had been completed. If there were no accidents, Tang Zhen should have obtained the city lord's authority of this space tower. However, he was the only commander in this city. How's the situation? Have you completed the cracking? Although Tang Zhen already had an answer in his heart, he still casually asked, "The hacking is complete. You can now use the Castellan's authority." Another reminder, the hidden tower has been severely punished by the main control platform of this battle zone because it has not participated in the invasion war for many years. Tang Zhen suddenly had a bad premonition. He hurriedly asked, "Quickly tell me, what is the punishment?" The cornerstone platform had never been polite to Lu Cheng, who refused to accept the invasion mission. The punishment was also very serious. Tang Zhen understood this very well. After all, the cornerstone platform had spent a lot of resources to nurture Lu Cheng so that they could plunder the world's origin for him after they had enough strength. Once Lu Cheng refused to carry out the mission, it would mean that all their previous efforts had been in vain. Towards such an ingrate, the cornerstone platform naturally had to severely punish him to achieve the goal of killing one to warn the others. During the years when the secluded tower was controlled by the bugs, it still retained the qualifications of a national-level tower. It must have received countless infiltration missions from the cornerstone platform. However, in the situation where only a group of bugs were left in the tower, it would be a miracle if it could accept the mission. Perhaps with the wisdom of the Bug King, it could figure out the twists and turns in this matter. However, because it was imprisoned by the body of the secluded city master, even if it wanted to usurp the throne and accept the invasion mission, it was simply impossible. Now that Tang Zhen had become the city lord of this space tower, this debt would have to be borne by him. He couldn't shirk it even if he wanted to, unless he didn't want this space tower anymore. It was impossible. Even if he had to pay a huge price, Tang Zhen would never give up because the space tower was too precious and important to Tang Zhen. With its existence, the Holy Dragon City's strength would once again increase by a large margin. If he were to miss this kind of opportunity that could only be encountered by luck, Tang Zhen would probably regret it for a lifetime. After the shock, he quickly regained his calmness. Tang Zhen had also thought it through. How could there be so many good things in this world to obtain a rare space tower out of thin air without paying any price? Let's first listen to what the so-called punishment is, and then think of a solution. Due to the fact that the secluded tower has rejected the invasion mission many times, all trading functions of the cornerstone platform have been temporarily suspended. The trading function will only resume when the invasion mission is accepted again. The Hidden World Tower needs to complete a 3-star invasion mission before it can restore its upgrade function. The time limit is 300 years. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, the level of the tower will be reset to 0 and it will be restored to the size of a level 1 tower. Tang Zhen was unusually depressed when he saw this. He also felt an endless headache when it came to that 3-star invasion mission. Once the cornerstone platform's mission was marked with a star class, it meant that every tower could receive it. It was also because of the star class mark that it showed that the difficulty of the mission was extremely high. A 1-star mission was already very dangerous, let alone a 3-star mission. To Tang Zhen, it was no less than hell mode. Of course, if he was able to successfully complete it, the generous reward he would obtain would definitely cause Tang Zhen to be so happy that he would be unable to close his mouth. After letting out a long sigh, Tang Zhen once again inquired, "How much time do I have left? Can I complete the mission in time?" The space tower was still maintained at a national scale, which meant that the deadline for the mission had not arrived, which was why Tang Zhen asked this question. Less than 10 years left. Due to the high difficulty of the mission, it may take a lot of time. Therefore, it is recommended to accept the mission as soon as possible. Tang Zhen softly sighed, his face revealed a helpless expression. However, his eyes became increasingly determined. Although it was an eventful period with troublesome matters happening one after another, Tang Zhen was extremely clear that as long as they could endure through this most difficult period, what awaited the Holy Dragon City would be an even vaster world. In the 3,000 battlefields of the Lusheng world, there would come a day when the Holy Dragon City's name would be known everywhere. 1144 Returning to the other world one. Although there were many debts that he had to bear on the shoulders of the space tower, and he had to bear all of them as long as he became the new city lord, Tang Zhen still chose to accept it without hesitation. He didn't plan to take away the foundation stone of the tower directly and then go through a long upgrading process until it reached the scale of the current hidden tower. There were too many things to pay in order to upgrade a city to the national level. Tang Zhen had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, he absolutely did not want to try it again. Tang Zhen silently calculated the remaining time for the mission. After arranging the things that he had to do one by one, he tried to use his authority as the city lord to close the passage connecting the hidden tower to the outside world. Only by completely closing the passage could they truly be at ease. Otherwise, outsiders could enter this place at any time. Even though Tang Zhen had obtained the authority of the Castellan, he had to leave temporarily because he had something to do. If he was invaded by a large number of enemies during this period of time, it was still possible that the foundation stone of the city tower would be taken away. If that happened, his loss would be huge. At this moment, following Tang Zhen's order, the seemingly unstable passage entrance closed and contracted at an extremely fast speed. It quickly condensed into a point and then completely disappeared. The cultivators of Spirit Rock City who were guarding the entrance of the passage immediately reported this matter back. When the Lord of Spirit Rock City heard the news, he only smiled slyly. As the teleportation light disappeared, Tang Zhen appeared on the land of the other world. After obtaining the authority of the space tower and clearing all the possible hidden dangers and loopholes, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation and arrived in the other world. Of course, the teleportation function he used was not the kind of plain-channeled teleportation used by the main control platform, because it consumed too much energy. The main control platform, which had been severely damaged and had not yet recovered, was not able to do this at the moment. As for the teleportation function of the mobile phone, although it could be used, there was a special restriction. It could only teleport to a special world with the plane coordinates locked by the mobile phone, because the mobile phone only had the plane coordinates of those worlds. The world that the cultivators in the wilderness war zone had descended into was an ordinary world, so it was not within the transmission range of the mobile phone at all. Without the plane coordinates, it was impossible to directly teleport. Just as Tang Zhen was feeling a little troubled, his phone, which rarely took the initiative to help, gave him a suggestion this time. That was to use the main control platform to give him the coordinates of the plane teleportation, and then use the phone to receive it before teleporting. The only thing Tang Zhen had to do was to obtain the plane coordinates from the main control platform. It was very easy to do this. He could directly make a request to the main control platform. For the main control platform that once controlled the entire wilderness war zone, it was not difficult to provide a plane coordinate. It was just that Tang Zhen had to pay a sufficient amount of points to exchange for it. Even if he was already the person in charge of the main control platform, before he had the authority to do so, he could only obediently pay for whatever he wanted. With a trace of resentment and heartache, Tang Zhen almost emptied all his points to obtain the valuable plane coordinates from the main control platform. After secretly cursing, Vampire, Tang Zhen used the mobile phone that had obtained the plane's coordinates and activated the teleportation function to arrive at the destination. He scanned his surroundings and saw that it was a scene of desolation. Abandoned junk was piled up on the ground, and a train that had rushed out of the track was lying crookedly in the grass. It had long been dismantled, leaving only its skeleton. Compared to the last time he had descended, this place was more like a wasteland. Tang Zhen knew that the occurrence of this situation was definitely related to the Lusheng cultivators. This was because the half-mechs had no intention of managing this world. They had never cared about the lives of the indigenous residents. Now, in order to capture the fleeing and hidden Lusheng cultivators, they had no scruples in destroying things. As for the cultivators in the towers that were hidden all over the world, they also did not have any psychological burden of destroying this world. They had strong combat power and strange and fierce means, which made their destruction efficiency extremely amazing. The world that was originally free of war was now filled with smoke and war. If one were to look carefully, there were four main forces active in this world. They were the cultivators of Lusheng who had escaped and were hiding, the Teroboros who had stopped in their tracks, the cyborgs who were controlled by the Teroboros, and the members of the resistance organizations of various sizes. With the four forces fighting, the ordinary people caught in the middle were in big trouble. Once they were caught in the flames of war, their homes could be destroyed in a very short time. Whoosh! A sharp sound was emitted and a bullet flew past Tang Zhen's side. However, it was firmly fixed in the air when it was a meter away from him. Tang Zhen turned his head to look in the direction where the bullet came from, only to see more than a dozen indigenous residents darting out from the grass. They were holding large caliber rifles and locking onto him. At the same time, low growls came from their mouths, indicating to their companions that they must not let Tang Zhen escape. Guys, it's time to get rich. This guy should be worth a lot of money. Be careful, these cultivators are very powerful. Let's inform the cyborgs. Don't worry, boss, I've already sent out the notice. Although the aboriginals had guns and weapons in their hands, one could tell from their nervous and serious expressions that they obviously knew Tang Zhen's identity as Lu Cheng's cultivator and their strength. They couldn't deal with him with their strength alone. Therefore, these natives wanted to trap him and then hand him over to the cyborg in exchange for the reward. Tang Zhen originally wanted to wave his hand and leave. After all, with his status, he disdained to fight with these indigenous people who could be crushed to death with a wave of his hand. However, a thought suddenly appeared in his heart just as he was about to leave. After the tribesmen captured the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they would not send them away one by one. Instead, they would lock them up and send them away when there were enough. This time, he was going to lead his people away. If he was going to chase one sheep, he was going to let two sheep go. Why not bring back the cultivators who were trapped in the savage war zone? Their towers had been destroyed, and they were now purely wild cultivators. On account of their past relationship in the same war zone, as long as they were willing to work for the Holy Dragon City for free, Tang Zhen would be very happy to help them. Moreover, they all had a common enemy, the Terobo people, who had destroyed the wilderness war zone and made countless cultivators in the Lusheng area homeless. As long as Tang Zhen stood up and took the lead to fight against the Terobo people, the Lusheng cultivators would probably join the Holy Dragon City's camp without any hesitation. They would think of a way to rescue the captured Lusheng cultivators. In this way, the ultimate winner would still be Tang Zhen. Not only could he improve his strength and take revenge, but he could also earn points from the main control platform to upgrade his privileges. It was simply a good deal. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He casually waved his hand and the natives that surrounded him fell to the ground one after another. Each of them was knocked unconscious by his mental energy. After getting rid of these eyesores, Tang Zhen used his phone to call Qianlong's communicator. The call was quickly picked up. "City Lord, you've come." The image of 1,000 dragons appeared, and a hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. I just came here and was about to bring you guys back to the world of Lusheng. How are you guys doing? Everything's fine. We've been hiding in the cave since you left last time. We took the opportunity to take action a few times and rescued many cultivators from other buildings. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. He used an approving tone and said, "You've done well. I was planning to leave with the other cultivators of Lusheng, but I'll give you a task now, which is to contact the other cultivators as much as possible. As long as they agree to be hired by the Holy Dragon City for 20 years, they can leave with them. If they don't agree, you don't have to force yourself." Tang Zhen paused for a moment when he spoke until this point. He swept a glance at the vehicle that was speeding over from the distance and said to Qianlong, "I have something to deal with now. I think it will take a few days. You just have to wait in peace during this time." After saying this, Tang Zhen turned off the communicator and turned to look at the cyborgs rushing over in the vehicles. A sinister smile appeared on his face. 1145 The top of the bounty list 1. The 20 or so cyborgs on the off-road combat vehicles that were speeding over had excited expressions as they looked at Tang Zhen's position from a distance. At this moment, their minds were filled with colorful banknotes flying in the air. Ever since the end of the last war, the triumphant Chirobo tribesmen had begun to hunt for the cultivators who had escaped. They had even offered extremely high rewards. The Chirobo people distributed items similar to tablets everywhere. They stored the wanted list that they had created after interrogation and screening. The bounty for cultivators of different levels in Lusheng varied. However, even if it was the most ordinary cultivator in Lusheng, the reward for capturing him was enough to make one rich overnight. There were always brave men with great rewards. Although the strength of the cultivators of Lucheng made the natives afraid, they still chose to take the risk and began to hunt down the cultivators of Lucheng under the stimulation of the high reward. In this extremely unfavorable environment, the situation of the cultivators in Lucheng became more and more difficult. After all, they were not gods and could be killed by guns and weapons. Moreover, after losing Lucheng's support and all kinds of supplies, the combat power of Lucheng's cultivators was greatly limited. As time passed, more and more Lucheng cultivators were captured. The natives who caught them did receive a huge reward from the Chirobo people. Stimulated by the legends of sudden wealth, more and more natives joined the ranks of the cultivators in Lu City. Even some resistance organizations that opposed the Chirobo people secretly participated in the capture. They also needed funds for their activities, and in the eyes of many rebels, the cultivators of Lusheng were despicable intruders, just like the Chirobo people. Therefore, it was reasonable to capture them in exchange for the reward. As for the cyborgs that were directly controlled by the Teroboros, they had expanded once again. Many of them were members of the native army who had participated in the interception of the cultivators in the city. After the cyborgs suffered heavy losses, they were also recruited and modified. To put it bluntly, they were just mass-produced cannon fodder, not on the same level as the cyborg warriors. The reward order issued by the Chirobo people was also effective on these cyborgs. The Chirobo people had even sent out many cyborg capture teams to capture cultivators all over the world. The half-androids in front of him were members of a small capture team. After receiving the notice, they immediately rushed over. At this time, they were less than a kilometer away from Tang Zhen. A cyborg impatiently used the equipment to lock onto Tang Zhen and used an extremely fast speed to capture his image for comparison to confirm Tang Zhen's specific bounty price. A cyborg holding a gun impatiently looked at his companion who was holding an electronic device and asked in an urgent tone, "How is it, brother? Do you have any information on this guy? How much is he worth?" The other people in the carriage also perked up their ears. They were obviously very concerned about this matter. If they really encountered a lord-level big fish, they would basically be able to live without worries for the rest of their lives. While everyone was asking, the half-robot that was in charge of confirming Tang Zhen's identity stared at the screen with a face of disbelief. After which, he subconsciously rubbed his eyes that had been modified. The cyborg glanced at the information displayed on the screen again. He looked up with a blank expression and looked at his anxious companion. "Tell me, how much is this guy's bounty?" Seeing that the car was about to approach Tang Zhen, everyone was ready to fight. However, they still urgently needed to know the bounty price of this cultivator in order to determine the other party's combat power. At this moment, the cyborg who had confirmed Tang Zhen's identity shouted in a near-crazy voice filled with despair, "Damn it, he's the #1 wanted person on the wanted list, that Holy Dragon City Lord Tang Zhen. As soon as he said that, the cyborgs, who were originally full of fighting spirit, immediately fell into a state of shock as if they had been struck by lightning. An indescribable fear emerged in the cyborgs' hearts, making them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Although cultivators of Lusheng were being captured all over the world, most of them were low-level cultivators. Occasionally, they would encounter Lord-level cultivators, and they would need the help of a cyborg at the level of a regional inspector to ensure the success of the capture. If the cultivators in Lusheng were stronger, they would not be able to capture him without a large number of people and a certain number of casualties. Just a few days ago, a heavily injured king-class cultivator had been discovered. The cyborgs had dispatched a large number of combat personnel, and the Teroboros had even sent a warship to participate in the battle. Only then did they successfully subdue him. Although they won in the end, hundreds of androids died in battle. The casualties of the ordinary native soldiers were far beyond imagination. This king-level cultivator was only ranked below 50th on the wanted list, and he was severely injured. From this, it could be seen how powerful Lu Cheng, who was ranked at the top, was. To be exact, the top 50 cultivators of Lu Cheng were all king-level cultivators who had escaped from the battle. They were now hidden all over the world and were the biggest threat to the cyborgs. They were also targets that must be captured. However, with the strength of king-level cultivators, an ordinary hunting team like this wouldn't get rich if they ran into them. They would get themselves killed. This was especially so for Tang Zhen, who was ranked first. He was someone that all the cyborgs and natives were familiar with. His wanted order had already been posted in every corner of this world. That long string of bounties attracted countless greedy gazes. The tribesmen had already given the order that once they discovered Tang Zhen's traces, they must immediately report it without any hesitation. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. However, ever since the end of the Great Battle, Tang Zhen's figure had disappeared into thin air. Even the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City had disappeared without a trace. Only the heavens knew where they were hiding. Never in their wildest dreams did this small capturing team expect that they would actually meet Tang Zhen by accident. This was not a pleasant surprise to them at all. Instead, it was a nightmare. The leader of the capture team was the first to regain his senses. He shouted at the pilot beside him, "Quickly turn around and escape. If we're any slower, we'll be dead." After hearing their leader's words, the other cyborgs woke up from their daze and immediately shouted at the same time, urging the pilot to turn around quickly. At the same time, they also issued a warning to their companions who were following closely behind. The car that was originally rushing towards Tang Zhen suddenly turned around at this moment and returned in the direction it came from. As they retreated, all the cyborgs looked at Tang Zhen's position with worried expressions. They only heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that he had not continued to chase after them. Immediately inform the headquarters that they have discovered Tang Zhen's traces. Tell them to immediately send experts to assist in the battle. At the same time, dispatch warships to capture him. After shouting this, the leader of the capture team wanted to add another sentence, but he found that his team members were all looking forward in a daze, their faces full of fear and despair. His heart trembled, and he immediately had a bad feeling. He subconsciously looked in front of him. The Holy Dragon City Master, who was like a nightmare in their eyes, had appeared in front of their escape path. He was looking at them with a mocking and cold gaze. It was like a cat staring at a pitiful mouse that was trying to escape in panic. The leader of the capturing team also looked desperate. Then, he suddenly shouted with all his might, "Attack immediately. As long as we can hold on until the tribesmen arrive, we can still be saved. If we don't resist, we'll all die." When the frightened cyborgs heard this, they all roared in unison. They stretched their bodies out of the window, aimed at Tang Zhen, and began to pull the trigger. A dense rain of bullets poured towards Tang Zhen. However, these terrifying bullets, which could penetrate steel plates, suddenly stopped less than a meter away from Tang Zhen. It was as though they were blocked by an invisible wall. Tang Zhen, who was being attacked, did not move at all. He continued to use a mocking gaze to look at them. It was as if he was looking at a group of pitiful worms struggling in their deathbed. The despair in the eyes of those half-mechs became even more obvious when they saw that their attacks were ineffective against Tang Zhen. However, what followed was an even more frenzied attack to vent the fear in their hearts. 1146. Flying sword that cuts down. Warship. A trace of disdain flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes as he looked at those half-mechs that were like moths flying into the fire and continuously launching attacks at him. These half-androids looked like a group of fearless bees. Although they did pose a slight threat to humans, they could be easily killed by humans. Most of the time, the attacks of low-level creatures against high-level creatures were in vain because their strength was not on the same level. With a slight thought, an invisible protective barrier blocked the flying bullets. Then, his almost solid mental power transformed into a pair of giant hands and threw the speeding car high into the sky. The cyborg that flew into the sky with the car also fell into despair and could only roar in vain. With the help of his spiritual power, the car was sent flying more than 20 meters in the air before it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A loud crash was heard, followed by an even louder explosion. Almost all the cyborgs in the cars were knocked unconscious. A cyborg who was lucky enough not to faint immediately struggled to jump out of the car. He then watched as his unconscious companions were engulfed by the flames. They were just cyborgs that had undergone simple modifications. After being enveloped by the flames, they would at most die a little slower, but it would be even more painful. Ah, Yingluo, I'm going to kill you. The captain of the capturing unit, whose entire body was covered in wounds, was the only survivor from earlier. He suddenly turned around in front of the blazing flames and looked at Tang Zhen with a ferocious expression. However, there was no longer any fear on his face. What was left was only a crazy killing intent and even a trace of faint ridicule. It was as if he was a higher existence and Tang Zhen was just a backward barbarian. The cyborgs who had become vassals of the Teroboros had an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. It was as if they had already left the race of low-level species and become a high and mighty race. These cyborgs began to look down on their own kind. They even thought that even the powerful cultivators of Lu Cheng were just pitiful creatures who were running away under their pursuit. As for the role played by the Teroboros people, they deliberately ignored it and simply thought that it was their own credit. To put it bluntly, these cyborgs had placed the might of the Teroboros people on their heads, and then hypnotized themselves into developing a strange mentality. At this moment, under the stimulation of death, the captain of the capturing team subconsciously revealed this kind of mentality, which also gave him an inexplicable sense of confidence. So what if he was on the top of the wanted list? Under the pursuit of an inescapable net, he still obediently surrendered. Hehe, Yingluo, you're dead. No matter what, you're dead. The captain of the capturing team coldly looked at Tang Zhen as he furiously roared with a slightly malevolent tone. At the same time, a complacent smile appeared on his face. I've already informed the headquarters. They'll be here in a few minutes. No matter how strong you are, you'll be killed by us. As if he could imagine the scene of Tang Zhen being chased and beaten until he was finally killed by the Terobo people, the captain of the capturing team couldn't help but laugh wildly. He looked extremely happy. Tang Zhen shook his head. He looked at the cyborg captain who had completely gone crazy under the threat of death. His original intention of interrogating him had disappeared. He was just a nobody. How would he know the secrets of the tribesmen? The only value of his existence was to attract the reinforcements. There was a positioning system in the cyborgs' bodies, and the other cyborgs had already been burned to ashes. Therefore, capturing the squad leader was the only coordinate for the Terobo people to lock onto this area. Tang Zhen didn't have much time, so he could only use this direct method. This way, he could follow the clues and find the place where the Terobo people locked up the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Tang Zhen ignored the captain of the small group who was capturing them. However, the other party seemed to have become more and more excited. He actually did not know what was good for him as he continued to ridicule. His tone was filled with an arrogant tone. You're too noisy. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He casually slapped the captain of the capturing squad onto the ground. After which, he turned around and looked at the light Terobo battleship that was speeding over from the distance. The reaction speed of the Terobo people was quite fast. In just a few minutes, they had already arrived. Unfortunately, they did not know that even the heavy warships could not cause much damage to Tang Zhen. This light warship, which was many times smaller, was even less likely to cause any trouble to Tang Zhen. In fact, in Tang Zhen's eyes, this light warship was already in his pocket. However, if he wanted to take this light warship under his wing, he would need to do something. Under the furious gaze of the squad leader on the ground, Tang Zhen casually pointed at the light battleship. After that, over 10 streams of light appeared out of thin air in the sky and caught up with the light battleship at an unbelievable speed. This was the flying sword that Tang Zhen had summoned. It had the ability to destroy everything. Ever since it was used, it had only failed once. It should be more than enough to deal with the light Tarobo warships with weak protection. These summoned flying daggers were like a school of tiny man-eating fish, swaying around the huge shark a few times, stabbing into the other party's body in unison, and then rushing out in unison. After a few repeated attacks, the summoning of the flying sword seemed to have exhausted all its power and finally disappeared. The light battleship that was speeding toward Tang Zhen seemed to have become drunk at this moment. It continuously swayed in the sky before it rapidly fell toward the ground. Boom! A loud crash was heard as the light warship of the Tarobo tribe crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. From afar, it looked like a skyscraper that was hundreds of stories high, slanted into the ground. Thick smoke floated out of the warship, and sparks kept flashing at the damaged parts. It seemed that there was no possibility of re-rising. The leader of the capturing team looked at this scene in shock. As he muttered, "Impossible," despair appeared on his face again. The Tarobo people, who he thought were extremely powerful, were actually destroyed by Tang Zhen. This had far exceeded his expectations. It was also this terrifying power that filled the heart of the captain of the capturing team, who had already gone mad, with fear once again. He trembled as he turned his head to look at Tang Zhen. His face was filled with an ingratiating smile. His lips squirmed a few times as if he wanted to beg for mercy. However, he did not make any sound. "Do you know why I didn't run? It's because I'm the hunter, and the Tarobo people are just prey. Since your companions are already dead, there is no need for you to continue living. You should go and accompany them." Tang Zhen's voice sounded in his ears. The expression of the captain of the capturing team suddenly changed. Soon after, his body was wrapped by flames that appeared out of thin air. He let out a few miserable cries before turning into charcoal and falling to the ground. Without even looking at the corpse on the ground, Tang Zhen's figure arrived at the fallen light warship in a few flashes. He quickly found the position of the hatch. On the surface, this place didn't look any different from any other place. However, Tang Zhen, who had a certain understanding of the Tarobo warship, knew that he definitely didn't find the wrong place. When he attacked, he deliberately avoided the position of the power chamber, or the warship would have become a burning fireball. Although the battleship had been destroyed by the flying sword, there were nano-level repair robots inside. As long as they had enough time, they could definitely repair the damaged area. Even if the nanomachines couldn't repair it, he still had his special ability to repair all kinds of items. He could completely restore this light battleship to its original state. After that, he would pilot the light warship to the place where Lu Cheng's cultivators were imprisoned. After rescuing them, he would use the light warship to transport them away. The next thing to do was to enter the battleship and clear out the remaining enemies. At the same time, he would interrogate the exact location of the cultivators in Lu Cheng and immediately launch the rescue operation. With Tang Zhen's methods, even if these Taroboros people were like a piece of hard rock, he would be able to make them obediently tell him the information he wanted to know. 1147 Successful rescue. 1. The cyborg headquarters had long been reduced to ruins after the war. However, due to the existence of the transit station, the cyborgs still chose to build a new stronghold nearby and tried to repair the transit station and put it into use. However, the transit station had been severely damaged by the Lu Cheng cultivators and could not be repaired in a short time. It would take at least a few years for it to be put into use again. Fortunately, the most important thing for the tribesmen was to capture the cultivators of Lusheng who were in hiding. As for the repair work of the transit station, it was not a big deal if the progress was slightly slower. In the vicinity of the cleared area, small flying devices would take off and land from time to time. Cars were constantly shuttling back and forth, and teams of cyborgs were going back and forth. The scene seemed to be very busy. Occasionally, wounded cultivators of Lusheng would appear, wearing special torture instruments. They were pushed out of the vehicles by the cyborg soldiers and then staggered toward the depths of the underground. The cyborg soldiers guarding the place were already used to this scene. They would even look at the cultivators from Lu Cheng with a disdainful and cold gaze whenever they were escorted over. To the cyborgs, these cultivators were precious prey that were fleeing in all directions. Therefore, every time they caught a cultivator, they would feel a strange sense of excitement, as if they were honored. There was another roar. The half-robot in charge of guarding looked up and saw a light warship slowly flying over. Looking at the huge figure of the battleship, the cyborgs were immediately invigorated, and their eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. There had been news earlier that the cultivator from Lusheng City, who was on the wanted list, had been discovered. That was why Teroboros had sent light warships to capture him. He hoped that he could capture City Lord Lu, who had caught the attention of his masters, and his residents. It should be known that in order to search for the traces of this group of hateful people, the cyborg warriors had dug 3 feet deep, but to no avail. The half-mech who did not do his job well naturally could not avoid being reprimanded by the Terobo people. Therefore, he also gritted his teeth in hatred towards Tang Zhen. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the light warship flew to the sky above the base and would land soon under normal circumstances. However, for some unknown reason, the light warship refused to land. It just hovered quietly above the base, and no one knew what it was going to do. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a dazzling light suddenly flashed at the bottom of the starship, making it impossible to look at it directly. It was also at this moment that the cyborgs on the ground had a drastic change in expression. They knew very well what the dazzling light at the bottom of the warship meant. Run. This is a large-scale bombing. Run, a cyborg officer shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, he ignored the other cyborgs who were at a loss and ran toward the underground tunnel not far away. He had seen such a large-scale bombing scene before and knew that it would only cause damage to the target on the surface. As long as he hid in an underground bunker, there was a great chance of saving his life. He was definitely not the only cyborg who knew this, so after realizing that the light warship was about to launch an attack, cyborgs could be seen everywhere, rushing toward the underground building. However, they were still a step too slow, because the dazzling light had already hit the ground like mercury. Then, under the control of the force field created by the warship, a special metal particle began to move at high speed on the surface. They were like miniature missiles flying at high speed, constantly hitting back and forth, penetrating anything they encountered on the way. Because the metal particles were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the items didn't seem to have been destroyed. Instead, they seemed to have collapsed and turned into a pile of powder. The cyborg warriors who did not dodge the attack were instantly turned into pools of meat paste, dancing in the air. With just one strike, there was no longer any living creature on the ground. Everything was turned into dust. In the dust made of various materials, the light warship quickly landed. Immediately after, the hatch was opened and Tang Zhen's figure slowly walked out. Tang Zhen's eyes swept across the ground that had been completely cleared. A trace of shock appeared on his face. Even he had no choice but to admit that the weapons of the Terobo people were indeed incomparably powerful. For example, the attack just now would be a lethal weapon in a crowded battlefield. It was estimated that not many people could survive such a terrifying attack. It seemed like it was best not to engage in a direct battle with the Teroboros, as that would inevitably cause huge casualties. The figure of that giant insect flashed in his mind. Tang Zhen seemed to have already made up his mind. At the same time, his footsteps did not stop as he headed straight to the underground space. The moment they entered the underground space, the surviving cyborg soldiers and automatic defense weapons immediately launched their attacks. The dense barrage of bullets almost completely blocked Tang Zhen's path. The protective barrier formed by his spiritual power blocked the attack again. Then, a black ball flashed and instantly broke down into countless black magnetic flying daggers, flying toward the attackers. The half-mechs that were attacking Tang Zhen screamed and fell to the ground. Their bodies were pierced by the black magnetic flying daggers, and it was almost impossible for them to stand up again. Tang Zhen didn't stop at all as he walked straight into the depths of the underground space and killed all the cyborg guards he encountered. Soon after, Tang Zhen saw the soldiers of Lusheng who were locked up in the prison with special torture instruments. There were thousands of them in total. All of them had some minor and some serious injuries on their bodies, and they looked extremely haggard. Some of the cultivators were even lying on the ground, their serious injuries on the verge of death. The intense battle had already alarmed them. When Tang Zhen entered the underground space, many cultivators of Lusheng City were leaning on the metal railings and constantly peeking out. When they saw Tang Zhen, who was dressed in armor and looking around, the cultivators in the building were slightly stunned. Then, someone immediately recognized Tang Zhen's identity. It's the Manwang King. He's here to save us. Ha ha ha, Qianshan Manwang King indeed lives up to his name. He actually killed his way into the lair of these bastards alone. Your Excellency Manwang King, please help me save my brother. He can't hold on much longer. All sorts of voices sounded, causing Tang Zhen to frown. All of you shut up. I'll take you away immediately. We'll talk after we get out. As soon as his voice fell, the metal doors that imprisoned the cultivators of Lucheng made a loud noise at the same time. They were forcibly torn off from the wall by mental power and had long been twisted out of shape. The cultivators of Lusheng who had regained their freedom quickly walked out of their cells and gathered around Tang Zhen. They bowed and thanked him continuously. Tang Zhen waved his hand and indicated that everyone should leave with him. He then took the lead and walked out. After everyone arrived on the ground, Tang Zhen motioned for them to board the light warship that was docked. Then, he activated the all-purpose electronic kit and controlled the light warship to quickly take off and go straight to the scheduled location. 11:48 No other choice. One inside the light warship that was flying at high speed, a group of cultivators from Lusheng City, who had just regained their freedom, were looking around in a daze, their faces full of curiosity. They were very curious about the fact that a Maxim King could pilot an enemy's warship, especially when they realized that there was not a single Tarobo person in the fleet. Their doubts grew. Although the enclosed space was filled with all kinds of smells, no one was bothered at the moment because the smells from their bodies were nothing compared to the underground prison that held them. The cultivators were most concerned about where Tang Zhen was taking them and whether they knew the latest news from their respective towers. After a moment of silence, a king-level cultivator stood out and walked towards Tang Zhen under the gazes of all the cultivators. "Dear Lord Manwang, please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude. You have given us hope of rebirth when we were at our most desperate." After saying this, the king-level cultivator respectfully bowed to Tang Zhen. His attitude was extremely sincere. "You're welcome. After all, we've fought side by side and we're all cultivators of Lusheng in the wilderness war zone," Tang Zhen said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, he glanced at the cultivators of Lusheng who also had a grateful expression on their faces and continued, "Although the wilderness war zone no longer exists, I will never admit that it has disappeared. I am still proud to be a cultivator in Lusheng City in the wilderness war zone." His words had already spread the news of the destruction of the savage barren battlefield to all the cultivators. Sure enough, the king-level cultivator immediately shouted in a terrified voice, "What? What did you say? The wilderness war zone no longer exists." The other cultivators in the building had a look of panic on their faces. The news brought by Tang Zhen had completely washed away their joy of being rescued. They began to feel worried. The various encounters during this period of time had caused a trace of doubt to rise in their hearts, suspecting that they had fallen into a terrifying conspiracy. However, because they were in a different world and couldn't contact Lucheng, and they were being chased by the Tarobo people, they didn't have the time to care about all this. Even so, the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. Therefore, when they heard Tang Zhen's words, they did not have the slightest doubt. Instead, they all thought that this was the truth. A trace of sadness spread in the hearts of the cultivators. They knew very well that no eggs could remain intact when the nest was overturned. The city they were in would not be able to escape this disaster. Tang Zhen didn't care about the attitude of the king-level cultivator. Instead, he revealed a pained expression and slowly said with a trace of grief and indignation, "The Tarobo people used a scheme to deceive the cornerstone platform and teleported millions of cultivators here. Then, they sent out super warships to deal with us. At the same time, the cornerstone platform, which was controlled by the Taroboros, issued another order to send back all the Lusheng who had participated in the Otherworld conquest mission. Another more powerful Taroboros fleet also took the opportunity to enter the savage war zone. They mobilized countless small warships and ground troops to attack all the towers in the entire battle zone. Under this sudden attack, almost none of the towers were spared, and countless residents died in the battle." When they heard Tang Zhen's words, some of the cultivators' eyes turned red. Hatred flashed in their eyes as they clenched their fists tightly. Tang Zhen shook his head at the cultivators of Lusheng who were suppressing their anger. He then said in an unwilling tone, "Although the Continental Tower from another war zone drove the Tarobo people away at the critical moment, it was too late. The entire savage war zone had been turned into scorched earth. The continent-level turrets from other war zones have announced to all survivors that because too many turrets have been destroyed, the boorish desolate war zone has lost its qualification to exist. Therefore, it has become a wasteland and a place for cultivators from other war zones to advance and train." Tang Zhen did not explain in detail what had happened because many things were his personal secrets. How could he let other unrelated people know about it? However, what he had just said was enough to explain the general course of the incident. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, the entire hull of the battleship fell into a dead silence. Many cultivators in the building sat on the ground powerlessly, their eyes filled with confusion. Lusheng was their home and their spiritual sustenance. Their families also lived there. But now, their city had been destroyed, and their family members might have died in the war. They had suddenly become ownerless souls in the other world, and they didn't know what to do next. After a long silence, the king-level cultivator raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. He then said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Manwang, please forgive my rudeness, but I still want to know, how did you get this information?" A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. The title of Wasteland King was a well-known golden signboard in the entire war zone. Therefore, no one would doubt that Tang Zhen was deceiving them. Instead, they more or less had some unwillingness and wishful thoughts in their hearts. They hoped that Tang Zhen's words were just hearsay. Perhaps the real situation was much better than what he had said. Tang Zhen had naturally guessed everyone's thoughts. Therefore, he did not hesitate and used a certain tone to say, "I've seen all these with my own eyes. They could never be altered. As for how I returned to the boorish theater of operations, it's my personal secret." The king-level cultivator finally nodded reluctantly. His body swayed a little before he slowly sat down on the ground. This was all there was to it. A cultivator from Lusheng City repeatedly muttered the names of his family members with a dazed expression on his face. However, it didn't take long before he suddenly stood up and ran in front of Tang Zhen. "Your Excellency, you said that you can return to the boorish war zone. Can you bring the others back?" In the situation where he couldn't use the cornerstone platform to return to his hometown, Tang Zhen, who could return to the Lusheng world, immediately became the only hope in the heart of this cultivator. He couldn't believe that all his family members were dead, so he was eager to return to the wilderness battlefield and try to find his family members who might have survived. The other cultivators were stunned when they heard this. They all looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of anticipation on their faces. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivator from Lucheng, who had a pleading expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a troubled tone, "I can indeed bring people back and forth, but the price is very high. I can help with 1 or 2 people, but I can't afford too many people. Your Excellency, I wonder what kind of price would it take for you to bring us back to the boorish war zone?" The king-level cultivator who had been paralyzed on the ground stood up again and asked Tang Zhen anxiously. Tang Zhen gestured for the other party not to be anxious. Then, he looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "The Wildlands war zone has been completely destroyed by the tribesmen. Although my city has also been attacked, there is still a glimmer of hope for recovery. However, all of you have been completely reduced to wild cultivation. The world was so big that it would be difficult to find a suitable place to stay. My holy dragon city is willing to open its doors to all of you. As long as you join us, you will enjoy the benefits of an official resident. At the same time, we will help you find your family and take revenge on the Torobo people. As for the cultivators who are unwilling to join, they can also sign a contract with the Holy Dragon City. As long as they serve the Holy Dragon City for 20 years, they can leave freely." After stating his conditions, Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators of Lucheng who had complicated expressions and said in a cold and stern tone, "I, Tang Zhen, am not a great philanthropist. To those who are unwilling to join Holy Dragon City or sign a contract, I only want to say sorry. There is a limited number of return passes, and I will not waste them on outsiders unrelated to Holy Dragon City." After saying this, Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators in the building without turning his eyes, waiting for them to make their final choice. 1149 The price of the return pass. One Tang Zhen gave these cultivators 2 choices. They could either join the Holy Dragon City and obtain the qualification to return to the city, or they could stay in this world and continue to hide from the Torobo people. Although this method was a bit unreasonable, in the world of Lucheng where the strong preyed on the weak, this method was very normal. The determined cultivators of Lusheng wouldn't be sad because of the death of those who had nothing to do with them. They also understood that they had to pay for what they had obtained. Therefore, after hearing Tang Zhen's request, all the cultivators were only stunned for a moment before they regained their calm. Your Excellency Manwang King, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you will truly avenge your fallen brothers and declare war on the Torobo people. A 3-meter tall, muscular cultivator with dense scars all over his body pushed the crowd aside and walked in front of Tang Zhen. he asked in an extremely serious tone. Although he was only a 2-star feudal lord, he wasn't the slightest bit timid in front of Tang Zhen. His eyes would occasionally flash with anticipation and fanaticism. I can tell you clearly that as long as the time is right, I will immediately invade the Taroboros and make them pay the most painful price. Tang Zhen looked at the ogre-like foreign race cultivator in front of him and spoke with a certain tone. When the cultivator from Lu Cheng heard this, he gently nodded his head and knelt down on one knee in front of Tang Zhen. His right hand pressed on his chest and his head drooped down. Ji Yuqi, a cultivator from Nurwa City, is willing to join Holy Dragon City. He hopes that one day, he can follow the city lord and bathe the Trobo people in blood. After the cultivator named Ji Yuqi swore his allegiance, the other wounded cultivators half knelt on the ground one after another, uttering the names of themselves and the Lusheng they had once lived in, and at the same time swearing to join the Holy Dragon City. Some of the cultivators in Lusheng who were still hesitating also expressed that they could sign a contract with the Holy Dragon City to fight for the Holy Dragon City for 20 years. None of the cultivators of Lu Cheng chose to stay because they knew very well that staying in this world was equivalent to waiting for death. If they missed this opportunity, they would never be able to return to their hometown. Tang Zhen gently waved his hand at the cultivators, signaling them to stand up. A faint smile appeared on his face at the same time. With the addition of these cultivators, the Holy Dragon City's strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. This was undoubtedly a happy thing for Tang Zhen, who had the task of rebuilding the war zone. He had a faint trace of anticipation in his heart. He wondered how many cultivators Qianlong and the others had gathered and what kind of strength they had. The light warship's flying speed was extremely fast, and it only took about an hour to land in the mountain range where Qianlong and the others were hiding. When Tang Zhen led the rescued Lusheng cultivators out of the light warship, they immediately saw the Holy Dragon City cultivators all over the valley. They were all wearing the same black armor and occupied every corner of the valley. They all let out deafening cheers. Qianlong and the others stood at the forefront, looking at their legendary city lord with fanatical expressions. Smiles appeared on almost all of their faces. Although they had suffered an unprecedented setback, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators still maintained high morale because of Tang Zhen's existence. It was a sharp contrast to the dejected foreign tribe cultivators. Tang Zhen smiled at the crowd. However, his gaze landed not far away. This was because there were many foreign tribe cultivators standing there. Compared to the cheering Holy Dragon City cultivators, their faces were filled with bitter smiles. After conversing with Qianlong and the others, Tang Zhen walked to the front of the foreign race cultivators and smiled at the leader. "Blood River King, we meet again." King Blood River, who was wearing a native costume, sighed helplessly. He said with a hint of unwillingness, "Lord Manwang, I have decided to fight for Holy Dragon City for 20 years in exchange for a place to return. I hope you will take care of me in the future." As a Law King, he needed the help of others to return to the world of Lusheng, and he had to give up 20 years of freedom. It was absolutely nonsense to say that Blood River King was willing. However, he did not have much of a choice. As long as he stayed here, he would have to face the pursuit of the Tarobo people. He was not afraid, but he had to think for the people of the tower. Therefore, after receiving the 1,000 dragons, notice, Blood River King only hesitated for a moment before immediately agreeing to the Holy Dragon City's conditions. He brought the residents of Lu City and other foreign cultivators who had submitted to him to wait here. In addition to Blood River King's group, there were many cultivators from other towers. There were more than 20,000 people in total. They also agreed to the Holy Dragon City's conditions and decided to join the Holy Dragon City or accept a 20-year battle contract. In this way, the total number of cultivators in Lu City who were going to be teleported was close to 50,000, which was definitely not a small number. However, compared to the millions of cultivators that were teleported over, this number was only a fraction. After the Great War, other than the 2 million cultivators of Lusheng who were captured by the tribesmen, the rest of the cultivators of Lusheng were scattered all over the world, hiding in unknown corners. As time passed, the number of cultivators in the building would continue to decrease and eventually disappear from this world. Of course, there was also a possibility that they could survive and breed after escaping capture. They could then gradually integrate into this world and eventually become a new race, or even replace them as the new master of this world. Tang Zhen would not give up on these cultivators, so he decided to leave some men behind and let them continue to gather the scattered soldiers. He would strive to let them join the Holy Dragon City and make preparations for the establishment of a new war zone in the future. After everything was properly arranged, Tang Zhen immediately gathered his men and began to arrange a one-time auxiliary array. With the assistance of such a runic magic circle, the efficiency of transportation would be greatly increased. It would also greatly reduce the waste of origin stones, allowing Tang Zhen to not be too embarrassed. With the assistance of the Holy Dragon City cultivators and the Holy Masters from the other buildings, the runic magic circle was built at an extremely fast speed. By the time Tang Zhen finished explaining the plan for this world, the runic magic circle was already completely completed. It was also at this moment that the drone sent a warning that a large number of androids were speeding toward them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Everyone, hurry up and surround the runic magic circle. When you see the light rise, jump in immediately. But remember not to fight for it. You must wait for the people in front to enter before you act. After roaring a few times, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation function on his mobile phone. Then, a dazzling light appeared in the valley, followed by a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky. The beam of light seemed to have pierced through the clear sky, and a huge vortex appeared, as if it had pierced a terrifying hole in the sky. The aura from the world of Lusheng once again appeared in this world, causing the weather to change. After seeing the light pillar, the cultivators around the runic magic circle jumped into it without hesitation. Then, they followed the light pillar and went against the flow, directly into the huge vortex. Wave after wave of Lu Cheng cultivators jumped into the light screen without any interval. The number of people left in the valley was getting smaller and smaller. Tang Zhen watched as the cultivators left to carry out the recruitment plan. Then, he looked at the aggressive cyborgs through the map view and sneered as he opened the mobile application. In an instant, countless meteorites fell from the sky and landed in the cyborg army, setting off a wave of death. 1150 Perfection in fire elemental laws of nature. The burning meteorites fell from the sky, and the flames almost dyed the sky completely red. It was as if a furnace of molten steel had been poured over and poured down on his face. The vast land seemed to be completely covered by these scorching meteorites. No matter where they went, they would be affected, and there was no place to hide. The cyborg warrior on the ground looked at this scene in a daze. After hesitating for a few seconds, he immediately screamed in horror and fled in all directions. They were just cyborgs that had undergone simple modifications. Although their comprehensive combat power was far beyond that of ordinary people, in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, their bodies, which were buried under the skin with special alloy nets, were simply vulnerable. If he wanted to save his life, the only way was to run as fast as he could. However, the meteorites summoned by Tang Zhen were completely different from the meteorites that occasionally broke into the atmosphere. Not only were they faster, but they were also more concentrated and had an extremely shocking destructive effect. Fortunately, these meteorites weren't too large in size. Otherwise, the power they produced would be no less than a nuclear bomb, and might even be much more powerful. As the first meteorite hit the ground, the area where the cyborg army was located made a terrible noise. The earth shook violently, and countless cyborgs and chariots were lifted into the sky. The moving targets on the ground fell to the ground in droves, and their bodies immediately burst into flames. A huge, shocking pit appeared on the flat ground, and this was only the beginning. The meteorites fell one after another, smashing the ground into 1,000 holes. Most of the cyborgs within the attack range had fallen to the ground and could not stand up again. Those who could barely walk had completely turned into fireballs. The modified bodies gave the cyborgs a stronger life force, but at this moment, they were suffering more pain. Many of the cyborgs were burned to ashes in their semi-conscious state. A cyborg officer shouted and commanded his troops to run on the ground in an attempt to escape from this terrifying area. However, under the continuous meteorite attacks, the long team was cut into pieces. In the end, only the tank he was driving was left. The cyborg officer's eyes turned red when he saw the vehicle his soldiers were in being hit by the meteorite and disappearing without a trace. He almost broke the steering wheel of the vehicle. Bang! With a muffled sound, the speeding chariot suddenly fell into a deep pit, and its head directly fell into it, unable to move forward. The cyborg officer nimbly jumped out of the tank, completely ignoring the injuries on his body. He covered his mouth and nose and ran for his life. He could already see the hope of escaping, because less than 1,000 meters away from him, he was not attacked by a single meteorite. It was as if they were two completely different worlds. As long as he could escape to that position, he would definitely be safe. With the support of his will to survive, the cyborg commander burst out with a speed that even he dared not imagine. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the hellish sea of fire and then staggered and fell to the ground. After panting heavily for a long time, the cyborg officer finally got up from the ground and turned to look at the area behind him. The meteorites had stopped, and what replaced them was black smoke. The ground was full of burning wreckage, but no one could be seen. The cyborg army, which had a total of nearly 100,000 people, was almost wiped out by this terrifying attack. Such a terrible loss was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. The cyborg officer looked at this scene in a daze. His body trembled continuously, and his bloody face was completely filled with fear and despair. He knew very well that this was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. The group of monstrous intruders in his eyes actually had such a terrifying ability. The 100,000 fully armed robot warriors were completely destroyed without even seeing the enemy. After a long silence, the cyborg officer stood up from the ground and tried to find his surviving comrades. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and looked at the area in front of him in shock. His legs could not help but tremble. In the billowing smoke that soared to the sky, a young man in battle armor was walking out. Wherever he passed, the flames and smoke would automatically make way for him, as if he was welcoming the arrival of a monarch. If one observed carefully, they would discover that various extremely realistic fire creatures would appear from time to time, reveling wantonly in this land filled with death and despair. He seemed to have realized something as he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood in the sea of fire and thick smoke. From afar, he looked like a demonic god from the Asura hell. It was a terrifying sight. A strange aura slowly emerged from the young man's body, which made people mistakenly think that he was a creature made of fire, as if he could fuse with the surrounding sea of fire at any time. The cyborg officer looked at this scene in a daze. He didn't know what had happened to this young man, but he had a hunch that this seemingly familiar young man was getting stronger and stronger. Wait a minute, the other party's appearance was indeed very familiar. It seemed to be Yingluo. A trace of doubt appeared on the cyborg officer's face. Then, as if he had thought of something, his body trembled even more violently, and his eyes flashed with deep despair. He finally remembered the young man's background. He knew that the young man was the #1 enemy wanted by the Terobo people, the strongest cultivator in the city of Lu, who they had to capture at all costs. Tang Zhen, the Holy Dragon City's city lord, the core figure among the millions of cultivators in the city. Whether it was shutting down the transit station, ambushing the Terobo fleet, or destroying the energy-absorbing device, all of them were related to him. He was the one who had successfully led his men to escape from the pursuit of millions of Teroboros, and it was also because of him that tens of thousands of Teroboros' ground combatants had died. Almost every cyborg was familiar with Liu Cheng, who was on the wanted list. However, the cyborg officer did not expect him to be so terrifying. This terrifying meteor attack finally allowed him to witness the fearsomeness of the cultivators of Lusheng. He also began to doubt whether the tribesmen would be able to win. At the same time, he was also very clear that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. So even if he turned around and ran, it would be in vain. Just as the cyborg officer was waiting for the judgment of fate, Tang Zhen, who was in the sea of fire, slowly turned his head and glanced at him with an ice-cold gaze. The cyborg officer felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he closed his eyes in despair. However, the death he had imagined did not come. Instead, a cold voice rang out in his ears. Every word that rang out made his soul tremble. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. However, I need you to tell the tribesmen that I'll be visiting their world soon and bring death and slaughter with me." Tang Zhen's figure disappeared after his voice sounded. The cyborg officer nodded subconsciously. Then, his body went soft and he knelt on the ground as if he had lost his mind. 1151 A new plan against the world of Lusheng. After the dimensional gateway disappeared, Tang Zhen walked toward the ruins of the building in the distance. Tens of thousands of cultivators who had just returned from the other world were gathered in an open space in the ruins. They were patiently waiting for Tang Zhen's return. Most of them had a trace of doubt on their faces, not knowing where they were. Some of them even keenly discovered that this world actually had a boundary. This situation was very familiar to them, and it reminded them of the mission world that they went to when they advanced to the next level. Therefore, the cultivators suspected that they were not in the world of Lusheng, but in an area similar to the overseas land. However, there were still many differences between this place and the small world of the mission, so the cultivators in Lucheng couldn't be sure if their guess was correct. Fortunately, Tang Zhen would give them a clear answer. It was useless to think too much. Walking among the cultivators, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "You must be very confused. Where have I brought you?" After everyone nodded, he continued to explain with a smile, "This is actually a national-level city, but for some reason, it has been turned into ruins. I have now obtained the authority of the city lord. I'm sure you've already realized that this is actually a small sealed world with only one exit that can be opened and closed at any time." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Blood River King seemed to have thought of something. His brows furrowed slightly before he revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. At the same time, he spoke in a shocked tone, "City Lord Tang, this tower of yours isn't a space tower, is it?" After the cultivators at the side heard this sentence, they were slightly stunned at first. Then, they all revealed shocked expressions and looked at Tang Zhen with envy and disbelief. Almost all the cultivators had some understanding of the legendary space tower. It was for this reason that they knew how precious a space tower was. This kind of legendary city that could only be encountered but not sought had actually been discovered by Tang Zhen and obtained the city lord's authority. This indeed made people extremely envious. Fortunately, as a citizen of Holy Dragon City, he could share this joy. Therefore, the jealousy only flashed past him for a moment, and all that was left was endless joy and relief. As for the foreign cultivators, their emotions were a lot more complicated, and some of them even had other thoughts. However, even if someone had evil intentions, they would first have to consider their own strength and see if they could take control of the spatial tower from the hands of a Law King. Tang Zhen was extremely confident in this. Unless an enemy was unbelievably powerful and could kill him in an instant, no one could snatch the city lord's authority from his hands. Due to the previous enlightenment by chance, he had already completely grasped the fire elemental laws, and his strength had also obtained a substantial increase. If he were to fight against a Law King like the Blood River King, Tang Zhen would be confident of completely defeating him in a few rounds. It could be said that the current Tang Zhen truly had the qualifications to look down on everyone. Tang Zhen did not hide anything when he saw everyone staring at him and waiting for him to give an answer. He merely nodded his head gently. Excited roars came from the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. Their faces were filled with surprise because they all knew what a spatial tower meant. As long as it didn't get involved in a war to invade the other world, the spatial tower would not be threatened by any external forces. Even if the tower was destroyed, it could only be from within. It could be said that with the protection of the space tower, the safety of the Holy Dragon City would increase again. This was naturally good news for the residents of the tower. Blood River King and the other foreign race cultivators sighed repeatedly as they envied Tang Zhen's good luck. "Alright, everyone, I believe that everyone has already seen that this place is now in ruins. If you want to live here, you will have to clean it up. The construction of the houses will be done by me and the selected holy masters. Your task is to clean up the debris and collect all the valuable items. At the same time, try to capture and collect all the bugs you encounter." Although the space tower was good, the insect that could live in the brain made Tang Zhen very vigilant. Although when the king insect was killed, almost all the insects that got rid of the restraints rushed out of the space tower, there were still fish that escaped the net. Once the king beetle reappeared and spread, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying disaster for the Holy Dragon City. Fortunately, as long as it was a resident of the Holy Dragon City, he could monitor them through his mobile phone. He could determine whether the other party had been parasitized, and then treat them immediately. Of course, Tang Zhen would not passively wait for the insect to attack. Instead, he would take the initiative to capture and domesticate it, turning it into a weapon of war in his hands. As for those foreign cultivators who had signed the contract, as long as their strength did not exceed Tang Zhen's, they would never have the possibility of breaking the contract. Otherwise, the punishment that awaited them would be so painful that they would wish for death. After the tasks were assigned, the cultivators got busy. Tang Zhen, Qianlong, and the others chatted for a while longer before they found a hidden corner and activated the teleportation to return to their original world. Ever since the tribesmen launched an attack on the wilderness, the teleportation work between the original world and the tower world had been temporarily suspended. Many transmigrators who were far away from Holy Dragon City were caught in the flames of war, and their souls were teleported back to their original world as they died in battle. The dozens of soul teleportation arrays in the original world were immediately crushed. The well-preserved bodies were taken out one by one and returned to their respective bodies. The original world also began to understand everything that had happened in the wilderness. It was because of this change that a large number of investments in the original world went down the drain, causing many financial groups to suffer huge losses. However, compared to the gains from the world of Lusheng, this loss was nothing, especially after they saw the powerful technology of Tarobo, which piqued their interest. As long as they had this technology, the original world could quickly start the interstellar era and explore the worlds around the inhabited planets. Compared to the distant world of Lusheng, this path seemed to be more suitable for the original world. It was a pity that Tang Zhen refused to show himself. This caused the representatives of those large factions to anxiously wait for him. They were afraid that something would happen to Tang Zhen, causing this new path of human development to be completely cut off. Therefore, when Tang Zhen appeared in the original world, it immediately caused a huge shock. Planes of all sizes from all over the original world landed in the military airport of the Desert Tower of the Asian Alliance. Those representatives hurriedly rushed down from the plane. They impatiently requested to meet Tang Zhen and discuss the various problems regarding the Lusheng world. Tang Zhen did not disappoint them. He quickly met them in the conference room. After which, everyone calmed down and discussed in detail. The purpose of his return this time was to get the help of these guys. Even the matter of dealing with the Taroboros people would require the support of his original world. First, he gave a general account of the savage wildland. Then, he told everyone that he was in a new war zone with more resources. As long as the original world wanted to develop it, he would spare no effort in supporting it. The forces in the original world would not give up on such a good opportunity, so they decided to send a large number of people to the world of Lusheng without any hesitation. However, this time, they were not in a hurry to fight for territory to avoid unnecessary losses. As long as they mastered the technology of the Tarobo people, they would not lack land to live in their original world. Therefore, the major forces decided to join the Holy Dragon City as support personnel. They were responsible for the battle and the collection of various rare resources, which would then be brought back to the original world by Tang Zhen. When the time was right, the plan to colonize other worlds would be launched again. After all, no one wanted to give up this huge piece of fat meat. At the same time, the various resources that Tang Zhen needed would be provided by these factions to ensure that there would be no delays. In this way, both sides had gained something and were happy. 1152 The difference between the two worlds. 1. Tang Zhen's return to his original world this time was actually to borrow the strength of his original world to officially carry out his series of plans. The fact that the Holy Dragon City could develop so quickly was definitely inseparable from the support of the original world. Without the supply of resources from the original world, the Holy Dragon City might even be destroyed by the attacks of crazy monsters the moment it was built. After the Holy Dragon City's post-war reconstruction this time, the original world had become Tang Zhen's largest logistics base. It was estimated that for a long time in the future, Tang Zhen would have to play the role of a porter again. Although he managed the Holy Dragon City in the Tower world, Tang Zhen had never neglected the development of the original world. While he obtained resources from his original world, he was also constantly returning them to his original world. Various items from the Lusheng world, as well as the scientific and technological information that he had worked hard to collect, were also continuously flowing into his original world through Tang Zhen. Because of the things that Tang Zhen had brought, the original world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Life had become more convenient and interesting. The topics of people's attention had also begun to extend from this planet to the distant other world. Many people had a feeling that the entire world had changed overnight. Since the soul transfer array had been officially activated, millions of original world residents had entered the world of Lusheng, which made them no longer unfamiliar with it. They even regarded it as an indispensable part of their lives. This time, the changes in the wilderness war zone immediately attracted the attention of the residents of the original world. Every piece of latest information related to the Lusheng world would be commented and viewed by countless people. This situation was quite advantageous to Tang Zhen. As long as he obtained the support of the major forces and most of the original world's residents, many problems would be solved. If he recruited the residents of the city again, countless people would respond, and their quality would be greatly improved. It would not be like the first recruitment, which required careful planning and could only be done in the backward areas of the original world. There were basically no major problems in the original world. What he really needed to pay attention to was the world of Lusheng. Although the original world could not be compared to the world of Lusheng in terms of area and the number of intelligent lives, the level of technology and potential for development in the original world were definitely not comparable to the world of Lusheng. The two worlds' development patterns had no similarities at all. In fact, they were completely opposite. The main purpose of the world of Lusheng was to invade and plunder. Other than improving their own combat power, they had no interest in creation and development. As a result, after countless years of development, they were still used to using cold weapons in battle. In the end, in the battle with Tarobo, even though the cultivators of Lu Cheng had the advantage in strength and numbers, they were still defeated by Tarobo Bo. This also proved that cold weapons were no match for technological weapons, even with the magical abilities of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Tang Zhen believed that in the past years, the cultivators in the city had encountered similar battles more than once. However, what was shocking was that no city seemed to have taken this as a warning. In fact, it wasn't entirely because the cultivators of Lusheng City were complacent, but because of the overlapping of various reasons, which eventually led to this situation. Even the cornerstone platform would never sell any items related to technology. It was not only the wilderness war zone that was like this, but also the other war zones. This was obviously the deliberate intention of the cornerstone platform. Its main purpose should be to avoid the cultivators of Lusheng from coming into contact with these things as much as possible, so that they could master powerful technological means. According to the information he currently had, Tang Zhen could basically confirm that the cornerstone platform was actually a special technological item. However, it was completely different from the existing technological system. Tang Zhen was more willing to believe that this was a super technology that had combined with a mysterious power. This was why it possessed so many strange and mysterious abilities. However, this technology obviously had its own drawbacks. The main control platform of the Wilderness War Zone had been invaded by the Terraborians. This was the most obvious example. Especially after the seemingly omnipotent cornerstone platform was invaded, it could not resist at all and was easily controlled in the end. Even Tang Zhen's mobile phone had successfully hacked into the main control platform and took over the main control platform by chance. There were no restrictions on the promotion of permissions. However, through this matter, Tang Zhen also felt a sense of crisis. If the Terroboros were to repeat the same trick and invade the main control platforms of other battlefields, who knew if they would face the same crisis as the wilderness battlefields? Tang Zhen had once considered whether to find a way to inform the other battle platforms of this matter so that they could make early preparations. However, doing so would require taking a great risk. If other people knew that he had obtained the main control platform of the Wilderness War Zone and that he could even completely control it one day, then Tang Zhen would have to face the cross-war zone pursuit from countless powerful cities. Even those continent-level buildings would not miss such an opportunity to continue to develop and grow. After asking the main control platform, Tang Zhen found out a lot of information that he had never known before, including the possibility that Lu Cheng might have obtained the highest authority. No matter how developed the Lusheng was, the access to the platform was always a threshold. Even the continent-level Lusheng, which had obtained countless military achievements, could only obtain the highest access of the intermediate level. Do not underestimate this intermediate authority, because the meaning it represented was definitely not simple. When they obtained true intermediate authority, these Lusheng were qualified to participate in some of the rules of the cornerstone platform. At the same time, these Lusheng with intermediate authority also formed the Alliance Elder Council of the War Zone and gave instructions on many things in the world of the Lusheng. Although many turrets were not convinced, they could only swallow their anger because of the continent-level turrets behind the Elders Guild and the fact that they could indeed affect the operation of the cornerstone platform. It could be said that the alliance of elders formed by the intermediate towers was the other ruling class of the world of towers. It was a huge force. If the intermediate authority was already so powerful, then the attraction of the cornerstone platform's highest authority would be enough to drive all the cultivators in Lusheng crazy. If Tang Zhen were to expose the secret that he might obtain the highest authority of the main control platform in the future, the Elders Guild of the War Zone would be the first to not let him off. Although he already had perfect control over the fire law, he was not arrogant enough to think that he and the Holy Dragon City alone could resist this behemoth. However, there were two sides to everything. Even though the Elders Guild was overbearing and dangerous, they were extremely powerful. Tang Zhen really wanted to use this sharp blade to deal a fatal blow to Turobo. Tang Zhen and the tribesmen were bound to have a battle. However, taking revenge did not mean acting rashly. He was very clear that with the current strength of the Holy Dragon City, they were not the tribesmen's match. It was possible to cause a small-scale chaos, but it was impossible to completely defeat them. If he could pull in the alliance of elders and make them his thugs, then the success rate of this plan would greatly increase. As for how to use the power of these towers to attack the Turobo people, he still needed to plan carefully. 1153 An item that makes one's heart race. 1. The meeting was still going on, and many problems were raised by both sides. They would then be discussed and resolved. For these conference participants who represented the power of the country, there were not many things that could stump them. This was the strength of the original world and the huge potential it had. No matter how developed the Holy Dragon City was, Tang Zhen would never give up on the cooperation with the original world. As the original world's strength continued to improve, the help that the Holy Dragon City would receive would also increase. Because there weren't many conflicts of interest, the cooperation between the two sides could last for a long time. The meeting went on for more than half a day, and the results were satisfactory. The various forces, representatives then hurriedly returned to prepare for the next operation. Tang Zhen contacted Xu Feng and the rest to deal with the accumulated matters. After that, he headed to the next location to meet with a group of scientific research experts that had been urgently gathered. Inside a huge laboratory, top experts of all skin colors were gathered and waiting for Tang Zhen's arrival. Although their time was extremely precious, they still rushed to the desert tower at an extremely fast speed after being urgently called up. Firstly, it was because they could not refuse such a call, and secondly, it was related to Tang Zhen himself. Everyone knew Tang Zhen's identity. These scientific research experts were extremely interested in a matter that even Tang Zhen couldn't solve and had even asked for help. As for the reason why Tang Zhen had gathered these research experts, it was to solve the crisis that Holy Dragon City was facing. Once the two-dimensional seal was removed, Holy Dragon City would immediately be destroyed by the energy light pillar that fell from the sky. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. It could be said that as long as Tang Zhen released the seal, the Holy Dragon City would completely disappear before his eyes. This matter concerned the lives of hundreds of thousands of Lusheng residents, including the foundation of Lusheng that he had worked hard to build. Therefore, Tang Zhen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had to ensure that nothing went wrong before he could remove the special seal on the mobile phone. He only had one chance. Therefore, Tang Zhen must succeed. He described the situation that the Holy Dragon City was facing in detail. Then, Tang Zhen took out a large number of video materials for the researchers to analyze. In order to let the research experts have a physical contact, Tang Zhen even released a slightly damaged small Turobo people battleship so that the research experts could operate it directly and accurately evaluate the destructive power of the energy light beam. Only after confirming the true power of the energy weapon could he come up with a reasonable plan to ensure that there would be no mistakes. This small warship had come from the invasion of the Savage War Zone. After the tribesmen retreated, this warship that had been shot down by the residents of Holy Dragon City had been kept by Tang Zhen. As for the large warships that were destroyed by the continent-level tower, Tang Zhen's storage space could not store them, so he could only leave them there for the time being. When there was a need, he would return to the savage wildland to retrieve or even repair them. Tang Zhen had originally planned to use the mobile phone app to repair the small warship in front of him. However, ever since he obtained the light warship, he had temporarily given up on this plan. After a series of unforeseen events, the origin stones in Tang Zhen's hands were already running out. As a result, he had no choice but to carefully calculate and absolutely did not dare to waste a single bit. Right now, they needed to resolve the Holy Dragon City's crisis, and these small warships carried similar weapons, so he took them out directly and let the researchers test them with real objects. Even though it was a small battleship, it took up almost half of the parking lot in front of the laboratory. When the researchers saw the battleship, their eyes immediately lit up and they almost jumped up in excitement. The researchers immediately rushed forward and surrounded him, sizing him up. After obtaining Tang Zhen's permission, these researchers immediately boarded the battleship and began to study it with full concentration. They did not miss any inch of the area as if they were facing a rare treasure. Unexpectedly, the commotion that Tang Zhen caused was really too big. After the small warship was taken out, a large number of soldiers immediately appeared and completely sealed off the surrounding area, preventing any unrelated people from entering. If not for Tang Zhen's thoughts, the researchers from the other alliance forces might have even been expelled to ensure that the secrets of the warship would not be leaked. Although the various forces in the original world were temporarily cooperating because of Tang Zhen, the fights in the open and in the dark had never stopped. After all, no one wanted to fall behind. This small battleship was the first heavyweight item that Tang Zhen had taken out. Although it was only for the researchers to study, it was obvious that the Asian alliance was tempted by the battleship. Tang Zhen didn't show any dissatisfaction when he saw this. Instead, he boarded the warship and patiently explained to the researchers. He even informed the military of the Asian alliance and conducted a test fire in the desert. After the research experts reluctantly walked out of the small battleship, Tang Zhen took out a piece of silver metal that was a specialty of the space tower. He reckoned that this special material that could greatly nullify energy attacks should be of some help in solving the Holy Dragon City's crisis. After understanding the specific situation, these scientific researchers who had outstanding achievements in their respective fields immediately began to work together. The threat caused by technological weapons naturally had to be removed using scientific methods. Tang Zhen was extremely certain of this point. Plans were formulated one after another, but they were immediately rejected by experts. Tang Zhen estimated that it would take a long time to get the answers he wanted. This was still under the circumstances where a large number of truly authoritative experts from the original world were gathered. Otherwise, who knew when Tang Zhen would be able to completely resolve the crisis by himself? After discussing with these researchers for half a day, Tang Zhen still couldn't come up with a reasonable plan. After leaving the busy scientific research experts, Tang Zhen went to the next location without stopping. He met with the head of the Asian Alliance, Director Tang, who had been waiting for a long time. The two had known each other for a long time, and they often met because of work, so they naturally exchanged greetings. After chatting for a while, they went straight to the main topic. Tang Zhen handed the list of materials he needed to Director Tang. In fact, there were many things here that Tang Zhen could get his hands on, but it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time, especially some sensitive materials that were only controlled at the national level and couldn't be found by the public at all. Director Tang just glanced at the list and nodded to promise that it could be done. However, he then made another request. He hoped that Tang Zhen could provide a complete small Tarobo people warship. Of course, if there were none, the damaged battleship in the laboratory could also do it. When Tang Zhen heard this, he looked at Director Tang. However, the other party's expression didn't change and he didn't look embarrassed at all. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen agreed to the other party's request. After all, this kind of thing was dispensable to him. Moreover, compared to the light warship he possessed, the attack power of this super small warship was not satisfactory. Since the other party wanted it, then he would give it to them. The Asian Alliance's ability to reverse crack was extremely strong. Even with a technological gap, it was still possible to obtain enough valuable information from the warship, especially in the case of Tang Zhen providing a large amount of scientific information. It was not impossible to copy a low-performance warship. The Holy Dragon City had a space warship that was being manufactured and experimented on. Its main designers and builders were the residents of the original world. Therefore, whatever the Holy Dragon City could do, the original world could do it as well. However, it was clear that the goal of the Asian Alliance was not limited to this. Otherwise, they would not have made such a request after Tang Zhen took out the small warship. Tang Zhen hoped to use the warships produced in his original world as soon as possible. This way, when the Holy Dragon City cultivators went to war in the other world, they could drive the mass-produced warships and launch an overwhelming offensive against the enemy. 1154 Preparing for the reconstruction. 1. I need a house that can be built quickly. It only needs to be assembled and can be used for living. I don't have too many requirements in terms of keeping warm, but it must be beautiful and durable. As for the exact number of houses, I think we need at least 10,000. Tang Zhen sat on a large, soft chair as he spoke to the staff member of the Holy Dragon Corporation in front of him. At this time, in the conference room full of a sense of technology, all the senior management of the Holy Dragon Corporation was gathered. In addition to Xu Feng and Tang Yaji, Ivanov and the others from the Ice Bear Alliance were also present. Due to the Holy Dragon Corporation, they were all influential figures. However, Tang Zhen still maintained a humble attitude in front of them, and there was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, everyone discussed with each other. Soon after, Xu Feng spoke, "Boss, what do you think of a light steel house? If it's possible, we can immediately assemble a custom house. I estimate that it will take 3 days at most." At this point, Xu Feng tapped on the holographic screen in front of him a few times, and then a holographic image was projected on the conference table. It was a beautiful 2-story villa. "I've come into contact with this new type of light steel structure building some time ago. Compared to traditional construction methods, this new type of building has a great advantage in terms of construction period and cost. Moreover, various supporting facilities can be added to the interior according to the needs. If you're afraid of the lack of aesthetic beauty, I suggest that it's best to let the designer do a simple plan before the construction and choose a few more styles for backup. As for the total cost of these materials, the initial estimate is about 1.5 billion. I think it's completely acceptable." Tang Zhen nodded his head. Looking at the holographic image on the table, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Xu Feng, "I think this kind of building is not bad, so I'll use it for the time being. There are not many requirements for the addition of internal facilities, just the basic water and electricity will do." The most favorite place for the residents of the tower was still inside the tower. However, being inside the spatial tower was equivalent to living in the tower. These buildings were only temporary resting places. When the Holy Dragon City came into contact with the seal, there would be plenty of places to live. Therefore, Tang Zhen only needed to solve the problem at hand. In fact, he could make do with using a tent. However, Tang Zhen needed to give the newly joined Holy Dragon City cultivators a refreshing feeling. In addition, he felt rather awkward when he saw the ruins. Thus, he decided to build a new batch of houses to live in. In fact, he could also quickly build a batch of rough houses using the mobile phone application, but he needed to carry out internal decoration next. Tang Zhen couldn't find suitable workers, and he also didn't want to waste time. After all, the construction of such a large scale was definitely not something that could be completed in 1 or 2 days, and what he lacked the most right now was time. It was not a problem for the guys in his hands to kill and fight, but if they were to be used as construction workers, who knew if they would tear down the houses? After solving the problem of the houses, Tang Zhen turned the topic to road construction and greenery. Tang Zhen could use his mobile phone to solve the problem of the road. Even if the road was bombarded with artillery shells, it would only have a pit and would definitely be extremely strong. As for the problem of greenification, it was just a casual mention. Tang Zhen could solve it himself. He still had a lot of plant seeds from the Dream City Lord, and it was better to use them to sow in the space tower. After one problem was solved, they moved on to the next one. After a discussion with the Holy Dragon Corporation's higher-ups, all the problems were resolved and immediately implemented. Tang Zhen needed to wait for 3 days. After that, he would be able to obtain all the resources he wanted and bring them back to the world of Lusheng. After the meeting ended, Tang Zhen invited everyone to have a meal together and treated them with food from the Lucheng world. Under the cooking of the top chefs, these extremely delicious ingredients from another world immediately conquered all the customers. They enjoyed the food with an intoxicated expression and chatted with each other from time to time. Tang Zhen, Xu Feng, and his sister, Tang Yaji, were standing at the side, chatting and laughing. Although he was now in a high position, he did not become distant from his friends and family. After the banquet ended, Tang Zhen took a short break and went back to work. The next thing he had to do was to customize and modify a batch of chariots for the temporary use of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. He was prepared to save up enough brain beads and energy stones before attacking the Terobo people. As long as he had enough money in his pocket, he would have the confidence to start an invasion against a strong enemy. After all, the consumption of war itself was endless. In a situation where he was empty-handed, how could he dare to start a war? As such, he set his sights on the high-grade buildings in this war zone. As long as he was fast enough, he would be able to collect enough brain beads and origin stones in a short time. Although this method was a little shameless, it was indeed one of the fastest ways to make money. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary things. Besides, the law of the jungle was an unchanging law in the world of Lusheng. The defense of this type of vehicle did not need to be too high. Its main purpose was to carry combat personnel and then install some machine guns and other weapons. It should be completed quickly. He told his request to Director Tang, and the other party agreed very quickly. He promised to send the required vehicle to Zhen Tang as soon as possible. After finishing the work at hand, Tang Zhen had just sat down to rest when a staff member knocked on the door and came in, saying that the batch of supplies he had ordered people to prepare had arrived. Then, a stack of storage cards was placed on his desk. Tang Zhen asked somewhat curiously when he saw the pained expression on the familiar staff member's face, "Little Zhang, what's wrong with you? Why do you have such an expression?" The young man who was called Xiao Zhang by Tang Zhen was a special service agent sent by Director Tang. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he pointed to the storage card on the table and said, "Mayor Tang, I've just estimated that all the supplies here added up are not worth as much as one of your storage cards. Yet, your staff used more than a dozen of them at once. I keep feeling that it's such a waste." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He could understand little Zhang's thoughts. After all, things like storage cards were definitely considered precious strategic resources in the original world. Once a war really broke out, this kind of convenient and extremely concealed storage card could even determine the outcome of a local war. Therefore, even his business partners didn't have much in stock. Tang Zhen wouldn't give them more even if they wanted more. There were many times when Tang Zhen would give a storage card with a corresponding volume according to the volume of the required material. In the end, those guys would use all kinds of methods in order to save a storage card. For example, he could remove all the packaging of the items and then compress all the wasted space. Or, he could wrap the entire item and make it into an appearance that saved the most space. This way, he could use the least amount of storage cards to store all the materials Tang Zhen needed. They would deliberately forget to return the rest of the cards. Tang Zhen didn't care about this. The next time they prepared supplies, they would do the same. Because little Zhang had been in contact with Tang Zhen for a long time, he knew how difficult it was to obtain a storage card. Therefore, he felt extremely pained by Tang Zhen's wasteful behavior. After chatting with little Zhang for a while, Tang Zhen took the storage card and teleported back to the world of Lusheng. 1155 Cleaning up the ruins. 1. Inside the tower, the work of cleaning up the ruins continued. The scene of more than 50,000 people working together was very spectacular. It was rare even in the original world, not to mention that all the people working were cultivators in Lusheng, and there were many overlord-level masters. It could be said that any one of them was enough to make the residents of the low-level buildings shiver in fear and serve them like they were lords. If they had seen the cultivators of the Lord working hard to move the stones, they would have thought that there was something wrong with their eyes or that they were still dreaming. Even Tang Zhen himself felt a little funny. He was probably the first person in the tower world to use so many high-level cultivators as hard labor. However, he had no choice. Who asked him to take over a semi-abandoned national-level building? He had no way to make this garbage disappear. He could do it by using the storage ring. However, there were so many people who were idle. If he could find something to do and not let them think about it, why wouldn't Tang Zhen be happy? After passing the storage card to the Holy Dragon City's residents beside him and asking them to prepare dinner, Tang Zhen walked to the side of the Blood River King, who had a melancholic expression on his face. He saw the Blood River King sitting on the ground with a bitter face as he used his spiritual force to throw pieces of broken walls far away. "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind." Tang Zhen sat beside Blood River King and asked with a smile. Blood River King nodded and sighed softly. He said in a sad tone, "After this calamity, I wonder how many residents of my city are left. I don't know how many of my descendants survived. It would be good if I knew the exact news, but I didn't get any news at all. This is what worries me the most." Even a ruler like Blood River King had emotions and desires. After learning that his tower had been destroyed, he had been silent for almost an entire day. After a brief pause, Blood River King continued, "You said that all the survivors have been sent out of the wilderness. We don't know which war zone they will go to. It will be even more difficult to find them." Tang Zhen pondered for a moment before he said to Blood River King, "Actually, I think that the random teleportation has a certain range. The final teleportation point should be the war zone where the continent-class buildings that were involved in driving out the Turobo people back then. And the battle zone we're in should have one or more continent-level towers, which is why I was teleported here. When everything is on the right track, I will think of a way to release the news on the Cornerstone platform and try to gather the survivors in the wilderness war zone as much as possible. This is also the responsibility that we, the leaders of the wilderness war zone, should bear. Blood River King nodded gently when he heard this. He turned to look at Tang Zhen and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. City Lord, I find that I can't see through you more and more. Whether it's your strength or your special methods, they all make me extremely surprised. In the past, my understanding of you was only based on rumors from various channels. However, after coming into contact with you in person, I realized that the rumors were not exaggerated, but rather, they were discounted. Not to mention other things, just based on the fact that you can return tens of thousands of cultivators from the other world without the help of the Cornerstone platform, and you have such a space tower in your hands, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. If I'm not wrong, the power of laws you've mastered should be completely perfected, right? After his speech, Blood River King stared at Tang Zhen, waiting for his answer. Tang Zhen similarly smiled and gently nodded. Blood River King sighed, his eyes were filled with envy. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhen Tang. Then, he laughed and turned to walk toward the labor site. Looking at Blood River King's figure, Tang Zhen was very clear that as long as he was still the Holy Dragon City's city lord, Blood River King would definitely keep his promise and serve the Holy Dragon City for 20 years. As for what would happen 20 years later, Tang Zhen didn't need to consider it. The best way to intimidate this kind of proud and arrogant person was to use strength to crush them and make them completely lose their confidence. And the current Tang Zhen just happened to have this kind of strength. Foreign experts like the Blood River King would probably come to the Holy Dragon City from the other world in a steady stream in the future. As for the exact number, Tang Zhen could not say for sure. There would definitely be many unruly people among them. However, with an expert like Tang Zhen intimidating them, they would definitely not dare to be rash. Moreover, after signing the contract, these guys wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Tang Zhen felt a headache when he thought of the contract. It was because a special building like the Ghost Bank had never appeared in other buildings before. He did not know why it had appeared in the Holy Dragon City. If he wanted to get enough contracts, he had to lift the Holy Dragon City's seal. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed. The Ghost Bank was not the only special thing about the Holy Dragon City. Its existence had also provided Tang Zhen with a lot of convenience. He even had a faint suspicion that these things were related to mobile phones. Of course, he knew that the phone was just a medium. The real mysterious existence was the bead that he had accidentally broken. It was also because of the bead's heaven-defying function, in addition to the invisible protection, that Tang Zhen and the Holy Dragon City were able to smoothly reach where they were today. Therefore, Tang Zhen wanted to figure out the origin of the bead, but he was also afraid that if he knew the real secret, it would bring unimaginable danger to himself and the Holy Dragon City. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this pearl was a heaven-defying item. It definitely had an extraordinary origin. Tang Zhen retracted his thoughts and decided not to think about these problems. Instead, he would first deal with the matter in front of him. He got up and went to the cultivators of Lusheng who were cleaning the site. Tang Zhen chatted and laughed with them as they worked. He threw the garbage far away until it became a constantly rising mountain. By the time it was time to eat, everyone had cleared out an open space of 50 square kilometers, which was more than enough to build a new house. After calling for everyone to stop working, the cultivators in charge of preparing food carried a large basket and distributed the food that Tang Zhen had purchased. Some dried sea monster meat that was necessary for the Holy Dragon City cultivators in battle also appeared in front of everyone. However, Tang Zhen did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw those large square barrels filled with wine. He secretly thought that those fellows from his original world had really dug up all their thoughts in order to save their storage space. However, compared to the bottled drinks, these drinks in bulk did save a lot of space, and the quality was definitely not a problem. When the cultivators of Lusheng saw the big barrels being moved in front of them, they felt a little baffled. However, when the barrel's lid was opened, Tang Zhen immediately heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. Many people even ran to the barrel and took a deep breath, showing an expression of enjoyment. When they were first teleported to the other world, the cultivators immediately prepared for battle. Then, they were chased around the world by the Teroboros and did not have the chance to drink any wine. It was normal for them to lose their composure after seeing the fragrant wine. Besides, In the world of Lusheng, other than the expensive top-class drinks, how could ordinary drinks be compared with the ones brought by Tang Zhen? They were turbid, light, and had a peculiar smell. Even the appearance of the drinks was a lot worse. Seeing that all the cultivators were in a hurry, Tang Zhen did not hesitate and directly ordered the meal. More than 50,000 cultivators of Lucheng had gathered together, sitting cross-legged on the clearing and drinking to their heart's content. 1156 Holy Dragon City's great training of soldiers. Thick wine easily numbed one's mind. Once they were immersed in it and drank it together, they would quickly forget their worries and eventually lie on the ground drunk. The wine was not intoxicating, so it was a good idea to use the paralysis of alcohol to dilute his worries. The cultivators of Lusheng had been fighting all their lives. Although they had killed countless people and had a firm heart, deep down in their hearts, they still had a connection to their Lusheng and their family. It was just that they rarely showed it. Now that the savage barren war zone had undergone a great change, their homes had been destroyed, and their friends and family had been killed and separated, how could that kind of bone-deep pain be erased in a day and night? Especially when he was idle, it was easy for him to let his thoughts run wild, and even worse things might happen. Tang Zhen was aware of this point. Therefore, he had them in a busy state. This way, they would not have the time to let their thoughts run wild. At the same time, he had prepared enough wine to let them get drunk to their heart's content. At this time, inside the space tower, there were drunk cultivators everywhere. They were drinking and chatting with each other, and from time to time, they would put their arms around each other's shoulders, looking very warm. There were also cultivators who fell to the ground in pain after the strong wine entered their throats, or stood up and laughed wildly. However, no one stopped them. They just turned their heads silently and drank cup after cup. That night, the cultivators in the tower started to become familiar with each other after drinking and singing in the tower. The strangeness gradually disappeared. The residents of the Holy Dragon City and the newly joined cultivators of the building needed time to get familiar with each other. It was absolutely impossible for them to trust each other immediately and trust each other with their backs on the battlefield. Therefore, they needed a period of time to get used to each other. However, it was destined that this time would not be too long. Tang Zhen, who was anxious to obtain resources, had to cut down on this process as much as possible. Therefore, Tang Zhen's current goal was to let the new and old residents cooperate and deepen their understanding of each other. Letting them rebuild the city together and have more contact during work also had this intention. Other than participating in the work together, Tang Zhen was also prepared to give them special military training to further shorten this process of cooperation. When everything was ready, it would be time for the wolves to move out. Therefore, when the next day arrived and all the cultivators recovered from their drunken state, Tang Zhen issued a new order. He let the elite cultivators selected from the old residents act as instructors and lead the new residents to undergo a special, recruit training. The cultivators of Lusheng were confused by this order and thought that they didn't need any new recruit training. In the end, they obediently accepted the order from the city lord. With a trace of disdain and a trace of curiosity, they participated in the so-called military training. On the field that had just been cleared out, the cultivators of the city were dressed in battle uniforms of various sizes. They were lined up according to the instructions of the Holy Dragon City instructors. These combat uniforms were all from the original world. Although the style was not very good, they were strong and durable, and would not be easily torn. After changing into the uniform, the newly joined cultivators of Lusheng wore a look of novelty on their faces. From time to time, they looked around at the troops who were dressed in the same way. For some reason, they actually felt a little proud. He also felt a sense of belonging to this new group. They had yet to realize that this sense of belonging and cohesion would become more obvious and substantial as the training progressed. In the end, they would become a single entity and become a terrifying war beast. In the huge open space, the Holy Dragon City's instructors' orders rang out from time to time. Then, a group of cultivators who were undergoing training in Lusheng City almost made a fool of themselves. They either didn't know left from right, or they were walking with turns. There were even people who looked flustered and kept looking left and right. Their expressions and actions looked extremely funny, causing a burst of laughter. The Holy Dragon City's instructors turned a blind eye to this and continued to issue orders meticulously, their expressions rather serious. Although the cultivators of Lusheng City were just playing around at the beginning, as the training progressed, they gradually realized the benefits of this training and their original disdain and contempt gradually disappeared. They were all warriors who had been through hundreds of battles, and they had an extremely keen sense of war-related things. They knew very well that once all the cultivators of Lu Cheng could follow their orders and learn to cooperate with their companions, they would become an invincible force in an instant. The cultivators of Lusheng, who were used to fighting alone or forming small teams of cultivators to cooperate with the invasion of Lusheng, began to gradually accept this training mode and improved by leaps and bounds. After all, it was a piece of cake for the cultivators in Lusheng to march in an orderly formation with their physical fitness and extremely fast reaction ability. At this time, the Holy Dragon City's instructor asked them to maintain this standing posture as much as possible even when they were not training. This was also meticulously completed by the cultivators in Lusheng. Seeing the initial results of the training, the cultivators from the city could line up in neat rows and walk around the wide field. New training subjects were brought out by the Holy Dragon City instructors. As a result, the foreign cultivators, who now had a trace of military temperament and were no longer as unorganized as before, were pulled to the training ground in batches and began their first shooting training in their lives. The new residents were no stranger to firearms. Whether it was the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the cyborgs, or the Teroboros, they all used this kind of long-range weapon with astonishing lethality. Although they were used to fighting with cold weapons, the new residents had to admit that the killing power of firearms was quite amazing. Even they were afraid of them. Therefore, the new residents were conflicted about coming into contact with this weapon. They were a little resistant, but also a little curious. At this moment, they were listening attentively to the Holy Dragon City instructors' explanation of the weapons in their hands. This is a standard rifle used by Holy Dragon City's soldiers. It weighs 17 kilograms and has a 15 mm caliber. It can easily penetrate a 35 mm steel plate from a distance of 300 meters. It can kill an enemy wearing low-level demon soldier armor with one blow. The well-built instructor from the Holy Dragon City raised the rifle in his hand, aimed at the target in front of him, and pulled the trigger. After a muffled gunshot, a large hole was made in the human-shaped target. The low-level demonic soldier armor on it was completely destroyed. Seeing the terrifying destructive power of this gun, the new residents all gasped in unison, and a trace of heat flashed in their eyes. Although they preferred close combat with swords, no cultivator would refuse the temptation of a powerful weapon. At this time, a trace of desire had appeared in their hearts, and they hoped that they could have a similar weapon. The Holy Dragon City instructor glanced at his new recruit, a faint smile on his lips. He casually put the rifle to the side and picked up a gun that looked like a wooden stick but had a sharp bayonet in front. This is a special gun for a recruit. It's a semi-automatic rifle with a caliber of 12.7 mm and a capacity of 10 rounds. Only after you have successfully mastered it will you be qualified to equip the weapon I just used, as well as distribute other Holy Dragon City standard equipment. At this point, the Holy Dragon City's instructor immediately ordered all the cultivators to lie on the ground and start testing the rifles used by the new recruits. They wanted to hit targets 100 meters away as soon as possible. The new soldiers were still somewhat disdainful of the instructor's request. After all, to them, even if they threw a rock, they could easily hit a target from 100 meters away. How difficult could this request be? The instructor from the Holy Dragon City did not give any explanation and only let them do it themselves. However, the confident new residents soon realized that it was not easy to hit a target 100 meters away. Most of the time, the bullets would fly to unknown places. He exchanged glances with the surrounding recruits, only to find that they all had awkward expressions on their faces, because almost no one hit the target. Seeing the Holy Dragon City's instructor destroy the target 1,000 meters away as if he was playing, these guys finally realized the difference. They all listened to the instructor's explanation of the shooting essentials seriously and kept trying. In the continuous gunshots, the recruits finally mastered the weapons in their hands and their shooting became more and more accurate. 1157 Collectively splitting up the houses. Tang Zhen had just returned from his original world when he heard the continuous sounds of explosions in the distance. This wasn't because the Holy Dragon City had been attacked by the enemy, but rather because the new and old residents had formed a team and were conducting live fire training. The large amount of grenades and bullets stored in the original world were being played around by this group of people who had too much energy and had completely stimulated their desire to train. The original disdain and resistance to training had completely disappeared. The new residents had gradually accepted and adapted to the change in their previous fighting habits. Due to their powerful strength and various magical abilities, these weapons were used in various ways. Tang Zhen once saw a cultivator with a bunch of tentacles on his back carrying a basket of grenades and then throwing them 200 meters away like hailstones. The scene of the grenades exploding continuously was definitely comparable to a cannon attack. If there were any enemies in that area, they would have been blown to pieces. As a result, Lu Cheng, who had a special talent, was chosen by his teammates as the grenade launcher. During training, he only needed to carry a large number of grenades and follow behind. When the training began, a group of Lu Cheng cultivators who were used to swords and knives rushed forward. The semi-automatic rifles in their hands were fired like machine guns. One magazine was quickly emptied, and the next one was quickly replaced. The firepower suppression was quite powerful. They weren't shooting randomly. The targets in the distance that were constantly shattering could prove this point. It showed that the recruits' shooting accuracy was extremely high. While the Lusheng cultivators used cover to attack, the grenade throwers were responsible for dropping bombs, blasting the targets into pieces. The cultivators of Lusheng, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, rushed to their targets impatiently. First, they emptied their bullets, and then they used the bayonets on their rifles and standard military knives that they pulled out casually to cut the target that was made in the shape of the Tarobo people into pieces. Tang Zhen could not help but silently mourn for their enemies when he saw the manner in which these people were gnashing their teeth. This was because if this was a real battlefield, these enemies would probably have already turned into meat paste. No matter what, the new residents were doing well in their training. As long as they could keep up with the training, the casualties would be greatly reduced when the war against the Taroboros started. The weakness of the cultivators from Lusheng City was that they were not used to this kind of technological combat mode. As a result, they did not know how to make use of their own advantages. They only knew how to fight and charge, and then they were defeated by the Tarobo people. After a series of military training, they at least knew how to avoid the enemy's shooting, and then use their magical abilities to launch swift and fatal attacks on the enemy. Tang Zhen wanted to turn them into the most ideal super soldiers. No matter what kind of similar world they invaded, they would be able to quickly join the battle without any restrictions. After walking around the training ground, Zhen Tang took out his storage card and filled a large box. There were a lot of materials stored inside. Among them were the fast-built houses that Tang Zhen needed. However, in order to save storage space, these houses were not assembled. After calling Qian Long and the others over, Tang Zhen sent them a video file to demonstrate how to assemble these houses. After that, he told them to arrange their time and find time to assemble these houses as soon as possible. Thousand Dragon and the others were quite interested in this beautiful two-story villa. The group studied it for over 10 minutes before immediately starting to experiment on the planned open space. Due to Tang Zhen's request, this kind of house had been redesigned. Many of the cumbersome procedures had been simplified as much as possible. Therefore, only 2 people were needed to build a house. Seeing Qian Long and the others building a beautiful house like building blocks, many cultivators who had nothing to do immediately gathered around and watched with curiosity. At the same time, they couldn't stop discussing and praising. Unknowingly, a house had completely taken shape. Patting the dust off their hands, Qian Long and the others looked at the beautiful 2-story building. After exchanging a glance, they all nodded in satisfaction. They had been lying on the ground for the past few days. Not only was it uncomfortable, but there was almost no shelter around them. Especially at night, all kinds of noises kept many people awake. Some of them snored like thunder, and it was impossible to fall asleep while lying next to them. In addition, there were also the sounds of walking, talking in their sleep. It was a mess that could make people collapse. There were more than 50,000 of them, so it would be strange if the commotion was small. Qian Long had never felt such a strong desire for a house before. This way, he would be able to sleep peacefully. Mirong Ziyu was the first one to jump out when she saw the house. She begged her brother-in-law to build one for her first, otherwise, she would follow Tang Zhen wherever he went. Tang Zhen did not reject her. Instead, he generously handed her the materials to build the house. However, he told her that she had to build the house herself. Otherwise, she could continue to lie on the ground and sleep. It was neither windy nor rainy in the tower anyway. Other than the fact that it would make too much noise if many people slept together, it was actually quite comfortable to sleep in the open. Mirong Ziyu mischievously made a funny face and smiled disdainfully at Tang Zhen. Then, she immediately called him brother and uncle, before happily leading a group of Holy Dragon City cultivators to build a house. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City all doted on this little girl, Mirong Ziyu. Now that she had asked for help, who would have the nerve to refuse? Even if they wanted to build a house for themselves as soon as possible, it was better to practice on the little girl's house first. In any case, even if it collapsed by accident, she could at most ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For another one from the City Lord, it must be known that the City Lord, who was feared by his enemies outside, had a headache whenever he saw this girl, especially when he saw the dog-like war beast that was inseparable from Mirong Ziyu. His face was even more depressed. After Mirong Ziyu left, Tang Zhen, Qianlong, and the others looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. The result made everyone burst into laughter. Soon, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who finished their training received a new order. Those who did not want to continue sleeping on the ground could work together to get a house, but they had to build it themselves. The cultivators of Lu City, who had long been curious about the beautiful houses that had suddenly appeared, immediately gathered around the material distribution point and excitedly carried all kinds of materials to the designated location to build houses. Of course, there were some cultivators in Lusheng who didn't like to live in ordinary houses. They claimed that it would give them a sense of restraint, which would lead to insomnia all night. Therefore, the sky was their bed, and the earth was their bed. Sleeping all the way until dawn was their greatest enjoyment. Tang Zhen did not care about this bunch of people who tried to cover up their laziness with words. Instead, he allowed them to continue sleeping on the streets. However, it probably wouldn't be long before they realized the benefits of living in these houses, and they would come to beg him. In the end, there were busy figures everywhere that night. The cultivators were all talking and laughing as they built houses. Because of the colorful night sky of the spatial tower and the holy masters constantly shooting light balls into the sky for illumination, the progress of the construction was not affected much. With the deft efforts of Lu Cheng's cultivators, houses were built along the planned streets. When they reached a certain scale, they immediately formed a strong visual impact and looked extremely beautiful. Although the house had been assembled, the interior decoration was not completed yet. However, the cultivators of Lusheng, who had had enough of sleeping on the ground, didn't care at all. They immediately carried their bedding and went in excitedly. As for those lazy guys who claimed to be close to nature and refused to build houses, they could only look at the empty ground around them, cover their heads with the quilt, and continue to sleep. The process of building the houses lasted for several days. As far as the eye could see, the two-story villas were neatly arranged on both sides of the road, decorated with various plants from other places in the space tower, which actually gave people a very pleasant feeling. Both the new and old residents were extremely satisfied with these houses, and they had been smiling for the past few days. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, the Holy Dragon City cultivator in charge of scouting finally returned. At the same time, he brought back the information that Tang Zhen had been waiting for. A cold glint flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes as he looked at the information that had been arranged. He slowly stood up and looked out of the window on the second floor. The short period of peace had ended. A storm of blood brought by the Holy Dragon City was about to blow over this still unfamiliar war zone. 1158 The low-level Lu Cheng's counterattack recently, the area around Spirit Rock City had become very unstable. For some unknown reason, a large number of wandering cultivators appeared out of thin air. They were of different races, and many of them were cultivators with extraordinary strength. It seemed like they were avoiding the war. In addition, they didn't dress like ordinary wild cultivators. They looked more like cultivators from some city. However, they didn't see similar armor in the surrounding cities, so they must have come from somewhere else. The wild cultivators were at a disadvantage against the cultivators of Lu Cheng. However, if they had superior equipment and a large number of them, they would be a big threat to Lu Cheng. If these wild cultivators gathered together, they could completely destroy the low-level towers, so the appearance of these outsiders made the city lords of various sizes worried. Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen. These unknown wild cultivators only stayed in the vicinity for a short time before leaving the area one after another, and their whereabouts were unknown. As the city lords heaved a sigh of relief, they also gradually inquired about the rough background of these wild cultivators. They were all from the savage wildland, the place that had been attacked by foreign enemies and turned into a scorched land, with its qualification as a war zone revoked. Regarding this matter, the city lords of the various towers had also learned a little about it through the cornerstone platform. Although the world of Lusheng was said to have 3,000 battlefields, which sounded like a lot and one more or one less did not matter, the truth was not so. Even if the last battle zone was destroyed, it would still cause a huge commotion. After all, this was a battle zone, not an ordinary building. After knowing the situation, many city lords sighed and said that nothing was eternal. Even a giant object like the Lusheng war zone was destroyed. However, they had never expected that the survivors from the wilderness war zone, which was so far away from them, would actually appear in their own war zone. Fortunately, as the survivors of the savage war zone gradually left, the days gradually calmed down. However, the appearance of a group of giant insects made these buildings nervous again. As more and more insects appeared near the towers, the damage they caused became more and more serious. The towers had to organize people to try to kill these insects. However, after the fight, the cultivators of Lusheng were horrified to find that their attacks could not cause much damage to the giant insect. No matter whether it was swords or energy attacks, they could not kill the giant insect. Instead, their own casualties were increasing. The cultivators in the city had no choice but to retreat and wait for reinforcements. The low-level towers in this area were all under the control of the Spirit Rock City. They would receive offerings regularly. Now that the situation was critical, they naturally had the obligation to dispatch cultivators in the towers to resolve the crisis. In the end, the cultivators who went to seek help did not return, and the number of giant insects increased. They ate almost everything, not even the soil, leaving only a ground full of wolves. Looking at the abandoned area that had been gnawed by the giant insects, the city lords were all worried. If this situation continued, the original 1,000-mile green field would be replaced by a desert. In that case, the living environment would become extremely harsh, and the development of Lusheng would be greatly affected. The only good thing was that the giant worms hadn't targeted the buildings yet, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't target their own buildings after they ate everything on the ground? Just as the low-level city lords were anxiously waiting for reinforcements, the cultivators who had gone out to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help returned one after another, bringing back news that shocked countless people. Lingyan City had been occupied by the giant insect, but it was not under attack. All the residents of the city were now mixed with the giant insect, and the relationship between them was extremely strange. The Spirit Rock City ignored the low-level cultivators who came to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, some of them tried to fight back, but they were captured by the cultivators of Spirit Rock City and thrown to the giant worm as food. The cultivators who had witnessed this scene could only sigh inwardly and return to their own towers. After hearing the cultivators' story, the city lords of each building turned pale with fright, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. This was because Spirit Rock City's behavior was simply too abnormal. As the ruler of a vast area, how could they tolerate such a destructive giant insect's wanton behavior? This was simply raising a tiger to bring disaster upon themselves. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that once the giant insect had devoured all the food that could be eaten, its next move would most likely be to target the various buildings. Even though Spirit Rock City knew of this possibility, they still did not do anything to these giant worms. Instead, they lived with them all the time, as if they were blood relatives. A terrifying thought appeared in the minds of all the residents of the low-level buildings in the controlled area of Spirit Rock City. They suddenly realized that these giant worms might be strange war beasts raised by Spirit Rock City. Because of the giant insect's shocking appetite, Spirit Rock City had turned the area under its control into a farm. It did not care about the lives of the low-level buildings and even treated them as food for the giant insect. After the sudden realization, he was furious. None of the city lords had ever dreamed that Spirit Rock City would do something like this. They were clearly not giving them a way out. This was simply too much. Left with no other choice, the low-level buildings began to unite. On one hand, they were wary of the giant insect's possible attack on the buildings, and on the other hand, they had the plan to overthrow the rule of Lingyan City. Although Spirit Rock City was an 8th-grade city with many powerful cultivators, it did not mean that its status was unshakable, especially when it had offended the public. The landscape was beautiful and unchanging for thousands of years, but who could rule for 1,000 years? In the vast world of Lusheng, there were countless powerful Lusheng, each controlling a large piece of land. However, as countless years passed, they continued to rise and fall. Even the continent-level Lusheng did not dare to say that it would last forever. Sometimes, an unremarkable change could lead to the complete destruction of a powerful city. Now that these low-level towers had joined forces to destroy Spirit Rock City, they would naturally spare no effort in their bid to win the battle. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the crazy revenge of Spirit Rock City. After a secret discussion, they decided to gather all the cultivators in Lu City and launch a surprise attack on Spirit Rock City. At the same time, in order to ensure that they had enough combat power, they would hire wild cultivators at a high price to join the battle. In this war zone, there had always been a large number of mercenaries. They were hired by the tower and completed all kinds of missions. Even in the war of invading the other world, mercenaries often appeared. It was said that there was once a level 9 city that hired more than 5 million mercenaries in more than 70 years to complete the promotion mission. Relying on the human wave tactic, this level 9 building finally successfully flattened the mission world and successfully promoted to a national level building. Therefore, in order to ensure the success of this surprise attack on Spirit Rock City, the city lords decided to hire a group of cultivators in the city after some discussion, and the more the better. When the news was spread, a large number of mercenaries came. They quietly entered the low-level buildings and discussed with the cultivators in charge of the matter. A large number of field cultivators and mercenaries were recruited and then secretly arranged in secret locations, waiting for the day of the operation. 2 days before the operation began, several human cultivators in black cloaks and black armors suddenly appeared near a low-level city. After careful inspection, they entered the city named Red Earth. 1159 Contracting the War 1 Reporting to the city lord, there are a few mercenaries here to apply for the position. However, their request is a little special, so we can't make a decision. We need you to make the decision. Having his thoughts interrupted by the voices of the residents, the city lord of the Red Earth City showed an unhappy expression. He had been busy for the past few days and was under a lot of pressure. In order to calm down and think about problems, he had specifically instructed that he was not to be disturbed unless it was something important. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, the city master asked in a deep voice, "It's just a few mercenaries and you guys can't even deal with them. You're so useless." The cultivator from Lu Cheng sneaked a glance at Red Earth City Master, who was about to fly into a rage, and quickly explained, "City Lord, you might not know this, but these mercenaries are not ordinary cultivators. Whether it's their aura or their equipment, they are much stronger than ordinary cultivators." After a short pause, the cultivator added, "According to the Grand Elder's speculations, these mercenaries have extraordinary cultivation. The lowest should be a 1-star horde leader." "Oh, is that so? That's good news." Red Earth City Master's expression softened a little. Having several Lord-ranked cultivators join their side would be very helpful in increasing their strength. They could even play a key role in the battle. A low-level city couldn't be compared to a high-level city. Sometimes, a 1-star Lord could be the strongest in the entire city. It wasn't like a high-level city, where one could easily bring out many cultivator teams made up of Lord cultivators. Nodding in satisfaction, Red Earth City Master asked again, "What did they request? Are they not satisfied with the commission? If that's the case, you can raise the price accordingly and try to meet their requirements." In the eyes of the mayor, mercenaries were a group of desperados who fought for money. As long as the price was right, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. The cultivator shook his head and explained to Red Earth City Master, "If it was about the price, I wouldn't have bothered you. But the request of these cultivators is a bit special, so the Great Elder asked me to invite you to go." Red Earth City Master's interest was piqued. He stood up from his chair and went straight to the square below the tower. Because they were about to attack Ling Yan City, the atmosphere in the Red Earth City was very tense. The residents of the city were everywhere, carrying swords and making their final preparations. In the center of the square, several cultivators in black cloaks stood. They ignored the curious gazes around them and maintained their cold expressions. The city master sized them up and couldn't help but nod. Just as his residents had said, these cultivators were all extraordinary. Therefore, the mayor of Red Earth City became more curious about their special request. "This is our city lord, you can make your own requests now." After the elder of the Red Earth Tower introduced them, he retreated behind the city master and looked at the black armored cultivators with a serious expression. "If you have any requests, you can tell me directly. As long as it's within my means, I will do my best." Out of respect for the strong, the master of Red Earth City was very easygoing and didn't put on any airs just because he was the employer. Even if they couldn't work together this time, they had to build a good relationship. Who knew, it might come in handy in the future. Hearing this, the leader of the black armored cultivators slowly said to Red Earth City Master, "The purpose of our visit is to discuss a big business deal with the Red Earth City Master." Red Earth City Master raised his eyebrows and asked in a calm tone, "Oh, what kind of big business is it? Why don't you tell me? I heard that your city is preparing to attack Spirit Rock City. That's why I'm here. I hope that we can take over the battle." Red Earth City Master was confused and couldn't help shaking his head. He asked in a confused tone, "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. What contract war?" The black armored cultivator smiled and explained, "It's actually very simple. You'll pay a sum of money, and then we'll be responsible for launching an attack on the designated target. You don't have to do anything during the whole process." "That's what I mean." Red Earth City Master understood what he meant, but a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he said in a puzzled tone, "Forgive me for being blunt, but the enemy is too powerful, so I don't think you have the ability to defeat him." It was normal for Red Earth City Lord to have such thoughts. Even if all of them worked together, they couldn't guarantee that they could defeat Spirit Rock City. The final victory was only 50-50. How powerful could these mercenaries be to claim that they could defeat Spirit Rock City without the help of the cultivators in the tower? If it weren't for the fact that the other party's strength was indeed extraordinary, Red Earth City Master would have directly flicked his sleeves and left. The black armored cultivator didn't care about the city master's doubts. Instead, he continued to say in a calm tone, "I know that you have doubts about our strength, but this is normal. After all, with your combined combat power, you may not be a match for Spirit Rock City," Yi Mo said. Red Earth City Master snorted but didn't deny it. The black armored cultivator didn't care about the city master's expression. Instead, he continued to say in a calm tone, "Since you're not confident, why don't you leave this matter to us? This way, even if our operation fails, Spirit Rock City will only seek revenge on us, and you will not be implicated." Red Earth City Master was stunned. After rolling his eyes, he squinted at the black armored cultivator. "What you said does make sense, but this is not a game. How can you guarantee that you can defeat Spirit Rock City? Once they alerted the enemy, Spirit Rock City would be on guard, and it would be much more difficult to take action. Unless you can prove that you have the confidence to defeat Spirit Rock City, I will not agree to this deal so easily." The black armored cultivator nodded and turned to another black armored cultivator behind him. He extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. The black armored cultivator whose face had been covered by the cloak looked up, revealing a slightly ferocious purple face. He grinned at Red Earth City Master. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was as if a grenade had been thrown into a deep pool, immediately setting off a great uproar. The cultivators of Red Earth Tower turned pale with fright when they felt the terrifying aura. They drew their swords and glared at the black armored cultivator as if they were facing a great enemy. Fortunately, the aura disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. As the purple-faced cultivator in black armor lowered his head, everything returned to normal. When the terrifying aura appeared, Red Earth City Master quickly took 2 steps back and looked alert. After the aura was restrained, he secretly gasped and asked in a bewildered tone, "Sir, you are a king-level cultivator?" The black armored cultivator in charge of the conversation with the city master nodded and asked confidently, "City Lord, I wonder if this can prove our strength." Red Earth City Master immediately nodded and agreed. The biggest obstacle in defeating Spirit Rock City was the Lord of Spirit Rock City, who was a king-level cultivator. There was no king-level cultivator in these low-level towers. As long as they could stall or kill the Lord of Spirit Rock City, their chances of winning would increase greatly. Even if they had to exchange more low-level towers for less, they would definitely be able to destroy Spirit Rock City. However, while he was pleasantly surprised, he was also very confused. Where did these black armored cultivators come from? 1160 Chapter 1157. Having a good reason to do so. No matter what doubts they had, the existence of a king-level cultivator was enough for them to take the risk. Red Earth City Master's mind was filled with such thoughts. He was no longer in the mood to figure out what the black armored cultivators were up to. He only hoped that they would really go to war with Spirit Rock City, so that he could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The only thing they needed to pay was the military expenses that should have been taken out in the first place, and they didn't need to sacrifice the lives of the cultivators in Lushang. No matter how he thought about it, it was a good deal worth doing. Knowing that this was a golden opportunity, Red Earth City Master immediately made up his mind. He told the black-armored cultivators to wait for a moment before quickly returning to his room. He used a secret method to contact the other city masters and told them about this matter. On a square crystal covered with runes, a dozen vague figures appeared. They were the main schemers of this operation, the lords of some of the highest-ranked towers. The difference in levels was obvious. Even in these low-level buildings, there was a difference in strength. As long as the city lords agreed, they could decide whether to hire the black-armored cultivator or not. As for the other low-level buildings, they had no say and could only follow orders. After seeing that all the city lords he needed to contact had appeared, Red Earth City Master stood still in front of the communication crystal from the other world. He raised his hand and inserted a trace of energy into it, saying what he wanted to say at the same time. The other city lords were all surprised by the news from Red Earth City Master. After the initial surprise, they began to doubt the black-armored cultivator's intentions. After all, there were many suspicious points in this matter. However, just like the Red Earth City Master, they were unwilling to give up this opportunity. After careful consideration, they all agreed to this. However, to be on the safe side, these city lords put forward a request. That was, the employment could be done, and the remuneration could be discussed, but it must be paid after the task was completed. If the black-armored cultivator didn't agree with this condition, the city master could also pay a part of the commission in advance, but it couldn't be more than 30%. In the end, the city lords were still unwilling to miss this opportunity. After all, the war in the tower world was extremely bloody, and even as a city lord, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. If they weren't forced into a corner, they wouldn't have made such a choice. After all, the enemy they were facing was a king-level cultivator from Spirit Rock City. Now that things had finally taken a turn for the better, they no longer had to risk their lives, so the city lords naturally had to make good use of it. If the black-armored cultivators could not defeat Spirit Rock City or leave after scamming a sum of money, they would not suffer too much of a loss. In fact, this condition was a little harsh and even a little out of line with the rules. After all, mercenaries wouldn't act rashly if they didn't see money. The Red Earth City Master felt a little regretful. He subconsciously thought that this deal was going to be ruined. If he were in her shoes, he would not accept such insincere conditions either. After ending the call with a sigh, Red Earth City Master returned to the square worriedly and told the black-armored cultivator about the decision that they had just made. He had thought that the cultivator would leave, but the black-armored cultivator only smiled and nodded to the city master's disbelief. Very good, we've decided to accept the job. As for the commission, you can decide. The black-armored cultivator's blade-like eyes fell on Red Earth City Master's face, and he said with a fake smile, I believe that the city lord is definitely not a stingy person, and he definitely won't renege on his debt after the matter is done. After hearing the black-armored cultivator's words, Red Earth City Master's heart trembled, and he had a bad feeling. They wouldn't leave behind any future trouble by doing this, right? Just as he was about to discuss it in detail, the black-armored cultivator in the lead cupped his hands at him and said, please wait for good news. Then, he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored cultivators had disappeared without a trace. From the speed of their movements, how could a one-star horde leader compare to them? After staring blankly for a long time, Red Earth City Master sighed and hurried back to his room to tell the other city lords about this. No matter what, the employment had been completed. Next, they would have to see if the other party really had the ability to completely defeat Spirit Rock City. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents, their cultivators would still gather as planned. If the black-armored cultivators succeeded, it would be good. If they failed, they could take advantage of the situation and make it impossible for Spirit Rock City to catch its breath. Near Spirit Rock City, a few strong figures flew over. After avoiding the giant worms on the ground, they quietly entered a tunnel that had suddenly appeared. This was the entrance to the dimensional tower, but it had moved a great distance away from its previous opening. The entrance to the spatial tower was not fixed. It could be moved by the controller's will, and it could even open and close at any place. Under such circumstances, it was no different from carrying a building with him. Back then, he had met the Dream City Lord once, and he could open and close the entrance of his spatial tower as he pleased. Furthermore, No matter where the Dream City Lord was, it was as if he had the Dream City with him. Perhaps this was the Dream City Lord's special racial talent, as he had personally admitted that he was a life form from a higher dimension. However, as long as Tang Zhen completed a 3-star mission and unsealed all the Castellan privileges restricted by the Cornerstone platform, he might be able to obtain this ability. No matter where he was, he could directly enter the spatial tower. Of course, this ability had its limitations. Tang Zhen and the space tower had to be in the same plane to use it. If he wanted to continue using it in the other world, he had to teleport the space tower over. After the few figures entered the space tower, they were immediately enveloped by a ring of light and teleported to the center of the space tower in an instant. They glanced at the surrounding villas and were surprised. Then, they ran straight to the square not far away. Tang Zhen was currently standing in the square with his head lowered as he discussed something with Blood River King and the others. When the few of them came over, he turned around slightly to take a look. "City Lord, I'm glad I didn't fail you." The leading cultivator in black armor bowed respectfully to Tang Zhen. He was the person who had appeared in Red Earth Tower City. His true identity was a 4-star horde leader of the Holy Dragon City. "You've done well. This way, we can have a good reason to do so. We won't cause too much of a commotion and trigger the restrictions of the Cornerstone platform." Tang Zhen's face carried a trace of a smile. He knew that he already had a reasonable excuse to send out his troops and not a brutal pillage that would incur the anger of the masses. This would prevent him from being targeted by the Foundation Stone platform or even higher-level buildings, which would then block or attack him. The internal conflicts in the world of lounges were like monsters being released. They were all controlled within a reasonable range. Other than forbidding national-level lounges from attacking low-level ones, there was not much interference in the conflicts between low-level lounges. However, if Tang Zhen led a large group of high-level cultivators to sweep in all directions and pillage all the low-level buildings in a crushing manner, the Foundation Stone platform of the Warzone would definitely not sit still and do nothing. Instead, it would find a way to punish this black sheep. After all, he still had another identity. He was the new City Lord of the Space Tower, the controller of a national tower. However, the situation was different now. A group of non-affiliated cultivators had been hired to attack Spirit Rock City. Even the Cornerstone platform could not find any fault with them. Of course, Tang Zhen would try his best not to make a move during this process to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Tang Zhen laughed a few times before he turned to look at Qianlong, Blood River King, and the others. He then waved his fist. "Guys, get ready, we have work to do." 1161 The pack of wolves moves out one with a series of rustling sounds. The soft soil on the ground was pushed up. Then, black bugs the size of fists crawled out of the soil one after another. They raised their tentacles to feel the world in front of them, and everything around them was full of novelty. However, the most important thing right now was to fill his stomach and let his body grow rapidly so that he had enough power to protect himself. Therefore, driven by their instincts, these larvae immediately began to eat crazily, not letting go of anything that could be used. On the hillside in the distance, dozens of giant insects were gnawing on the plants and soil. They did not care about the new group of insects because this scene could happen at any time. Compared to the high-level zergs that the King Zerg had given birth to, these were just low-level zergs that were hatched by the high-level zergs. They had no other use except to be cannon fodder. Perhaps the soil was very fertile, so more than one high-level zerg had laid eggs here. As the soil continued to turn, more and more new zergs climbed out of the ground. They gathered together like a black tide, constantly moving on the ground. Wherever the black wave passed, the original green immediately disappeared. After the insect tide left, all that was left was black insect feces. Under normal circumstances, feces were the best fertilizer, which could make the earth more fertile. However, this kind of insect feces was different. They were extremely corrosive. As long as the place where the insect feces was scattered was soaked in rain, plants would no longer grow. Of course, this process wasn't eternal. However, the residents of Lusheng who lived nearby didn't have the patience to wait for the day when the plants sprouted again. Therefore, the appearance of these insects represented desolation and destruction. If they were not controlled effectively, they could easily destroy a world. The original residents of the spatial tower had been teleported to a world destroyed by the giant insects, so they saw a barren land without any living creatures. In order to ensure their survival, all the bugs chose to go into hibernation, waiting for the opportunity to enter a new hunting ground. This opportunity might come, or it might never come, and these dormant insects would die in the process of waiting. As for the king Zerg, which was at the top of the Zerg race, it was a kind of existence that was half-energized, and they had the ability to evolve continuously. In order to ensure that they wouldn't die in the long wait, they would choose to enter the energy-filled material, the Origin Stone, so that they could live longer. Fortunately, the Zergs had not evolved to the point where they could survive in outer space. Otherwise, even a vast galaxy could be eaten up by these Zergs over the years. As for the specific origin of these insects, it was actually impossible to say clearly. They might have come from the falling meteorites, or from some abnormal spatial fluctuations. As half-energy bodies, they could completely resist the violent spatial energy and come to a new world. Coming to the world of the spatial towers through the spatial towers was purely coincidental. However, by devouring the special metal of the spatial towers, these Zerg kings began to evolve once again. The various high-level Zergs that laid eggs and hatched also had special shells that were extremely hard and could avoid energy attacks. With this special shell, the survivability of this group of Zergs was greatly improved, which gave almost all the cultivators in Lusheng who fought with them a headache. In just a few short hours, the green grass had been gnawed clean by the insects. Just as the larvae, who had grown significantly in size, were about to move, a change suddenly occurred. A spatial tunnel suddenly appeared on the originally empty grass, followed by another series of rumbling sounds. A tank suddenly drove out of the passage, its heavy wheels crushing the insects' bodies heavily. With a constant crack sound, the ground was left with a pile of insect corpses. However, many of the insects were pressed into the soil and then crawled out with difficulty. At this time, another tank rushed out and crushed even more insects into powder. War chariots roared out of the tunnel one after another, speeding across the flat land. The chariots were filled with fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators, who were coldly watching the alarmed giant worms. There were countless giant worms here, almost like an ocean of worms. The chariots of the Holy Dragon City cultivators were also spread all over the field. Just as the giant insects changed their direction and galloped toward the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the heavy machine guns mounted on the chariots suddenly spewed out tongues of fire. These armor-piercing bullets that were prepared to deal with the Zergs could easily penetrate thick alloy steel plates. When the bullets landed on their shells, clear holes immediately appeared. A large amount of green mucus was squeezed out of the holes, and the giant insects that were crawling over were beaten up, letting out strange screams from time to time. There were charging giant insects everywhere, flying bullets everywhere, and the sound of gunfire filled the sky above the entire wilderness. Under the intense attacks of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, large patches of giant bugs were killed. The ground was covered in broken bug corpses, and an unpleasant rancid smell spread. The highly corrosive bug body fluids emitted large amounts of smoke. Under the attack of technological weapons, the giant insects that had rendered the cultivators in Lucheng helpless were almost massacred. Just as the Holy Dragon City cultivators maintained their absolute advantage and killed the giant worms in their line of sight one by one, a large number of cultivators in Lusheng suddenly appeared in the distant Spirit Rock City and rushed toward the battle site. Following the cultivators of Spirit Rock City were groups of giant insects of various shapes and sizes, as well as abnormally strong bugmen. Compared to the bugmen that Tang Zhen had killed, these bugmen were obviously much weaker. Perhaps it was because they were new, but their strength was only equivalent to level 3 or 4 cultivators. However, there were more than 1,000 of them. It was more than 10 times the number that Tang Zhen had killed back then. These bugmen slithered along with the cultivators from Spirit Rock City, or directly clung onto the bodies of the giant bugs. They had strange smiles on their faces as they stared at the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were killing the giant bugs. From the looks of it, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City had been completely controlled and had become the slaves of the insects. Tang Zhen sat on a war chariot. He coldly looked at the enemies that were gradually approaching and gently waved his hand. A series of dull and unique gunshots were heard. Immediately after, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the charging cultivators and bugmen of Spirit Rock City, and limbs flew all over the sky. Under the shooting of the large-caliber sniper rifle, all the enemies that were hit were torn into pieces. The anti-material firearms, which were originally lethal weapons, were played to perfection by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, and almost none of them missed their targets. There were nearly 1,000 sniper cultivators attacking at the same time, and a large number of enemies would be knocked down almost every second. However, these heavy casualties couldn't stop the enemy's charge, as if death didn't pose any threat to them at all. It did not take long for the Spirit Rock City cultivators, who had left behind a trail of blood and flesh, to finally reach the battlefield. They pounced on the Holy Dragon City cultivators with a crazed look on their faces. The stronger giant silver worms also followed closely. Their target was obvious, which was to crash into the moving war chariot. Obviously, in the eyes of these giant insects, the moving cars were some kind of enemy similar to them. However, before the enemy could do anything, figures flew out of the chariots and charged at the cultivators and the giant insects with ferocious smiles on their faces. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators, who had been suppressed for a long time after their encounter with the Tarobo people, no longer had any scruples at this moment. They went all out and began to kill without restraint. 1162 The Battle of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. In a real battle, a fight to the death would never wait until the strength of both sides was equal. After all, this was not a duel between gentlemen. No matter how strong or weak, as long as there was a confrontation on the battlefield, they would have to use all their strength to defeat the enemy. In order to obtain the final victory, they would even resort to unscrupulous means. History had always been written by the victors, and there was no need to elaborate on the outcome of the losers. This situation was especially obvious in the world of towers. Over the passage of countless years, towers were buried in the dust of history. Who would remember them after thousands of years? Another example would be the battle that was happening in front of them. To put it bluntly, it was the ultimate battle between two cities. Holy Dragon City was considered an invader, and Spirit Rock City was not necessarily a weakling that needed sympathy. Once the two sides started a battle, a winner had to be decided. There had to be a city that was defeated and became a stepping stone for the winner. The Holy Dragon City had the confidence to win and had initiated the war. However, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City had no choice because they were already controlled by the insect race. Both sides did not have any scruples, so they immediately killed until blood flowed like a river. Thousand Dragon held a high-level demon bow in his hand and shuttled through the enemy's camp. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Every time he waved the bow, it would cause a spray of blood. The sharp spikes on both ends of the war bow could cut through iron like mud. The armor of the cultivators from Spirit Rock City was cut through like paper when they were brushed by the sharp spikes. The bodies under the armor were also split into two. In just a short time, he had killed more than 100 cultivators from Spirit Rock City, including many new bugmen who had tried to sneak attack him. When the battle reached its climax, the 1,000 dragons, who had not personally participated in a battle for a long time, laughed at the sky. It was as if they had found themselves back in the hot-blooded days when Holy Dragon City was first built, where they had to fight to the death in every battle. The past days were still vivid in his mind, and the facts proved that he still liked the feeling of fighting on the battlefield the most. Glancing around at the cultivator teams protecting him, Xianxia smiled helplessly. He didn't continue to go deeper into the enemy's formation. Instead, he raised his demonic bow and shot out deadly arrows, piercing the vital points of the giant worms that were charging around on the battlefield. After seeing this, the Holy Dragon City cultivators responsible for protecting the 1,000 dragons finally heaved a sigh of relief and protected him as he retreated to a safe position. The current Xianxia was one of the few powerful figures in the Holy Dragon City. He easily commanded hundreds of thousands of cultivators and was the city lord's right-hand man, just like Tai Seng. Normally, when a battle like this happened, it would never be his turn as the commander. However, perhaps it was because he was suppressing the intense anger in his heart and needed to use this battle to vent it out, that was why Xianxia chose to kill the enemy. Fortunately, he knew his limits. Especially after Tai Seng and Holy Dragon City were sealed together, his responsibility had become even heavier. He definitely couldn't ignore the bigger picture just because of a moment of impulse. The 1,000 dragons reluctantly retreated from the battlefield, but the other Holy Dragon City cultivators did not have such concerns. Right now, they were laughing maliciously as they slaughtered the enemies. In a certain corner of the battlefield, dozens of giant insects were surrounded. They were constantly waving their blade legs, trying to drive away the hundreds of ogres that were closing in. However, the wolf-tooth clubs and chain hammers that were smashed at them from time to time made them retreat in pain. For some unknown reason, these giant insects that devoured everything actually had a natural fear of the ogres. They would also cower in battle. Kill them and make them your food. A black armored bear touched his bald head and gave an order to the drooling ogres. At the same time, his face revealed his signature silly smile. Because of the rich food and special training, 2 of the ogres under the big bear's control had already reached the lord level, which was extremely rare among the ogres. As for the other ogres, they were stuck at the threshold of level 5, but there were no signs of advancement. The ogres that had advanced to the lord tier were stronger and smarter, and they could execute the orders of the big bear more perfectly. Although the Holy Dragon City had grown stronger, and the ogres' combat power had fallen behind, their special constitution was still worthy of the title of a meat grinder on the battlefield. At least, they would not be eliminated for a long time. At Da Shang's command, the 2 lord-ranked ogres in the lead roared and pounced on the panicking giant worms. Seeing this, the other ogres also moved their hill-like bodies and charged into the group of giant worms. As the ogres roared excitedly, the giant worm's body was torn to pieces by brute force, and the ogres that were attacked would quickly recover from their wounds. After devouring pieces of the insect's flesh, the group of ogres, who were not afraid of pain, began to wave their huge weapons and continued to fight the giant insect. The excited roars of the ogres could be heard from the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, there were many young cultivators in black armors. They formed teams of cultivators and were locked in battle with the enemy. Although their cultivation base was basically below the lord level, they were very organized when they fought. They cooperated well and advanced and retreated according to the plan. Although they were not as violent and swift as the other cultivators, their efficiency in killing enemies did not drop by much. These young cultivators were all rising stars of the Holy Dragon City. Under Mr. Mo's careful guidance, they had all grown up. Compared to their elders, these new generation of Holy Dragon City residents admired the combination of technology and cultivation in combat. Especially after going through many trials of blood and fire, their performance was enough to make everyone look at them in a new light. The last time 1,000,000 cultivators descended on the other world, the Holy Dragon City had sent 200 students with outstanding results to participate in the trial. In the end, they had escaped a calamity by chance, and their classmates had all been sealed off by their phones. At this time, in the leading cultivator team, Miraculous Ziyu, who was wearing black battle armor, waved 2 red longswords and cut through the enemy's camp like a whirlwind, leaving a bloody tunnel. Because of her high talent and her competitiveness, Miraculous Ziyu had always been the vanguard. She was always at the forefront in every battle. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to her, Mr. Mo had specially appointed 4 students with outstanding combat strength to be her teammates, so as to protect Miraculous Ziyu to the greatest extent. The little girl did not think much of this, but she knew the importance of having a good teammate, so she did not reject Mr. Mo's good intentions. As Miraculous Ziyu's team of cultivators rushed into the enemy's center, the other students followed closely behind. They were like a pool of boiling water flowing in the snow, quickly clearing a large area of the enemy. Ha ha ha, little girl, well done. A burst of rough laughter was heard. Then, a figure riding on a strange war beast rushed over and cut down a large number of bugmen. Behind him was a group of Holy Dragon City cultivators riding various war beasts. They were currently cutting down the cultivators from Spirit Rock City, and none of them were a match for them. Miraculous Ziyu rolled her eyes at the chicken wings on the warbeast's body and growled, "You're the little girl, silly captain." Other than Tang Zhen, Miraculous Ziyu would not be nice to anyone who called her a little girl. The brawny man who was called silly captain by Miraculous Ziyu was stunned. He scratched his head and turned to the Holy Dragon City cultivator beside him, asking in a confused tone, "Old Ninth Su, what's a fool?" Su Laoju pouted and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know." You should ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Bone Cat. The burly man looked at the other Holy Dragon City cultivator in the distance and roared, "Bone Cat, do you fucking know what an idiot means?" The Bone Cat, who was fighting with a cultivator from Lingyan City, heard this and immediately slashed the enemy to the ground. It turned around and shouted, "I know, this is a word from the city lord's hometown. It means that you are very stupid and lack of mind." As soon as the Bone Cat finished speaking, a burst of laughter immediately rang out. Many Holy Dragon City cultivators in the surroundings revealed mocking expressions. The burly man was not angry. Instead, he pointed at Miraculous Ziyu, who was sticking out her tongue and making a funny face, with a helpless look on his face. At this moment, a voice came from the communicator in the burly man's hand. "Tycoon Captain, Immediately lead your warbeast troops to the right side of the battlefield to provide support, and kill all the enemies that try to escape." Hearing this, the team leader immediately waved his hand at the Holy Dragon City cultivators under him and sped away, leaving a trail of dust behind him. 1163 The difficulty of 3-star mission. The strength of Spirit Rock City was indeed strong, but that was only in comparison to the surrounding low-level buildings. However, the opponents they were facing now were a group of tigers and wolves that had come from a battle zone that no longer existed. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators, who were already strong and brave, and the many elite cultivators from the Savage War Zone, had a combat power that even some powerful national cities might not be able to resist. In a battle against such an opponent, the fate of Spirit Rock City had already been decided. Under the unbridled attacks of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the Spirit Rock City cultivators were killed one after another. The battlefield was filled with corpses that were riddled with wounds. The Holy Dragon City cultivators left almost no survivors. They had already been parasitized by the Zergs, and they would be a scourge if they were left behind. Who knew when they would trigger another terrifying Zerg disaster? Furthermore, the cultivators of Spirit Rock City had become walking corpses after being infected by the parasites. Killing them in such a situation was a form of relief. If the cultivators of Spirit Rock City were in heaven, they would probably be grateful for this. In addition to the cultivators of Spirit Rock City who were almost completely wiped out, most of the giant insects were also killed. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, they were quickly shot by countless bullets and were scattered everywhere. When the last giant worm fell to the ground, the entire battlefield fell silent. The Holy Dragon City cultivators held their swords and stood proudly among the layers of corpses, like demonic gods from the Blood Sea hell. Clean up the battlefield. I guarantee that no one will be left alive. After the 1,000 dragons gave the order, they waved at the remaining Holy Dragon City cultivators. They jumped onto the front passenger seat of the war chariot and sped in the direction of Spirit Rock City. Without time to wipe the blood off their blades, the cultivators jumped onto the chariots that flew past them, forming a wave of chariots and followed closely behind. Tang Zhen sat on the back seat of a war chariot. He swept his eyes over the devastated battlefield and spoke in an indifferent tone, "I've seen that kind of king beetle before. They can transform into a huge body the size of a hill and continuously devour all kinds of food to absorb nutrients, thus laying all kinds of eggs." Since Spirit Rock City had been occupied by the insect race, the ordinary residents would not be able to escape. It must be known that the insect would choose its host to ensure that it could survive for a longer time. In this case, cultivators became the best choice for lodging, and the useless residents would either be devoured by the king bug or become food for the new bugs. Qian Long nodded slightly, while Blood River King seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly looked at Tang Zhen and said with a tone that carried a trace of recollection, "Actually, I've seen similar insects in the other world before, but those insects are far smarter than these insects. They even ruled the indigenous people of that world and collected resources for them all day long. In order to defeat these bugs, the few towers that participated in the battle paid a great price. In the end, they successfully obtained enough world origin and obtained a special mission item, Pai Shu." Tang Zhen nodded his head from time to time as he listened to Blood River King's explanation. After Blood River King finished, he could not help but ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Curiously, I suddenly realized that the infiltration missions you take part in are always full of danger, and they are all carried out by multiple towers. What's going on?" When Blood River King heard this, he revealed a proud look and replied with a smile, "Of course, you should know that I don't care about ordinary missions, but anything that is worth my time is definitely a star-level mission." Tang Zhen's eyes suddenly lit up. He was currently worried about the unsealing mission of the space tower. Now that there was a Law King who had some understanding of star-level missions sitting next to him, he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For advice. Then, do you have any understanding of 3-star missions?" Blood River King frowned when he heard this. He looked at Tang Zhen with a strange expression, but he still explained, "Lu Sheng's invasion missions basically don't reach the star-level standard. It can be said that under the circumstances of thorough preparation, the Lu Sheng who carries out the mission basically won't suffer too much damage. However, if there is an accident during the process of carrying out the mission, causing the invading tower to be heavily damaged, then the cornerstone platform will re-evaluate the difficulty of the mission. The star-level mission will only appear on the cornerstone platform under such circumstances, facing all the towers in the entire battle zone. Yes, Tang Zhen nodded. In other words, the appearance of each star-level mission represents the destruction of one or several buildings. Blood River King nodded. That's right. That's basically what I mean. However, not all missions require Liu Cheng's participation. There are also star-level missions prepared for cultivators. As for the level setting of the star-level mission, it was very rare for it to be set as high level from the beginning. Instead, it would continue to increase as the difficulty of the mission increased. Therefore, whenever a mission was marked as a 3-star mission, it meant that in the process of the mission's appearance, many buildings had already encountered failure. This kind of 3-star mission was a huge pit. The success rate was pitifully low. However, once it was successful, the reward would be extremely generous. Even so, it was not worth the risk. Unless you have no other choice, I don't recommend accepting this kind of mission. Tang Zhen gently nodded. A trace of gloominess appeared between his brows. For this extremely precious space tower, Tang Zhen would never let go of it easily. Therefore, completing the unsealing task had become a threshold that could not be bypassed. Although he could also choose to return the space tower's level to 0, that was not the result Tang Zhen wanted. Therefore, no matter what, Tang Zhen wanted to try to complete the mission. The worst result was that the mission would fail, and the level of the spatial tower would be upgraded again. Tang Zhen was not too worried about whether his life would be in danger during the process of carrying out the mission. With the methods he currently possessed, he was completely able to protect himself. In the process of carrying out the mission, it was best not to get involved in the space tower. If it was damaged by an accident, Tang Zhen would definitely not have time to cry. In this case, the 3-star cornerstone platform mission that didn't require teleportation naturally became Tang Zhen's best choice. Seeing that the war chariot had already arrived at the foot of Spirit Rock City, the topic of the star-grade mission ended there. After the war chariot stopped, Tang Zhen and the others jumped down from the chariot. As the rumbling of the cars gradually disappeared, the front of Spirit Rock City was filled with Holy Dragon City cultivators with weapons in their hands. They looked at the silent Spirit Rock City with cold eyes and then moved forward in unison. Although they had killed a large number of cultivators in the battle just now, no one could guarantee that there would be no enemies hiding in the city. Therefore, many cultivators did not approach the entrance of the city and chose to enter from the window, which was at least a dozen meters at the bottom. This wasn't a problem for the Lord-tier cultivators. After all, they all had the ability to fly. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it wasn't a problem for them to fly for a short time. However, compared to flying, they actually preferred convenient vehicles like chariots. Many cultivators who had just joined the Holy Dragon City had a lot of fun playing with them. Tang Zhen and the others chose to enter the city from the entrance of the tower to search for the Lord of Spirit Rock City, who had yet to show himself. 1164 Chapter 1161 Empty building. Spirit Rock City was the ruler of an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Naturally, the scale of the city tower would not be small. Tang Zhen roughly estimated the area of the city tower and found that it could accommodate at least 200,000 residents. Normally, a city of this scale would be very lively on normal days, and the figures of the residents could be seen at any time. However, the square of the city was empty, and the silence was a little scary. This situation was very abnormal, but it was also expected. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the tightly shut shop. He walked to the front of a huge rock that stood in the middle of the square. He stopped and sized it up. The rock was about 10 meters tall and was dark green in color. It looked like a piece of flawless jade. The part near the ground seemed to have been rubbed often, so it was unusually smooth and could almost be used as a mirror. This rock was not simple. It was said to bring good luck to people. The name of Spirit Rock City came from this lone rock. As for its specific arrival, no one knew. The residents of Spirit Rock City believed that this mysterious rock would bring them good luck, so they had always regarded it as a god. In addition to worshipping it, touching it to obtain good luck was something they had to do almost every day. Tang Zhen didn't know if this giant rock, which was emitting a strange energy, could really bring good luck. That was why it protected Spirit Rock City all the way to the level 8 city. However, it was very obvious that it had failed this time. Not only was the entire tower in Lingyan City under the control of the insect race, but all the cultivators in the tower had been killed, and the residents were nowhere to be found. The city was in danger of being destroyed at any time. This proved that instead of believing in luck, it was better to believe in the sword in one's hand. Luck was sometimes effective and sometimes not, but with a sword in hand, one could kill a bloody path in a desperate situation. Of course, Tang Zhen himself was an exception. With the lucky card, he could raise his luck to the extreme in a short period of time. This was something that no one else could compare to. To put it bluntly, a lucky card was a card that had stolen luck that couldn't be seen or touched, and then materialized it. What appeared in front of him was a thin card. It wasn't difficult to figure this out, but to do it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. The power of the cell phone could be proven by this alone. It was a pity that this model could not be replicated. If everyone could do this, the world would immediately be in chaos. A slight change in fate would not affect the operation of the world, but if it was changed too much or too frequently, the future would become uncertain and unpredictable, and one might even suffer a backlash from the unseen. Therefore, Tang Zhen rarely used the lucky cards he got from the lottery. He basically kept them in his storage ring. Who knew how many of them were there? Shifting his gaze away from the Stone of Fortune, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were walking out of the city. From their dazed expressions, one could tell that this place was probably already empty. "City Lord, we have searched the entire city, but we have not found any traces of the residents of Spirit Rock City. However, according to the traces of their lives, they must have left in a hurry." A Holy Dragon City Lord cupped his fists towards Tang Zhen and the rest, then informed them of the search results. "I've already expected that the residents of the Spirit Rock City are not here. What I'm most concerned about now is whether the treasury is still there. No matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. Moreover, as an 8th grade city, the wealth accumulated over the years would definitely not be small. What Tang Zhen lacked the most right now was precisely this wealth." When the Holy Dragon City's Lord heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He nodded at Tang Zhen and said, "The treasure room has been opened. It seems that no one has moved the property. Our people are checking and sealing it. Well done, go do your work." Tang Zhen smiled, and waved his hand. He turned to look at Blood River King and the rest, before extending his hand and pointing at the ground beneath his feet. "That kind of insect is best at digging underground. I don't think it can run far. Why don't we catch it?" Blood River King and the others nodded. Although they didn't understand why Tang Zhen would do this, as long as Tang Zhen gave the order, they would definitely do their best to carry it out. At this time, the Holy Dragon City cultivators beside Tang Zhen included the Blood River King, who was a king of laws, 3 king-level cultivators from the Savage War Zone, and more than a dozen Lord-level cultivators. Such a powerful combination would be a terrifying force that could not be underestimated in any place. It was more than enough to track the fleeing Lord of Spirit Rock City. With the order, everyone immediately spread out in Spirit Rock City to look for traces of the Spirit Rock City Lord's escape. It didn't take long before good news came. It turned out that there was an underground river below the city. The residents used to draw water from there, and the useless waste water was discharged downstream. According to the traces left behind, many people had been going in and out of this place. Although the traces had been carefully cleaned up, they still could not hide from the eyes of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. After locking down the possible escape routes of the Lord of Ling Yan City and the residents, the group immediately gathered and activated the mechanism to enter the underground river, revealing a dark and deep hole. He casually threw out a floating ball of light to illuminate the cave. After the interior of the cave was completely illuminated, Tang Zhen and the others entered in a single file and continued to advance along the winding tunnel. As they advanced, they could see all kinds of items left on the ground from time to time, and there were large amounts of dried blood on some rocks. A faint sound of flowing water could be heard. As the group moved forward, it became clearer. After a few turns, a clear river that was flowing rapidly underground suddenly appeared. No one cared about the bottomless river, but continued to search for traces left behind to determine the direction of the pursuit. However, what was surprising was that all the traces had disappeared by the river. They didn't know where the Lord of Spirit Rock City and the residents had gone. Tang Zhen stared at the river and pondered for a moment. He extended his hand and pointed at the upper reaches of the river not far away. Immediately, the rapidly flowing river was suddenly cut off, revealing a river bed that was covered with smooth rocks. At the same time, some items that were scattered on the river bed were revealed. From the direction of the distribution of these items, it was obvious that they extended along the downstream of the river. After seeing this, the cultivators immediately knew where the residents of Spirit Rock City had gone. They had obviously gone downstream. After exchanging glances with each other, Tang Zhen and the rest immediately stepped on the water and sped towards the downstream. No one knew how long the winding underground river was. The cultivators had followed it for more than 20 kilometers, but they still did not find any traces of the residents of Spirit Rock City. Instead, they found that the water flow was getting faster and faster. A light appeared in front of them, followed by a loud sound of water flowing. It seemed that they had reached the end of the underground river. Shua 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 shua, a series of air-rending sounds rang out as Tang Zhen and the others flew out from the exit of the underground river and hovered high above a deep pool. The deep pool was located under the cliff. When the water of the underground river poured down from a height of dozens of meters, it made a thunderous roar, which was quite spectacular. They didn't have time to pay attention to the magnificent scenery here. All the cultivators looked down at the huge deep pool with a trace of shock on their faces. 1165 Tracking 1. The water that fell from the sky crashed into the deep pool, but it was unable to create waves like before. This was because the entire pool was filled with floating corpses. They were all stacked together, and it was unknown how many of them there were. Looking at the position of the water outlet of the deep pool, the number of corpses spread out, completely blocking the river, and continued to the end of the line of sight. The river water had long turned blood red and appeared extremely viscous. If one observed carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be countless insects swimming in the blood water, occasionally crawling in and out of the corpses. The missing residents of Spirit Rock City had finally been found. They were not devoured by the king beetle as Tang Zhen had predicted. However, looking at the situation, their situation might not be any better than being devoured. The Zerg King seemed to be using their corpses as a breeding ground, devouring them as it grew. When it grew to a certain extent, the terrifying number of Zergs might go downstream and head to a new hunting spot. Although the cultivators of Lu City were determined and used to seeing life and death, this bloody scene that was almost like a massacre still moved them. All the cultivators felt a sense of fear and unconcealable killing intent toward the terrifying insect race. Strictly speaking, these insects could also be considered as invaders of the world of Lusheng. They withstood the invasion of the world's laws and began to stir up trouble in this land. In the process of invading other worlds, the world of Lusheng was also being invaded by other worlds and species. However, under the projection of the nomological laws of the world of Lusheng, most of the invaders could not escape the disaster. They would turn into monsters in a very short time after entering the world of Lusheng. Any invader who was unaffected or slightly affected either had a strong and strange strength or had special defensive means, but the probability of such a situation happening was quite small. The Zergs were not affected, perhaps because of their special body structure. The Teroboros that invaded the wilderness on a large scale either controlled the cornerstone platform and blocked this protective power, or they had already created a device to resist this power. No matter what, whenever such a situation occurred, it meant that a disaster was about to happen. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the corpse floating in the river. He was only silent for a few seconds before he flew to the sky above the river by himself. A burning aura that seemed to burn one's soul appeared and filled the entire river. Countless fire snakes with long tails of flames danced around wantonly and burrowed into the river that was blocked by corpses. The moment these fire snakes burrowed into the river, terrifying flames soared into the sky. Even the river water couldn't stop the burning of these flames. In the process of burning, the river water even became a fuel for the fire, making the fire more intense. Billowing black smoke rose into the sky, and the corpses soaked in the river instantly turned to ashes, then were carried far away by the surging water. As for the larvae and eggs in the corpses, they had long been reduced to ashes with the flames and could no longer cause any harm to anyone. Not far away, the cultivators looked at the river that was like a huge fire dragon. There was only fire flashing in their eyes. They knew that if they were in his position, they would definitely not allow this insect to survive. Because the existence of this kind of invader might cause harm to the entire world of Lusheng, whether it was for self-protection or for the greater good, it was an unshirkable duty to destroy these insects. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, Tang Zhen slowly turned around and looked at the silent cultivators. Starting from here, don't miss an inch of the area. We must capture the Spirit Rock City Lord. All the cultivators nodded at the same time and flew in different directions. They spread out their spirit energy to search for any suspicious traces. Tang Zhen also joined in the search and continued to move forward along the river. The polarized filter X-ray vision he had downloaded once again played its role, allowing him to easily see the situation underwater. As long as City Lord Ling Yan was hiding under the water, he would definitely not be able to escape Tang Zhen's search. Not long after, Tang Zhen saw a huge drag mark on the mud at the bottom of the river. It disappeared again when it reached the deep water. If this was not the work of the water monster, then it was very likely to be left behind by the Lord of Ling Yan City. This was because Tang Zhen knew very well that once the king beetle started to lay eggs, it was impossible for the Lord of Ling Yan City to maintain his normal form. One must know that after the previous city lord of the space tower was parasitized, he had turned into a giant tumor with a diameter of several hundred meters. Moreover, Tang Zhen had seen and killed him with his own eyes. Therefore, Tang Zhen had reason to believe that these were the traces left behind by the Lord of Ling Yan City. Tang Zhen's spirit was lifted when he finally found the traces of the Spirit Rock City Lord. He immediately turned into a stream of light and flew downstream. The chase went on for hundreds of kilometers until a huge body of water appeared in front of them. The Lord of Spirit Rock City had disappeared again. Tang Zhen looked at the incomparably vast water surface and couldn't help but feel a slight headache. One must know that searching for the Spirit Rock City Lord under such circumstances was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, after witnessing the terror of the Zergs, Tang Zhen did not want to give up so easily. This was because he had already determined in his heart that these Zergs would definitely cause unimaginable losses to the Turobo people. If used properly, Tang Zhen would not even need to make a move to make the Turobo people pay the price they deserved. The Lord of Ling Yan City, who had been possessed by the King Beetle, had become a key factor in Tang Zhen's plan. As long as he could capture him and study how to tame him, Tang Zhen would be able to teleport him to the world where the Turobo people were when the time was right. As for whether this plan would succeed and how much of an impact it would have on the Teroboro's people, he would have to wait until the incident happened to be certain. After confirming that he couldn't find City Lord Ling Yan in a short time, Tang Zhen immediately contacted Thousand Dragons, Blood River King, and the others. He asked them to rush to his location and join the search. At the same time, he mobilized a large number of Holy Dragon City cultivators to seal off the surrounding area of the water to prevent the Spirit Rock City Lord from running to other places. While waiting, Tang Zhen continued to fly along the surface of the water, carefully checking for any possible hiding spot at the bottom of the river. Through the map's perspective, one could confirm that the area of this water body was extremely large. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was an inland sea. At the very least, Tang Zhen could still see the surface of the water at the edge of the map's perspective. During this time, he also saw some foreign races. On the vast water surface, these foreign races drove ships made of wood and caught fish and shrimp in the water with simple methods. After seeing Tang Zhen's figure, those foreign tribe members all stopped what they were doing. They stood on the ship and continuously sized him up. In the past few days, there were very few Lord-ranked cultivators that appeared here. Moreover, looking at Tang Zhen's appearance, he was obviously searching for something. Could there be some kind of treasure hidden under the water? Otherwise, why would a Lord cultivator appear and search so carefully? Especially as time passed and a large number of Holy Dragon City cultivators appeared one after another, the foreign tribes were even more certain of this. The news that there were treasures hidden in these waters also spread rapidly. 1166 Capturing the City Lord of Ling Yan City alive. The speculation about the treasure was not groundless. A long time ago, there were 2 towers in this water area, until one day, for some unknown reason, a vast ocean completely swallowed this place. It was said that none of the residents in the 2 towers were spared. They were all buried under the rolling waves. By right, with the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, such a situation shouldn't have happened. However, it happened. After the destruction of these 2 towers, Spirit Rock City, which was originally on par with it, became the dominant force and eventually controlled the land. Later on, some people speculated that this might be a carefully planned disaster in an attempt to destroy these towers completely. That was why the residents of these towers had all died so strangely. However, some people also believed that this water area was actually related to the Wild Tower, but there was no trace of the Wild Tower from beginning to end. Because of this sudden change, the treasures in the 2 towers were also submerged under the water, which was why there was a legend about the treasure. However, those fishermen couldn't find any traces of the flooded city, so they naturally had no chance of finding the treasure. Tang Zhen did discover some clues during the process of searching. However, he did not have the time to care about these things now. He could only deal with them later. They did not have to wait for long. With the roar of a car, Holy Dragon City cultivators appeared around the water and quickly spread out along the riverbank. Having just gone through the baptism of war, the Holy Dragon City cultivators' murderous aura had yet to dissipate. That kind of aura that made people tremble with fear was enough to scare off all the foreign tribes who tried to watch. Although they were very curious about what this group of cultivators with shocking strength was up to, under the murderous gazes of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, they obediently chose to retreat. In fact, even if these foreign races stayed here, the Holy Dragon City cultivators would not have time to care as long as they did not cause trouble. The area of this water was simply too large. Even though the Holy Dragon City had mobilized all the cultivators in the city, they were still unable to completely seal off this water area. Fortunately, with the help of the drone, the area they could monitor increased by a lot. As long as they confirmed that there was an abnormal situation, the Holy Dragon City cultivators would arrive at the target location in the shortest time possible. When all the personnel were in position, the search operation immediately began. The Lord Tier cultivators could fly in the air for a short time, so they were the first to enter the water. The cultivators below the Lord Tier were only responsible for patrolling the shore, and the rest were searching for ships. Many alien ships were temporarily requisitioned. The problem was that the size of the ship was too small, and the speed was too slow. It was simply unacceptable to rely on it to search for the Spirit Rock City Lord. Tang Zhen also realized this. Hence, he quickly returned to his original world and got someone to help prepare a batch of assault boats. The faster, the better. After finishing this matter, Tang Zhen hurriedly returned and directed the cultivators to start searching in the designated area. There was strength in numbers. With the careful search of the Holy Dragon City cultivators and the help of some technological equipment, they cleared out area after area, but there was still no trace of the Spirit Rock City Lord. Although this situation was within his expectations, it still caused Tang Zhen to feel a little irritated. He had once obtained a tracking card from a lucky draw on his mobile phone. It could lock onto a trace of chi movement in a vast sea of people and display the location of the target that needed to be tracked. However, the probability of such a card appearing was very small. Even if Tang Zhen had gotten it by chance, he had already used it all. Now, even if he spent a large number of points to try to draw it, he might not be able to get it, so Tang Zhen simply didn't think about it. Since he couldn't rely on the tracking card, he could only use a stupid method to search. As for whether he could find the Lord of Lingyan City, Tang Zhen actually had no confidence. After a few hours, Tang Zhen returned to his original world again. He brought a large number of assault boats and distributed them to the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. After training, the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City were already skilled in driving all kinds of transportation in the original world. Therefore, when the assault boat was given to them, white waves surged on the water's surface, completely disrupting the peace that had lasted for countless years in this water. With the help of the assault boat, the efficiency of the search was greatly improved. If this situation continued, as long as Lord Ling Yan was still hiding here, he would definitely be found. The Lord of the Spirit Rock City had quite a reputation. In order to capture him, the Holy Dragon City had sent 2 Kings of Laws, 3 King-level cultivators, and tens of thousands of fully armed cultivators. If such a powerful lineup were to invade the other world, they would completely crush the other world's existence. It would be very difficult for the native forces to resist them. Just as Tang Zhen activated the map view and was continuously searching the area that he had yet to search, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the mud under the water and swam into the distance as if it was flying. After seeing this black shadow, a trace of a smile appeared on Tang Zhen's tensed face. He immediately teleported and arrived in the sky above the black shadow in the blink of an eye. The aura belonging to a Law King was suddenly released. At the same time, his powerful mental strength isolated the water, forming a terrifying pressure. A circular pit appeared on the water's surface, as if an invisible object had been pressed into the water. The black shadow that was speeding underwater suddenly froze. It could no longer move forward an inch, and could only shake its body powerlessly. Tang Zhen laughed out loud. A green light shot out from his finger and instantly turned into a long chain that shot into the water, directly binding the head of the black shadow that was constantly roaring. It was only at this moment that Tang Zhen had the opportunity to check the true appearance of the Black Shadow. With just a glance, he could confirm that this Black Shadow was the Spirit Rock City Lord that everyone had been searching for. However, compared to his normal appearance before, City Lord Ling Yan had completely turned into a monster. He was like a queen ant that had been magnified countless times. From the bottom of his abdomen, he had completely turned into a giant meat worm that was dozens of meters long. As for his upper body and head, they were covered with wriggling tentacles, and his eyes had also turned blood red. The Lord of Spirit Rock City's face was twisted under the tree spirit chain. His mouth was full of sharp teeth, and he kept opening and closing, letting out angry roars. However, under Tang Zhen's control, all of Ling Yan City Lord's actions were in vain. In the end, he could only wait to be captured. When Tang Zhen made his move, the Holy Dragon City cultivators followed closely behind. It did not take long for the area around the water surface to be filled with the figures of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Bring it back, but remember not to kill it. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City immediately took action after receiving the order. One by one, they rushed into the water and took out strong ropes to tie up the City Lord of Spirit Rock City. It was impossible to bring this big guy back to the Void Tower with the current means of transportation. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had a light warship that he had snatched from the hands of the Tarobo people. He could completely undertake this task. Although there wasn't a lot of energy left, it wasn't a problem to use it for a short time. He took out the light warship from his largest storage ring, activated it, and slowly approached the water's surface. Then, the Holy Dragon City cultivators tied the rope to the light warship. As the light warship rose from the water, the ropes quickly tightened, and the Lord of Ling Yan City, who was tied up like a dumpling, also emerged from the water. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City immediately returned to the shore and jumped onto their war chariots to follow after the Lord of Ling Yan City, who looked like a giant meat worm, as he was suspended in the air and slowly flew toward the space tower. From a distance, those non-humankind beings looked at those light battleships flying in the sky, and those war chariots on the ground, all showing shock on their faces. Having lived in this area for many years, this was the first time such a spectacular scene had appeared. While the foreign kinds were curious, they also felt a little worried. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the city would not easily appear in the control area of another city to avoid unnecessary disputes. However, once such a situation occurred, it meant that war was about to come. To the foreign races who lived here, this was definitely not something to be happy about. 1167 Chapter 1164. Regret. The unexpected appearance of the Holy Dragon City had completely disrupted the peace in this area. Whether it was the ordinary foreign races who did not know anything about Holy Dragon City, or the low-level Lu Alliance who had a little understanding of Holy Dragon City, they were all completely in a panic and confusion because of Holy Dragon City's appearance. The reason was that the Holy Dragon City's strength was too strong, and they knew that he was no match for them with just a little understanding. The only thing that puzzled them was, where did such a powerful force come from? Why had they not known about it before? To the ordinary alien races, the arrival of a new ruler meant the establishment of new rules. In order to show their strength, they didn't mind using slaughter to prove themselves. This was the most commonly used method in many buildings, simple and effective. If he was accidentally chosen by the cultivators of Lusheng to be a warning to others, he would die without even knowing how he died. The ordinary alien races were nervous, but the low-level towers that had formed an alliance were already shrouded in shock, ecstasy, and uneasiness. The reason for this was that when they arrived at the scheduled location and were ready to set off for Spirit Rock City, they received an almost unbelievable piece of information. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators appeared out of thin air, driving a strange kind of steel war chariot. With lightning speed, they killed all the giant insects near the Spirit Rock City, and then annihilated all the cultivators from the Spirit Rock City who came to support them. The entire battle did not even take half an hour. Spirit Rock City, which had originally controlled an area of 1,000 miles, was defeated just like that. Even when the entire tower was completely surrounded and taken down, no cultivators from Spirit Rock City had appeared again. The former overlord of a generation had now completely fallen. In the eyes of these low-level buildings, Ling Yan City was like a hungry wolf. Living under its claws and fangs made people always feel on edge. Now that the big problem in their hearts had been removed, the city lords of the low-level buildings who had joined forces were not happy because they suddenly realized that a bigger problem was coming. He had killed a wolf, but he had encountered a tiger. Perhaps it was not appropriate to describe Holy Dragon City as a tiger. To low-level buildings, the fear that Holy Dragon City cultivators brought to them far exceeded the level of a tiger. It was a giant dragon that they could not match. As long as this dragon yawned, he might be turned into ashes. There was only one king-level cultivator in the entire Spirit Rock City, and there were only 30 to 40 Lord-level cultivators. With this kind of strength, they could terrorize a region and suppress many low-level buildings. However, there were at least 3 king-grade cultivators among the black-armored cultivators attacking Spirit Rock City, and the number of Lord-grade cultivators was uncountable. The city lords felt a chill in their hearts at the thought of overlord cultivators all over the battlefield. They were glad that they weren't the enemies of the black-armored cultivators. Unwilling to give up, the city lords asked again and again. After confirming that all the spies' descriptions were basically the same, they looked at each other with unconcealed worry. There was no doubt about the Holy Dragon City's strength. The other party had solved a big problem for them, but the trouble that belonged to them had just begun. Red Earth City Master, who was standing aside, looked at the other city masters with a long face and helplessly sighed. At this moment, he finally realized what he had done wrong. He should have explained the price of the employment clearly. This way, even if the black-armored cultivator completed the mission, they only needed to pay the commission according to the agreement. Liu Cheng cultivators paid great attention to all kinds of contracts. Even if the black-armored cultivator wanted to play tricks, he would not be able to do anything as long as he was bound by the contract. This was also the reason why the city masters were dissatisfied with Red Earth City Master. This bastard, Red Earth City Master, didn't settle this matter at that time, leaving such a big weakness for the other party. How should we deal with the black-armored cultivators when they come to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the debt, it was only right and proper to repay a debt. The monk could run, but the temple couldn't. How could they deny it? The strength of the other party was obvious. Even if these low-level towers joined forces, they would definitely not be able to defeat the other party. Therefore, it was impossible for them to renege on their debt. Even if they were given a lot of courage, they would definitely not dare to renege on their debt. The problem was that they were willing to pay the commission, but would the black-armored cultivator really offer a price that they could accept as they had expected? What if the price proposed by the mage was outrageous enough to bankrupt low-level buildings like them? How should they deal with it then? Should he bite the bullet and accept the other party's unreasonable request, or should he rise up and fight to the death? City Lord Lu heaved a long sigh and said to Red Earth City Master, "I say, Yingluo, what are you doing?" Hearing this, the other city lords immediately chimed in, implying that this situation was all caused by Red Earth City Lord. Even if the black-armored cultivator made any excessive demands, Red Earth City Lord would have to bear a large part of it. Hearing this, Red Earth City Master immediately became angry. He looked at City Lord Lu, who had complained at the beginning, and sneered, "What do you mean by this? When I hired the black-armored cultivator, you all agreed to it. Now that something has happened, why are you putting the responsibility on me? Since you're in charge, you should do it quickly and not leave a pile of trouble behind. Is that so? Then what do you want to do? Condemn me, I'm Yingying." The tone of both sides became more and more stiff, and their expressions became more and more ferocious, causing the cultivators on both sides to have strange movements. Alright, what's the point of talking about this now? An older city lord Lu stood out and acted as the peacemaker, stopping the two city lords who were about to make a move. Glancing at City Lord Lu, Red Earth City Lord snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. After all, he was indeed in the wrong. For a moment, the city masters were at a loss. They racked their brains for a way to deal with it, and from time to time, they would cast a resentful look at Red Earth City Master, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Damn it, now you all know how to blame me. If you weren't afraid of this and worried about that, would this situation happen? If it were up to me, I would definitely pay half of the commission according to the rules. If that were the case, there wouldn't be such trouble now. The atmosphere was abnormally silent for a moment. The city lords had no idea what to do and could only stand there and stare at each other. Ahem, 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 I say, we can't just wait here. Why don't we send someone to investigate carefully and then make a decision? The older city lord Lu spoke again, trying to persuade the crowd. Hearing this, Red Earth City Master and the others nodded. They also knew that it was useless to argue like this, because in the face of absolute strength, any scheme was useless. The city lords selected a group of experts from their respective towers and prepared to set off again to investigate the Holy Dragon City's situation. However, before they could take action, they saw several cultivators from the Red Earth Tower City rushing over on war beasts. City Lord, a group of people are coming from afar. They are driving a strange-looking steel war chariot. They seem to be the black-armored cultivators who came to our city a few days ago. After hearing this, the city lords' expressions changed greatly. 1168 The creditor's arrival. 1. The arrival of the Holy Dragon City cultivators made the atmosphere even more tense. What they were afraid of really happened. The city lords were still having a headache over how to deal with the black-armored cultivator, but he had come uninvited. However, it was reasonable for the black-armored cultivator to come. After all, according to the original agreement, the black-armored cultivator's side had already destroyed Spirit Rock City. It was natural for them to come and collect a commission. They had no reason to turn them away. If they tried to renege on their debt, then the fate of Spirit Rock City would fall on their heads. It's a blessing and not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. What should come will come sooner or later. It's useless to think too much. City Lord Nian, who was among the city lords, sighed and said to the crowd in a low voice, "If the other party's request is not too much, then we will agree. But if it is too much, then we will not let them have their wish no matter what." At this point, he fell into deep thought. After a few moments of hesitation, he continued, "If there is really no other way, we can take a risk and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from the advanced building or the Alliance Elders of the War Zone. Even if we have to pay a heavy price, it will be worth it." When the Castellans heard the words, Alliance Elders Council, their faces immediately turned solemn. They had only heard of the name of this high and mighty organization, but had never been qualified to come into contact with it. Not to mention low-level buildings like them, even a high-level existence like the Spirit Rock City would not be able to easily come into contact with them. It was said that the elders who could serve in the Elders' Union in the War Zone were either extremely powerful or had the support of top-tier Lusheng. Every decision made by them could affect countless Lusheng and even the daily operation of the Cornerstone platform. It was said that when one encountered a problem that couldn't be solved, even the Cornerstone platform couldn't provide any help. As long as one asked for help from the Alliance Elder Council, the problem could definitely be solved. However, the problem was that if they asked for help, they would have to pay a huge price, so high that many buildings could not bear it. In the past, a city was attacked by enemies, and more than half of the residents died tragically. The cultivators who went out on missions were also ambushed, and only a few people survived after the bloody battle. After suffering such a catastrophe, the city was already on the verge of destruction. The remaining residents were on tenterhooks all day long, afraid that the enemy would continue to pursue them. The city lord of the tower was also killed in the ambush, leaving behind only a son and a daughter who had just come of age. In order to avenge their family, the two of them tried to contact an elder of the Alliance of Elders in the War Zone. After paying the price of all the residents of the city being slaves for 100 years and the wealth accumulated by the entire city, they finally succeeded in getting the help of the United Elders Council of the War Zone and found the enemies who had participated in the attack in a very short time. One night, a group of mercenaries made up of high-level cultivators attacked and massacred the city. Almost no one could resist the whole process. What was strange was that the number of residents killed by the mercenaries was exactly the same as the number of residents who had been ambushed. After turning the entire city upside down, the mercenaries, who didn't belong to any city, left calmly and disappeared into the night. No one could trace them. When people talked about it later, they almost unanimously agreed that it must be the Joint Elder Council of the War Zone that had attacked the tower. Under normal circumstances, national level and above turrets were not allowed to attack low-level turrets, and neither were the Union Elders. However, this did not mean that there were no other ways. It was a very common method for mercenaries to take action. Because these mercenaries didn't belong to any country, even if they did such a thing, it wouldn't involve any country. At most, they would be wanted by the Cornerstone platform. The wanted order wasn't very useful. All the mercenaries who carried out this kind of mission were highly skilled. Some of them were even residents of the top-tier Lusheng and only left the city because of the mission. Although they couldn't join other towers before the tower they left was destroyed, and even if they did, they wouldn't be fully recognized by the cornerstone platform and receive the benefits of the residents of the tower. They wouldn't be short of cultivation resources because they were the private fighters of the Elders, Union in the war zone. If the master of Red Earth City and the others contacted the alliance of Elders in the battle zone, the mercenaries would be the ones to take action in the end. With their powerful strength, they should be able to deal with this group of black armored cultivators who had suddenly appeared. Because of what City Lord Shiloh had said, Red Earth City Master and the others had all kinds of complicated thoughts. However, the black armored cultivator hadn't mentioned the amount of the commission yet, which meant that things hadn't developed to the worst stage yet. In the near tortuous wait, more than a dozen chariots appeared in the wilderness and rushed toward them. Although they had gathered a large number of cultivators and could not see the end of the city, they felt a sense of guilt when they faced the dozen chariots. The other party seemed to have a fearless aura, as if the cultivators of Lu Cheng were nothing. From the beginning to the end, he did not slow down at all. Under City Lord Zonglu's complicated gaze, the war chariots finally arrived at the front of the camp. An ear-piercing breaking sound suddenly sounded, and the dozen or so war chariots lined up in a neat diagonal line. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor jumped down from the war chariots. They were tall and strong, holding large-caliber rifles in their hands and standard military sabers on their backs. They looked unusually mighty. Comparing the two, the low-level cultivators from different cities were not on the same level. However, what made people's hearts palpitate the most was that the aura emitted by these Holy Dragon City cultivators was actually the fluctuation of Lord-level cultivators. The 50 fully armed cultivators made the hearts of Red Earth City Master and the others race. Even if they gathered all the cultivators in the city, they wouldn't be able to reach this number. His already uneasy mood became even more uneasy. Under countless gazes, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators who had jumped off the chariots quickly lined up in a neat formation and followed behind the Holy Dragon City's overlord who had previously negotiated with Red Earth City Master. They walked together towards the City Master's Lu, who had complicated expressions on their faces. All the City Lords have gathered here. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you are waiting for me. The Holy Dragon City cultivator in black armor grinned. In the entire team, he was the only one who did not wear the black helmet that covered his face. Looking at his refreshing smile, the pressure on the other city lords was reduced a little. As the only person in contact with the cultivators of Holy Dragon City, Red Earth City Master could only brace himself and step forward to greet him, while revealing a marveled expression at the right time. The force that you represent is truly powerful. You were able to defeat Spirit Rock City in such a short period of time. It is truly admirable. After exchanging some pleasantries, Red Earth City Master took a deep breath and said slowly under the expectant eyes of the other city masters, "Is Your Excellency here for the commission?" Hearing this, the Holy Dragon City Lord's smile became even more radiant. "Of course, that's why I'm here. I wonder if you're ready." Looking at the bright smiles of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the city lords' hearts trembled, and their uneasiness grew stronger. 1169 The rumors of the central spiritual ruins. After hearing the Holy Dragon City Lord's words, Red Earth City Master felt like crying. He laughed dryly and said carefully, "The last time we met, we were in such a hurry that we forgot to tell them the price. I'm so old and muddled." Facing the Holy Dragon City Lord's half-smiling eyes, Red Earth City Master stopped his embarrassed laughter and straightened his face. "Since you've helped us solve our biggest problem, we can't be stingy, can we? We've previously estimated how much we'll need to spend if we were to do this. After we get a total number, we'll round it up and count it as the employment fee for this mission. What do you think?" He didn't give a specific number so as not to make a dead end. Instead, he told them how the remuneration was calculated to see if the other party would agree. Red Earth City Master had a nervous expression on his face as he said this. The other city masters also had similar expressions. They were afraid that the other party would refuse and offer a price that they couldn't accept. The Lord of Holy Dragon City swept his gaze across the crowd and nodded slightly, then shook his head slightly. Seeing the Holy Dragon City Lord nod his head, the city lords were overjoyed. However, when they saw him shake his head, they all trembled. "Fuck, you can't play with me like this. You're nodding and shaking your head. Is it okay or not?" Faced with the city lords, conflicted expressions, the Holy Dragon City cultivator did not have the mood to continue teasing them. Instead, he said loudly, "Everyone, you don't have to worry too much. We've always been fair in our actions. We will never do anything like Spirit Rock City, which is to bully you." This time, he would pay as much as he should, and there was no need to worry too much. To be honest, with our methods, the money you're giving us is nothing. Have I made myself clear enough? When the city lords heard this, the weight in their hearts was lifted, and the pressure on their bodies was reduced. As long as the other party did not ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For an exorbitant amount of money, everything would be fine. However, at the same time as they put down their worries, the city lords were also puzzled in their hearts. Since the other party did not care about the commission, what was the purpose of this move? Could it be that the other party had a grudge against Spirit Rock City, so they took the opportunity to attack? How could they know that, to the Holy Dragon City, although the commission for this mission was considerable, it was nothing compared to the combat power that the Holy Dragon City had invested? After all, the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng City was clear. The price of hiring a king-level cultivator was definitely high, not to mention that there was more than one king-level cultivator in the battle. If they really wanted to settle this debt, then the price of 2 law kings, 3 king-level cultivators, and a large number of lord-level cultivators was enough to make these low-level buildings go bankrupt several times. The hiring fee was only a small part of it. On the other hand, the spoils of war from Spirit Rock City were satisfactory in terms of both level and value. However, this was also because Spirit Rock City was a level 8 city, so the amount of wealth stored in it was definitely not comparable to that of a low-level city. Therefore, the Holy Dragon City's goal was not the mercenary fee, but to obtain a legitimate reason to take action. While obtaining a large number of spoils of war, they could also avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. If this was the wilderness war zone, the Holy Dragon City would not fear any enemy with their strength. However, this was another distant and unfamiliar war zone, and it was very likely that there were powerful continent-level towers here. Although the Holy Dragon City was a fierce dragon crossing the river, it was better to keep a low profile in other people's territory. Plundering without a proper reason would definitely attract the attention of the top towers. Once they decided to interfere with Holy Dragon City, the gains would not make up for the losses. The Holy Dragon City Lord explained his intentions clearly, but seeing that the other city lords were still skeptical, he continued, "Although we don't have any requirements in terms of commission, we must add one condition. That is, when we have a matter that requires your employment, you must not refuse, or you will be our enemy. As for the consequences of being our enemy, I don't think you want to experience it." The Lord of Holy Dragon City snorted coldly as he spoke. A dangerous aura that belonged to a top-tier lord spread out from his body. Being swept by this terrifying aura, all the city lords felt as if they had been drenched in ice water in the summer, and their bodies trembled subconsciously before they hurriedly nodded in agreement. What happened next was simple. After the city lords discussed it, they finally gave each other a price that satisfied each other. Then, they sent their men back to Lu City to get the money. The Holy Dragon City's overlord cultivators waited in place, chatting with the city lords from time to time, learning about the detailed information of this war zone while waiting for the commission to be sent over. Those city lords naturally told the Holy Dragon City cultivators everything they knew, allowing him to obtain a lot of useful information very quickly. This war zone was called the Spiritual Ruins, and no one knew its exact size, but it was definitely much larger than the Wilderness War Zone. Compared to the Wilderness War Zone, the top-tier towers here were not scattered all over the place. The closer to the central area, the more towers there were, and the higher the level of the towers. It was said that there were a large number of national-level buildings in the center of the war zone. However, due to the limited space, these national-level buildings were all crowded together, echoing each other from a distance, and even living next to each other. In the narrow empty space between these national-level buildings, there were also some low-level affiliated buildings belonging to them. A large number of buildings gathered together to form a super complex of buildings. Even from a high altitude, one could not see the end of it. There was a special reason why these buildings were gathered in one place instead of scattered. It was said that the energy concentration in this place was extremely high. Whether it was the cultivation speed or the teleportation process in the city, it could be improved by several times. The reason for this was that there was a super wild building called the Spirit Ruins in the central area. It was constantly absorbing and gathering terrifying heaven and earth energy, allowing the surrounding buildings to benefit greatly. The name of the spiritual ruins battleground also came from this wild building, which showed how long the history of this wild building had been. The specific situation of the wild building in the spirit ruins had always been a top secret. It was completely in the hands of the top buildings in the central area. The outside world had only heard rumors and gossip. Putting the wild building of spirit ruins aside, the problem of energy concentration might not sound like a big deal, but it was extremely important to Liu Cheng. The higher the concentration of heaven and earth energy, the faster the cultivation progress of the cultivators in Liu Cheng. With the enhancement of Liu Cheng's attributes, the strength of the cultivators in Liu Cheng would definitely be much higher than those in the barren land. This was also the reason why there were very few powerful towers around when the Holy Dragon City was first built. This was because the energy of heaven and earth near the sacred Dragon Valley was very thin. Even in the savage wildland, which was ranked low and had thin energy, it could be considered a barren land. The other powerful turreted cities looked down on them and gave the Holy Dragon City time to catch their breath and develop. In the end, under Tang Zhen's investment regardless of the price, they actually developed and grew at a speed that others could not imagine. However, under normal circumstances, the higher the energy concentration, the more it would attract countless buildings to fight for it. The energy concentration around the building was higher, and another advantage it brought was the speed of opening the plane portal. This was because the opening and teleportation of the teleportation channel was actually a process of absorbing and accumulating energy. As long as it reached a certain standard, it wasn't impossible to instantly teleport a city to the foreign battlefield. Compared to the teleportation process that would take several years due to the lack of energy in some buildings, this was simply an advantage. It could completely give the invaded Otherworld no time to react. Who was stronger and who was weaker, it was clear at a glance. 1170 Chapter 1167 Cover Up 1. While they were chatting and waiting, the cultivators who had returned to their respective lusheng to collect their payment also returned one after another. The huge boxes were opened one after another, and light shone in all directions. The round brains made many cultivators in lusheng swallow their saliva, and their eyes flashed with greed and reluctance. However, in front of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, no one dared to have any thoughts of snatching it. Otherwise, they would be seeking their own deaths. When the chest full of brains was moved to the front, the Holy Dragon City Lord only glanced at it and ordered people to load it into the chariot without even counting it carefully. While the city lords felt the pain in their hearts, they also secretly admired him. However, looking at the way he acted, they knew that he must have seen the world, so he didn't care about this astonishing amount of wealth in their eyes. The speculations about the Holy Dragon City's cultivators' origins resurfaced in the city lords' minds. They were very confident that these black-armored cultivators who claimed to be mercenaries must be from some national-level city. As for the other party's purpose in doing so, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure it out. If they couldn't figure it out, then they shouldn't think about it for the time being. As long as the tower crisis was over, that would be a happy thing. As for the Holy Dragon City Lord's mention of a possible employment relationship, the city lords didn't take it to heart at all. With the Holy Dragon City's strength, why would they look at low-level cultivators like them? After all, their cultivation levels were there. Even if they were used as guards, it would be a bit shabby. Besides, since it was an employment, there would definitely be a commission. Moreover, it could be considered a good thing to be able to get closer to the other party. Some of the low-level castellans present were already secretly thinking about how to build a good relationship with these cultivators. Even if they had to pay a price, it was definitely worth it. Towards those low-level castellans, fawning, the Holy Dragon City Lord only responded with a smile, appearing unfathomable, making others unable to guess his attitude. At this moment, the Holy Dragon City's overlord heart was actually revolving with the rumors regarding the central spiritual ruins. Where would he have the time to care about the fawning of these low-level city lords? After hearing the rumors about the central spiritual ruins, he was already very sure that his city lord would definitely not stay in this barren land at the edge, but would find an opportunity to head to the center of the battlefield. To the city lord, as long as there was a way to increase the Holy Dragon City's strength, he would definitely give it a try. This central spiritual ruins would naturally not be missed. Time passed slowly. After all the towers had delivered the payment, the Holy Dragon City Lord waved his hand, jumped onto the war chariot, and left. Looking at the disappearing convoy, the low-level castellans looked at each other with different expressions. Who knew what they were planning in their hearts? More than a dozen chariots sped through the wilderness, heading straight for the location of Spirit Rock City. As they neared the area where Spirit Rock City was located, there were already drones flying across the sky from time to time, guarding against any unidentified people approaching Spirit Rock City. There were also patrol teams on the ground driving combat vehicles, ready to deal with any emergencies. After greeting their comrades, the group of cultivators passed through the security line and finally arrived at Spirit Rock City. In order to ensure the secrecy of the space tower, Tang Zhen had temporarily set up the entrance inside the Spirit Rock City. Outsiders would not be able to see it at all. This way, even if a spy came close, they would only think that the Holy Dragon City cultivators were living in the Spirit Rock City. They drove the chariot to the edge of the square in Spirit Rock City and the cultivators jumped down. They quickly piled up the brains on the chariot and someone checked them. After sizing up the busy crowd around him, the Holy Dragon City Lord walked to the center of the square and saw Tang Zhen and the others who were also busy. At this moment, a runic magic circle was shimmering in the middle of the square. City Lord Ling Yan, who was tied up with iron chains, was glaring at Tang Zhen and the others with blood-red eyes. With the cooperation of Tang Zhen and the Holy Dragon City's holy masters, the newly built runic magic circle was officially in operation. With its existence, City Lord Ling Yan would definitely not be able to parasitize the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. The next thing to do was to find a way to completely control it, and then modify it according to the Holy Dragon City's needs to produce some special insects that could cause trouble for the Teroboros people. These things needed professionals to do. Unfortunately, the Holy Dragon City's experts in this field had long been sealed. If Tang Zhen wanted to complete this work in a short time, he would have to borrow the power of the original world. Tang Zhen had already communicated with his business partners on this matter. In a few days, when the soul transmission array was completed, those experts would be sent over to participate in the research. After checking the operation of the runic magic circle once again and confirming that there were no problems, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the people around him. City Lord, I've already retrieved the payment for those towers, and I've also heard some news that might interest you. The Holy Dragon City's Lord in charge of collecting the commission bowed to Tang Zhen, and then repeated the events of the Central Spiritual Ruins, wild building in full detail. Tang Zhen's eyes gradually flickered with a strange glint as he listened to the other party's explanation. A faint smile also surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The Spiritual Ruins, which was located in the middle of the war zone, was simply an extremely ideal place for him to increase his strength. With the energy absorption device and the space tower that could conceal the existence of the Holy Dragon City, as long as Tang Zhen was careful, he would definitely be able to reap a huge harvest. The current Holy Dragon City was like a rootless duckweed. After leaving the original battle zone, he had to find an ideal place to build a new battle zone. He could not stay in one place for long. Originally, because of the Holy Dragon City, it was a little difficult to move around. However, with the appearance of the space tower, Tang Zhen could bring the Holy Dragon City wherever he went. However, before that, Tang Zhen still needed to complete one thing, which was to invade the cornerstone platform of this war zone and completely separate the space tower from this war zone. Then, he would attach it to the cornerstone platform of the Savage Wildland. In this way, he could take the space tower away, otherwise, he would not be able to leave the battlefield. Tang Zhen knew very well that as long as he did this, he would definitely attract the pursuit of this cornerstone platform in the war zone. It should be known that in order to cultivate a national-level building, the cornerstone platform needed to invest a huge amount of resources. How could it allow outsiders to take advantage of it? In order to succeed, he had to plan in detail. Keeping this matter in his heart, Tang Zhen praised the Holy Dragon City Lord. Then, he chuckled and said, there was more than one City Lord Ling Yan who entered the space tower. As far as I know, there were 4 other City Lords. I guess they were also infected by the King Bug. There's too little oil in a level 8 building, so we have to keep working hard to wipe out all 4 buildings and then catch all 4 Zerg Kings. At this point, he looked at the other party and said in an encouraging tone, I'll leave this matter to you. When it's over, I'll reward you based on your contributions. City Lord, please rest assured. This subordinate will not fail the mission. The Holy Dragon City Lord straightened his body and bowed to Tang Zhen before he turned around and left excitedly. The desire for battle that stemmed from the depths of their souls made the Holy Dragon City cultivators unable to endure a peaceful life. Especially after the battle at Spirit Rock City, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had not had enough fun were already looking forward to the next battle. However, it was not as simple as sending troops to deal with the 4 level 8 towers at the same time. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City would be very busy. 1171 An extremely difficult 3-star mission. After everyone got busy again, Tang Zhen walked to the side and sat down, falling into deep thought. Ever since the savage wildland was invaded and Holy Dragon City was sealed at the last moment before its destruction, Tang Zhen had always felt a sense of danger in his heart. This was due to the strength of the Teroboros people, but it was also related to the fact that Holy Dragon City was still weak. Back then, he had watched helplessly as the Holy Dragon City was about to be destroyed. Tang Zhen was at his wit's end. If it wasn't for his phone that had jumped out and sealed the Holy Dragon City, he was afraid that from that day on, many familiar faces and voices would have been completely separated from him. Murong, Tai Seng, Fatty, and many other residents of Holy Dragon City had always been by his side, accompanying him in another form. However, before the crisis was resolved, it was impossible for the two sides to meet again. Tang Zhen's anxiousness had always been hidden in his heart. However, he had never mentioned it to anyone else. This was because other than himself, there was no one else who could help share the burden of this matter. As he looked at the residents of Lusheng who had survived the disaster, forcing a smile and trying not to show any sadness in front of him, Tang Zhen was touched. At the same time, he also secretly warned himself that he must not disappoint the expectations of these Lusheng residents. Since they were willing to shed blood for the Holy Dragon City, as the city lord, Tang Zhen would definitely not let them shed any more tears. What had happened to Ling Yan City had also given Tang Zhen a warning. As the lord of a city, if he was not strong enough, not only would he endanger himself, but he could also harm the residents of the city. So no matter what, he had to continue to improve his strength, and at the same time, remove the crisis of Holy Dragon City, and give the residents of the tower a relatively safe living environment. This was his responsibility as the city lord, and he absolutely couldn't shirk it. Tang Zhen took a cup of tea from the table and slowly drank it. After which, he turned around and headed to the foundation stone platform of Spirit Rock City. The building foundation of Spirit Rock City was of no use to Tang Zhen. Therefore, after occupying it, Tang Zhen did not destroy it. Instead, he allowed it to continue to exist. It was easy to destroy but hard to build. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that a casual move of his might cause the painstaking efforts of several generations to go to waste. Although all the residents of the tower had died because of the insect race, he would not do it himself even if the tower was destroyed. At the very least, before the Holy Dragon City cultivators left, the name of Spirit Rock City would still remain for a period of time. A thin layer of dust had already covered the hall where the foundation stone platform was stored in Spirit Rock City. Tang Zhen had actually left behind a trail of light footsteps when he walked in. Tang Zhen stood in front of the foundation stone platform and slowly started it up. An operation screen that was completely different from the wilderness warzone appeared before his eyes. The cornerstone platform of this warzone was more concise, and there seemed to be a few more options. Even the items sold on the cornerstone platform seemed to be more comprehensive. Compared to the lower-ranked battlefields, the cornerstone platform would undoubtedly bring more convenience to Lu Cheng's cultivators in the higher-ranked battlefields. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that this was one of the benefits that the war zone would receive after becoming stronger. He would definitely not let the cultivators in Lusheng City not get any returns for their efforts. Although he was not a resident of the Spirit Rock City, he still had the identity of the master of the Space Tower, so it was completely possible for him to borrow the platform to browse through it. If necessary, he could also easily obtain the identity of a resident of the tower in the Spirit Rock City. However, there was no need to do so at all. What he needed to do was to look at the star-level missions in this battle zone so that he could be mentally prepared. Following the manipulation of his thoughts, the images on the cornerstone platform began to change. Groups of strange subtitles and images continued to appear. Although the words had never been seen before, they could be understood with a single glance. On the other hand, other than Tang Zhen himself, the other onlookers could not see anything at all. To a certain extent, this method could ensure the privacy of the Lu City's residents and prevent all their secrets from being exposed. In just a dozen seconds, Tang Zhen found the Cornerstone Platform's mission issuance area and set the screening criteria to only display 3-star platform missions. As the selection was completed, the dense task list in front of him was suddenly cleared, leaving only a dozen tasks hanging on the Cornerstone Platform alone. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over these missions. He merely took a glance before his expression turned grave. Destroy the glacier country, kill the ice goddess and all her believers, and obtain the complete heart of the source of the icy world. Mission difficulty: 3-star. Mission reward: the Cornerstone Platform's level will be upgraded by 1 level, all teleportation fees will be free, and the reward will be 1 billion points. Mission failure penalty: none. Just by looking at the contents of the first 3-star mission, Tang Zhen knew that this mission was not simple. Firstly, it was because of the complete heart of the world's origin. Secondly, it was because of the generous rewards for completing the mission. A complete heart of the world's origin would only appear in a different world where a certain type of energy was dominant. In such a world, the other types of energy would be completely suppressed, and there was no way to mobilize and borrow it. Because a single attribute was too powerful, the world's origin, which had the ability to evolve all things, would cause all kinds of creatures with similar or derived attributes to appear in this world, and they would not need a long time to evolve. The most important point was that a world with the heart of the world's origin would definitely have an absolute master, which was the god of this single attribute energy world. This was because he could completely borrow the energy of the heart of the world's origin, causing the entire world to be under his control. The moment he spoke, the nomological laws would appear, and the winds and clouds would change with a snap of his fingers. Fighting against such an enemy would mean that one would be crushed by the entire world. The difficulty would definitely be beyond one's imagination. Perhaps it was because of this that the Cornerstone Platform rated it as a 3-star mission and gave it an extremely rich reward. Tang Zhen shook his head. This mission was obviously prepared for those top-tier towers. Although he was very envious, he knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible to complete this mission. Perhaps the Cornerstone Platform was also aware of this, which was why it allowed multiple towers to participate in a mission of this level. When they had gathered enough combat power, they would launch the teleportation invasion operation. Even though this was the case, Tang Zhen was not interested in this mission. The reason for this was because he was in control of the fire law. Once he was placed in a world with ice attribute energy, he would definitely encounter an extremely serious suppression. With his greatest attack being restricted, even if he was a Law King, he would definitely not be able to protect himself. Therefore, Tang Zhen would not seek trouble for himself. After going past the first mission, Tang Zhen continued to look down and discovered that the second mission was also the Lusheng invasion mission. The target of the invasion was a special island that swam underwater. The island wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. It was probably half the size of the moon. It was transparent and spherical, and it was always immersed in a liquid similar to seawater. Its interior was filled with tunnels that looked like ant nests, and one could be completely lost in it if they were not careful. According to the intelligence, other than the spherical underwater island that was constantly moving in the sea, the world was filled with liquid from the sky to the ground. There was not a single gap at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that this world was a large sealed water tank. On the surface of this spherical island, there was a special plant that could absorb nutrients from the liquid to ensure its own growth. At the same time, it also provided the necessary oxygen for the indigenous people living inside the sphere. In addition to obtaining food from the inside, the aboriginals could also enter the ocean-like liquid through the passages that could be seen everywhere and hunt all kinds of creatures as food. Compared to other worlds, this world's source was easy to find, because it was located in the center of the spherical world, in an incomparably huge space. The purity of the world's origin was absolutely beyond imagination, so it attracted the covetous eyes of the Cornerstone Platform. The reason why it was rated as a 3-star mission was because the spherical world was constantly moving and it was impossible to determine its traces. Once the Lu Cheng cultivators were teleported over, they would definitely be directly immersed in this liquid. If there were no necessary countermeasures, it would not be strange for them to collectively drown in this world. In fact, the real danger was not these. Even if cultivator Lu Cheng overcame these difficulties and successfully entered the underwater island, he would still have to face the guardians who were guarding the world's origin at all times. It was a type of energy life form, and its strength was abnormally strong. It was no different from a king-level cultivator. To subdue it and seize the world's origin was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 1172 Locking in the mission. 1. After looking at the first two missions, Tang Zhen already had a general understanding of the 3-star mission. No wonder Blood River King called the 3-star mission, Death Mission. The difficulty of this mission was so high that Tang Zhen had never come into contact with it before. Even though his fire law had reached perfection, he still couldn't guarantee his survival in such an extremely dangerous mission. Who knew what kind of terrifying characters the cultivators of Lusheng City who dared to accept this mission were? This was a gamble with a very low chance of winning. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. A trace of a helpless smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. In order to unseal the Tower of Space to prevent it from being downgraded and to gain complete control over it, Tang Zhen had to participate in a 3-star mission. Moreover, he had to guarantee success. Who knew what the cornerstone platform of the war zone was thinking, to actually issue such an almost impossible mission? Was it to force the space tower to drop in level? What benefits did this bring to the cornerstone platform? In fact, this was something that Tang Zhen couldn't understand. According to the cornerstone platform's usual style, they would invest a huge amount of resources to cultivate a low-level building to a national level. Moreover, it was a very rare space building. How could they give it up so easily? This method, which was obviously not worth it, was indeed worth pondering over. A trace of gloominess surfaced in Tang Zhen's heart. He suddenly had a feeling that this matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps, it was hiding a secret that he did not understand. Tang Zhen tossed aside his chaotic thoughts and focused his mind as he continued to inquire about the next mission. However, the consecutive missions were all like this. They were not missions that he could participate in at the moment and were guaranteed to succeed. This made him feel a little disappointed. Holy Dragon City's safety depended entirely on him. Even if it was for the sake of the city's residents, he could not place himself in such a dangerous environment. Otherwise, Holy Dragon City would never see the light of day again. Tang Zhen let out a soft sigh. Just as he was about to turn around and leave to see if he could use other methods to solve this problem, the image on the cornerstone platform began to flicker slightly. Immediately after, a new mission suddenly appeared. Tang Zhen was slightly startled when he saw this. At the same time, a strange expression was revealed on his face. One had to know that the 3-star missions released on the cornerstone platform were definitely a rather special type. Not only was the probability of them appearing very small, but almost every mission would remain on the platform for an extremely long time after it appeared. It was very common for a high-difficulty mission to stay for decades or even centuries on the cornerstone platform, and the frequency of the update of the mission was also very low. Sometimes, it would not appear even after decades. The strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators was obvious, and there were very few missions that could make them helpless. The probability of encountering a new 3-star mission by Ren Bu was also extremely low. Tang Zhen, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped his footsteps. His curious gaze landed on the new mission. After he clearly saw the contents of the mission, a trace of a bright light suddenly flashed across his eyes. Sneak into the Myriad World Mall and perform any of the following side missions. Mission 1. Activate the special device and guard it for the specified time. During this time, the special device must not be destroyed, or the mission will fail. Mission 2. Obtain the full map of the Myriad World Mall, investigate the full strength of the native cultivators, and build secret runic magic circles. The more the number, the more rewards. Quest 3. Assassinate the targets on the bounty list. Complete 1 to complete the quest. If you kill more than 1, you will be rewarded. Mission 4. Snatch the treasures displayed in the Myriad World Mall. The mission will be considered complete if you obtain any of them and hand them in. Mission 5. Woo-woo. Tang Zhen's originally somewhat depressed mood began to relax as he looked at the contents of the mission display. This was because this new mission was clearly very suitable for him. He had a lot of choices when he was carrying out this task. If he couldn't complete one side task, he could choose to go on to the next one. With his own strength, it was entirely possible to complete one of the tasks. Tang Zhen suddenly felt that his luck was very good. In a situation where he was close to despair, a new mission actually appeared on the cornerstone platform in time. Moreover, the probability of completing it was very high. Could it be that he had been using the lucky card so often that his luck had been constantly accumulating, and that there would always be a turning point in every difficult situation? Tang Zhen, who was in a good mood, calmed his mind and began to carefully browse the specific content of the mission to avoid any omissions that would lead to unnecessary trouble when executing the mission. It turned out that in an unknown foreign world, there was a special area that could connect countless planes and dimensions. The local cultivators made use of this to build an extremely huge super shopping mall. Merchants from all over the world could trade here, and the variety of goods was as vast as the sea. As long as you had enough money and used special equipment to enter the Myriad World Mall, you could definitely buy anything you wanted. Even a commodity like the world's origin could be bought from here. Of course, the price would be ridiculously high. After the transaction was completed, the merchant would deliver the goods from different dimensions to the buyer in the shortest time possible. Using a special device to safeguard the property and pay the merchant after the transaction was completed, this could completely prevent fraud from happening and make both parties completely at ease. Because of the existence of the Myriad World Mall, the native cultivators of this world had obtained uncountable wealth. At the same time, in order to expand their business, they had also built teleportation arrays in many worlds through special means. It was also because of their vast wealth that the native cultivators of this world were extremely powerful. Many forces had tried to rob them of their wealth, but all of them had failed without exception. The Spiritual Ruins Warzone wasn't the first plunderer, and there had been a few failed invasions before this. It was obvious that they had also failed. Because of the difficulty of the mission, the cornerstone platform of the Spiritual Ruins Warzone had set it as a 3-star mission. Originally, it was purely to plunder the world's origin, but it had become more complicated because of the upgrade of the mission. Obviously, in the face of huge benefits, the cornerstone platform would not stick to the rules. Instead, it would make some appropriate changes to the mission requirements. As for whether there were human factors in this, it was still uncertain. One must know that the elders of the Alliance Council of Elders in the war zone had the ability to affect the operation of the cornerstone platform to a certain extent. It was actually not impossible for them to issue such a mission under their operation. No matter what, Tang Zhen had already decided to accept this mission. This way, not only could he lift the seal of the space tower, but he could also take the opportunity to make a fortune. Why not? If the mission failed, he was confident that he could find an opportunity to escape, unlike other 3-star missions where he could lose his life in the other world if he was not careful. However, just as Tang Zhen was about to return to the space tower and use his identity as the city lord of the space tower to complete the unsealing mission, he was surprised to find that the number of people accepting the mission was increasing. Once there were enough people, the mission would immediately start. If Tang Zhen did not quickly accept it, he would probably miss the opportunity. Tang Zhen cursed in his heart and immediately teleported to the entrance of the space tower. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, he rushed into the space tower like lightning. 1173 heading to the Myriad World Mall. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's figure had already disappeared. He had arrived at the core area of the space tower through the internal teleportation function. The moment his figure appeared, an identity card that belonged to the city lord flew out like lightning and directly landed on the identity verification area on the cornerstone platform. The cornerstone platform of the space tower that had been sealed for who knows how many years was reactivated at this moment. Different from the Spirit Rock City's foundation stone platform, after the foundation stone platform of the space tower was activated, large words immediately appeared on it, indicating that the platform's functions were blocked and most of the functions were temporarily unavailable. In fact, apart from the city lord himself, the other residents of the tower couldn't even activate the cornerstone platform. Tang Zhen did not have the time to care about this. He quickly issued the search order and quickly filtered out all the 3-star missions. Tang Zhen glanced at the mission list and saw that the mission to invade the Myriad World Mall was still there. He was slightly happy and did not hesitate to use his identity as the Lord of the Space Tower to accept the mission for the cultivators of the tower to actively participate. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, he would miss the opportunity to carry out this mission for the first time. Sure enough, a few minutes after his registration, the cornerstone platform showed that the number of people who had invaded the Myriad World Mall was full. The registration option was suddenly stopped, and the entire mission turned into an eye-catching orange color. This was a reminder to Lu Cheng that the mission was about to begin. Please be ready to teleport at any time. At most, in 24 hours, you will be teleported to another world to carry out the mission. Tang Zhen stood in front of the foundation stone platform and was silent for a moment. Then, he turned around and walked out, summoning Qianlong and the rest. The time he spent on missions could be long or short, but fortunately, before he left, many things had been arranged, so he didn't need to worry too much. The research and experiments on resolving the Holy Dragon City's crisis were still being carried out in the original world. It was estimated that there would be results after a while. After Tang Zhen returned from his mission, he should be able to deal with this matter. The mission of clearing the 4 nearby Grade 8 towers and capturing the 4 tower lords that had been possessed by the King Beetle was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. Due to Tang Zhen's identity as the city lord of the Space Tower, he did not need to intervene in this matter at all to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for whether the foreign cultivators who belonged to the Holy Dragon City would listen to his orders after he left, Tang Zhen was not worried at all. Firstly, their respective towers no longer existed, and their current identities were just wild cultivators. This brought great inconvenience to their daily lives in cultivation, but the Holy Dragon City could help them solve this problem. Secondly, Tang Zhen was their only hope for revenge and to find their friends and family. Otherwise, the 3,000 war zones were vast and there were countless races. They might not be able to find all of them in their lifetime. However, with the help of the Holy Dragon City and Tang Zhen, their hope would undoubtedly increase a lot. Of course, the most important reason was that the strength and methods Tang Zhen had displayed had long intimidated disloyal cultivators. They did not dare to do anything that was disadvantageous to the Holy Dragon City and suffer the relentless pursuit of a Law King. Even the Blood River King had no intention of going back on his original oath. After all, Holy Dragon City was indeed the most ideal place for him to stay. Moreover, it was only a few decades. To a ruler with a long life, it was nothing. Since all the worries behind him did not exist, Tang Zhen could leave without any worries for a period of time and did not need to worry about his backyard catching fire. After using half an hour to explain all the matters and having someone in charge of all the work, Tang Zhen returned to the cornerstone platform alone and began to quietly wait for the transmission to begin. After a ray of light enveloped Tang Zhen's body, he once again felt the familiar transmission fluctuation. After he silently recited dozens of numbers in his heart, the rumbling sound in his ears disappeared, his dazzling vision returned to normal, and his feet finally stepped on solid ground. He was currently on a barren rocky beach that stretched as far as the eye could see. Huge pieces of colorful rock stood slanted, and it was unknown how many years they had endured the wind and rain. The sky was blue and white, and the outlines of several huge planets could be vaguely seen. One could even see the craters on them. He squinted his eyes and looked around. He found that he was surrounded by people of different heights and sizes, but they were all wearing a cloak that completely covered their bodies. After sensing the aura of these cultivators, Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. He didn't expect that there would be so many experts participating in this mission. In addition to him, there were 9 Law Kings among the 100 cultivators in Lusheng, and the rest were all king-level cultivators. These Law Kings were like 9 shining suns, emitting a chilling aura that made the surrounding king-level cultivators not dare to approach. There were also no cultivators around Tang Zhen. This was because the king-level cultivators had tactfully retreated to the side after sensing Tang Zhen's fire law power. Tang Zhen was completely unconcerned about this. In fact, he was even very happy to see such a situation. He swept his gaze around him before slightly lowering his head. While Tang Zhen was sizing up the cultivators from Lu Cheng, they were also sizing each other up. When the 9 Law Kings saw Tang Zhen, their eyes revealed a trace of doubt and vigilance. Law Kings were the top combat forces in almost all the major battlefields. Almost all of them were famous, and they knew each other. However, they had never seen a stranger like Tang Zhen in the spiritual ruins battlefield. Although they were secretly guessing Tang Zhen's arrival, no one took the initiative to ask. They did not want to touch some taboo and cause Tang Zhen to be unhappy. Offending a Law King for no reason was undoubtedly an extremely stupid thing to do, so no one would take this risk casually. After a moment of silence, several groups of cultivators from Lu Cheng who were familiar with each other came together and discussed in low voices before leaving in 2s and 3s. As for the other cultivators who took part in the mission alone, they did not stay for long either. They left one after another and headed in the direction of the Myriad World Mall. Tang Zhen glanced at the 9 Law Kings. Seeing that most of them were followed by a few king-level cultivators and were not in a hurry to leave, he also chose to leave in silence. After Tang Zhen left, the 2 Law Kings looked at each other and began to talk in low voices. This human law monarch looks unfamiliar. Have you seen him before? I've never seen him before. Could he be a newly advanced law king? That's impossible. Once a nomological king advances, there'll definitely be an announcement for the entire battle zone, but this human cultivator has never been on the announcement. Furthermore, looking at the power of laws that he was exuding, he had probably already reached the advanced or even perfection level. How can a nomological king of this level be unknown? That's strange. Could it be that they are cultivators from other battlefields, and they have joined our spiritual ruins warzone? It's possible. I'll tell the elder about this later and have him check it through the cornerstone platform. The other party is a law king, after all, and his strength isn't weak. We definitely can't let our guard down. After the two law kings finished their discussion, they looked at each other. Then, they each led several king-level cultivators and quickly disappeared into the endless desert. 1174 Competition on the platform and encounters on the road. Tang Zhen did not know that there would be two law kings guessing his origins after he left. However, even if he knew, it was pointless because he had already made preparations in advance. Although the world of Lusheng had 3,000 battlefields and countless cultivators, any nomological king in an ordinary battlefield was a big shot whose name shook the battlefields. Many cultivators in the world of Lusheng were familiar with them. Take Tang Zhen as an example. Before he became a law king, his fame only spread around the Holy Dragon City. However, ever since he became a law king and was reported to the entire battle zone by the cornerstone platform, almost all the cultivators in Lusheng in the entire savage wildland knew of his fame. By the same logic, when he appeared in the spiritual ruins warzone, those nomological kings found that they didn't know him at all. As a result, they couldn't help but guess in their hearts and try to figure out his specific origin. Tang Zhen did not have any qualms about this. This was because after one's cultivation had reached his level, it was not easy to hide it. A law king of the same level would be able to see through it with a single glance. Rather than being secretive and appearing to have ulterior motives, it was better to show it openly and have the effect of intimidating the enemy. So what if his origin was discovered? Apart from the continent-level tower, Tang Zhen was not afraid of any national-level tower. Even if he couldn't beat the other party, he could hide in the space tower or even just leave. Besides, the major battlefields didn't exclude cultivators from Lu Cheng from other battlefields. When Lu Cheng absorbed a certain number of cultivators from other battlefields, they would even receive rewards from the cornerstone platform. The natural barrier between each war zone was mainly used to prevent such things from happening. This was to prevent the cultivators in Lusheng from being cultivated by the other war zones. From this, it could be seen that there were also open and secret struggles between the cornerstone platforms of the major battle zones. In the case of defecting from the original battle area and immediately joining another battle area, the cultivators of Lusheng could join another battle area and obtain the status of an official resident without the destruction of the Lusheng in the original battle area. Of course, once this kind of thing was discovered by the cornerstone platform of the original battle area, they would be wanted by the entire battle area. As long as the other party stepped into the territory of the original battle area, they would immediately be locked on by the cornerstone platform, and then a large number of cultivators would be mobilized to hunt them down. Even if a cross-battlefield pursuit order was issued, it would not be surprising. After all, not every cornerstone platform could tolerate the existence of traitors. They had to kill them even if they had to pay a great price. The unexpected destruction of the wilderness battlefront had actually helped many of the cornerstone platforms that had participated in driving out the Teroboros people. The reward for sending the continental Lusheng to participate in the battle naturally included the surviving cultivators of the Lusheng. They didn't need to invest any resources at all, and they could divide a large number of cultivators in the Lusheng equally. They could also use the wilderness warzone as a trial ground for low-level Lusheng. This was definitely a deal that they would make a profit without losing anything. Moreover, they could not allow the Trobones to do as they pleased in the world of Lusheng. Otherwise, the cornerstone platforms would not be so kind as to teleport the continent-class Lusheng to the wilderness warzone at such a great cost. Tang Zhen thought about it while carefully hurrying on his way. He did not know how far he had already walked. He opened the map and took a look. He discovered that he was only 1,000 miles away from his destination. The cornerstone platform teleported them to a desolate area mainly to prevent the teleportation fluctuations from being discovered by the native cultivators, who would then send experts to snipe them and cause huge casualties to the cultivators in Lu Cheng. However, As Tang Zhen continued to approach his destination, he discovered that this method seemed a little unnecessary. This was because he had already seen some foreign world cultivators appearing from their hidden positions. After coldly sweeping their eyes at Tang Zhen, they headed in the same direction as him. Looking at their various attires, they were obviously not the native cultivators mentioned in the mission information. Tang Zhen was slightly surprised as he watched the cultivators from the other world swagger away with his eyes. He could not help but go to the place where the other party had appeared to take a look. The result was far beyond his expectations. It turned out that there were spatial rifts in all these places. As long as he made some arrangements on the other side, he could pass through the rifts and reach this world. In other words, the spatial barrier of this world was riddled with holes, almost no different from a sieve. Who knew how many times it had suffered to be damaged to such an extent that even its automatic recovery ability had become so slow? Recalling the cautious appearance of those cultivators from the other world when they first appeared, how could Tang Zhen not guess that this group of people were the standard version of stowaways from the other world who had entered the country illegally? Tang Zhen shook his head and laughed softly after being aware of this point. It seemed that he was still too careful earlier. Since the native cultivators had built the Myriad World Mall, they would naturally not refuse customers. Among these customers, in addition to the regular transmigrators who used the transmission array, the number of stowaways was definitely not small. It was impossible for the native cultivators not to know this, but they didn't take any preventive measures. It was obvious that they had acquiesced to this behavior. Therefore, Tang Zhen didn't encounter any interrogation from the native cultivators along the way. Before he left, he glanced at the space crack again and found that it had begun to heal slowly. It would disappear completely in a short time. It could be seen from this that this method was only suitable for entering the country. If one wanted to return to the place they came from, they would need special means or teleportation arrays. Moreover, this kind of smuggling method had its own risks, and one could lose their life if they were not careful. However, compared to paying the expensive teleportation fee, this smuggling method could obviously save a lot of money. For cultivators who were short of money, it was a good choice. Since the native cultivators of the Myriad World Mall did not care about stowaways like them, Tang Zhen no longer had any scruples. He waved his hand and took out a floating car. He jumped on it and activated the automatic driving mode. With a sharp whoosh, the hover car suddenly accelerated and began to move at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Tang Zhen let out a burst of carefree laughter when he saw the cultivators from the other world being left behind. He even took out a bottle of wine and savored it. However, it didn't take long for the hover car to suddenly slow down and make a soft sound. It turned out that two figures had suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them and were hit by the hovercar. If it weren't for the hovercar's powerful braking performance, the two of them would have been knocked into the sky. The two fellows who had suddenly appeared were also startled. After they climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, they took a few steps back in unison and assumed a defensive posture. They looked at Tang Zhen with a vigilant expression. Looking at their appearance, they were actually 90% similar to humans. They didn't seem to be old either, and they were even underage. He glanced at the two's attire. It was somewhat similar to the 2D Gothic style. The style was very beautiful, and with the various materials and accessories, it gave people a very noble feeling. As for their strength, they were only equivalent to level 2 cultivators. Who knew how they came here through the space gap? Hey, you two little brats, don't block the way. Quickly move to the side. Tang Zhen extended his head out and displayed an impatient expression as he gently waved his hand. When the two of them, who were on guard, heard this, they immediately looked confused. They looked at each other and muttered a few words. However, they didn't know that Tang Zhen had already launched the mobile application and completely translated the conversation between the two. This guy looks very powerful. Why don't we just let this matter go and hide first so that we don't get caught by the mall guards? Why should we forget about it? If it wasn't for my protective jade talisman taking effect, the two of us might have already been killed by the car. Ayo, my poor protective jade talisman. In order to buy it, I worked the entire summer vacation, but it actually broke just like that. Damn it, my heart is in so much pain, it's so painful that I want to die. Don't worry about me, the guy who bumped into us and broke my beloved jade talisman must compensate us. Otherwise, I'll say my name backwards. Among the two youths, one of them had an unusually delicate and pretty appearance. However, he currently had an apprehensive look on his face. From time to time, he would sweep his gaze towards Tang Zhen, who had stuck his head out. As for the other young man, he was obviously a chatterbox and a money grubber. His companion had only said one sentence, but he went on and on for a long time, his face full of pain. After hearing the money-grubbing young man's words, his companion blinked in confusion and said softly, "But the problem is, if you read your names backwards, wouldn't you still be called Money Begets Money?" The money-grubbing young man was stunned when he heard this. Tang Zhen, who was sitting in the hover car, laughed out loud when he heard this. 1175 The Myriad World Mall. After hearing his companion's words, the money-grubbing young man was first slightly stunned. Soon after, he turned his head and looked at the smiling Tang Zhen. "You're such an inconsiderate guy, and you're still laughing. Do you know that you almost killed us just now? What's more, you even broke my protective jade talisman. This is unforgivable." The money grubber's face was filled with grief and indignation as he angrily ran to the front of the hover car and said in a very unwilling tone, "You're at fault in this matter, so you have to compensate me for my losses. Otherwise, all." Tang Zhen suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the money-grubbing young man's long-winded speech. He used the language they used to speak. "Otherwise what? You two little brats suddenly appeared, who can you blame? I'll tell you the truth, this car of mine is worth a lot of money. If it's damaged, you can't afford it even if you sell the two of you." After hearing Zhen Tang's words, the money-grubbing young man was first stunned. He secretly glanced at the completely undamaged hover car before continuing to speak loudly. "The problem is that your hovercar didn't break down, but we were hit by you, and we even lost a protective jade talisman. So, we are the victims. I'm not asking for much, as long as you compensate me for my protective jade talisman, or give me a xianxia or a ride, then this matter will be written off. What do you think?" When he said this, the money-grubbing young man looked at Tang Zhen with an expectant face, as if waiting for his choice. This cunning fellow had finally revealed his fox tail. Tang Zhen had long guessed the money-grubbing young man's plan and smiled when he heard this. In fact, he was not in a hurry to head to the Myriad World Mall. On the contrary, he was very interested in these two young men, which was why he had stopped to argue with them. "I don't think your suggestion is good, so I decided to ignore you two and continue on my way. You know, there are still hundreds of kilometers to go from here to the Myriad World Mall." Tang Zhen retracted his body back into the hover car and spoke with an extremely certain tone. When that money-grubbing young man heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Tang Zhen. He roared in despair, "Uncle, how can you do this? Do you know that in order to buy this protective jade talisman from the Myriad World Mall, I wasted an entire summer vacation, constantly delivering takeaways, and even secretly joined the hunting team to save up a sum of hard work. Don't you feel guilty for making things difficult for a poor child like this?" When he said this, the money-grubbing young man's eyes seemed to be filled with tears. He had an extremely aggrieved appearance. It was as if he would immediately cry if Tang Zhen did not agree. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this appearance of his seemed extremely pretentious. The money-grubbing young man's companion was already covering his forehead with his hand, with a helpless look on his face. Obviously, he also knew very well that this money-grubbing young man's performance was a little too much. Tang Zhen snorted softly. He used a disdainful tone to say, "Stop acting here, kid. I'm sure you're all fine. As for whether or not that jade talisman was broken, I'm sure you know it better than anyone else. You've been talking nonsense for so long, acting angry and pitiful, but your real purpose is to get a free ride, am I right?" The money-grubbing young man's face turned red, but he immediately denied it. However, the look of anticipation on his companion's face had completely betrayed him. The money-grubbing young man was completely unaware of this, and Tang Zhen didn't care at all. He opened the car door under the slightly surprised eyes of the two people and waved at them with a smile. "If you want a ride, hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I'll really have to leave." The money grubber immediately jumped into the hover car and waved his fist at his companion. After the two youths had gotten into the car, Tang Zhen restarted the hover car and set it to automatic driving mode before continuing to gallop forward. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the two young men who were looking around at their seats with curious faces. He smiled and asked, "The two of you sure are gutsy. First, you deliberately blocked my hover car, and then you cried and made a fuss, trying to be smart, just to get a ride. But aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and do something bad to you too?" When he said this, Tang Zhen's tone had an additional trace of iciness as it emitted a terrifying aura from within. The delicate and handsome young man's body trembled. He was a little afraid as he moved in the opposite direction of Tang Zhen. There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. That money-grubbing young man had an indifferent look on his face. He gently yawned and waved his hand at Tang Zhen. "All right, uncle, don't scare us two poor children. I know you won't harm us. There's one more thing I have to make clear. We didn't get hit on purpose. We really just sneaked in." Tang Zhen nodded. The money-grubbing young man was right. The spatial aura that had just dissipated from their bodies could prove this point. "Then, how are you so sure that I will give you a ride?" "It's very simple. I first made you not in a hurry to leave, and then I used emotion and reason to make you realize how difficult it was for the two of us. If you're still patient at a time like this, that means you're not a violent person. As long as I take the opportunity to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a ride, you'll probably agree. Of course, the most important thing is that you understand my language. This is the key to the success of the plan," the money-grubbing young man said in a self-satisfied manner. He seemed to be certain that Tang Zhen would not get angry because of this. After which, he chased the two of them out of the hover car. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. "What you said seems to make some sense. However, if you had planned all of this at the same time you were hit, then I can only think that you are definitely not a good person. You must have done a lot of things like swindling and cheating." The corner of the money-grubbing young man's mouth twitched when he heard this. His companion covered his mouth and laughed. This proved that Tang Zhen had guessed correctly. A trace of embarrassment once again appeared on the money-grubbing young man's face. However, it disappeared in an instant. After rolling his eyes, he smiled at Tang Zhen and said, "Uncle, is this your first time at the Myriad World Mall? If so, I suggest that you choose me to be the commentator and introduce you to information about the Myriad World Mall. You only need to pay 1 mall coin." Tang Zhen nodded slightly. The reason why he agreed to bring the two young men along was to obtain information about the Myriad World Mall from them. Two weak youths were able to sneak into the other world and were not afraid of unfamiliar cultivators. Tang Zhen would never believe that they did not have any trump cards or strength. Such a special person would often have some special information in their hands. If he really looked down on the two because of their young age, Tang Zhen's many years of trials and tribulations would have been in vain. After seeing Tang Zhen agree, the money-grubber young man exchanged glances with his companion and excitedly high-fived. "If that's the case, please pay first. This is the rule of the trade." Seeing the hand that the money-grubbing young man extended over, Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and indifferently said, "Since you're so sure that this is my first time at the Myriad World Mall, it's not hard to guess that I don't have a single coin in my pocket. In fact, my first question is how to get more coins." When the money-grubbing young man heard this, he immediately dropped his arm in frustration and covered his forehead with his hand. "It's a mistake, but it's okay. You don't look poor, so I guess you'll have a lot of money soon. Therefore, my first suggestion is to pawn your hover car when you reach the market. That way, you can exchange it for a lot of money. As for the treasures you're carrying, it's best to wait until you enter the Myriad World Mall before selling them. That way, you'll be able to sell them at a satisfactory price, and not be exploited by the vampires at the pawnshop." After a short pause, the money-grubbing young man suggested, "Also, unless you are extremely confident in your own strength, you should not be so flamboyant. You should know that many cultivators don't mind being a bandit, but the Myriad World Mall rarely pays attention to this. The number of cultivators from other worlds who died around the Myriad World Mall is always more than you can imagine." 1176 Warning 1. The money-grubbing young man spoke with fervor and assurance. He was clearly very familiar with the Myriad World Mall. Tang Zhen listened attentively and smiled and nodded from time to time. The money spent was worth it. The information that the money-grubber teenager had mentioned was not mentioned in the mission information, but it was very useful for carrying out the mission. In this case, Tang Zhen's confidence in completing the mission had increased by a few points. Tang Zhen was not interested in probing the secrets of the money-grubbing young man. This did not have much to do with him. As for his background, he would definitely not let the money-grubbing young man know. From the information he had gathered over the years, the Lusheng world had a bad reputation in the eyes of the other cultivators, and they were no different from bandits. As long as they heard the word, cultivators of Lusheng, the cultivators of other worlds with some knowledge would subconsciously be on guard, for fear that their world would be invaded. Fortunately, there were countless plain worlds, and it was said that only a few cultivators from other worlds had come into contact with Lusheng world. Otherwise, cultivators from Lusheng world would really become street rats that everyone hated. Unknowingly, the hover car had already traveled an extremely long distance. When Tang Zhen looked out through the window, he could already see a huge city wall appearing in front of him. It was just like a huge dragon lying on the ground. The city wall was 100 meters tall, completely cutting off a huge field and blocking the way forward. Runes flickered above the huge city wall from time to time, and mechanical and biological aircraft of various styles hovered in the air. Some were in charge of warning, while others were in charge of projecting holographic images, making the entire sky look colorful. As for the huge city wall, there would be holographic images appearing from time to time, constantly. Playing some commercial videos of some shops. Behind the huge city wall, there was a special area where countless worlds of different dimensions were projected. This allowed the merchants from other worlds to stay in their own worlds and receive customers from countless worlds. The merchants who had the right to operate shops in the Myriad World Mall had great power in their respective worlds. Of course, their identities were also extremely secretive and were not known to outsiders at all. To be able to obtain the management rights of a shopping mall was also the goal of many people who knew about it. Unfortunately, this kind of management rights was definitely not something that could be obtained just because they wanted it, because there were too many covetous people. Every battle process could be described as a river of blood. If the Holy Dragon City had a shop here, they would definitely make a profit. At this time, at the entrance of the Myriad World Mall, a large number of cultivators were going in and out. On both sides of the entrance were huge battle puppets and fully armed cultivators of the mall. It seemed to be heavily guarded. There were also many cultivators from the Shang City hiding inside the city wall. They would arrive at the scene as soon as there was any danger and eliminate all the hidden dangers. With the wealth of the Myriad World Mall, they could definitely recruit a large number of experts at a high price. Once he was surrounded by them, even Tang Zhen would be in danger. Therefore, they had to be careful in this operation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Looking at the bustling entrance of the Myriad World Mall, the money grubber young man pointed at a location under the city wall and said to Tang Zhen, "Later on, just do as I say. Drive your hover car there and sell it. Then, you'll be able to get enough money for the entrance fee. Of course, the most important thing is that you have to pay me 1 mall coin first. If you have any special requests, you will have to pay extra. Don't worry, I won't forget your commission." Tang Zhen ignored the reminder of the money-grubbing young man. He controlled the hover car to stop at the edge of the huge city wall. After which, he followed the money-grubbing young man into a shop. There were more than a dozen customers in the shop, and the staff who received them was of a strange race. Their bodies were as thin as matches, and in order to protect and support their bodies, they wore a special armor that looked like glass, but was filled with a transparent fluorescent liquid inside. They were not the owners of the Myriad World Mall, but hired staff, the kind that worked for a lifetime. Tang Zhen walked to a position in front of a window and pointed at the floating car that was parked at the entrance. After which, with the assistance of a special equipment, he translated and played his thoughts, telling the shop assistant that he wanted to sell it. The shop assistant swept a glance at Tang Zhen before reaching out to press a button at the side. After which, a staff member walked out from the entrance and started to inspect the hover car. Looking at the staff member's skilled inspection movements, it was obvious that he was often in contact with this kind of technology. After about 3 minutes, the staff member finished checking and walked in. He gestured to the shop assistant and sat down on the chair next to him. "Your hover car is worth 5 coins. Please press your fingerprint if you want to sell it." The shop assistant pointed at the transparent panel in front of the window and made a strange sound through the translator, giving an expected price. The money-grubbing young man shrugged his shoulders and revealed a helpless expression to Tang Zhen. "I told you," he mumbled. "These vampires will only offer 1/10 of the price. Don't even think about it." Tang Zhen didn't really care. It was just a hover car from the hands of the Tarobo people. Compared to the mission, it wasn't important at all. Tang Zhen received a stack of glittering coins and was surprised to discover that these coins were made from origin stones of different attributes. The unique mark and face value of the Myriad World Mall were engraved on them. The value of the city currency was determined by the strength of the power of law contained within it. The city currency with the highest value was naturally made from top-grade origin stones. This unexpected discovery also made Tang Zhen feel a trace of surprise. This was because his cell phone points also needed origin stones to be exchanged. If he could obtain enough coins in the Myriad World Mall, it would mean that his cell phone would gain a large number of points. The other lost stars that he had been unable to activate because of his lack of money finally had the possibility of being activated. He casually took out 2 coins from a pile of coins and threw them to the money-grubbing young man, whose face was filled with anticipation. Tang Zhen turned around and walked out of the shop's door. "Uncle, since you're so generous, I can give you a piece of information for free." The money-grubbing young man weighed the coins in his hand and slowly walked in front of Tang Zhen. He used an extremely low voice to say, "You'd better be careful. The strength of the Myriad World Mall is far beyond imagination, and there is likely to be a traitor in your battle zone." After saying this, the money-grubber young man smiled at Tang Zhen and walked towards the entrance of the Myriad World Mall with his companions. Tang Zhen looked at the back of the money-grubbing young man. His expression became extremely complicated as a trace of coldness suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, how could he not have guessed that this seemingly money-grubbing young man had not met him by chance? He had been waiting for him on the road. Unknowingly, he seemed to have been involved in another conspiracy. 1177 Liquid of Rebirth 1. The money-grubbing young man's words were like a bolt of lightning in Tang Zhen's ears, causing him to suddenly feel a trace of panic in his heart. Before taking part in the mission, he had been extremely cautious in order to increase the success rate as much as possible and not return in failure. Who would have thought that such an unexpected change would happen in the mission that they had chosen after signing up for it? I have to be more careful from now on. However, this feeling of being schemed against is really infuriating. A trace of gloominess flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. When he saw the money-grubbing young man enter the gate of the Myriad World Mall at an extremely fast speed, he knew that trying to find him was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The size of the Myriad World Mall was beyond everyone's imagination. Unless Tang Zhen had enough time and manpower, or he could borrow the strength of the cultivators from the mall, it was impossible to find the other party in a short period of time. Tang Zhen strode towards the entrance of the Myriad World Mall and lined up behind a group of cultivators waiting to enter. There were many cultivators and powerful figures from different worlds in the waiting crowd. However, they didn't enjoy any special privileges in this place, so they could only enter in order. Tang Zhen continuously pondered over the words of the money-grubbing young man in his heart. He confirmed that the young man had a very good understanding of the Tower world. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to say the word, war zone. As for why he took the initiative to remind him about the traitor in the Spiritual Ruins war zone, he must have some special purpose. The problem was, even if there was a traitor, what was the other party's intention? What benefits were there for the cultivators of Lusheng to betray the Wilderness War Zone, or even the entire Lusheng world? Tang Zhen, who suffered because he did not have any clues, was unable to make sense of it. He could only temporarily give up on thinking. In fact, whether the other party betrayed him or not had much to do with him. After all, his goal was to complete this mission and release the sealed space tower. As long as he could complete the mission, even if a traitor appeared and caused damage to the Spiritual Ruins war zone, what did it have to do with him? Tang Zhen's heart relaxed when he thought of this. He began to concentrate on lining up in advance. At the same time, he habitually sized up his surrounding environment to prevent himself from not discovering any danger in time. At this moment, several fully armed cultivators were hurrying to the entrance of the mall. They didn't need to line up to enter a special passage. When he glanced at the cultivators, his eyes suddenly narrowed. After a few seconds, he quickly turned his head. Just as he turned his head and looked away, the cultivator at the front of the line, who he had been staring at, turned his head slightly and glanced at Tang Zhen with an obscure gaze. Those blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with cruelty, as if they were about to devour someone. Tang Zhen pretended not to notice the other party's scrutinizing gaze and followed the team to the entrance of the Myriad World Mall. After paying a mall coin, he immediately received an item similar to a waste token. Tang Zhen's body began to become faintly discernible after he wore the waste token. His sense of space seemed to have become chaotic. He seemed to be able to vaguely see countless folded worlds appearing before his eyes. After getting used to this strange feeling, he walked toward one of the folded worlds. His figure distorted and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a loud noise came from the crowd, and the view was filled with people. Tall buildings rose from the ground, filling the view. Colorful lights and fireworks flashed continuously. All kinds of aircraft and flying creatures were flying above the crowd, making the sky and the earth seem very lively. Tang Zhen was in the middle of the rolling stream of people. After sweeping his gaze around, he walked into a shop at the side. This was a shop that sold all kinds of special liquids, using all kinds of containers to hold all kinds of liquids. Under the light, they shone with charming colors, making people unable to help but be intoxicated. Especially after the decorations, the entire shop gave off a refreshing feeling, as if it was in an invisible ocean. The owner of the shop looked like a sapphire blue jellyfish with wings. Tiny electric currents were constantly flowing through his body, and he was floating in the air. When he saw Tang Zhen enter the shop, the jellyfish boss immediately placed his tentacles on his waist tag and spoke in the language commonly used in the Myriad World Mall. "Welcome, distinguished guest. May I know what you need?" Tang Zhen casually replied. At the same time, he used the map view to observe his surroundings. After confirming that the cultivators he saw at the entrance did not follow him, he slightly sighed in relief. The reason why he had such a reaction was because he saw a familiar figure among the cultivators. It was the king-level cultivator who had been teleported to the spiritual ruins battlefield with him. However, the king-level cultivator's situation was not good. Tang Zhen only needed a glance to confirm that he was already under someone's control. At the same time, he had also suffered extremely serious injuries. The enemies controlling him were the cultivators at the front and back of the line, including the owner of the blood-red eyes. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. When he saw this scene, his heart beat wildly because this situation meant that the money-grubbing teenager's warning was not an alarmist. It had only been a short time since they separated, but there were already cultivators in Lusheng who had been caught. Tang Zhen would never believe that there was no traitor among them who had betrayed the cultivators of the spiritual ruins battlefield. Tang Zhen was originally unwilling to pay attention to the matter of the traitor. However, if the other party's existence caused him to become a threat, it would be another matter. When he thought of this, a cold glint flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. If the traitor was hiding among the cultivators of Lusheng who were carrying out the mission, he would definitely record the faces of all the cultivators of Lusheng who were carrying out the mission. If he wanted to complete his mission and avoid being hunted down, he had to change his appearance. Just as he was constantly thinking in his heart, the jellyfish shop owner was also trying his best to introduce the special liquid in the shop. Tang Zhen originally went in one ear and out the other, but when the shop owner introduced a special liquid, he suddenly turned his head. When the jellyfish shop owner saw Tang Zhen's interested expression, he immediately gestured with his hands and feet as he emphasized the introduction. The biggest use of this liquid of rebirth is that it can restore the vitality of plants that are on the verge of death or have already died. Because of its excellent effects, it has saved many precious plants planted by cultivators, so it has always been very popular. If you need it, don't hesitate. Otherwise, by the time you want to buy it, I'm afraid it'll already be taken by someone else. Tang Zhen nodded his head and revealed a pensive expression. He looked at the shop owner and said, "What about special plants? For example, giant trees that have self-consciousness and are extremely large in size. They can grow rapidly under the influence of energy and the power of laws." The jellyfish shopkeeper was silent for a moment before hesitantly answering, "I've never been in this situation before, but since you're talking about plants, it should work, right? No matter if it's effective or not, I'm going to give it a try. But the condition is that your price must be fair." Upon hearing this, the jellyfish shopkeeper immediately waved his sapphire blue hand, which brought a series of dazzling electric arcs in the air. He said in a happy voice, "In that case, please pay 100 coins, and this bottle of liquid of rebirth will be yours." The price of 100 merchant city dollars was almost the same as the price of 100 origin stones. At first glance, it didn't sound like a lot, but if it was converted to brain jewels, it was quite a large number. Not to mention that there were only 2 coins in Tang Zhen's pocket at this time, which was far from the amount the shop owner had said. "I can't give you 100 coins, but I can consider giving you 10. Tang Zhen glanced at the shop owner and spoke in a casual tone. Although he did not know what the real price was, he still cut it to 1/10. After hearing Tang Zhen's price, the jellyfish shopkeeper's sapphire blue body immediately turned pink. If one was familiar with the characteristics of their race, they would know that the jellyfish shopkeeper was already angry. "Heavens, your price is really insincere. Are you toying with me?" Tang Zhen could only helplessly shrug his shoulders as he looked at the jellyfish shop owner who was waving his tentacles and the skin on the top of his head constantly flashing with electric sparks, almost turning into a large light bulb. He really didn't expect that the jellyfish shop owner would be so angry because of his words. 1178 Trade and appraisal. Due to the special effect of the liquid of rebirth, Tang Zhen did not want to miss it easily. His only purpose in purchasing the liquid of rebirth was to hope that it would be of some help to the mother tree. The Holy Dragon City, which was sealed when it was about to be destroyed, was a thorn in Tang Zhen's heart. The mother tree, who had paid the price of her life to protect the Holy Dragon City, made Tang Zhen feel a trace of guilt in his heart. Although the mother tree usually had a proud appearance and did not pay attention to the city lord, when the Holy Dragon City was in danger of being destroyed, the mother tree did not hesitate to step forward and fight for precious time for Tang Zhen's arrival at the cost of overdrawing its life force. The mother tree's actions were beyond Tang Zhen's expectations, but it was also reasonable. Perhaps she cared more about the Holy Dragon City that was covered by her branches and leaves than Tang Zhen. Every time he saw the withered and broken mother tree in the photos, as well as the figures of the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were covered in blood and falling from the sky, Tang Zhen would feel a trace of heartache and a faint sense of self-blame. Regardless of whether it was the mother tree or the residents who died protecting the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen felt that he owed them. As the city lord whom they trusted unconditionally, he was unable to help them resist the enemy's invasion at the most dangerous time of the city. This in itself was a dereliction of duty. Although the entire incident was caused by the Trebor tribe's plot, Tang Zhen still believed that he had neglected his defense. If Holy Dragon City was equipped with powerful defensive weapons, then no matter how strong the Trebor tribe was, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, not only were there powerful surface-to-air missiles in the Holy Dragon City, but there were also weapons dismantled from the Turobo people's battleships. However, due to the high energy consumption and Tang Zhen only locking the enemy on the towers in the wilderness warzone, they had never been installed and tested. After this painful lesson, Tang Zhen had made up his mind to transform the Holy Dragon City's surroundings into an impregnable fortress. If the Turobo people came again, Tang Zhen would definitely make sure that they would not be able to return. Tang Zhen looked at the jellyfish shop owner, who had already completely changed his expression, and said with a smile, "In my hometown, this is how you negotiate the price, but this doesn't mean that I'm not sincere. Why don't we do it this way? You can state an acceptable price, and if I think it's worth it, I'll buy it. If I think it's not worth it, I'll leave. How about it?" When the jellyfish owner heard Tang Zhen's words, the pink color on his body began to fade. He waved his tentacles that were floating in the air and entangled them together from time to time. It seemed that this was his habit of thinking. After nearly half a minute, the shop owner finally looked at Tang Zhen. His pair of fist-sized eyes flickered with traces of lightning. "To be honest, I find it hard to accept such a way of bargaining. But if you really want to buy it, then pay me 90 coins. I won't accept even one less." Seeing the jellyfish shop owner's determined look, Tang Zhen also nodded, indicating that he could accept the price. "However, I don't have enough coins right now. It would be great if you could accept the barter." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the jellyfish shop owner was stunned again, but he quickly nodded. In the Myriad World Mall, as long as it was a valuable item, it could find the right buyer. At the right time, it could even be sold for a price far higher than the value of the item. However, when using this method of trading, the merchant had to have enough knowledge and insight, otherwise, it was easy to suffer losses in the transaction. After seeing that the jellyfish shop owner agreed to the barter, Tang Zhen waved his hand and more than a dozen items appeared in the area between the two of them. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura. These were all the items that he had accumulated on a daily basis. The purpose of taking them out at this time was to first pay for the liquid of rebirth, and then to see how much they were worth in the Myriad World Mall. The jellyfish shop owner wasn't in a hurry to look at the floating items. Instead, he glanced at the storage ring on Tang Zhen's finger. Electric sparks flickered in his eyes. "If you're willing, you can use your own storage equipment to pay. Of course, I'll pay you with coins or special liquids for the excess." Tang Zhen's eyes flickered, but he said to the jellyfish shop owner, "Let's take a look at the price of these items first. I hope to pay with them. If you're interested in storage equipment, we can talk about it in private." "Alright, let me take a look. I hope there's something that I'm satisfied with." As the jellyfish shop owner spoke, his tentacles reached out and brushed over the items one by one, as if trying to distinguish their origins and value. While carefully distinguishing, it also told Tang Zhen the results of its appraisal. This should be an energy crystal from the body of some kind of monster. It will only appear in worlds with special environments. Although this thing is rare, it is really not worth much in the Myriad World Mall. Of course, if you give me enough, like a few million, I can consider selling the liquid of rebirth to you. The jellyfish shop owner shook his head, moved his tentacles away from one of the heads, and turned his attention to the next item. However, he didn't notice the trace of joy that flashed across Tang Zhen's face. Tang Zhen had once learned the price of the origin stone from the caravan of the 10,000 treasures building. Even if it was a low-grade one, it would still cost 1 million brain beads. According to the price given by the jellyfish shopkeeper, he only needed to pay a maximum of 10 low-grade origin stones to buy the liquid of rebirth. The difference between the brain beads of the two worlds was more than 10 times. As long as he had enough brain beads, he could exchange them for a large amount of coins, which was definitely much more cost-effective than the transaction in the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was a pity that Tang Zhen had brought too few brain beads with him this time around. Otherwise, he might really be able to take the opportunity to earn a sum. While Tang Zhen was thinking, the jellyfish shop owner slowly opened his mouth and gave the appraisal information of the second item. These sand-like objects look very ordinary, but they also have special powers and terrifying poisons. If I'm not wrong, those spirit-type races should need them. If there's a powerful pharmacist to purify and mix them, they can also produce expensive potions. As a rare raw material, its price should be very high. The quantity you take out should be enough to pay for the goods. If you have more of these items, you can choose to sell them to me. I'm sure the price will satisfy you. The jellyfish shop owner was clearly very satisfied with the out-of-body sand made by the soul-gnawing beast. When he turned his head to look at Tang Zhen, his eyes carried a trace of anticipation. At this time, the jellyfish shop owner had already confirmed that this was the first time the human cultivator in front of him had come to the Myriad World Mall. Otherwise, he would have sold the items first and then used the mall coins to trade with him. Although it was said that there are no unscrupulous businessmen, how many cultivators were easy to deceive. Not to mention, as the owner of these items, Tang Zhen must have some understanding of the value of these items and had the right to decide whether to carry out the transaction. Once he tried to fool Tang Zhen, he would not be able to get anything in the end. Therefore, from the beginning, the jellyfish shop owner decided to make an honest deal. In this way, even if he would earn less in the end, it was still better than nothing. 1179 Tracking 1. Just as the jellyfish shop owner was about to continue the appraisal, Tang Zhen, who had been observing the surroundings through the map view from the beginning, suddenly discovered something that interested him. The mysterious cultivators he had met at the entrance had entered the same place as him. However, they were in a hurry, and it was obvious that they had something to deal with. As for the Lu Cheng cultivators who were captured earlier, they were nowhere to be found. Who knew if they had met with an accident? He wanted to catch up to them and investigate, but the problem was that he had yet to obtain the liquid of rebirth. He did not want to miss out on this special item that could possibly save the mother tree. Moreover, through the jellyfish shop owner's appraisal, Tang Zhen already knew the value of the items he had, so there was no need to continue the appraisal. Under the jellyfish shopkeeper's surprised gaze, he waved his hand and put away the rest of the items, leaving only the out-of-body sand floating between the two of them. "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't seen the rest of the things." The jellyfish shop owner shouted at Tang Zhen. The sparks above his head flickered again, so dense that it looked like an electric shock device that had been activated. Since the value of this out-of-body sand is equivalent to the liquid of rebirth, there's no need to look at the other items, don't you think? When the jellyfish shopkeeper heard this, he waved his tentacles in annoyance, leaving a series of electric sparks in the air. He snorted coldly at Tang Zhen and said, "What a strange fellow. Do you really think I would lie to you? No, I can guarantee you that I have no intention of cheating. If you have any doubts about my reputation, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around and see what the other shop owners think of me." The jellyfish shop owner, who felt that his character had been doubted, seemed to be more annoyed than missing a chance to make a fortune. "I think you might have misunderstood. The reason for this is because I have something very important to deal with. Let's complete the transaction of the liquid of rebirth first. As for the other things, we can talk about them after I'm done with my business. Tang Zhen explained. He used his mental energy to send a small amount of out-of-body sand to the jellyfish shop owner with an apologetic expression. All right, since that's the case, I'll be waiting for you at any time. The jellyfish shop owner helplessly waved his tentacles and put the out-of-body sand into a container. Then, he took the liquid of rebirth and handed it to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded and kept the liquid of rebirth into his storage ring before turning around and leaving the shop. After walking for a distance, Tang Zhen turned into a hidden corner. When he came out again, his appearance had already changed greatly. Through the magical effect of the mobile phone application, Tang Zhen had successfully turned into a race that even he had never seen before. This way, if the enemy wanted to find him based on his appearance, they would definitely not get anything. Tang Zhen's methods were undoubtedly more than a level higher compared to using divine arts and disguisement to change his appearance. Even cultivators of the same rank would find it difficult to discover the abnormality. However, just by changing his appearance, it was not absolutely safe. Before he entered this place, he must have left a record at the entrance. Moreover, the waist token he wore must have a tracking function. For the Myriad World Mall, which had access to many technological races, it was a piece of cake to do this. As he slowly walked through the crowd on the street, Tang Zhen had already activated the all-purpose electronic kit and issued the order to crack the waist token. Cracking in progress, a set of words popped up in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. Soon after, the progress bar continued to move forward. When Tang Zhen had taken 100 steps, a prompt that he had successfully cracked the code popped up in front of his eyes. Tell me, what functions does this waist token have? Tang Zhen once again locked onto the mysterious cultivator's tracks on the map. He quickened his pace and followed behind while casually asking. This item can continuously send out signals, allowing the user to be wrapped and guided by a special force field, and then freely enter a preset dimensional world. At the same time, this item can determine the user's location, one-way communication, and imprisonment function. Confinement function, what do you mean? Tang Zhen frowned and asked. When this item is controlled and changes its frequency, it can be connected to other preset hidden dimensional worlds. According to analysis, this hidden dimensional world should have a special use. The greatest possibility is to imprison the user. Tang Zhen's heart was startled. He did not expect that this extremely ordinary-looking waist tag would actually hide such a terrifying ability. At the same time, when using this waist tag, it was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of another. The owner of the Myriad World Mall actually had such sinister intentions. It was really beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. However, at the thought of the huge profits that the Myriad World Mall could bring in the situation of being coveted by countless forces, it was reasonable for the other party to use this method to protect themselves. Understanding was one thing, however, it made Tang Zhen feel very uncomfortable when it was placed on him. Is there any way to cut off the signal that is unfavorable to me, or use the function of this waist token in reverse? It's possible, but the control terminal might notice the abnormality and block it. It's good that you can do it. Remember, once you receive an abnormal command, immediately send me a prompt. After issuing an order to the mobile application, Tang Zhen's footsteps quickened again. He passed through all kinds of people on the street and got closer and closer to the mysterious cultivators. When they reached the end of a street, they saw these few cultivators pass through a water curtain-like barrier and disappear from Tang Zhen's vision. Seeing that there were other pedestrians walking into the water curtain, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated and followed closely behind. The noise in his ears suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of Tang Zhen was an underground space with strange rocks. Between the strange rocks and the mountain peaks, there were shops full of dark style. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the previous street, this place was undoubtedly too quiet. Even though people constantly passed by on the road, they were as quiet as ghosts. As the money grubber had said before, there were various styles of dimensional stores in the Myriad World Mall. Stores of different styles would not be gathered together to avoid unnecessary friction between the store owners and customers. When similar shops were gathered together, it would be convenient for customers in the Myriad World Mall to manage them. Tang Zhen walked among these pedestrians who were emitting a gloomy aura. He seemed to be out of place. However, after he used a cloak to cover his face and deliberately emitted a trace of fiendish aura, no one paid attention to him. He locked onto the mysterious cultivator's tracks on the map again and found that they were walking towards a shop at the foot of a huge mountain. Tang Zhen waited for a moment before he also stepped in. On the black rocks of the shop hung many patterns made of white bones. Under the illumination of the green flames, they looked very ferocious and terrifying. If a timid person saw them, they would probably shrink back. Who knew what the shop owner was thinking? Why would he use such a decoration style? Was he afraid that his business was too good? Just as Tang Zhen walked into the cave-like passage, a few strange insects that seemed to be pieced together from scattered corpses on the rocks trembled. Their huge eyes that were filled with nerves and blood vessels stared at Tang Zhen's body. They only slowly moved away after a few seconds. After passing through the passageway filled with skeletons, a hall burning with flames suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. 1180. Special product at this time, in the slightly large hall, there were more than 20 cultivators sitting on chairs made of white bones. Their entire bodies were covered by long robes and capes, and their specific appearances could not be seen at all. However, their faint auras indicated that they were at least king-level cultivators. In the middle of these cultivators was a huge skull with the top of its head removed. Green flames continued to rise from the skull, dyeing the hall the same color, making the atmosphere quite mysterious. Tang Zhen's target was also among them. He was currently sitting in a corner, but he appeared to be extremely low profile. When Tang Zhen walked in, other than a few cultivators at the edge who glanced at him with obscure eyes, the other cultivators did not react at all, as if Tang Zhen did not exist. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the center of the hall. Just as he was about to carefully observe the environment here, a chair made of white bones suddenly appeared at the spot where he was standing. "Welcome, please take a seat and wait for a moment." On the armrest of the white bone chair, there was a skull the size of a fist. It was opening and closing continuously, and the sentence was uttered by it. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Zhen sat on the chair and extended his hand to touch the skull. An ice-cold touch was transmitted over. This also made Tang Zhen certain that the skull was definitely made from some kind of special metal material and not a real skeleton. Tang Zhen glanced at the surrounding cultivators and could not help but secretly guess. What was the purpose of them gathering here? He couldn't open his mouth to ask, or else it would inevitably attract the suspicion of other cultivators. Once exposed, his tracking plan would be ruined. He sat on the white bone chair and waited quietly for over 10 minutes. During this time, another dozen or so cultivators with their faces covered entered and sat on the white bone chair that emerged from the ground without a word. Bang! With a soft sound, a white bone barrier rose at the entrance of the shop, blocking the way in and out of the hall. At the same time, the green flames coming out of the giant skull rose 4 to 5 meters high, revealing a huge twisted face. "Welcome, guests. I hereby announce the official start of this secret meeting. We will be selling many valuable items that will definitely satisfy everyone." Tang Zhen's brows twitched when he heard this. Could it be that this was an auction? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a group of elf-like creatures walking out of the cave next to the hall. They were holding strange creatures in their hands, and their backs were as flat as a table with a huge transparent cover. At this time, the surface of these transparent covers was covered with a layer of green flames, making it impossible for people to see what was inside. However, this method obviously attracted the interest of customers. Since everyone has come here, they must have the same purpose, so I will not waste any more time. Now, let's look at our first item. As soon as the giant face in the flames finished speaking, the flames on the cover at the front dissipated, revealing the items inside. Tang Zhen felt his body tremble the moment he saw this item. His eyes also turned gloomy. He couldn't be more familiar with the item inside the transparent cover. It was a building foundation stone. Allow me to introduce it to you. This item is the cornerstone of the world of Lusheng. Don't look down on its small size, but it hides unimaginable secrets. According to our research, the foundation stones formed by special powers can perfectly communicate with the nomological energy of the world of buildings, and then build special buildings of different shapes out of thin air. As long as you master the manufacturing method of this building foundation, you will be able to mass-produce similar buildings. This is undoubtedly a wonderful thing. I believe everyone is very clear that the value of an inactive cornerstone of the castle is not great. The real value is the still-running cornerstone of the castle. But the biggest problem is that once the building is destroyed in the war of invading the other world, the cornerstone of the building will completely dissipate in an extremely short time. So up until now, this is the first time we've obtained a cornerstone of the building, and its value goes without saying. After hearing the words of the flaming face, someone among the cultivators below asked about the origin of the tower's cornerstone. The flaming face was silent for a moment before it slowly said, "According to our rules, we shouldn't tell our customers the origin of these items. But since you want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. A while ago, there was an invasion of a city on the 9th ring. However, due to some special reasons, we were able to foresee it and set up an ambush. As a result, the city was completely defeated as soon as it entered. As for this tower foundation stone, it was the spoils of war. Do you understand now?" Seeing that no one was speaking, the flaming face continued in a cold voice, "The next thing to do is to see who can offer a suitable price to take this precious cornerstone of the tower back." The moment the flaming face said this, it meant that the bidding had begun. As expected, after a few seconds of silence, a voice suddenly rang out and was the first to make a bid. "I'll use one of the countries on the 7th ring in exchange. What do you think of the price?" After the giant flaming face heard the first bid, it looked at a cultivator in the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Please be more specific. What kind of countries have those resources?" "This country is called Jiro. It's located at the edge of the desert and has a population of several million. It's rich in a variety of special desert poisonous insects." The giant flaming face was silent for another 10 seconds before it opened its mouth to reject the other party's offer. "Your offer is very insincere. As far as I know, this country named Jiro has long been in ruins because of its governance. It's obvious that its value is far lower than this building foundation. Unless you can give a reasonable price, it's destined to have no fate with you." After a minute, the cultivator who made the first bid still didn't speak. It was obvious that he had given up. "All right, let's continue with the bidding. I'm sure you won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, right?" As soon as the flaming face finished speaking, another cultivator slowly opened his mouth and made a new bid, but it was also rejected by the flaming face. It could be seen that the giant flaming face was very clear about the value of this cornerstone of the tower. Before getting a satisfactory price, he would definitely not sell it, which led to the higher and higher bids later on. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with shock as he listened to the consecutive bids. He never expected that the tower foundation stone would have such a huge value. But at the same time, he had a question in his mind. Who were these cultivators? Why were they so interested in the world of Lusheng? Moreover, from the tone of the flaming face, all the cultivators present had similar backgrounds and had dealt with the cultivators of Lucheng for more than a day or two. He glanced at the mysterious cultivator who had just made the same bid. It was obvious that he had come here for the auction item related to the world of Lusheng. This explained why they had attacked the cultivators of Lucheng. It was obviously a premeditated attack. He just didn't know what the relationship between the money-grubbing young man's so-called trader and these cultivators was, and for what reason did they collude. 1181. A way to trap the enemy. The rarer something was, the more precious it would be. Under different circumstances, a foundation stone of a building city, which was neither ordinary nor precious, was actually sold for an unexpected sky-high price. Tang Zhen didn't know what the final outcome of the cultivators in this city was. However, it definitely wouldn't be good. This was because their enemies were even greedier and more terrifying than the cultivators in the city. They had deliberately studied the secrets of the world of Lusheng and had even spent a lot of money to snatch it. The price they offered was so high that it had far exceeded the value of a national-level Lusheng. How could such a stubborn enemy not be terrifying? In the past, due to the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators and his domineering manner when he invaded the other world, Tang Zhen once thought that any living creature in any world would tremble in fear when facing Lu Cheng's cultivators. They would be completely destroyed after a futile resistance. It could be said that plundering the world's origin source was far more terrifying than a massacre, because it almost cut off the vitality of the entire world. It was only when his cultivation level increased and he understood more about the secrets of the world of Lusheng that he suddenly realized that the strength of the world of Lusheng was actually built on the foundation of internal competition, which was similar to the rearing of venomous insects, and the sacrifices that often occurred during the invasion. Under the glorious appearance, there were actually many unknown sacrifices, blood, and tears, but very few people noticed them. Over countless years, countless towers had been destroyed by the invasion. However, because of the cornerstone platform, it was extremely difficult to leave any traces outside the tower world. Therefore, the cultivators of Lusheng never realized that some time before they were found, they had already set foot on the same land. Not to mention that with the passage of time, many things had long been hidden in the rolling dust. Even so, Tang Zhen did not think that the world of towers was very powerful. There were only a few towers that were destroyed in the battle. They were nothing. It was only when the tribesmen appeared and dealt a heavy blow to the wilderness war zone, even directly destroying the entire war zone, that Tang Zhen realized that the seemingly powerful world of Lusheng was actually already full of worries. The world of Lusheng might have already fallen from its peak and was on the path of decline. However, for a powerful force, the path taken by the world of Lusheng was full of thorns and bumps. Perhaps the dangers that Tang Zhen understood were just one of the challenges that had never stopped for a long time. This group of mysterious cultivators had the same intention as the Teroboros people, trying to get their hands on the world of Lusheng. Other than the difference in power, the biggest difference between the two was that the former had successfully achieved this, while the latter was still in the stage of planning. Would the spiritual ruins war zone, which was being spied on by a group of powerful enemies, end up like the wilderness war zone and be removed from the 3,000 war zones? The Holy Dragon City was in the midst of this conspiracy. How should they protect themselves and even take the opportunity to obtain enough benefits? This was the problem that Tang Zhen needed to consider at the moment. Tang Zhen expressionlessly looked at the next item as he watched the tower's foundation stone being carefully kept into a bag by a mysterious cultivator. He already had some guesses about what it was. The bidding for the second item officially began under the anticipation and urging of the cultivators. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly when the answer to the riddle was revealed. His gaze became increasingly icy. He had actually guessed the answer to the riddle, but it was precisely because of this that he felt even more disappointed. It was a complete foundation stone platform. Its surface was covered with red moss-like wriggling objects, ensuring that it would not disintegrate and dissipate. The occasional flash of luster on it proved that it was still working. Only God knew what kind of means these mysterious cultivators had used to actually be able to preserve the building's foundation and platform after destroying the city. Tang Zhen suddenly felt a trace of boredom as he looked at the cornerstone platform that was being continuously fought over by all the cultivators. He did not want to look at it again in case he saw the goods that he did not want to see. For example, the captured cultivators of Lusheng could also be sold as goods. After all, he was also a cultivator of Lusheng. If he could only watch as other cultivators of Lusheng were humiliated and sold while he couldn't help, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. However, the target he was following had yet to leave, and the entrance was sealed. Therefore, Tang Zhen could only be patient and continue to wait. In the end, after the cornerstone platform was sold, the following products began to become chaotic, and they no longer had any connection to the world of Lusheng. After half a day, the secret meeting finally came to an end. After the giant flaming face said to send the guests off, the cultivators stood up from their white bone chairs and walked out of the gloomy cave store. Tang Zhen unhurriedly walked on the road and locked onto the mysterious cultivator through the map view. However, his heart was constantly pondering on how to take action in order to obtain the information he wanted from the other party. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen would definitely take action and interrogate the target he was tracking after subduing him. However, the problem was that he was now in the Myriad World Mall and was under constant surveillance. Furthermore, fighting was prohibited here. Once it happened, it would not be tolerated. If Tang Zhen chose to take action, he would definitely attract the pursuit of the Myriad World Mall. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of Tang Zhen continuing to complete the mission would undoubtedly increase exponentially. The mission issued by the Spiritual Ruins War Zone this time could be said to be aimed at the Myriad World Mall. Putting aside other situations, the enemy that Tang Zhen needed to be most wary of was actually the Myriad World Mall. It was obviously irrational to make a move and attract the attention of the Myriad World Mall. However, if he were to give up an important source of information like this, Tang Zhen would be very unwilling. After all, this matter might be closely related to the future of the Spirit Ruins battlefront. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen suddenly asked through his phone, "Can you do something when the other party is crossing the dimensional barrier and send a simulation command to his waste token, sending him to a dimensional world that the Myriad World Mall does not monitor? And you have to ensure that I can enter and exit freely without being discovered by the Myriad World Mall." After hearing Zhen Tang's question, the phone's application immediately started to work and quickly gave Zhen Tang the answer he wanted. "The simulation command has been cracked and edited. You can send and activate the waste token of the designated target at any time. The required dimensional gap has been searched. It is similar to a gas environment. No shops have been built at the moment, and there are no monitoring methods. The conditions have been met. Tang Zhen nodded and began to unhurriedly continue to follow the mysterious cultivators. When they were about to pass through the water curtain-like barrier and leave this place, he immediately issued an attack command to the mobile application. When the mysterious cultivators entered the barrier, their waist tokens flashed slightly, but they did not notice anything unusual. However, when they walked out of the barrier that connected the two different dimensional streets, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The scene in front of them was completely chaotic. The air had disappeared and was replaced by a suffocating substance that was between gas and liquid. It filled every corner of their environment and was filled with high temperature and poison. Lightning-like flashes appeared from time to time, but after the flashes disappeared, all that was left was darkness and a band of light that twisted like a galaxy. In such a harsh environment, there were some slender creatures that looked like fireflies swimming in the liquid in a hurry. Looking around, there were no shops that could be seen everywhere in the Myriad World Mall. Instead, the ground was like a bottomless abyss, and there were rocks of various sizes floating around. A feeling of weightlessness came over, making them unable to stand at all. Just as they wanted to stabilize their bodies, they felt an immense pressure assaulting them, making them fall continuously. "Damn it, what the hell is this place?" a mysterious cultivator growled, but his voice didn't travel far. Instead, as he opened his mouth, the gas that had been compressed into a liquid state kept pouring into his nose. 1182 The mysterious cultivator's situation not good. We might have been tricked. The blood-eyed leader was stunned when he realized that he was not familiar with the surroundings. He then used his spiritual power network to contact his companions. "Everyone, be careful and stay alert. We'll then look for the dimensional barrier to leave this place. The faster, the better." After giving the order, the blood-eyed cultivator's mind power spread out to the surroundings. However, after a certain distance, his mind power disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. This terrible environment had suppressed almost half of his strength. In a situation where he might be attacked by the enemy, this was definitely not good news. However, since my strength is limited, I think the other party is not much better. We are just evenly matched. The only thing we need to confirm now is whether this is a man-made accident and how many enemies are there. The blood-eyed cultivator's body began to tremble when he realized that his mind power had been greatly restricted. A group of strange bugs gushed out of his robe and spread in all directions in this special environment. At the same time, a dense number of tentacles emerged from his head and pushed his hood to the side. The tentacles seemed to be able to extend infinitely and quickly pierced into the bodies of the strange insects. After being pierced by the blood-eyed cultivator's tentacle, slivers of blood and unknown substances flowed out of his head and into the bodies of the bugs. This liquid obviously had a special effect, because after it entered the insect's body, it quickly evaporated like a boiling pot. The bugs' bodies expanded rapidly like balloons. In the blink of an eye, they had become the size of 10-year-old children. Each of them looked ferocious and waved their arms that were covered in sharp thorns and blades, protecting the blood-eyed cultivator. With these insects as guards, the enemies within a 20-meter radius of the blood-eyed cultivator would not be able to get close. Otherwise, they would be attacked like a storm. It could be said that these insects were his clones. When necessary, they could even launch fierce attacks that only the main body could use. The price he had to pay was only a part of his blood essence in the life of an insect. After the blood-eyed cultivator assumed a defensive posture, the other cultivators also used their own methods to guard themselves. Their methods were similar. Compared to the fighting style of the cultivators in Lusheng, the means of these cultivators were undoubtedly more evil and mysterious. They were more keen on body transformation, so they looked like deformed monsters at this time. With these defensive measures in place, the cultivators' worries were somewhat alleviated, but they still looked around vigilantly for the missing entrance. Unknowingly, the distance between them had increased, and their figures had become blurry. Just as they were searching around but could not find anything, a faint figure slowly appeared and slowly approached them like a ghost. With his appearance, several mysterious cultivators who were searching for the exit discovered at the same time that there seemed to be a faint spatial fluctuation not far in front of them. It seemed to be the dimensional barrier that they had been looking for. After realizing this, they began to speed up, and the distance between them grew further and further. A mysterious cultivator with a mouth, nose, and ears that were several times larger also followed the spatial fluctuations. However, after chasing for a distance, the faint spatial fluctuations suddenly disappeared, and he could not sense them no matter how hard he tried. This situation made him extremely annoyed. If they couldn't find the exit, they would be trapped here forever. In this terrible environment, even a king-level cultivator wouldn't be able to last long. Just as he was about to continue looking for the exit, he felt the liquid around him shake slightly, as if something was following him. The mysterious cultivator felt that something was wrong and turned his head slightly. He was shocked to find a figure standing quietly beside him. On the blurry face, only the corners of the mouth revealed a sinister smile. Who knew when this black shadow had appeared, and had been following him silently? The sudden danger made the mysterious cultivator's heart beat wildly. He subconsciously wanted to warn his companions, but at the same time, he raised a black palm reflexively and slapped the figure beside him. At the same time as his palm attacked the enemy, the black palm suddenly split open, and a strange snake entangled by blood and flesh quickly slithered out. The flesh snake was as fast as lightning, and it reached the shadow in an instant. It bit down with its sharp, poisonous fangs, and black gas spewed out of its mouth. He didn't even need to guess to know that this was definitely a mist formed by a terrifying poison. Upon contact, one would either die or be injured. Pa! A soft sound rang out, and the attacked figure dissipated like a bubble, causing the strange snake's attack to miss. A trace of fear flashed through the cultivator's eyes. Just as he was about to search for the enemy again, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The arm that hid the strange snake had been cut off by a sharp blade. Before the severed arm could fall to the ground, the flames that appeared on it had already burned it to ashes. The strange snake that was hiding within it tried to escape with all its might, but only its head was left. After flying a few meters away like a ball of fire, its head turned into ashes and scattered in all directions. The wound of the cultivator who had his arm cut off squirmed and a tentacle quickly emerged to replace the lost arm. At the same time, it quickly approached the position of his companion. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, and his nerves were in a tense state. A ball of black gas was wrapped around his intact palm, wriggling like a living thing. However, even though he was on guard, it was still difficult for him to guard against the enemy's sneak attack. Another blade light flashed and cut off his legs at the same time. The running cultivator stumbled and fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his broken leg, but the blood soon stopped because two new legs, like tentacles, had wriggled out of the wound. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. The heavily injured mysterious cultivator was burning with anger. He stood up from the ground with the support of his tentacles and roared angrily at the surroundings. However, in this special environment, his voice was destined to not travel too far. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that these cultivators had amazing strength and could survive for a short time in an environment where they couldn't breathe normally, they might have died of suffocation long ago. Unless they were elevated to a higher level of life and could exist without oxygen, they would not be able to escape death in this special environment. After suffering 2 consecutive heavy injuries and losing an arm and 2 legs, although they had been replaced by disgusting tentacles, it had consumed more than half of the energy accumulated in this cultivator's body. At this time, he could feel waves of fatigue constantly attacking him. He knew that he was in a bad situation and that his combat power had been severely damaged. Therefore, the most important thing for this cultivator was to inform his companions and get help as soon as possible. However, he was destined to be disappointed, because that ghostly figure actually reappeared. Only a sinister smile could be seen on the blurry face, and the gaze he gave him seemed to be filled with disdain. Who are you? What do you want? An indescribable fear rose in the mysterious cultivator's heart. He used his spiritual power to send out a question, but unfortunately, he did not get any answer. Instead, he received another cold light. The sharp saber was so fast that the mysterious cultivator didn't have time to dodge. His remaining arm was cut off. Ah, Yingluo. The mysterious cultivator's expression was ferocious. He did not care about the injury on his broken arm at all. He just stared at the black shadow standing in front of him fiercely. After 3 attacks that he could not dodge, he was sure that he was no match for the enemy. However, this hateful guy could have killed him with 1 strike, but he didn't do so. Instead, he used such a despicable method to torture his mind until he completely collapsed. 1183 The conspiracy of the sorcerer world. Most of the time, fear came from the unknown, but more often, it was because of one's own weakness. When faced with a powerful enemy that was impossible to defeat, the fear would erupt in an instant, until one completely collapsed. Even if they could overcome their fear, it might not change anything, because the enemy would not show mercy. Facing the ghostly figure and enduring the continuous attacks, the mysterious cultivator's heart was filled with fear and despair after the panic and anger. He had asked for help many times, but to no avail. He knew that his companion would definitely not come. Otherwise, the other party would not torture him so unscrupulously. Instead, they would kill him with a single slash. He also knew that he had already become the other party's plaything. When he would be killed would completely depend on the other party's mood. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes after enduring who knew how many attacks, he was already covered in injuries. The mutated exotic beast in his body couldn't withstand the frequent healing of his body, and finally fell into a dormant state. Without the mutated beast that could repair his body, blood began to flow out of the damaged wound. The wriggling tentacles all over his body also fell off in the flash of the blade. With the last bit of strength in his body exhausted, the mysterious cultivator finally gave up resisting. He allowed his body to float up and down in the liquid gas like a leaf in an undercurrent. After seeing this, the ghostly figure finally stopped its attack and slowly moved in front of the mysterious cultivator. It dragged him like a dead dog and slowly walked in a direction. The blood-eyed cultivator realized that they had fallen into the enemy's trap once again when he realized that the spatial fluctuations in front of them had suddenly disappeared. The other party was obviously planning to use this method to separate himself from his companions, and then use various means to defeat them one by one, until he finally subdued everyone. He could imagine what his companions were going through, and he also realized that it might not be long before he would meet the person who was plotting against them. His blood-red eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. He swore to himself that he would let the other party know the consequences of provoking him, even if this was not his territory. He turned around and walked back the way he came. The insect clones around the blood-eyed cultivator were on guard for him. Any abnormal fluctuations could not escape their perception, making the sneak attack from the dark. Unable to succeed, if the enemy wanted to ambush him, they would definitely pay a heavy price. As a result, the enemy who had plotted against them did appear as he had expected. However, he did not choose to ambush them. Instead, he stood in the shadow in front of him, causing the insect avatar to be in a constant commotion. The blood-eyed cultivator's heart sank when he saw the other party's unbridled behavior. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Let me guess, have you been waiting for me for a long time?" The enemy shrouded in the shadow spoke slowly. His voice was neither fast nor slow. Although the blood-eyed cultivator could not see his expression, he knew that he must be very proud. Since he dared to face him like this, it meant that he had already taken care of his companion. As he was the strongest, he must be ranked last. As expected, the other party's next words confirmed the blood-eyed cultivator's guess. "It took some time to deal with your companions, but fortunately, the problem has been solved. We can slowly get to know each other in the following time, and we don't have to worry about being disturbed by others." After saying this, the figure stepped out of the darkness and revealed his true appearance. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Tang Zhen, from the Spiritual Ruins Warzone in the world of Lusheng. I'm the city lord of Lusheng." Tang Zhen seemed to be very relaxed as he introduced himself in a leisurely tone. It was as if the blood-eyed cultivator in front of him was just an ordinary passerby and not a powerful cultivator from another world. The blood-eyed cultivator's expression became increasingly solemn as he sensed the law aura that was overflowing from the other party's body. He did not think that Tang Zhen, who had a relaxed expression, was an easy person to get along with. Perhaps, this expression of his already indicated that everything was completely under his control. "You said you're cultivator Lu Cheng. What a coincidence. Not long ago, I just captured a cultivator Lu Cheng. Maybe he's one of your companions." The blood-eyed cultivator spoke slowly. His voice was a little hoarse, as if iron sheets were rubbing against each other. For the two of them, conversing in such a special environment was not too difficult. Tang Zhen nodded and retracted his gaze from the insect's clone beside the blood-eyed cultivator. There was already a trace of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the other party. "In fact, this is also the reason why I have my eyes on you. What is the reason for you to attack the cultivators of Lusheng? Is it because of your identity, Mr. Wizard?" The blood-eyed cultivator sneered when he heard Tang Zhen's words. His tone carried a trace of ridicule as he said, "Since you already know my identity and background, isn't it unnecessary to explain why you attacked me?" Tang Zhen nodded. "That's indeed the case. As far as I know, the Magus world has always been the main target of the Lusheng world's invasion. It's reasonable for them to have grudges with each other. But if you say that this is the reason why you chose to attack Lu Cheng, do you think I will believe you? Tang Zhen's tone contained a trace of ridicule. He knew that this was definitely not the real reason why the blood-eyed magus had taken action. Instead, it was because there were even more secrets that no one knew. That's the reason, of course. What else do you think? The blood-eyed magus' tone was calm and emotionless, giving off the feeling of an ice sculpture. But your companion told me that you actually have another partner. It's because of him that you all appeared in the Myriad World Mall. After cultivator Lu Cheng appeared, you all will act according to the plan. In other words, the mission this time was a scam from the beginning to the end. The purpose was to trick cultivator Lu Cheng to come here and then use the missions given by the platform to launch a series of attacks on the Myriad World Mall. Regardless of whether cultivator Lu Cheng's operation is successful or not, you will find a way to tell the Myriad World Mall that these things were done by cultivator Lu Cheng, so that they will continue to accumulate hatred for the world of Lu Cheng. After completing this step, you will still try to prevent the success of the mission and frame the Myriad World Mall again, right? When the mission failed this time, the Spiritual Ruins Warzone would definitely upgrade the mission level again. At the same time, a large number of buildings would be sent to invade the Myriad World Mall. At that time, there would definitely be a bloody battle between the two sides. In the face of the powerful Myriad World Mall, the invading Lusheng may not have the upper hand and may even suffer a crushing defeat, which is exactly the result you want. The Magus world can even take advantage of this war to invade the Lusheng world, right? Tang Zhen unhurriedly explained his speculations. He did not care about the blood-eyed Magus, whose expression had changed drastically. However, the other party's reaction proved that these speculations of his were very likely to be consistent with the facts. This group of people from the sorcerer world was indeed planning a shocking conspiracy against the world of Lusheng. 1184 Enough is enough. 1. The blood-eyed sorcerer shook his head as he looked at the cold-faced Tang Zhen. He did not know the background of the cultivator opposite him, but just from the fact that he had just entered the Myriad World Mall, he had already figured out the plan that they had been planning for many years, which proved that he was definitely not a simple character. This, not simple, did not only refer to Tang Zhen's cultivation, but also his terrifying methods that people could not anticipate. The first thought that appeared in the blood-eyed magus' mind was to keep Tang Zhen here at all costs to prevent their many years of planning from being leaked. In this way, the losses that would be caused would be immeasurable. However, when he realized where he was shocked. He suddenly realized a very important question. How did the other party get them here? After all, this was the Myriad World Mall. Other than the ruler, no one could change the rules here. This was almost a well-known fact. However, looking at the environment they were in, it was clearly a world in a dimensional gap that no one knew about. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter it, unless the controller had lured them here. However, it was impossible for the controller of the huge Myriad World Mall to do such a thing, because he had not revealed his identity and intentions from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, he would have been captured, interrogated, and executed for his act of framing and sowing discord between the world of Lusheng and the Myriad World Mall, which might have even brought about a war, instead of being thrown into the dimensional gap world like he was now. In that case, there was only one explanation left, and that was that the other party had special means to exercise part of the authority of the controller of the Myriad World Mall. The initiative had already been completely controlled by the other party, but he still wanted to kill the other party. This was almost delusional. The blood-eyed magus was taken aback by the thought. It was not his first time in the Myriad World Mall, so he naturally knew how terrifying this behemoth was. With uncountable wealth, they could come into contact with a large number of experts from other worlds. This allowed the Myriad World Mall to form a terrifying army over a long period of time. Although it had never been officially revealed to the world, the cultivators that occasionally appeared from the mall were all terrifyingly powerful. Comparing it to the world of Lusheng and the sorcerer world, it was actually not much different. They were both at the level of Juwuba. However, other than doing business, the Myriad World Mall had always been very low-key, so many cultivators did not know their true strength, so they did not pay much attention to it. As for the forces that dared to plot against the Myriad World Mall, they had already collapsed, and not a single one of them had escaped. It was for this reason that the blood-eyed cultivator was shocked. It was undoubtedly a terrifying thing to be able to obtain part of the management rights of such a super force. The blood-eyed cultivator once again had doubts about Tang Zhen's origins. Compared to Tang Zhen's powerful strength, the authority he had in the merchant shop made the blood-eyed cultivator even more shocked and jealous. However, the blood-eyed magus did not know that Tang Zhen was only able to do this because he had exploited a loophole in the Myriad World Mall. He was still thousands of miles away from truly obtaining the authority of the Myriad World Mall. The blood-eyed magus temporarily suppressed the killing intent and fear in his heart. He looked at Tang Zhen and shook his head. He said in a mocking tone, "What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. The reason why I attacked Lu Cheng's cultivators was because we had a grudge in the past. After seeing them by chance, I couldn't help but attack." Regardless of whether Tang Zhen had truly grasped their plan or was planning to use these words to deceive and test them, the blood-eyed magus would deny it. Even if he died, he would not reveal their plan. Otherwise, once the Myriad World Mall found out, they would face two powerful enemies, which would undoubtedly be a disaster for the sorcerer world. Seeing that the blood-eyed magus refused to admit it, Tang Zhen only sneered but did not continue to question him. The matter had developed to this point. Tang Zhen had already obtained the information he wanted. There was no need to continue the investigation. He didn't want to get too deep and attract unnecessary trouble. In fact, after dealing with the blood-eyed cultivator's companions, Tang Zhen should have retreated. However, due to his curiosity about the sorcerer's methods, he finally chose to meet the blood-eyed sorcerer. According to the information he had obtained from his interrogation, when a wizard's cultivation reached level 10, their strength would also undergo a huge change, and they would be similar to the king-level cultivators of the Lusheng world. In the Magus world, magi who were rank 10 and above were known as king magi, and each of them was an overlord of a region. As for the blood-eyed sorcerer in front of him, he was an existence that surpassed the king of sorcerers and was known as a domain sorcerer. He was equivalent to the law king of the Lusheng world. If it was possible, he would have a fight with the other party to see who was stronger. As for the origin of the blood-eyed magus, Tang Zhen already had some understanding of it. He knew that he came from the 5th continental ring of the Magus world. Unlike the 3,000 battlefields of the Lusheng world, the sorcerer world existed around a planet full of mysterious energy. This planet was called Ancestral Source by the sorcerers. Rings of land surrounded this ancestral source planet. The sorcerers called it the Continental Ring, and countless creatures lived on it. The mysterious cultivators who had participated in the secret auction before were actually all from the sorcerer world. Even the shop owner was a sorcerer, but they were from different continental rings. There was also competition between magi. The relationship between many continental rings was very tense, and it was common to start wars to seize resources. This conspiracy against the battle zone of the spirit ruins was only the behavior of the high-level wizards of the 5th ring, and had nothing to do with the other rings. It's fine if you don't admit it. I won't pursue this any further. I can even let you and your companions leave this place. The blood-eyed magus was slightly stunned when he heard Tang Zhen's words. However, a trace of doubt immediately appeared in his eyes. He did not think that Tang Zhen would be so easy to talk to. He might be hiding some unspeakable motives. After seeing the blood-eyed magus expression, Tang Zhen coldly snorted and continued, "Of course, if you want to leave, you will have to pay a ransom. I'm not talking about the money you have, because it's not enough. You can have your friends collect the ransom now. As for you, you need to stay here until I get the ransom. You have to fight with me." As soon as his voice fell, he saw a group of spirits wandering over from not far away. Several unconscious wizards were dragged by them with chains and slowly stopped behind Tang Zhen. The blood-eyed magus frowned slightly when he saw this scene. However, his expression turned calm in the blink of an eye. He only used his cold eyes to look at Tang Zhen. He casually pointed at an unconscious wizard. The mental energy that had seeped into the other party's mind was extracted and returned to Tang Zhen's body. Immediately after, the wizard let out a muffled groan and quickly woke up from his unconsciousness. At the same time, he began to struggle continuously. "It's up to you to choose what to do. I just hope you won't do anything stupid," Tang Zhen warned as he swept a glance at the blood-eyed magus. The blood-eyed magus did not pay any attention to Tang Zhen. Instead, he used his spiritual force to communicate with the magus. The face of the magus who was bound by the chains twitched. After fiercely glaring at Tang Zhen, he finally helplessly nodded his head. "I can agree to your request. Now, please let my companion go. He will gather enough ransom, and I hope that you can keep your word." The blood-eyed cultivator looked at Tang Zhen and said. However, for some unknown reason, the hostility in his eyes seemed to have subsided a lot. Tang Zhen took a deep look at the blood-eyed cultivator and casually snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a shimmering ripple appeared out of thin air. When those spirits saw this, they exerted their strength at the same time and directly threw the shackled magus inside. After that, the ripple disappeared. All right, accompany me in a fight. Let me see how strong a domain magus is. Tang Zhen moved his fist, emitting a ka sound. His face was filled with anticipation. 1185 Comparing notes 1. The blood-eyed magus was silent for a few seconds in the face of Tang Zhen's challenge before he slowly nodded his head. At the same time, the insect clones controlled by the tentacles above his head howled in unison and gathered in front of the blood-eyed magus, forming an impenetrable, human wall. As a clone of the blood-eyed magus, these special insects were connected to his mind, and each of them could attack in his place. When these insect clones launched their attacks at the same time, almost no opponent could block it. As a domain magus, the blood-eyed magus, attack power was needless to say. Coupled with the magus, mysterious means, the enemy was completely defeated without the need to launch a second attack. At this moment, the blood-eyed magus had already regarded Tang Zhen as the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Therefore, he did not hold back when he attacked. He used an extremely fierce attack from the start, as if he wanted to kill Tang Zhen completely. Poison mist, curse, decay, bewitchment spell. These attacks converged together, and the momentum was extremely shocking. The consequences would be unimaginable if one was hit by any one of these attacks. Even with Tang Zhen's powerful cultivation, he did not dare to say that he was not affected at all. After all, the blood-eyed magus' strength was similar to his, and the attack he had reserved would naturally not be simple. It would not be too much no matter how strange and powerful it was. Although this was Tang Zhen's first battle with the blood-eyed magus and he did not understand the techniques that the other party was most skilled in, out of respect for the enemy and the battle style that he had formed over a long time, he had already given his all to respond the moment the blood-eyed magus made his move. Therefore, when he saw the blood-eyed magus' concentrated attack, Tang Zhen did not show any panic except for feeling a trace of shock. He laughed and launched a counterattack. Flames appeared out of thin air and completely wrapped around his body, blocking the blood-eyed magus' relentless attacks. In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Is this your ability? It seems that it's nothing much. A trace of disdain flashed across Tang Zhen's face after he dodged another wave of attacks from the blood-eyed magus. He gently waved his hand. If that's all you can do, then there's no need for us to continue fighting, because you're not my match at all. It's a bit too much to regard you as my enemy. The sarcasm in his words was so obvious that the blood-eyed magus could obviously hear it. He suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly glanced at Tang Zhen. This was not a life-and-death battle. Only a fool would use all his trump cards. However, Tang Zhen was unscathed under his overwhelming attacks. This was indeed beyond the blood-eye magus' expectations. It seemed that the strength of this cultivator from Lu Cheng was far beyond his expectations. However, as a person who controlled countless sorcerers and had great power in the Fifth Continent Ring, how could the blood-eyed sorcerer be willing to be reduced to a weakling in the eyes of his enemies? If you really want to see my methods, I will definitely do as you wish. The blood-eyed magus coldly snorted. There was a faint crazed intent in his gaze as he looked at Tang Zhen. I can't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more. Tang Zhen's voice had just fallen when the blood-eyed magus once again took the initiative to attack. A few of the insect clones that he controlled suddenly turned blood red in color, and their entire bodies flickered with a faint light. There was a crazed look in their eyes, as if all the blood-eye sorcerer's negative emotions were concentrated on a few insects, causing them to fall into a state of trying to destroy everything in an instant. Violently twisting their bodies, these few blood-red insect clones howled. They actually forcefully tore off the tentacles that were connected to their bodies and attacked Tang Zhen with lightning speed. Boom! One of the insect clones exploded and turned into countless threads that shot towards Tang Zhen's location. It was like a huge fishing net that was trying to trap Tang Zhen within. However, the flickering black light on the scattered fishing net was sufficient to prove that it was not as simple as entangling people. Tang Zhen believed that as long as he was wrapped by it, he would definitely be cut into countless pieces. Just as one of the insect clones turned into a fishing net and tried to cover Tang Zhen, the other insect clone strangely stretched its body like a long noodle. Its head disappeared in an instant. It seemed to have passed through space and disappeared without a trace. However, the remaining body was still extending limitlessly. Perhaps, in the next second, the head of this insect clone would pass through space and suddenly appear in front of Tang Zhen to launch an attack. It was the same for the other few insect clones. Their attacks represented the blood-eyed magus, strongest killing move. After this kind of suicidal attack was launched in place of the blood-eyed magus, the insect clones that had been cultivated with a huge amount of resources would be completely destroyed. With the body mass of these insect clones, it was impossible for them to withstand two similar attacks. Tang Zhen finally revealed a satisfied expression after seeing this crazy attack method. His body hurriedly retreated to avoid the fatal attacks of these insect clones. After which, he floated high in the air and wild and violent flames completely wrapped around him. With his body as the center, a cloud of fire with a diameter of several hundred meters spread out, constantly emitting a terrifying aura, as if it could completely destroy the world at any time. Tang Zhen, who was located in the middle of this flame cloud, appeared like a heavenly devil from the outer region, causing people to involuntarily choose to submit. With a wave of his hands, the cloud of fire immediately surged. At the same time, vigorous figures surrounded by flames whizzed out of the sea of fire one after another. It was a group of mighty and strong flaming knights. They rode on warhorses made of flames and were wearing flaming armor. They held flaming spears in their hands and charged towards the blood-eyed magus like a wave. A terrifying aura spread from their bodies, as if any enemy who dared to stop them would be trampled into dust. After Tang Zhen had completely mastered the fire elemental laws, he already possessed the ability to use the power of the laws to create things. Not only could he create high-level magical creatures with intelligence that was no different from real living creatures, but he could also create simple magical creatures with simple intelligence. There was no upper limit to the number of simple magical creatures. The difference between the two was that the higher the level and the more intelligent a magical creature was, the more power of laws it would need to consume. A pure magical creature could not exist for a long time. As long as it lost the support of Tang Zhen's power of law, it would vanish in an instant. However, it was more than enough to be used in a short-term battle. The flame knight that appeared at this time was a simple magical creature. Although it did not have much intelligence, it could still cause terrifying damage to the enemy by relying on the help of the magical flames. Moreover, other than the law flames themselves, these flame knights also possessed the combat techniques that Tang Zhen had instilled into them. They could fight with the enemy in a similar manner and not just blindly charge. As Tang Zhen's strength continued to increase, there would come a day when he would be able to release countless magical creatures with a wave of his hand and completely drown his enemies with an earth-shattering attack. 1186 Admit defeat. 1. The blood-eyed sorcerer's heart trembled. After the flame knight appeared, he immediately recognized the origin of this special creature. The power of laws could imitate everything, but it was not. Although it could not exist for a long time, its power could not be underestimated. Although there wasn't much of a difference between his cultivation and Tang Zhen's, this small gap was not something that could be measured. When they fought, it was even a completely unequal situation. Moreover, due to the different cultivation systems, the blood-eyed sorcerers were unable to create magical creatures in batches like Tang Zhen. At most, they could only create a small number of magical elemental servants. This was also one of the characteristics of the cultivators in Lu City. Even in terms of cultivation, they completely set a large-scale invasion as their goal and suppressed the enemy with numbers. Looking at the cold eyes of the flame knight hidden behind the helmet of the armor, the blood-eyed sorcerer did not dare to be careless. He drove his insect avatars to intercept with all his might, and various defensive means were used one after another. The attacks from both sides collided in an instant, and the flood of flaming knights crashed into the defensive wall set up by the insects' avatars. They began to disintegrate one after another, turning into meteors that returned to the cloud of flames and recondensed. As for the defensive wall built by the insect clones, they were constantly disintegrating under the flame knight's fearless attacks. One by one, the insect clones were also reduced to ashes amidst screams. In the face of such a fierce attack, the blood-eyed cultivator could only retreat continuously to avoid being affected by the law flames. However, if the current situation continued, it was only a matter of time before the blood-eyed cultivator was defeated by Tang Zhen. However, at this moment, the space beside Tang Zhen suddenly split open. Immediately after, a malevolent insect's head rapidly rushed out. It dragged its long body as it shot straight towards the back of Tang Zhen's heart. This ambushing insect was the one whose head had tunneled into the void earlier. As for the other half of its body, it was still somewhere far away and was still extending. Looking at the posture of the insect clone, it was clearly going to directly penetrate Tang Zhen's body. "Ow!" A low roar mixed with anger was heard. The instant the insect's clone launched a sneak attack, a huge and ferocious head suddenly extended out from the flame cloud behind Tang Zhen and bit the insect's neck. The insect's clone let out a miserable howl and kept twisting its body in an attempt to break free, but it was to no avail. Ka-chok, ka-chok. A crisp sound was heard, and the neck of the insect's clone was bitten off. Then, the huge head shook slightly and swallowed the head of the insect clone. After chewing twice, black smoke came out of the corner of its mouth and looked at the blood-eyed magus. When its gaze fell on the insect clones, a trace of greed appeared in its huge eyes formed by flames. After hesitating for a few breaths, it actually twisted its body and struggled out of the flame cloud. After it had completely left the flaming cloud, what appeared in front of the blood-eyed magus was a giant flaming dragon that was 100 meters long. Its scales were all very vivid and lifelike. After circling in the air once, it flew towards the blood-eyed magus. Looking at the giant flaming dragon that was charging at him aggressively, how could the blood-eyed sorcerer not know that this was a magical creature with extremely high intelligence? Therefore, he immediately had the intention to retreat. The strength of these high-level magical creatures was at least on par with king-level cultivators, and sometimes they were even comparable to a magical king. With the increase in strength in the magical domain, their combat power was definitely not ordinary. Even with the strength of the blood-eyed magus, he could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat this kind of high-level magical creature that was almost unkillable. Unless he could kill Tang Zhen or escape, he could forget about getting rid of the entanglement of the fire dragon. Stop. I admit defeat. Due to the increasingly disadvantageous situation, the blood-eyed magus finally chose to give in and admit defeat, so as to avoid unnecessary losses. In fact, he had already paid a painful price in the battle just now. He had lost almost 2/3 of the insect clones that he had painstakingly cultivated, which made the blood-eyed magus heart ache so much that it was dripping blood. This was not an ordinary insect. It was not easy to obtain it, and it was even more difficult to cultivate it. In the end, after a spar with Tang Zhen, more than half of his wealth had gone down the drain. He didn't want to continue and let all of his insect clones die. If that happened, his combat power would fall to an unbearable level, and he would have to bear all kinds of risks. The cruelty of the sorcerer world was no less than that of the world of Lusheng. Everything was for the sake of one's own interests. How could the blood-eyed sorcerer not understand this principle and put himself in danger? Therefore, at the most critical moment, the blood-eyed magus decisively chose to admit defeat. As the blood-eyed magus shouted this, the charging formation of the flame knights came to an abrupt stop. They turned into streams of fire and flew back to the cloud of fire. As for the giant flame dragon, it let out an unwilling roar and circled in the air twice before entering the cloud of fire. Tang Zhen gently waved his hand and slowly walked towards the blood-eyed magus. The flame cloud behind him also seemed to collapse and shrink, quickly condensing into a tiny flame and flying into Tang Zhen's palm. You just need to wait for the time being. As for when you can leave, it will depend on your companion's speed. After throwing out these words, Tang Zhen coldly glanced at the blood-eyed magus and completely disappeared in an instant. After seeing Tang Zhen leave, the blood-eyed magus secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Recalling the process of the fight just now, the blood-eyed magus confirmed that he was not Tang Zhen's opponent at all. This was because Tang Zhen had not taken half a step closer to him from the beginning to the end. He used close-range attacks, which was the fighting method that cultivators in Lusheng City were most skilled in. If Tang Zhen were to launch a close-range attack on him, in addition to the swift and fierce attack from earlier, it was likely that he would already be either dead or injured. Damn it, I've actually encountered such a troublesome enemy. I wonder if the plan can be carried out smoothly. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in the blood-eyed magus' eyes when he thought of this. His killing intent towards Tang Zhen once again surfaced. This mission had been planned for a long time, and the high-level magi of the 5th Continental Ring had invested a lot of manpower and material resources. The purpose was naturally to obtain rich rewards by invading the world of Lusheng, so failure was absolutely not allowed. Because if the plan failed, the fifth ring would suffer great losses, and the impact would not recover for hundreds of years. Especially when this happened, other enemies were likely to take advantage of the situation and launch a large-scale war against the fifth continent ring. In order to prevent such an accident from happening, the blood-eyed magus had to get rid of all unstable factors. Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared, was the biggest hidden danger in this plan. However, the powerful strength that Tang Zhen had displayed, as well as his strange behavior after discovering the plan, had caused the blood-eyed magus to be filled with fear and suspicion. He did not know what his next step should be. Should he kill him at all costs, or should he use other means to temporarily stabilize him and wait until he figured out the other party's specific intentions before making a move? The blood-eyed magus pondered for a while and finally let out a soft sigh. He slowly sat cross-legged on a floating rock. In fact, the most important thing at the moment was to leave this dimensional rift first and then think about what to do next. He only hoped that Tang Zhen would keep his promise and let him leave after receiving the ransom. The blood-eyed magus had no other choice. 1187 Cultivator of the merchant shop on one of the streets of the Myriad World Mall, tourists were streaming in. Most of them had extraordinary identities in their respective worlds, but in this mall, they were just ordinary tourists. In a place where the tourists couldn't notice, two cultivators in special uniforms with concealed auras were standing. They looked vigilantly at the passing crowd and whispered a few words to each other from time to time. On the back of the uniforms of the two cultivators, there was a pattern that seemed to come alive. It was the unique symbol of the Myriad World Mall. Those who knew about the Myriad World Mall would be shocked to see these two cultivators, because they were the legendary cultivators from the mall who were elusive. It was said that these cultivators from the city of trade were all extraordinary. Each of them had the strength to suppress a world and could be regarded as the top powerhouses in any world. Besides, there were many rumors about the cultivators from Shang City. It was hard to tell the truth from the lies, but everyone knew the origin of the cultivators from Shang City. After countless years of development, the reputation of the Myriad World Mall had long been well known. There were legends about the Myriad World Mall among the cultivators and dignitaries of many worlds. The reason why it was called a legend was that the cultivators and influential people who had the opportunity to come into contact with the Myriad World Mall and were teleported here were basically a small group of people at the top. Even if low-level cultivators had the opportunity to come into contact with it, the high teleportation fee was enough to make them flinch. The guardians of the teleportation array established in many worlds of the Myriad World Mall all adhered to the same principle. As long as they could not afford the teleportation fee, they would never allow the teleportation. The reason for this was simple. Since they could not even afford the teleportation fee, what right did they have to trade in the Myriad World Mall, which had countless top-tier shops and all kinds of rare treasures? One must know that even if you were the richest in the world, you might not be able to buy a single item you liked in the Myriad World Mall because you simply did not have enough money. However, it was precisely because the Myriad World Mall gathered the rare treasures of countless worlds that as long as one could enter it and had enough money to buy the items they needed, the improvement of one's strength was definitely a certainty. Unknowingly, the Myriad World Mall had become a holy land in the eyes of many cultivators from the other world. It seemed that as long as one could enter it, they would definitely soar to the sky when they came out. It was a pity that the cost of the teleportation circle was too high, and it could not be paid in local currency. Instead, one could choose one or several items from the payment list provided by the Guardian, and after collecting the required amount, one could obtain the teleportation qualification. However, none of these items were ordinary. Any one of them was enough to make people fight over it. However, there were several or even more than 10 sets here. Other than the top forces and aristocrats, very few people could do this. This also led to the strong becoming stronger. They used the benefits obtained from the Myriad World Mall to stabilize their rule. Many low-level cultivators in the other world were indignant about this. They were not willing to see the opportunity in front of them be cut off because of a teleportation quota. When they really couldn't fulfill the requirements of the teleportation array's guardian, some cultivators from the other world even directly attacked the teleportation array's guardian. However, no one had ever succeeded. They either died at the hands of the teleportation array's guardian or were hunted down by the world's ruling class. To be able to set up teleportation arrays in different worlds, the Myriad World Mall naturally had to have a good relationship with those in power. The means used were nothing more than coercion and temptation, which were simple but effective. However, the Myriad World Mall did not completely turn away potential customers. Therefore, every once in a while, they would authorize the teleporter guardian to issue a certain number of nameless teleportation cards. As long as one held such a teleportation card, they could be teleported to the Myriad World Mall for free on a designated day. There was even a rumor that the top 10 cultivators who held such a teleportation token had a great chance of being hired by the Myriad World Mall and becoming the cultivators they supported. This was undoubtedly a great temptation. For those low-level cultivators who lived under the oppression of the big forces all day long and had almost no chance to make a name for themselves, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to make a great leap. Even the major forces that could obtain the right to teleport would make active preparations during this event. They would let their outstanding disciples participate in the competition and fight for the limited spots. The reason why they did this was because they knew the secret behind it. They knew that the top 10 cultivators who obtained the free teleportation token would have a chance to enter the Myriad World Mall and eventually become a cultivator of the Myriad World Mall. The biggest benefit of becoming a cultivator of the Myriad World Mall was that he could get a recommendation opportunity to let a new shop that had been approved join the Myriad World Mall for a period of 100 years. And as long as one had a shop in the Myriad World Mall, then as long as there were no accidents, just with the resources of the Myriad World Mall, one would become the overlord of the world sooner or later. This was one of the benefits that the Myriad World Mall gave to its cultivators. They could obtain unimaginable benefits from this alone, while the mall did not have to pay anything at all, because the shops in the mall were resigned after 100 years. Of course, if one did not have enough strength, it would be impossible to obtain the right to rent a shop in the Myriad World Mall. Even if one had the strength, it would still be impossible. Therefore, the recommendation opportunity for a new cultivator of the Myriad World Mall was extremely important. It was precisely because of the interests involved behind this that every time the Myriad World Mall distributed the teleportation cards, it would attract countless cultivators to try to compete for this extremely rare opportunity. At that time, there would be a gathering of geniuses and countless experts. They would gather in the dimensional gap specially opened by the Myriad World Mall and start a bloody battle. And the main targets of their struggle were precisely the 10 free teleportation tokens number 1 to 10, which had a special meaning. The battle would last for several days, and anyone who was caught up in it would be affected. Only the truly strong and those with great luck could kill their way out of countless enemies and successfully guard the teleportation token until the battle ended. When the world of the dimensional gap reopens, those lucky ones who were covered in blood and murderous intent were destined to be remembered by everyone. Even if they were worthless before this, as long as they successfully obtained the top 10 teleportation tokens, they would be famous overnight. Countless forces would try to win him over at all costs, hoping that after he became a cultivator of the Shang City, he would recommend them to get the management rights of the store. As for the cultivators who died in the unknown dimensional gap and their bodies could not even be found, no one cared about them except for their families and friends. As for the cultivators from the other world who had obtained ordinary teleportation tokens, they could use them as they didn't have a name. Therefore, they had to work hard to keep their teleportation tokens so that they wouldn't be robbed by others. Then, they would wait for the day of teleportation to come. However, there were also people who chose to sell the teleportation token to obtain enough resources. This was because they knew very well that even if they entered the Myriad World Mall, it would be difficult to move without money. It would be better to cash it out directly. There were actually quite a number of teleportation cards that were lost outside for various reasons, and the Myriad World Mall also recognized their effectiveness. Because of this, every time a teleportation token appeared, it would inevitably lead to a bloody fight for it. From this point, it could be seen that the rise of the Myriad World Mall was actually full of bloody killing. However, in many cases, they did not need to bear the crime of butchers, but could bring real butchers under their command to protect their inviolable interests. When someone tried to do harm to the Myriad World Mall, these cultivators who had climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood and had been trained by the Myriad World Mall with a lot of resources would let the enemy experience true despair. 1188 The enmity between the two major forces. The sudden appearance of the two cultivators from the mall was due to an unexpected situation. Just a few hours ago, the super biological artificial intelligence in charge of monitoring the mall suddenly issued a warning. Special energy fluctuations were detected in a certain commercial street, suspected to be sabotaging activities by enemies. The 4 cultivators in charge of the safety of the commercial street immediately set out. In less than 10 minutes, they successfully arrived at the exact location where the special energy fluctuation was emitted. This was an ordinary shop, but for some reason, it chose to close its doors, which was very abnormal. Just as the cultivators from Shang City approached the suspicious spot, they were immediately attacked by unknown cultivators. They were ruthless and fierce, and the cultivators from Shang City suffered a great loss in the first exchange. 3 cultivators from Shang City were seriously injured. The remaining cultivator fought with all his might, but he could only watch the enemy escape in the chaos and disappear. For such an unexpected situation, the Myriad World Mall had already come up with a way to deal with it. They immediately filtered out the waste tag numbers that had just stopped here one by one through the screening of the super biological brain. Through the serial number of these waste tokens, the Myriad World Mall easily locked onto the enemy's identity. Then, the hidden function of the waste token was immediately activated, and the wearer of the waste token was teleported into the dimensional gap prison. As long as the enemy was sent to the Forbidden Land, the cultivators of the Shang City would have countless ways to make the enemy speak and find out who the mastermind was. Even if the enemy knew about the hidden function of the waste tag and tried to turn it off and discard it, they would soon realize in despair that they were inside the huge city wall in the real world. The cultivators stationed inside the city wall of the Myriad World Mall would capture him at the first moment, and the enemy would not be able to escape. Compared to the Myriad World Mall in the dimensional gap, the real world was the base camp of the owner of the Myriad World Mall. However, because of the special means used, it was impossible to get close from the real world. Even if the enemy wanted to launch an attack on the Myriad World Mall from the real world and break through the layers of defense to enter the city wall, they would find that it was just an open space. As for the real headquarters of the Myriad World Mall, it had already been moved to a safe and hidden location when the danger occurred. It would only return after the crisis was over. It could be said that the defense of the Myriad World Mall was impregnable. A small disturbance would not cause any damage to it at all. As for this kind of special situation where the base camp was moved and hidden, it had only happened a few times in the history of the Myriad World Mall. After the battle, the enemies who participated in the attack were captured in less than 5 minutes by relying on powerful and efficient defense and security measures. The Myriad World Mall would never show mercy to their enemies. Several cultivators from the mall who were good at interrogation entered the dimensional cage. In less than an hour, they had obtained the information they wanted. The enemy that participated in this destruction came from the Lusheng world, the damn place that the Myriad World Mall hated but could do nothing about. This was not the first time the two sides had come into contact. The controller of the Myriad World Mall had forgotten when it started. Lu Cheng from the world of Lu Cheng had accidentally entered this world and directly launched an invasion of the Myriad World Mall. The controller of the Myriad World Mall, who was attacked, was furious. He quickly gathered a large number of cultivators to counterattack. With the powerful cultivator battle team, they only used 3 days to defeat the invading city. However, this invading tower was not simple either. It actually managed to send a message back to the tower world and was not destroyed by the hands of the Myriad World Mall. After this incident, out of fear of the world of Lusheng, the Myriad World Mall not only banned the opening of the dimensional rift connecting to the world of Lusheng forever, but also completely blocked the plane coordinates, so that no enemy could bypass their surveillance and teleport to this world. However, after seeing the shocking wealth of the Myriad World Mall, the cornerstone platform of the war zone, which had once participated in the invasion, began to issue missions to invade the Myriad World Mall and then teleport the cultivators in the city through various means. The Myriad World Mall had collected information about the Lusheng world through various means and knew that the other party was a terrifying war monster. Therefore, they did not want to have too much entanglement with it. However, they would also show no mercy to cultivators from the Lusheng world who tried to destroy it. The battle between the two sides continued for many years, until the cornerstone platform of the war zone finally gave up on this mission and turned to other worlds that could possibly reap rich rewards. However, among the 3,000 battlefields of the Lusheng world, the cornerstone platform in each battlefield was extremely aggressive. They were searching for worlds that could be invaded at almost all times. As the Myriad World Mall had built many teleportation arrays, it was very easy for the cornerstone platform to discover and lock onto them. Therefore, a similar scene played out again. Because of the Myriad World Mall, teleportation towers could not be sent to the new battle zone. They could only constantly send cultivators to investigate and try to open up new plane channels by force through runic magic circles. At a certain point in time, 5 battlefields had issued missions to the Myriad World Mall at the same time, and intense battles occurred from time to time. As for why the runic magic circle was chosen to be built inside the Myriad World Mall, it was because of the uniqueness of the Myriad World Mall. Only by building the coordinates inside could one really enter this world. Otherwise, the transmission channel would be affected by the special power and cause incredible deviations. There was once a tower that suffered a great loss. Because of the misdirection of the plane channel established outside the Myriad World Mall, it was sent to a dangerous place. The entire tower did not even have the chance to return and was completely turned into dust. However, it was almost impossible to build a runic magic circle inside the Myriad World Mall. Under the supervision of the super biological smart brain, the cultivators of Lucheng had never succeeded. On the other hand, more and more cultivators from Lusheng City who participated in the mission fell into the hands of the Myriad World Mall. No one knew what their final outcome would be. As time passed, the conflict between the two sides became more and more intense. The cornerstone platform of the war zone, which had paid a painful price, became angry from embarrassment and began to include assassinating the upper echelons of the Myriad World Mall in the mission. Tang Zhen, who was in the Spirit Ruins war zone, had also experienced a similar process, which was why he had issued a similar mission. The cultivators of the Myriad World Mall were not unfamiliar with the world of Lusheng. They knew how dangerous it was, so they immediately took action, digging 3 feet deep to search for the cultivators of Lusheng who were hiding. Through the interrogation just now, the Myriad World Mall already knew the number of cultivators participating in the mission and began to investigate them one by one through the super biological brain. One by one, the cultivators of Lusheng City were discovered and locked onto. Then, they were sent into the dimensional prison through the hidden function of the waste token. More than 70% of the cultivators of Lusheng City were about to take action when they inexplicably fell into the hands of the enemy. The cultivators of Lucheng who had not been captured by the Myriad World Mall were either still in the real world and were about to be hunted down by the cultivators of the mall, or they had not arrived at the Myriad World Mall at all for some special reason. As one of the participants of the mission, Tang Zhen was also included in the list of people to be hunted down. However, when the super biological brain confirmed that he had entered the Myriad World Mall and issued a hidden command to the waist tag he was wearing, it discovered that the waist tag did not respond at all. This kind of unexpected situation immediately attracted the attention of the super biological brain. The investigation and tracking of Tang Zhen was also rapidly launched at this moment. However, it was only at this moment that the cultivators in the mall discovered that the target they were pursuing had long disappeared. 1189 Reeling silk from cocoons. 1. Tang Zhen's bizarre disappearance surprised the cultivators from the Shang City who were chasing him. Under normal circumstances, as long as the visitors who entered the Myriad World Mall left their waste tokens, they would be repelled by a special force field and directly appear on the giant city wall inside the mall. They would then be caught on the spot by the cultivators of the mall who had been waiting for a long time. If the waste token never left the person's hand, then the visitor would never be able to leave the dimensional world where the Myriad World Mall was located. As long as they stayed inside the mall, they would be locked on by the super creature's brain. Even though the mall was incredibly large, there was still no place to hide. In addition, if any other accidents happened to the tourists, the waste token would also report everything in real time. Nothing would be missed during this period. However, Tang Zhen and the waste token he was wearing were like stones sinking into the ocean under this kind of strict surveillance. It was useless no matter how they tried to track him. This was the first time such a special situation had happened. In addition, Tang Zhen's name was on the list of people to be arrested within a time limit. Therefore, the Myriad World Mall immediately sent elite cultivators to split up and search from the beginning to the end. The first target to be investigated by the cultivators of the Shang City was the jellyfish store that Tang Zhen had visited before. When the jellyfish shopkeeper saw more than 10 cultivators from the mall with murderous looks on their faces appear in his shop, he was so scared that his whole body turned green. The electric current on the surface of his body continued to gather and explode, which represented extreme fear in his race. These shop owners knew better than anyone how terrifying the cultivators of the Shang City were. Whenever this evil accomplice appeared, it meant that something bad was going to happen. The jellyfish shop owner, who had always been doing business honestly, was worried. He really didn't know what he had done wrong to make these cultivators from the mall come to him. After the cultivators from the merchant city asked, the jellyfish shop owner recovered from his state of fear and explained the entire process of his contact with Tang Zhen without holding anything back. After the inquiry was over and the cultivator confirmed that the jellyfish shopkeeper was not hiding anything, he bought the out-of-body sand at the original price from the jellyfish shopkeeper. After this item from Tang Zhen was sealed, it was urgently sent back to the headquarters of the Shang City for analysis and study. The rest of the cultivators from the Shang City continued to track Tang Zhen until he entered an alley. When the video recording reached this point, Tang Zhen seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He never once walked out of the alley. However, the cultivators from the merchant city did not come back empty-handed. Although Tang Zhen had changed his appearance, he did not hide his waist token immediately. Therefore, after the cultivators from the merchant city considered that Tang Zhen might have changed his appearance, they screened the nearby tourists again. A similar situation had happened before, but as long as the waist token was still there, it was absolutely impossible to escape the lock-on of the super creature's intelligent brain. Sure enough, the results of the screening proved the cultivator's guess. Tang Zhen had indeed changed his appearance and turned into a race that even the cultivator from the mall couldn't see any abnormalities. Even the super biological brain was unable to discover any traces of disguise. It was as if this was Tang Zhen's actual body. The cultivators from the Shang City were secretly impressed by this disguising technique, but at the same time, they were also worried. If Tang Zhen was able to change his appearance and his waist token was also blocked, then it would undoubtedly be wishful thinking if they wanted to find Tang Zhen again. To be able to shield the waist token was equivalent to completely hiding oneself. Unless Tang Zhen appeared in front of the cultivators of the mall, even the super biological brain would be helpless. The only way was to rely on manpower to search continuously, but that would cause too much of a commotion and may cause unnecessary panic among the tourists. It must be known that the number of tourists staying in the Myriad World Mall was at least 10 million. Only 1/3 of them stayed for a long time, and the rest were temporary tourists. As long as Tang Zhen hid among the tourists, he would definitely be able to leave without anyone knowing. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Myriad World Mall would not be able to discover him. In the video, Tang Zhen followed a few tourists into the dimensional barrier and finally disappeared completely. The cultivators of the mall immediately transferred another video recording and continued to stare at the video, afraid that they would miss anything. At the same time, the person in charge of this arrest operation ordered his subordinates to investigate the specific identity of Tang Zhen's pursuer. The faster the better. The person in charge of the cultivators from the mall who were in charge of hunting down Tang Zhen was extremely robust. He was wearing the standard armor of the Myriad World Mall, and his eyes were abnormally sharp. He was extremely experienced in dealing with similar situations, and his strength was not inferior to a Law King. He stared intently at Tang Zhen on the screen and didn't miss any details in order to search for possible clues. In the end, when Tang Zhen and the others entered the shop where the secret meeting was held, the information of the few customers he had tracked was placed in front of the person in charge. You said that these people are from the wizard world and are marked by the AI as dangerous people. They are likely to be related to the destruction caused by the cultivators in Lusheng. The person in charge scanned through the videos and turned to his subordinates. He sneered and said, "This is a little interesting. As far as I know, the Lusheng world and the sorcerer world have always been in constant disputes, and the relationship between them is also very tense. However, other than the never-ending invasion of the sorcerer world by the world of Lusheng, I've never heard of the world of Lusheng being invaded by sorcerers. Otherwise, it would be interesting." Speaking of this, the person in charge was stunned for a moment. He quickly rummaged through the information sent by his men, then revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, the person in charge suddenly had an expression of realization. He said with a hint of excitement, "I've been wondering what these wizards were planning to do, but they've been too secretive in the past, so we've never caught them. However, when I was checking the information just now, I found something wrong. These wizards seem to be targeting Lu Cheng, and they are obviously planning something." Although this was not a strange thing for the enmity between the two worlds, after carefully analyzing the past actions of these wizards, it did not seem to be as simple as a grudge. Therefore, I'm sure that these magi are definitely making a big plan to target the world of Lusheng, and they might even invade the world of Lusheng instead. Apart from that, I also discovered something even more interesting. Someone is cooperating with these magi, always providing them with some very sensitive information at the most critical moment. And the source of this news was very likely to come from the mall. After standing up and pacing back and forth for a few steps, the person in charge turned to look at his subordinates and gave a decisive order: report everything to headquarters immediately and request for a promotion of the mission. I need more manpower and higher authority. Your task is to collect all the information about Lu Cheng's cultivators over the years. Don't let go of any information about the Magi. Then, carefully analyze it and find all the suspicious points. After a moment of silence, the person in charge said with a hint of hesitation, also, investigate if there's anyone among us who's secretly in contact with the wizards. Tell me when you find out, but don't let anyone else know, understand? Seeing his subordinate's hesitant expression, the person in charge impatiently waved his hand. He then sat back on the chair and continued to watch the video recording after Tang Zhen left the shop. However, the person in charge's expression was obviously gloomy. His brows were knitted together from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Myriad World Mall was actually happy to see the battle between the cultivators of the Lusheng world and the Sorcerer world. Moreover, because of the constant harassment from the Lusheng world, they hoped that the Lusheng world would suffer some losses. After all, they had never done business with the Lusheng world. However, since this matter involved cultivators from the Shang city, it became complicated. 1190 The dark side of the world of Lusheng. The Myriad World Mall had been in operation for many years, so the intelligence system it had was naturally extremely powerful and fast. Therefore, the person in charge quickly got what he wanted. Looking at the sorted information, the person in charge's face became gloomier and gloomier. In the end, he snorted coldly. Go and call Xiao Dao over. Also, don't tell him about this. If he plans to escape or arrest you, you absolutely can't let him leave, understand? After the cultivators under him left with worried expressions, the person in charge clicked on his communication device. An image immediately popped up in front of him. A handsome man in white clothes and silver hair appeared on the screen. He looked at the person in charge with an elegant posture, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, giving people a feeling of a spring breeze. Lord Manager, I've discovered something related to the Lusheng world and the Sorcerer world. I think we can make use of xianxia. 10 minutes later, the person in charge ended the call with the man in white and turned to look at the door. Bring Xiao Dao in, I have some things to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. As the person in charge's voice fell, a cultivator from the mall with a cold and determined expression but a hint of panic in his eyes walked in. Behind him were two fully armed cultivators. Xiao Dao, you sit down. As for the two of you, leave first. You are not allowed to come in without my orders. After the two men left, the person in charge walked to the opposite side of Dagger and sat down. He stared at Dagger for a long time without saying anything. The cultivator named Xiao Dao was calm at first, but as time went by, he seemed to be a little guilty. His eyes were wandering, and he didn't dare to look at the person in charge. After a long time, the person in charge sighed and said, Xiao Dao, we've known each other for almost 50 years, right? It's 53 years, Captain. Xiao Dao nodded. That's right, it's been 53 years, but it's only today that I realized that I've never really understood you, my brother. The corner of Xiao Dao's eyes twitched slightly, and he said in a puzzled tone, Captain, what do you mean by this? The person in charge smiled and patted Xiao Dao's shoulder, then shook his head. I know that you came from a place called Planet Court. After a brutal battle, you finally obtained a free teleportation card. You went through countless hardships before you finally became a cultivator of the merchant city. In fact, all of us brothers have similar experiences. It's also because of this that we can understand and take care of each other, and there's no difference between us and real brothers. What are brothers? We should share blessings and difficulties together. As long as we have this group of true brothers, there is absolutely no way we can cross this hurdle. When Xiao Dao heard this, his eyes trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. The person in charge glanced at Xiao Dao and shook his head. There was a hint of sternness in his tone. Even now, you still want to hide it. I can tell you clearly that the things you've done might cost you your life. Unless you tell me how you colluded with the Magi and how you schemed against the world of Lusheng, and see if there is any room for change, no one can save you. After hearing the person in charge's words, Dagger's body suddenly trembled. He stood up from his chair, and a dangerous aura spread. Even if this aura wasn't as powerful as a nomological king's, it was enough to crush an ordinary king-level cultivator. However, in front of the person in charge, this aura was like snow meeting a raging flame. It instantly disappeared without a trace. What? You still want to attack me? The person in charge snorted and looked at Xiao Dao coldly. He waved his hand and chased away the cultivators from the mall who had just rushed in. Looking at the angry captain, Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. In the end, he let out a long sigh and sat back on the chair, his face full of unwillingness. Tell me, what's going on? The person in charge sighed. If it's possible, I'll try my best to help you. At the very least, I'll keep you alive. When Xiao Dao heard this, he laughed bitterly. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes as he said in a low voice, since you've already noticed it, there's no need for me to continue hiding it. Actually, before I joined the Myriad World Mall, I was once a resident of Lu City. After the person in charge heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, then he revealed a thoughtful expression. He thought for a moment before nodding. As I thought, I remember the information stated that Cot Planet was once invaded by Liu Cheng more than 70 years ago. Could it be that you are the survivor of that defeated Liu Cheng? That's right. After the city was destroyed, some of the residents and I were lucky enough to escape from the pursuit of the native cultivators. In the end, we hid our names and survived. Although I managed to keep my life, I will never forget who caused the destruction of the tower and the death of my family and friends. I swear that I will take revenge on them. When Xiao Dao said this, his face was already slightly twisted. His eyes flickered with the flames of hatred, and his clenched fists made cracking sounds. Who's your enemy? Is it related to the world of Lusheng? The person in charge seemed to have thought of something and asked casually. That's right. My enemy is a continent-level tower in the Spirit Fall battle zone. They forced the tower I was in to constantly invade the other world and hand in a fixed amount of spoils of war on a regular basis. Otherwise, I would be brutally suppressed by them. In the central region of the Spiritual Ruins war zone, this is actually a very common thing. It's not only the Lusheng that I'm in that would be oppressed and blackmailed. Our city lord is not willing to be bullied like this, but we can't count on the cornerstone platform because almost all the elders in the continent-level city have a certain level of authority on the cornerstone platform. The Joint Elders Council formed by them can even control the cornerstone platform to a certain extent. He could only secretly contact some Castellans who were also unwilling to be exploited and prepared to find an opportunity to leave the central region and head to the edge of the war zone or even join other war zones. With the strength of our city, it will only take 100 years at most to build a new national-level city. With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Dao continued, however, just as they finished their discussion and were prepared to carry out the plan in secret, a hidden traitor leaked the news, and we were completely unaware of it. Very quickly, we accepted a new invasion mission. The target of the invasion is Cot Planet. However, when we were teleported to this world, we were shocked to find that the strength of the tower's protective shield had been reduced to the lowest level, and the price of the items on the cornerstone platform had been raised several times. All the situations were extremely unfavorable to us. What was even more despairing was that the tower's teleportation was so powerful that the native cultivators of Cot Planet were prepared for it. Therefore, the moment the tower descended, it suffered a fatal blow. The lowest level of protection was instantly shattered, and the residents of the tower suffered heavy casualties. My parents and sister died in the hands of the native cultivators at that time, and we, the children, were protected by the people sent by the city lord in an attempt to preserve the last trace of hope. The reason why he made such a decision was because there was no way out. The damn cornerstone platform actually rejected the return request, and we were completely abandoned on the Otherworld battlefield. The final outcome was only death. I know, this must have something to do with those continent-level towers. They must have done something to the cornerstone platform to kill us. Looking at Xiao Dao's pained expression, the person in charge sighed and patted his shoulder to comfort him. So that's why you fought for the free teleportation card at all costs, desperately improved your strength to become a cultivator of the merchant city, and then used your authority to secretly cooperate with the wizards to take revenge on the Lusheng world. Moreover, your actions will also involve the commerce city and continuously intensify the conflicts between them. When the hatred accumulates to a certain extent, there is a possibility of war between the two sides. Even if the Shang city doesn't attack the Lusheng world, the Magus world will invade the battle zone in the spirit ruins that you mentioned after they are fully prepared. At that time, you can take revenge, am I right? Xiao Dao sneered when he heard that. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he nodded lightly.